Hello everybody, it's Matthew on Meachew, a peach. I'm going to try to do something I've never done before. That's put 4 different YouTube screens, videos playing at once. I'm going to be playing Lo-Fi Basilisk 2000, the unreleased game with a sinister story, intelligent stuff. I have the videos at 360p because I think it'll be less taxing on the computer, along with simply using OBS along with it. I was thinking about putting more stuff in the background, and I still might, but I think that this is pretty good for what it is, I think. And so, yeah, I will probably put it, off, turn off the mic soon, so that it can be more calm. Oh, dang. Let's see. Hello. Okay, so I've never done this before, but I think it'll be good. Alright, let's get it started.
Basilisk 2000 is a fantasy-themed RPG for the PC planned to release on Christmas in the year 2000. A fully 3D first-person action RPG with a large world to explore, multiple quest lines, large enemies to overcome, and an innovative system known as Umbra AI, which allows NPCs to know when they're about to die. Well, obviously we are way past the year 2000, and I've never heard of this game before, so I guess it didn't come to fruition. But if it never came out, how do I know about it?
I think a lot of people
One day, while scrolling different gaming sites for my next addiction, I came across a small, unassuming itch.io page for the game. While Basilisk 2000 was never finished, this person managed to snag a developer copy of the work in progress off eBay.
Developed around Y2K by an unknown studio, the game was thought to be lost until a fan designed a wrapper program, Unity, to load its level editor. Now the potential can finally be seen and its mysteries laid to rest.
While not exactly a game per se, the idea of exploring an unreleased game through its level editor seemed intriguing, so I dropped the $2 and downloaded the folder. Now, before we get started, if this sounds interesting to you, please stop watching this video immediately and go buy this for yourself. It cannot be understated how much better a blind playthrough of this is, rather than just hear me blather on about it. But if you've already played it, or you simply prefer a more passive watching experience, I'll be taking you through my journey uncovering this game's secrets. Unzipping the file gives me a folder with a few things. Most of it seems like your run-of-the-mill game filey thing, so I move on to the first thing all responsible game users do, the README.
The basic game engine is looking good. We should have the prototype ready by August, but I'm still not sure we can pull off the
So
Christmas
what this
2000
series is
release.
going to be about is going to
Again,
be
the
about
scope is out
a
of my hands.
concise,
The mechanics are
condensed,
kinda there, but
informative
everything's too random.
guide
I added a
through
feature
the
for a
different zones
notepad
in the
sort of
game.
thing
So
in Spell,
whether
so hopefully
you,
that will help us communicate
you
better.
have the game
Game
and
seemed like a
you've
good
been
idea, but now you're all
hesitant to
just
pick it
wasting
up in a
time
while
chatting
because
on
it's
it. If
beating
this
you
game
down so many
doesn't ship, I'm
times,
toast.
or if you
So
just
please,
want
for me,
to
pull it
watch and
together.
enjoy the experience
Thanks and
because
sorry.
the environments
I still
are
love this
rich,
project.
the details, the immersive
I guess the
experience
dev
is
team didn't
nothing.
meet their goal, or the
Nothing
publisher
close
wasn't
to the
impressed,
experience in a
but there's a
game.
lot here to look
Let's
at.
do it.
We are ready to
Like
go.
the previous
Before
Pop
starting,
game
I
on
just
the
want to
Super
spend about
Nintendo,
30
this game wasn't
seconds
finished
on the
and
character
has
creation
main
screen.
features
There are
that
only
are
two
half removed.
features here that
I know
actually
this
matter.
was supposed to
Your
be a direct
class
sequel
and
or
your
spiritual
gift.
successor,
You
but
have
since
quite
the
a
first
few
game wasn't
classes to
really
choose
finished,
from, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really
Anyway,
matter what you
use this
pick.
editor and
If
you
you
can
pick
explore what
sorcerer
would've been.
here,
I
and at the
can't
end of the
find a
day
list
you want
of
to
all
be
the
an
levels, but you can
axe-wielding
load them by
barbarian,
name in the
you can
command
do that.
prompt
It
and
doesn't
find out
matter.
their names.
The only things
I've dug up
that
as much as I can
these
on the
classes
project, but
affect
nothing
are your
about it
starting
was
stat
enough. I
points
got
that are
really
listed
lucky
there
finding
on
the
the
disc on
left,
eBay.
and
There
your
wasn't any
starting
overlap in the
equipment.
development team
Because
with
of
the
that,
previous
I
game,
want
but
to
I
go
think
with
some
the
of the
hunter
code was used.
because he's got relatively light equipment, seems to have a good sword there as well, and pretty middle of the road for stats, pretty neutral there, so should be a safe bet. For gift, it's I think a little bit more straightforward. Get the master key. The other gifts
The
are,
readme gives us some pretty
one-time
interesting
use and
information.
consumable,
First, we learn
or
the
you
name
can
of one of
find
the
them in the
people who work on the
game,
game,
or they're
David
purchasable
Bunch.
from
It's
merchants.
also
The
explained to
master
us
key,
how
this
we
is
will
the
be
only place to
interacting with
get
the
it,
game.
and
Since
it
Basilisk
saves you a lot of
2000 was
time,
never finished,
opens up
there
some
isn't much
shortcuts for you,
gameplay.
and just
Instead,
saves you
we
from
have a
some
level
headaches
editor,
and,
and we
hunting
can go
around
from
for keys
area
and
to
things like
area,
that.
taking a look at the game's in-progress levels. However, there is no level select
So
or
we begin
list of
here in the
areas.
Northern
To
Undead
progress,
Asylum,
we'll have to explore
where we have
the
been
game
locked away
and find the
because we
names of
are a
areas from
hollowed
in-game dialogue
undead
and
individual. This is
contact
where they're
lists.
all corralled
Looking
and
through some
locked up
folders of seemingly
for
innocuous
the end of
files, I
time.
find a file
Conveniently
simply
enough, we
named
had
Vid.
a body flung
This
into
video
our
depicts
cell
an
from up
conversation
above.
between two team members. They're discussing David B., the person who wrote the README. This David guy sounds pretty disturbed. He keeps a gun in the office and his coworkers are scared of him. This already paints a very dark possibility of why the game's development came to an end. After finishing that video, I decided to call my friend Jonathan on Discord and finally get into exploring this game.
Conveniently, it had the dungeon
When the
cell
game
key,
first loads
so
in, we
we're
are
gonna head
greeted
off
with a few different sections.
and just
An
sort of
explore
go
window
through
marked
this
null,
tutorial
since no
portion
level
of the
selected is
game.
blank. A game
Overall,
settings
this zone
window that
isn't
allows
really
us to
hard.
set some
The
parameters
boss
like
can be
render
a little bit
distance and
tricky,
game volume,
so
and this right here must be the
we'll
notepad
just,
David
go
mentioned
through it
adding
real
in the
quick.
README.
As
There's an empty
we're
list
going
of
through this
local items,
introductory
a music player,
part,
and
I'm going to
finally
explain a few
terminal
things about the
window.
game.
The
I
note
want this
says
to be
player starts
accessible
in
for everyone.
Havenwood,
So you've
written
got
in all
your
caps and
green
in
bar
yellow.
there in the top left.
The
That's
terminal
your
window gives us
stamina.
two
Stamina
actions,
is very
load, cell
important.
name, and
It gets
reset,
used if you're
but it's the
sprinting
only
or
thing I can
rolling
do at
or
this point.
attacking or blocking
Load
or anything like
Havenwood.
that. Here we are lighting the very first bonfire in the game. Bonfires serve as checkpoints. If you light them, that is, and
Havenwood
if you
loads
rest
in,
at one,
and it's
that's
your
where you're going to
stereotypical
spawn.
Worthy of
If
being
you
made
die,
target.
it also refills
A few
your
houses, some
healing
NPCs,
potions,
and a
gives
tavern.
Do you have an
you
argument?
full health.
The first thing
So,
you notice is just how
I mean, that's sort of
static everything is.
pretty cornerstone
NPCs stand
part
as
of the
still
game,
as statues,
bonfires.
and even the
And
birds hang
this
in
is
place
Dark
like
Souls in a
models on
nutshell.
dioramas.
Oh, let's go open that
Doors
door.
don't work, and the level is littered with
This is the
arrows,
Asylum
pictures
Demon,
referencing
and
things like
okay, you got a
smoke
cheap
and
shot off there.
greeting messages
Don't
from the
actually
player.
worry about
You see
the
just
demon.
how early in development this build is.
You're just gonna want
They
to.
clearly
You can
didn't
actually
get very
see
far
I'm
with
doing
this
some
game.
pretty fancy rolls
Now that
there.
we've loaded
If you
into
time
a
your
level,
rolls
the list of
perfectly with your
objects
swings, you won't
populated.
actually take any
We can
damage.
see NPCs
But
and
don't
access
bother
their
trying to kill
dialogue
that demon.
through
Just
the
go
menu,
through that door
as
there
well as
and
objects
head
like
down here
houses and doors.
to a very
Looking at
quick
this
second
list,
bonfire.
I
You
realized
never
something.
find bonfires.
Some of
in
the
this quick
objects in this
succession.
list were
But
objects
we're
I
gonna
couldn't
rest here
normally
just
see.
to refill
Some of the
our life
NPCs were inside
and,
the houses that
continue
I couldn't
onward
go
here.
inside because the doors don't work.
I don't have any
The
good
first
weapons
hidden
at all
NPC
right
I
now.
looked at
So
says,
here is
I
my
can't go
shield.
outside.
I'm going to go
I don't
ahead
wanna
and
get
equip
hit when I'm
that.
sick.
the next
So you
NPC
use
simply
R,
states
or
it's a
sorry,
nice day
L1 to
outside.
block, and
It's the last
R1 is
NPC
light
that is the
attack,
most worrying,
R2
however.
is heavy attack.
This one
but,
does
I've
not
got a
speak.
broken sword right now,
Instead,
so
it has a description.
there we go. Just finding our
The
short
mutilated
sword. We're going to
corpse
switch that
of your
on.
childhood rival.
Keeping a close eye on
Moving
my
through the list some more, I
equipment
see
load,
a trigger start
and
listed,
I'm actually
and the
going to
description reads,
remove my leather gloves. I'm doing that because if you have a lower equipment load, you can
Open
move quicker,
just
and
like
it's a lot
Haven would,
easier on
is
your
written
stamina.
in all
I'm not going to
caps
get into
and
all
in
the
yellow.
numbers, it's just not worth
Seems
it right
like
now,
this is
but
the
I
way
like to
the
move
game
basically
marks when a word
as
is
fast
the
as
name of a
possible,
level.
moving,
Open
rolling,
Sin doesn't really
all
sound
of
like
that.
a fantasy town, so I
I
wasn't
want it
sure
to
what to
be
expect
as quick
when
as
I loaded
possible
in.
and regenerating as quick
But
as possible.
the moment it
Helps out
starts,
a lot.
I understand.
But of course, it leaves you a little
Open Sin
weakened
is short for
against
opening
attacks
cinematic.
because, I mean, as you can see, I can't even wear all my armor right now. Obviously, having a full set of armor on would make me even stronger. I just want to point out quickly, there is a ring up there. That is the rusted iron ring. It's a very important ring for some later zones, like swamp zones, for moving in swamp and trudging through all that. You can't get it right now. You can get it a little later in the game. I just wanted to point it out. As you head up the stairs here, they're going to roll a cannonball down, breaks down the door here, and leads you to one of the first NPCs. He has a bit of a story to tell, just talks about how he's turning hollowed, and, well, I've agreed to hear him out, and at the end of his little spiel, he gives me the Estus Flask, so that's basically a healing potion that is refilled at bonfires.
So,
And he
a
also
curse has
gives
spread
me
across the land,
this
and it's
key
our
as
job
well.
to find a way to stop it. It isn't much to
So
go
we'll
off
just
of,
leave
but
him
in
to
some
become
direction at
hollowed.
least.
Poor soul.
Or
We're
is
going
it?
to head up here.
Seeing how early in development
and,
the game was, I doubt we'll be able to achieve
just
anything
finish
substantial
off this
game
area.
mechanic-wise.
So
After
I
all,
believe the key he just
I
gave
can't even
me
open
opens this
doors.
door.
Deciding that I've seen about as much as Havenwood has to offer for
I'll
now,
show you some of the
I set
basics
off
for
into the
attacking
open
right
world
now.
to find more
Again,
clues.
like I mentioned before,
After
there's an
walking
enemy.
for just
I
a
did
bit,
not realize.
I find a
Short
small
bow
grotto
and
with a
arrows.
statue.
Okay, so that's actually just
Statue
because I
or
chose the
knight,
hunter
it
class.
reads,
Normally
just like
there's no
the
item there.
unmodeled and
But I've got a bow and
textured
arrow.
one in the
Not
town.
use it, though.
Now we know what it
So,
looks like, at least.
as I mentioned, you've got different
Not
kinds
too
of
far
attacks.
from
You
this
can do a light
grotto is
attack that
another
I've been
NPC.
using, and then this is the
An
heavy
NPC
attack.
that wasn't listed on the object
Actually,
list.
for this particular weapon,
Seems
it's
like we'll have to
more of
keep
a
our eyes
stab.
peeled, as the
And
list
you can
isn't
actually
always
see I
going to
hit
have
both of them with
everything on
one
it.
stab. So if you
Walking
line
up
up
to it
enemies
reads,
correctly, you do a lot of damage even with one strike. So stabbing does a lot of damage. In here is an even stronger undead enemy. He's got a shield. I wait for him to make a
Hall of
mistake there,
Skeletons
line up
is a
behind him. That's a
strange
backstab.
place, to say the least.
Backstabs do
It's
about
full of
3
references
times
to
as much
popular
damage as a
memes
regular
skeleton
attack,
statues.
and they
Among
are
Us,
very
Guilty Gear,
useful,
I
especially
had to
in
do it to 'em,
PvP.
and
A lot
other
of people
popular
just
memes
spam
are immortalized in
backstabs.
bone.
As
The
I
notes for
traverse
this
the
cell
white
say,
light
Alice, what is this?
here, you can actually see the boss below. You can do a jumping
But this
attack
game was
right
made
now.
way
And there you
before
go.
you
You get
were
the
a thing.
sword right in
It's
the head there.
anachronistic. How would Alan
So
have
this
known
is the very first boss
I look
you're
around
fighting.
for
I
a
mean, you
while,
guys saw
but
me
find
fighting him
nothing of
before.
note.
You're going to want
It really
to hold
does
your
seem
shield
to be a
up
room
with
full of jokes and nothing
L1,
more.
avoid his
I
attacks.
decided to reset
With
back
any
to
boss,
Inglewood
you're
and
going to want to
start
keep an eye on his attack patterns.
After I
Okay, he's got
load
this
in, I reflexively
huge
stopped the music
overhead
player so I don't
swing,
hear
and
it
it
drone
actually
on
takes
and
a
lose
lot
my
for him to
thing.
recover from that.
But right as I stop
You can
it,
see
an
how
idea
long,
comes to me.
how much time he
See, the
gives
music
me
player doesn't just
to
have a play
attack him.
button.
Oh, he's got
It
this
also
one where he
has a
just sort of
forward button as well.
flies up in the air and
Pressing
then lands
skips the
on his
player
butt.
to the next
So you don't
song.
want to be below him
Basilisk
there.
version 0.
I used up
And
a little bit too much stamina
the
there. I
name,
wasn't
it sounds
able
like
to
the
roll
music
out of the
for
way
the
of
title
his
song.
attack.
The next
See
song
my
is
roll
Chapter
there,
Draft,
perfectly
and after
timed.
that it's
Oh, he
Forest
does a bit of
Town
a
Loop.
double, but
Forest Town catches my eye. If
So,
this isn't the
just
game,
avoiding
it's
his
clearly another
attacks,
area we go into.
monitoring attack patterns, and punishing him when he
Error.
misses you.
Map data not
That's all it
found,
really
it
takes
says.
for a lot of the bosses. in
Maybe
this
it's
game.
just Taurus?
Oftentimes it takes a number of tries, but if you're patient, it's very doable.
We are brought to a
So we use
surreal,
this
rounded
key,
island.
and this is
floating in
actually the
pillars.
end.
A single
we're leaving the
NPC
Northern Undead
stares
Asylum.
across the way at
You
us.
do return here a little bit
This
later. It's
NPC,
optional to return.
unlike the others so
but
far,
you can do
has a
that.
name.
I'll also just point out, if you veer
As
off to the
in
right
the
here,
David who
there's a
made the
nest,
game.
and you can hear
His
this
dialogue
annoying
reads,
bird chatting away.
Before I even have time to
at
decipher
this
this
nest, and
nonsense,
he's
the
asking
game
for,
begins to load another cell
soft
without any input from me.
and warm. Give me soft, give me warm. And he's a trading bird. You can drop items there, and he'll actually trade you if you exit the game and rejoin you. Kind of a quirky thing from Demon Souls and Dark Souls, but it is useful. But later on, I don't have enough games here, and this is just a sequence. Just listen for a few seconds.
I have
So they're getting
no
hung up on
words.
words, and they think that because
Bird
I don't
drops
have
you off
any
at
idea
Firelink
at
Shrine.
all what it is we
Firelink
just
Shrine
saw.
is like the central
But
hub
whatever it
of
was,
this game. A
I
lot
don't
of
think it was
zones are
meant to be in the
connected
game.
to this shrine. It's very complex. It would take a lot of explanation. What I'm just going to sort of
Just
show
as
you
with
now
Hall Skeletons,
is
Taurus didn't provide any further
how you
strings
use
to tug on.
bonfires.
So it's
Again,
back to
the
square
rest of the
one.
bonfire, you can
Back in
level
the
up with the
music player,
bonfire.
I look for more
I'm just going to go
possible
ahead
area
and put 3
I
points
attempt
into
to load
vitality.
Chapel, but it's a
I'm
bust.
going to be putting a lot of points into
I scroll
vitality and
past
a lot of
Taurus and
points
I
into
get
endurance for
Namor
this,
Loop.
this character type. So we're done doing that. I haven't even mentioned it yet, but you spend souls on leveling up. Souls are
Namor is
everything.
a desolate
On
world
leveling up,
covered in sand.
you spend
The
souls
harsh sun
on,
gives no respite for
you
his
know, you
feet.
spend them at the merchants, you spend
The
them
first
on
NPC I
upgrading
see
your
offers to
equipment.
sell me a weapon,
They're everything.
the steel club for
Humanity
200
is the
talent.
other major
This is also
portion
written in
of this
yellow
game.
and all
The
caps,
humanity
but it's
counter
clearly
is in the
not
top
an
left.
area.
You can see it
It
says
seems to be the
00,
game's currency.
and then
I
when I
haven't
use
gotten
my
any
item
yet.
there,
And with how
it says I
little
have
I'm
2
able to
humanity
interact
in the
with this
bottom.
game,
I'm going to
I
use
doubt
1.
I'll be able to get any, let alone
And
spend
now I've
it.
got 1
I explored
humanity
the
in
town
my
some more
bank.
and find a few
Humanity's at risk.
NPCs. Most
But what
don't
I'm
say
actually going
anything
to use
of
it
note,
for
but
now
one does
is
catch my
at the
eye.
bonfire, you can reverse hollowing, offer humanity,
Another
reverse
reference to a
hollowing.
mysterious
So
sickness,
here we go.
possibly the one
Now,
mentioned in the
instead
opening
of being
cinematic.
this
I explore the vast desert, finding a
monstrous,
sunken ship in the sand.
undead,
It's
I
interesting,
am
but I don't see anything that
human.
gives me any more hints on progressing.
Being human
So I take a look at the object
serves a
list.
major role in this game
On
as
the
well.
list, an
Basically, any
NPC reads,
multiplayer that you want to do, you have to be human. Whether you're, being evil and doing PvP or co-op, you have to be human. It does a bunch of other stuff too, but there's no point in detailing that all now. As I mentioned before, Firelink Shrine is the hub. You have lots of different paths you can take. You can go
Palefire
down
is a
this
series
path
of
here.
bridges
It
connecting
leads
large
to
tree-like structures
this
suspended in
flat
the air.
area where the
There are
firekeeper
NPCs throughout
is. She
the level,
doesn't speak.
discussing how they
But
came
if
here
you
for
find
water.
firekeeper
Sadly,
souls, you can
just
bring
like
them to her,
Namor,
and she
this level is
reinforces
devoid
your
of both
Estus
water
flask, so it heals
and
you even
hope.
more. That's very important. I will show you how to find at least 3 firekeeper souls during these videos. This walkway, the stairwell down there that leads just below here will
One
take you
NPC is a
to
blue
New
man by
Bondo
a ship
Ruins
that says,
and the Valley of the Drakes. You're not going to want to go down there just yet. You need to be a little bit stronger character
Two
first.
things jump out to me
There
immediately.
are some items scattered
This
around
NPC is
Firelink
an
Shrine
area
that you can pick
clearly
up. Some
inaccessible to
some
someone
humanity
playing the
before.
game normally. I'm only able to reach him in
But
free
there,
cam
I
mode.
mean,
Though it's possible this
I may not
character was
show you
meant to
every
be
single one.
reached
Some
with
of
an
them are
in-game
not
mechanic like
too
flight
crucial,
or
at least at this stage
teleportation,
of the
which
game.
aren't too
I'm just going
uncommon
to show
in
you
fantasy
around
RPGs.
a little bit.
The other
If
thing
you
is its
head
level
over
name.
here, and then
It's in
just
all
follow
caps
where
and
I've
yellow
been
like
going.
previous areas, but Exception 8
Leading down to that
certainly doesn't
graveyard,
sound like
that
a
leads
level
to
in
the
a video game.
catacombs. There are
At
lots
first,
of
I thought this was
skeletons
a
that
corrupted file
respawn down
name
there,
that wouldn't lead
and
anywhere.
it's not an area that
To my
you're going to want
surprise,
to
though,
tackle
when I
with
tried to
either.
load in,
You
it
need a
did work.
divine weapon,
Based on the untextured
preferably
constructs
to
and the
tackle
note
it
of,
and have sort of the easiest time.
we can
I'd
come
go
to the
for a divine
conclusion
weapon
that this
first
is a
and do
test
that.
level. These are pretty common in
You can
games.
see there's
They
another
allow
item up
developers
there.
to try out different mechanics in a small
can't quite
environment and
get to it
debug
from
as they
here right
need.
now.
But why did an NPC talk
The
about this
other
area?
areas,
I'm
I just
unclear
wanted
if you
to
would
show you
ever even
quickly.
get to that NPC
We're
since
up
we didn't
here.
know all the mechanics
You
and
can
have
talk to
upon
this guy
release.
here if you want
But
to
there's
join the
no
Covenant.
way
There are
any
9
players are meant
covenants.
to be
This
here.
covenant is
This
way
area
of the
doesn't
white.
seem to have any
I'm
wide
not going to detail
implications,
it. I think
though,
it's a
so
pretty
after a
useless
bit of
covenant.
walking
I wouldn't
around, I
recommend
decided to
joining
go
it.
back to the drawing
If you
board.
go up
I
these
decided to head
stairs
back
here,
to Namor
this
and
is
look for more clues.
shortcut
It's pretty
that's
big,
unlocked
so I'm
later.
sure there's
You
more
don't
to
need to
it.
worry about this for now
After
either. If
moving
you
to the
drop
edge
down,
of the
I believe
map,
there's
I see a
there
sign
are
like the
some
one
items
that
down
pointed to
here as
Havenwood.
well.
Luckily, this
I can
time
be
it
just
doesn't
Dropping
point
down
back
once
to the
again,
town
there
I'm
are
already
some
in.
chests.
It points outwards.
Again,
It
you can
reads
just follow the path that I
Crossroads.
took there.
Crossroads
In
is
here
a
is
wall
cracked red
woods
eye
area
ore.
connecting
You can use that
Havenwood
to
and
invade somebody's
It
game
also
and
has a
steal
small
their
church, the
souls,
sign
steal their
referred to as
humanity. It's a
Chapel
PvP
00.
item.
Notice him downplaying
Outside the
Morningstar
chapel,
and
there's a
Talisman.
small lake with
It's a
fish
melee
that actually
weapon.
swim.
spend a lot of time
Shimmering in the
casting
water is
for
something else of
sorcery.
interest. A
Homeward
standard
Bone is
sword.
very useful as
No
well,
way to
and they're
pick
pretty
it up or
limited
equip
in
it,
this
though.
game. Actually, I
Not
maybe I
very
should say that. I
useful
think
anyway.
Mercy says Homeward
There's
Bone
also an
as well.
NPC who mentioned she came all the
Homeward
way from
Bone
Iceland
allows you
to see this
to
chapel.
warp to your
That gives
latest,
us another
most
location to
recent
check out, and I
bonfire,
decided to head
and
out.
you
to
won't
downplay
suffer
the
It was
losses
a
in
dark
souls or
and
humanity. So it's
stormy
very
night.
helpful if you're worried about
Mycenae
dying
Castle
and you just want to
is
get
in
home
ruin.
and spend your
Guards
souls,
at the
use that
gate
Homeward
tell you
Bone.
to turn back
The other
and be
item
on
that
your
was
way
picked
while a
up
lightning
was
storm rages
so
this
overhead.
one here, Lloyd's
Another
Talisman.
guard said
It prevents usage of Estus flasks for your enemies. I don't know.
not
I've
even
never
the
actually
king
used
was
it.
safe from the
So
sickness
I'm
spreading
going to
across
finish
the
off this
kingdom.
video
The
by
crumbling castle
going the
exterior
direction that
serving
you
as
should
dreadful
definitely go
symbolism
as
for
well
the
when
kingdom
just
as a
starting
whole.
off here
Another
towards Undead
NPC
Bird.
warns us of a great
Wait
threat
for these
the
guys to
guards
make
will
a
take
little
seriously.
mistake.
Seems it's up to us to check it out.
always have no problem. Although be careful, because above, as you can see right there, there's somebody throwing firebombs at you. So
The
if
note
you're not
for this
careful,
area state,
it could end badly for you. We'll go take that guy
No
out.
kidding. While
Start
flying through the
hurling these
maze
bombs
looking
at you.
around, I found something interesting.
Sewers in a moment.
An ornate purple sword stuck in the ground, similarly to
I
the
didn't even
sword
kill him
back in the
straight up.
pond.
I just knocked him off
This
the edge.
sword description was strange, however.
When, in fact,
Instead of the weapon's
nice
name,
left
it
there.
read
Very
777S. It took
If
me
you're
a second to
careful,
realize
if you keep your
this
shield
is
up,
the item's ID, and by entering that ID into the PL weapon and entering walk mode,
I've just
I
picked
could
up a
heal
soul
it.
of a lost
Not to beat
You
an
can
dead
pick
horse,
up like
but this
souls.
doesn't
It's sort of
seem
like
to do much for us with the lack
having
of interaction
some
we
extra
have
souls
with
in
this
your
game as a
wallet
whole.
that you can use as you please.
Walking around with my new
And they
sword, I
vary in
eventually find
size.
the
Like
dungeon's
these soul of
minotaur.
Lost Undead is probably
Just like
the
every other
smallest
NPC,
possible.
except
get
those fish.
Brave
He
Warrior
just
and
stands
Hero
there.
Souls that
Hitting
are
him
worth
doesn't seem to
far
do anything
more
either.
when you
So
use them.
I load back into Haven
It,
and collect my
I'll go ahead and
tokens.
just show you.
He's likening
Use
rejection to
Soul of
his
Lost
position,
Undead
Up
is
to
really
this
hard.
point, I had mostly been
use
exploring
one,
idly and
it
without
puts
too much thought
only
as to what I was hoping
200
to
souls
achieve.
in the bank.
Now would be when I start backtracking with
This
a
gateway
serious
here
intention of
is
finding out
locked.
as
It
much as
doesn't
I
open
could
from
about
the
each
side.
area and
That
figuring out the
leads you
story
all
of
the
this
way
game and
to
its
the
development.
other end of Undead
First,
Berg.
while
It
still in
leads you
Havenwood,
right
I hit all
next
the
to
NPCs with my new sword and see if that
Put
starts
out
some
there
sort of
for
event.
everyone. And we're
Nothing.
going to
I have them
then
turned
head
I
out.
reload
This is the
Crimson
second
Dungeon to
section
see
of
if
the
any
game.
of the enemy
And as
NPCs
soon
give
as we
any
reach a
useful hints.
bonfire
Turns out you
here,
can click
we'll,
on something in
put
the
an
overworld
end,
and see its
to
stats as
this
well as change some of its
introductory
attributes, like you can from the
Undead
item list.
Berg.
I fly around the
A lot of
void
the same
areas in the
monsters
dungeon
we've
and
sort of
stumble across some
encountered so far.
gravestones out of bounds.
But I want to
Seems
show you
having
guys
hidden items in the level is
Secrets
becoming a
2.
pattern. I'll
So
need
you
to
can actually
explore other
see
areas
up
more
there
as well
is
to find any
humanity.
clues.
You can just see
Next,
that item
I
in the
backtracked to
distance and
Exception
know
8
for a fact
to
that
see if
that's
there was
humanity.
anything I missed
And
there.
if you drop down
After
from
wandering
this
around a bit,
area
I
where
was
I'm
pretty
standing
sure I
right
hadn't
now,
missed
if I drop
anything
down
and there
there,
wasn't
for
anything more to
example,
this area.
you can make
But
your
then I
way
was
to
struck by a
that
thought.
ladder
If there's an
and
Exception
go
8,
grab that humanity.
doesn't that mean there
I
are
mean,
other numbered Exception
I'm not
levels
going
as
to do
well?
it right now, but that's certainly an option for you. So you do a backstab. Another thing is you're invulnerable when you
7 is
backstab,
much
so if you land one on an
livelier
opponent,
than
you don't,
For
you
one
don't need
thing,
to worry
it
about other
actually has
enemies
NPCs in it.
triple teaming you from other
Walking up to the
angles.
first NPC I see
Is
says,
there anything exciting in here?
behind this NPC is a large area of untextured fixtures and buildings.
Traverse white light.
One item of
You
note
can
is an
only traverse
untextured axe
these
that the
lights
description
one
reads
time.
OF16
Like,
placeholder.
most
progression.
Typing
You can really-
OF16 into the
just
PL weapon
more
box gives us the axe
bulk
just like it gave us the
souls
sword
here,
before.
as we're going to head up.
It's even textured
And
when we
we're
hold
making our
it.
way pretty close to the
Nifty.
bonfire.
They will
After
say
flying around and clipping through some of the buildings, I go to the strange stone in the sky and give it a closer look.
Whatnot is
It looks
possible.
like the strange floating stones in that hellscape forest we were seeing to before. Moving on to another small town
This
in the
area
distance,
here,
I find some NPCs that greet me with some seemingly standard messages like, I find another small settlement and I'm met with more
See, this is sort of a part where a lot of
I
people are
decided
going
I've
to
seen all
die.
I
If you're
can
getting
here for
attacked
now
by
and test if there are other
multiple
exception
people at
levels for me to
once,
explore.
you're getting hit
But
with
after getting
arrows as
nowhere
well.
finding an exception
You're going to want to just be
109,
extra careful. You
I
see,
decided
I
it's time
almost
to give
died
up.
right there. So this is when you want to
Remembering
retreat.
the vid
I'm
from
going to switch to
earlier
an
and
Estus
names
flask.
I've seen mentioned in the
And
note section
you know
and
what?
levels, I decided to
We're
start
gonna take a
keeping
second
track
gulp
of the
there.
names and
You want to be
seeing if
extra
they
careful. You
link
can lure all these monsters
After all,
down.
the main point of this journey is to find
Luring
out why the game
very
never
good
released.
tactic in this game overall.
I returned to Masane
If
Castle
you
to do more
encounter like a
exploring.
horde of
I left
enemies,
almost immediately after finding the
all at
NPC
once,
telling me about the
definitely
dungeon,
do some
but now that
luring.
I was in full
If you head over
detective
here,
mode, I was going
these
to go
guys
over
are too
each
strong
level
enemies.
with
Some of
fine
them
tooth
are
comb.
backstab if possible.
The first thing I do is clip into the castle and see if
Sometimes
there's
if you put your
anything
shield
to
down,
note.
Because
The
unless
entire
they
interior is
confirm
attack,
unlit, which is to be
line up
expected
behind them.
clipping
Oh, I
into
went
an
for a
area rather
backstab.
than
It's
using
quite
loading
nasty.
zone.
You have to be
But for some reason, there were 3 NPCs floating
showing you
where
that video
presumably
like
making
again,
forward.
my shield is down.
2 NPCs
we
are
just
standing
make
over a
it
third,
attack me.
clearly
They're
dead,
just human
and afflicted by some sort of
They
horrible
know
sickness
that
as
are
snake-like
There you go.
appendages.
So there's his attack. Line up
The
behind
corpse's
him.
name reads
But at the same
NPC,
time as
King
the
McHale,
internal
dead,
mental
with the
system
description of
is
just,
a human
Getting so annoyed, he
construct.
never wants to attack.
the first NPC has a
There we
chilling
go.
message.
Principles of the external
This guy's
world are
just,
supposed to match up to those concepts.
But even more
are
unnerving
supposed to
is
be
the second NPC's
totally
message.
one-to-one,
Final.
totally objective.
Thank you.
Totally
Is he
rational,
talking to the
totally
Slayer?
consistent with one another,
Me?
connected
Okay.
to one another.
I
Actually,
explore
I
a
did want
bit
to
more
point
of
out
the
something over
outside,
here.
but don't
Behind
see
all these
anything,
crates,
so I decided it's time to
is
explore
a
the
staircase.
chapel. Don't worry, we'll return
Do
to
you
the
see what I'm
castle
getting
soon.
at? If I
The chapel is
believe
a
that
small,
And there's a
dimly
merchant
lit
out here.
church with a few guards and some gravestones.
mental
We can
But
actually
these
take a
gravestones
look.
aren't for marking
I'll
graves.
just tell you
These are for
what
telling a
it is.
story. The story of the game, it seems,
I
as these
can't then
inscriptions
turn
tell
Get
around
the
this
tale of the Sword
and
Knight.
say
guidance
The Sword Knight is
stone,
said to be the
orange
hero
guidance
who
stone, that
defeated
allows
the
you to leave
Basilisk many
messages
years
for
ago.
players
But he was
who
alone,
play.
even though he had defeated the Basilisk.
also
The
literally
Basilisk had already
matches
poisoned the
things
land in
in
his
the
first
Residence
kingdom.
Key will help you
The
out
Sword
later.
Knight then
It'll
cut
open
himself in
up,
half,
sort of
becoming the
treasure
day
area
and the
in
night.
Undead, and that's all
Seems a
the
bit
souls have.
symbolic.
He sells
Is
some
this
other
really what
weapons and
happened?
arrows and things like
Either
that,
way,
but
while
it's
this
just
does tell us
you
more
for
about
now,
the
I'm
game,
happy
it isn't
with
exactly what I was looking
And
for,
when
so
I
it's time to
started
leave to
we're
explore.
just gonna head up prep to where
Just
this
like
archer is
Exception, I
being
tested to see if this chapel being numbered as
all game
00
long.
meant there were other numbered chapels.
Now
I
I'm
tested a
starting
few
to
numbers,
smell
but
that
none of them worked, so I
Oh,
passed on
wooden
that
shield,
idea for
okay.
now, while
So I can
keeping it in
actually
my
just take
back
a look.
pocket.
Truth
I
was
checked to
better.
see if
Wooden
I had
shield
any
is
other
better.
area names left in the
So
music
these
player.
things can't be
After all,
stored
that
in
gave me an area
constructs
before.
And
Arena
How are they
Loop
grounded?
Draft.
How do we know that they match up to
Archer.
objects in the
Crossbow.
external?
So annoying. Okay, he's dead. And and then as you turn left and go into here,
Arena is a large, blood-red
This is a
coliseum with a
bonfire you
massive
actually
crowd
use
of
it
eager
quite a bit.
fans looking down on the
come back
stadium.
here
There are a few
often, and
NPCs
this is
in
where
your
we're
going
going
to saying
to
things
start
such
the next
as,
video, where I'm going to be taking
the note
on
says,
the Forest Demon boss.
so it looks like this would be a boss rush section
we're
of the
gonna
final
head
game.
down
On one
this
end,
path
you have a
there,
small room with a hallway to the
and
arena, most likely where a fighter would wait
take
and
on that
enter
boss
from
in the next
before the
video.
fight.
The only
other
other thing I'll
side has
mention,
them
and
as
I'm
well,
sure you
but
noticed
instead of
right
simply
now,
being a
whenever you
room,
rest at a
it has a
bonfire,
long
all
string
the
of winding
enemies,
hallways behind it.
area respawn.
Following these hallways leads you to.
Yeah, just a side note
by
as
which
well.
we are
Okay, guys,
This
that's
is
going to
not
do it for this video.
It
Next, we're going to
doesn't
complete the Undead
seem
Bird
like an
and,
area of the game at
move
all.
on in this game.
The
Thanks a lot for
graphics
watching,
on this
guys.
area
See you
are
next time.
much
I'm just pointing
higher
out
quality
that
than
if
the
you
rest of the
understand
game,
that
and it's
objection,
not a fantasy RPG setting at all.
Not only can Harris
It's
not
a
get off the
normal
ground,
back
but
door
he's
you would
not
see in
even
any
going
city
to be
alleyway.
able to make sentences.
Directly in front of the door is an
Hey, what's
invisible
up,
trigger
guys?
called
I'm Hunter SC.
Skinned,
It has been
with the same
a while.
skinned
Welcome
as
back.
the trigger
I haven't
description in
made
red.
an episode of this Dark
The
Souls
music player has a
walkthrough
track
in,
not
about a
normally
week or
shown
week
in
and a
the
half or
list,
so.
simply
This
known
is gonna
as
be episode
no
10.
string.
What better episode to
Even
jump back
with this
into
track
things
paused,
than
however,
this one here.
ambient
We're
noise
gonna be
still
killing off
plays as you approach
a
the
Great
door,
Wolf Sith,
adding to the
and
unsettling
I'm gonna
feeling
show
you get by
you
being
the
here.
Forest Hunters Guild, and maybe find some other cool
Sadly,
secrets or
just like
something
every other
along the
door
way.
we've come across, there
First
isn't a
things
way
first
to
with this
interact with
episode, you gotta
another,
visit
this
our
time
good
literal,
friend,
dead end.
Blacksmith Andre
I step back
here.
into the arena and start swinging
Sam
my
Harris
axe
doesn't
at an
we're gonna have
NPC
to
at
buy
the issue of
this time, though,
is here.
something actually
Press
happened.
of our
as often happens in this type of a discussion.
20,000
The
people.
crowd
don't
cheered
know
as the
if you've
NPC's
been
life
playing the
reached
game
zero,
and you're
and I
kinda
killed
doing
him.
stuff
I
in
decided to
the
see if this
same
happens
order
with
that
any of
I've
the
been
other
doing
NPCs in the area.
20,000
The crowd is
people.
moving and hollering every time I kill someone in the arena.
Most atheists will say.
But
in
once I
response
killed all
to
the
this
fighters,
talk.
nothing else
Right,
happened.
and he's saying
It was
something
time to
like,
pack
well,
up and
you know,
continue
if you
to
really want to
search
make this a
Had some
problem,
leftover.
I
then
perused
why don't we
Crossroads
just
If you're
say
trying to do it a little
finding
earlier,
nothing
you can do it,
except
and
the weapon
20,000
known as
strikes
the
is
Golden
more
Staff.
costly.
Its
just
item ID
wanna
is
flourish
one
and
buy
at
this
every one,
crest and
which means I can now
Then you
load this
gotta
weapon into my
have
hand whenever I
moral
please.
values.
I also go back to the pond and write down the item I need for the
alternative.
standard sword,
That's essentially where he'll go.
1G16.
So we're just going to head into the
Back to
forest
Haven.
here.
And he's just going to say,
Flying around the outskirts
you know,
of the
it's
map,
just the best
I find
we
a
got,
strange,
so why do you keep
untextured
bringing
box
up this
named
point?
Killer
Prop
trees.
Idol
That's
of
not-
Now, there is an
It plays the
alternate route
sorrow
to get to
drop
where we're
track
going.
whenever you get near.
Darkwood Garden.
Nothing else though.
We're going to go
worth
to that
taking
first
note of, please.
bonfire.
Far off in the corner of the map, I find a small goblin
you
encampment.
have a certain position.
Inside one of the small buildings
you
is
can
an
also
NPC
do
named
like
Prisoner.
this
He asks us
kind
to
of
kill the goblin to
justification
save
on
him.
Near the
everyone
Sounds
Hydra
like a
that
typical
we
RPG
killed
quest.
in some of
Though,
one of
since
the
the game is
enemies.
in such an early stage,
Kill off a
I have my
Hydra, and
doubts
after that
anything
Hydra's
will
dead,
but it
you can
better do.
you
I
can
slay all
climb
the
a
goblins
bridge
in the
that would
encampment,
be
and much to my
cracked
surprise,
by that.
fanfare plays.
That Hydra
Even more
is right.
surprising, the NPC is standing up straight and has new
Kind of
text.
distracted
He
by
says,
this.
You gotta
No,
justify every
I'm not going to let this
Maybe I
multitask
should
save
save
them.
him.
You climb a ladder.
At this
then it
point,
goes to,
I'm
like,
aimless,
the
wandering
big
around
and,
different maps looking for a
glaring-
thread
You
to
can
tug
still
on.
reach this area.
In Tailfar, I find a new
Laws,
weapon known as the
laws,
Cursed
and you
Serpent
have to get
Fang.
through
In the more I check on the steel clubber from earlier, I get its item ID as well, adding another weapon to the collection.
Hopefully
I
we'll
also
be
go back to Avonwood and find a merchant with a broken cart. 3 errors makes up his wares, the first 2 are some standard silver armors from any RPG. But the third item is most interesting.
Crest.
Broken piece of snake medallion with the inscription RIT written in all caps and in yellow letters. Loading
as to whether Sam
RIT
Harris-
doesn't work though, so I was at a loss.
Now you're
But
going
then
to
I understood.
proceed slowly.
If this is a broken medallion, the rest of this area name must be written on the other part of the medallion. I jot that down and keep moving, knowing I have part of a puzzle piece in my hands. Flying around, I find a small graveyard, also an Avonwood. This graveyard has a man in it that says,
And then,
Even though my family
location, he doesn't even know what justification
here, they don't want
then
those
again-
afflicted with the serpent's curse to be buried here.
how many times
more
have we
talk of that
seen
curse from the intro.
Should've tried to
More
get rid of
wandering, and I eventually end up back at Mycenae Castle.
Ally ride.
As I was wandering, I learned I could set maps to wider
Okay,
frame,
let's
drastically improving my ability to look around and find objects and NPCs. So I was eager to use that newfound ability here. I find a man who had his clothes stolen by a witch, and then I find another
Been a while,
NPC
guys.
far off
again?
that
So
says,
why would I was for you? Because most of the time, atheists will think, or the materials will say, they'll give you a story.
Just grind off some of
find
the rust.
after what felt like hours of searching, I had another area in my hands. Walking me to Summit is a massive,
Maybe I should
snow-covered
take out
mountain.
that mage
Right
first.
as we spawn in, we see an NPC that tells us,
Be careful, plan on going up the
you for a series
They
of
have a cute
causal
dog with them,
chains
so
that
I
led
know I
to
can
why
trust
this
them.
is happening.
After flying around the seemingly empty map, I fly to the top of the summit to take a look around.
One-on-one.
At the top of the summit are gravestones and a few stone tablets with writing.
Especially when you've got like a
More lore, it seems.
strong melee guy.
I explore a bit more
Basically,
and
we're just
see
saying,
mine,
why
tunnel,
should I
and
make
in the list of local items and find it on the map as well. I try to load things like mine or lead a mine, but those don't seem to work, so it's a dead end for now. The notes
Now,
say
sort of if you head off to the right in this direction here, where it's
So
going
Sam
to
Harris
the
eventually
publisher is
wants
pushing
you to
to
believe
cut this area. It makes sense why it's so empty.
atheist
Why
material.
fill it up
we
with a bunch of
wanna
stuff if
make
it's
the
not
So
going
when
to
you
make the final
come
game anyway?
out of the short
But
wheel,
hold on,
hug the cliff here. Don't
DLC
get too close to the
was
brink.
DLC even a thing back in the year 2000? I looked it up, and there were a few examples of DLC around there, but DLC as we know it today didn't really start until like 2005.
There should be a
Back to the summit, and I inspect the large meteorite-looking rock on top.
on this question of the
I moved it around a bit and
Let's
took
listen
some
to
closer
him
looks
get
at it.
eviscerated.
Nothing really jumped out at me, but then my friend Jonathan, who I was playing with, made a suggestion.
I don't know, try putting it back in the sky.
All right. This guy, this axe hunter. It's actually
What we're hoping for is a
default.
logical justification. It's not an
Hunter,
extra
or no,
piece. It's
bandit
not some outlandish,
that you
crazy
can,
thing that's being requested.
start as.
It's the very same
And through this doorway
justification
here,
I
that you
honestly
request of
can't
every
believe
theist.
very
This
The very
section is
same
very
principle of
different from any
justification
other part of the
you're
game.
required to give
I don't have
for
access
your
to the
principles and your
items.
beliefs.
The game is now full
same
screen.
justification that
I'm
we're
in
asking
walk mode with
of
no
the
way to turn it
theist.
off.
Remember in
It's
the
like
Matt
that
Dillahunty
section of the
debate,
game I was taking
how
to
many times did I
tutorial,
hammer this
but
point
now
home?
I can
Matt,
actually appreciate it
you
because
said
it isn't a crimson
no
red
one
hellscape
should
with
believe in
constantly
anything
crying
unless they
voices.
have
forest hunters.
empirical
Walking around the
sense
serene
data to
level,
prove it.
I find something
You just told
interesting.
me in the midst of this
Frozen
debate,
in
Matt,
ice or some
that
sort of stone
transcendental
is the same being from that hell
are not
level.
physical empirical things, but they must be the
This is actually one of
case.
my
What does
favorite
this mean?
What is the
The level doesn't seem like it's supposed to be here. No enemies, no goals, just a place to
I'm
be
not
lost
asking
in
you
thought.
if you
You
believe.
can put
This is
on
the second
asking
level
you
now
if you
that
like
seems to be entirely for our benefit.
I'm not
As
asking
someone
you for a
attempting to
causal
uncover
chain
some sort
story
of mystery
history
instead of an
of why
employee
people
working on
evolved
the
to do
game.
this.
Which
You
I
can,
remind you
for
is
whenever
you
you're
should be
wearing that,
experiencing
very
this thing since
simple
this was a dev build.
logged in and
that
ready
you
to
would
play.
learn
So,
in
the question
one
is,
whenever you have that cat
whose
class
benefit is this for? Who made this level?
Trent Horn,
What
hello.
did they want it to
T-Dog.
touch?
How'd you have
Was this
one?
level even made by someone?
can
Or
summon you
has the game become
to
its own
help
architect?
Fight against
With seemingly nothing else to see, I
other
run off the
players
edge of
who
the
have
level and
entered
get returned to
Dark
level editor.
Guard in human form. I
Let's
believe.
take a brief moment to go over what
You
we've
can be
learned so
summoned
far.
to their games.
The game was supposed
Phantom.
to be released back in the
I
year
swear, sometimes
2000,
I've been
but it
summoned
didn't.
as like a
The people working on the
Phantom
game
as
are
well.
scared of one of their
You
employees.
summoned to their
They
games and fight them.
they
Sometimes
claim he
it's
has
like
seen something
you
horrible
against
and
one or
disturbed.
two of them. Sometimes
The game
it's
is bare
two
bones
of them.
and missing almost all
Sometimes
of the
there
key
are,
features a
like,
game would have, but somehow
You know,
also has
you're
areas that
summoned
are
as sort of
seemingly complete.
neutral phantom
Bizarre
guarding,
and manic, yes, but
forest.
much more
There can
complete
be
than the rest of
evil
the game.
phantoms in the game, and then there
Making
can be
heads or
games
tails of these
exclusives
levels
as well.
is
Like,
most likely the
it's
best
like
way
a
to solve
triangle
a
match
mystery.
with 3 different
Little
parties
did I
that are
know,
all sort of
we were about to
hostile.
stumble upon
Makes
the
for some
most
really interesting
important level
engagements.
in the entire story.
So I've actually just, as I've been speaking here, led the way to this door here, and great.
After a bit more
sift
moon
right
exploration,
behind there.
I decided to head back to the moor. It's a big
I
area,
hugged
so it seemed right
what
for
was the
discovery.
left wall, and now looking
I
from
tried
here
moving
was
the
the right
strange
wall.
medallion by the
Hug
washed
that
out
wall,
pirate
and
ship,
you don't
attempting to
encounter any
recreate the
enemies. As you
success
sort
of
of
Walkley to
explore the
Summit,
rest of the area
but to
there,
no avail.
there are a lot of
I
those
float
little,
around a
like,
large
I don't know
pyramid
what you
before
call them.
fighting
They look
3
like little
NPCs in the
mushrooms,
desert.
and
They
they're
tell me
very,
to...
very strong though. Like they can take a lot of damage, especially when they're
The prisoner is laying in the sand, stating,
here we're
It's
opening
been a
up
rough
this
day at the
door.
office.
I wonder if you need Crest of Artorias to
Clearly,
open
this
door.
again is
I
not a
assume
location from a
not,
high fantasy
but
RPG.
anytime I've gotten
It's
to
a
this point,
virtual
I've
recreation of
had
an
the
office
Crest,
building,
so
complete with photos of the team and even a bathroom.
this is,
Down the hall, we see a group of NPCs by computer desks.
slowly walk
They
up
introduce
here.
themselves as Alan, Dave, George, Cassie,
Very
Greg,
large sword
and David.
on the ground.
So this is the team behind the game, or the would-be game rather. Areas like this are actually somewhat common in games.
Swords.
I remember in Pokemon Red and Blue, if you go to the large building in Celadon City, you can meet the members of the Pokemon dev team, and even get a little certificate if you talk to them after getting all 150 Pokemon in the
So I believe that
Pokédex.
includes backstabs.
So this room
and,
being here isn't too strange, and could have been an Easter egg for the final game for players to find. What is strange, however, are some of the more sinister aspects of the office. A note on George's desk reads,
I'm so sick and tired of this. Some days, I just want to burn the place down.
is this nothing more than a disgruntled employee venting frustration? Or is there more at play here than just David's manic behavior? Speaking of David, his stats say he has 50%
Great
darkness.
start. Great start.
Could this be a clue that we're on the right path to suspect him? The outfit doesn't have much else to it, and I wasn't sure what else there was to find before moving on to other
This
areas.
boss actually isn't
But
that
after a bit
tough.
of
Let's just
brainstorming,
first take a look
a
at
dark
his different
idea
attacks.
emerges.
I don't
Killing
wanna water too
NPCs
close
in
to the
other
fire
areas
there.
hasn't really led to much. But the arena crowd cheered as I killed the other fighters, and the NPC in the Goblin encampment had a new line of dialogue
Got
after I
this one.
killed
This is
the
a double,
Goblin.
so he goes. Oh
So
no,
it's
okay, he can
possible
do
that
it as a
killing
double
people
as well.
here
Let's see if
could
it's
lead to
one,
something.
and then two.
First, I kill all
So
of
you gotta be
them.
careful
Nothing
of that.
personal, guys. Nothing happened, so I reset the level. What if recreating the event that started it all is the key? So I kill all of the NPCs except for David.
You're just getting right underneath him, and actually, that's a very good place to try to engage him. You get sort of up right underneath him, like in his legs and stuff. He is very hard time hitting you from there. I'm keeping my shield up while he's swinging, just, for safety. Now that's one you definitely got to be careful. His classic 360.
No
there.
more friendly NPCs,
Because
excitingly telling us
with a
about their
360,
role
he
in
hits you
this
2
game.
times very
They have
quickly.
been replaced by
I
corpses.
almost got hit with it.
Their descriptions set to their last
And
words.
that is going to
Everyone
almost
except for Dave,
100% of the time
who you can find
completely
scared hiding in the bathroom. Could this
cause a
horrific
lot of
scene
damage.
serve as a confirmation?
There,
We
I was
got
a
here
little
by
bit low
killing
on stamina
everyone
as well.
except for David,
Taking some
and the
damage.
one other lead we had, George's note, was replaced with,
I didn't do it. Please.
I'm inclined to believe him.
Ooh,
I
I
don't
tried to
want
get a
to
little
immediately
fancy there.
claim case closed, but this is shaping up to be the
Going
answer
for
we're
a
looking
roll.
for. David went crazy from the stress
Of course,
what
if you
he had
time your
witnessed
rolls
before,
correctly, it's
and the
actually,
general stress of game dev,
Well, you can
enacting
avoid
a
all
ghastly
damage
crime.
from this boss. And
But
lots of attacks.
is that really all there
Not
is
easy
to it?
time those rolls.
That isn't enough information to be sure.
Trying it again.
We might have a pretty good
Avoid
idea
the
how,
extra
but I think
fancy
there's more to the story's why.
tactics and just try
So I'm
to
off
kill
to
this
do
guy
more
off.
exploring,
Frame
see if I
rate's
can
dropping just a
uncover more
little
of this
bit.
twisted story.
That is sort of one of the very few.
Just like many of the other special
rights.
areas we have found,
Pretty excited
this one
with
gives
this
us
game
information
was that,
without giving us
in certain
anywhere else
zones,
to
you
go.
definitely
We have to start from
notice,
scratch again if we want to pick
drops
up the
in frame
trail.
rate. Sorry for this.
Namor is big, maybe I
ending
missed
fight,
something
but
else.
A little bit sloppy.
I look for a bit, but come up empty. I go back to the dungeon and start moving things around. No dice. Then I start going over area names again. I tried a few in the same vein as office, like street, house. John suggests a few like Exception 10 or Woodhaven. Havenwood swapped around. But still nothing revealing itself to us. Exasperated, I type the usual prefix load into the console, followed by RIP, the 3 letters we learned from Medallion.
Now there was the
Then,
first
after
successful
ruminating on it for a bit, I typed in the rest of the only word I could think of. Ritual.
Avoid taking it. There, I did it again.
We spawn into a dead, wasteland-like void with a red sunset-esque sky. Pools of strange liquid ripple
There you go.
crimson over
Showing you
it.
guys some better rolls now.
The map is filled with abandoned-looking houses under the rubble. Then I spotted a large, stone-like behemoth sits in front of the mountain. The game's final boss.
Now I actually heard that like if you damage
Wait,
Great
Born
Wolf Sith
Basilisk?
enough,
Isn't it the Torn Knight in the legend?
he runs away.
Why does the Basilisk, the
or something
evil
like that.
entity he defeated,
Some
share his
weird
epithet?
occurrences that can take place
Well,
during
it's
that
an
boss
RPG,
fight.
and I'm at the final boss, so time to kill it.
He, like, runs
Checking
away or
its status,
something.
the Torn
And he
Basilisk
seemed
has
to be panting there at the end,
2,500
which
HP,
really
and it's
hurt
in
me.
supposed second phase with a 100%
Sort of
dark
caught up in
rating.
the moment. I didn't
I take a
actually
few swings at it before realizing
second to
it'll
see
be much
exactly what
faster
he
to
dropped.
simply
Now, he
lower
does
its life
drop,
to 0 in
a
the
ring.
properties menu.
He dropped 2 things.
So far,
First
the
thing
only
was a
property
ring.
suffix I've seen in the game is dead in
This one
parentheses
here,
when
Covenant
life
of
gets set to 0.
Artorias. You need
But
this
puzzlingly,
ring.
adjusting the
New Londo
basilisk's
ruins
health
is
gives
a
the suffix
traverse
God.
through this.
I'm not quite sure what this
symbolizes
means,
Knight
but it's worth taking
Artorias'
note of.
covenant.
I continue to lower the basilisk's health until
Where, like Artorias himself, can traverse the So you need that in New Londo ruins to go into the abyss and to take on the 4 behemoths. Now, you can easily just pause the video, or you don't even have to pause the video, but you could have seen what the second item that Great Wolf Sith dropped there is, but I don't know it off the top of my head because I just hit X too quickly, and I don't really want to spend like 5 minutes going through every item that I have trying to determine what it was. But the most important thing is that ring. Actually, you know what? Who am I kidding? It's his soul. It's got to be his soul. He dropped his soul, right? Yeah, soul of Sith. Okay, there we go. Problem solving 101 here with Hunter SC. Now that we have done that, what I'm going to do is warp to the Daughter of Chaos waypoint. Because this was, I want to just cover a couple things. Now, there's actually not going to be much more action, but I want to cover some questions people have been asking in the comments. The most popular question that it seems like it's just asked all the time is like, where did I get these Firekeeper souls? And admittedly, I showed in detail how to get 2 Firekeeper souls, and since then
The
I've gotten
game
2
is
more.
complete.
We're back at
At
Quillig's
least the
domain.
Basilisk 2000.
This guy here I killed.
It's hard to piece it all together since so much of what the game
started to
would have been is
attack me
missing, but it seems the
after
story
I
we've been told so
killed
far is
off
at least partially a lie. The
the
hero being praised throughout the game was actually the evil
Quaylag
that birthed the
NPC.
curse in the
Normally right
first
here,
place.
this is really obvious.
I was particularly
Big,
drawn to the aspect
blind,
of a new
naked
world showing
spider
growth.
chick.
Is this a hint the
Doesn't
in-game
talk to her unless
story
you have
is
a
an
special
allegory
ring.
for some
And
sort
you
of
can
events
kill her,
outside
and
of
I
the
killed
game?
her because
Certainly
I
an
have no
idea to
use
keep
for
in
the
the back of our
pyromancies
minds
that
as we
she
continue
offers,
on.
or that this guy
After the
offers.
game reset and I
Non-too
do a bit of
pyro.
exploring,
Killed her off,
I decided to come
and
back
she
to
drops a
Ritual and see if there's
Firekeeper
anything else to it
and
besides the
that is one of the
enigmatic.
Firekeeper souls.
I
that
find a
would
corpse
drop me to
hanged from a
+3.
tree
To get
and
to
take a look.
+4, there is
Its
another
name is
Firekeeper
gibberish,
soul
and
in
the
Blight
description
Town.
doesn't make much
As you're
sense
making
either.
your way down to Blight
It's all
Town
my fault.
from
All
Fireless
because of
Shrine,
the-
which I showed
Color
everyone.
yellow sticks out to me.
We took
Looks
that
like it's
route in one of
text
the earlier
marking.
episodes.
Basically,
It's
special words or
the
symbols
evil
that
witch
change the
Quaylag.
following text.
About halfway
Like how you can
down
type 2
those
killed
ladders,
symbols before and after a
there's
word
a
on
section
Discord
where
to
there
do
are a
strike
whole
through
bunch of
text.
poison dart
My best
spores.
guess is that color
And
yellow would turn
it's
the
like an
text
optional
yellow.
section.
Since the text
Kill off
after
those
the
guys,
markup
you
is
drop down to where there are
MVB in
some
all
fire
caps,
dogs.
it seems to be a
Carefully kill off the
location
fire
name.
dogs, and then there's a really
I tried
obvious Firekeeper
MVB,
soul
but
down
nothing.
there as well.
The name is missing W greater than symbol from the markup, so the MV is
that area is
probably
really
part
not
of
that
this
hard
as
to
well.
find. It's just
I
instead
tried
of going
MD,
all the way down to
MVB,
the
and
base
pretty
of
much
Blight Town,
every
you only go
permutation of those
down
letters that I
like
could
two
think of,
ladders,
but it's
3 ladders
fruitless.
instead, and then just
It's
do
best to
it.
leave this for now
That's the
and look for
fourth
information elsewhere,
Estes Flask
as there's a pretty good
upgrade.
chance
That's the
we'll
fourth
uncover
fire
something
keeper.
that makes this
A lot of people ask me
decipherable.
about that, so I wanted to just clarify here. The other thing that I
There was
wanted
something
to share with
massive about
everyone
the game
is
I had
what's
overlooked
going on with
until
my
now.
character, because I never
When I
share that
first
either.
bought Basilisk
So, we are
2000,
sold
I only
level
played it for a few
47
minutes
at this
before
point.
deciding to
I
come
have
back to it
pumped
the next day.
primarily
and bet.
vitality
After
and
all, it was
endurance.
pretty late at night.
I've also put
But
quite
not
a
just
few
in
points
real
into
life.
strength.
As
I
the
put
first time I
24
booted up
points into
Basilisk
strength
2000,
so that I can use
it was
this
nighttime
sword
and even
one-handed.
as well.
In
This
retrospect,
game
I
has a
kind of
functioning
wish I
day-night
only
cycle based on
put
what time of day you
16
play.
points into
The
strength.
question is, does this actually change anything,
Then I
or
can
is
still
it purely
two-hand
cosmetic?
the weapon effectively.
Time to explore and find out.
Because
I go back to
although
Ritual, but
my
don't
very
find
large
anything new.
sword requires
Next,
24 strength
Havenwood.
to use, you
Remember
get a
that graveyard from
50%
before?
strength bonus when you're
The
using
man
it
from
two-handed.
before is
I
gone,
could have had 16,
replaced by a
50% bonus
downcast
brings you
looking
to 24.
NPC
So I
lamenting,
could have used it.
Why
I
can't
could
we
have used
have
it that way, and I'm
they all
fine
have?
using two-handed
Just
as
because
well.
we're from
So that would have
the
just allowed me to bolster endurance and vitality a little bit more. I do have quite a few souls from the bank, so why don't we put some more
Deseret
into
is a
endurance?
gloomy,
I encourage
desolate city.
bringing
It's
endurance
lonely,
at
even
least
by this
until you
game's
max out
standards.
stamina. So you can
Doors
see
with area
putting
text
3 more
such
points
as
into endurance
no
will
one
bring my
answers
stamina
your
from
hand,
150 to
shop owner is
159.
dead,
We can confirm
winding
that
alleys and picket back streets paint a picture of a
eventually
deserted
your
and
stamina
lost town.
maxes out, and
The
endurance
skybox is
no
a vivid
longer gonna
array
increase
of deep
that.
purples
So
and
at
blues,
that point,
making
there's
Deseret
less
have
of
an
an incentive to
ethereal
put more points
atmosphere,
in endurance, and
almost
I
like
start
it
to pump
exists in a
vitality
different
a little bit
reality
more.
from the rest of the game.
Now we're soul level
The town
50.
has one
And
more
I guess
quirk
just
to
to
it,
sort of
as its skybox contains a
show you
message
one
out of
more,
sight from the main level.
I have
I'd die
just
a
sort of what
thousand
I'm wearing.
deaths if I can die
This
with you.
plus 10
Is this a random in-joke left by the developer, or does this
sword,
connect back to David
along
somehow?
with just a crest
It's a
shield.
fairly innocuous quote, something like someone would hear in a random
Gold
emo
hem,
song from
black
2010,
hood,
so I'm not quick to
silver knight
attribute a higher
armor,
meaning to it.
good damage reduction
to the
on
town.
this one.
Some of the
Crimson
windows in
gloves,
this
very
area
lightweight,
aren't blank
but,
like usual.
still pretty
Instead,
solid.
they have
And leather
semi-realistic
boots, just 'cause
photos
they look a
with an
little less
eerie
curly
parallax
than
effect
this
added to
crimson
them.
waist
To my knowledge,
So
there
those are the
hasn't
items
been
that I'm
anything else
wearing.
like
You've
this
seen
in the
me
entire
collect
game.
all of these,
There's also an
except for the
unsettling
gold
trigger
hem
behind a random
black
door.
hood.
kill
and
players. We
this
can
was
only
something
guess
else
as to
I
what
did
that
pick
would
up
do.
off camera.
As I
The
went up
gold
to the
pen
Tour
set
Knight
is quite
statue in the
powerful
main
and
square,
extremely
a sound
lightweight,
effect played.
and you pick it up in
It
this
felt like
area
the kind of
as
sound
well.
effect that would play when
You
you
actually don't
triggered
need to
part
fight
of a
any
secret,
monsters
so I
on your
tried to
way
see what it
to get the
accomplished.
gold pen set.
After
and I'm not
exploring
gonna
the
run
level for a while,
whole
I didn't
way.
really find anything,
I'll
so I
take you
gave
there
up
in
on
a
it
later
for now.
episode when I
I
need
could
to
spend
kill off
hours running around with
ceaseless
the level
discharge.
looking for the
You can
faintest scraps
actually
of
see
information,
ceaseless
but I
discharge
decided
there
to
in the
focus on a
distance.
more promising
Little,
string of clues
tentacles
before I
waving
resorted to
up
that.
there. You
I
basically
leave
just
Death
follow
Runs for
along
now
this
and
path,
continue to search
traverse
other
the light
stages for
over,
nighttime
there in the
differences.
distance. Head
Namur
up
didn't
that
seem to
path,
have any
past
new
ceaseless
NPCs
discharge,
or
and
hints
pick
as I
up the
floated
gold
around.
pen,
Luckily, the
robe,
summit
not
seems
just
to be
like
the
the
exact
helmet,
same
but
map
the
at
gold
night,
pen
so
and
nothing
everything.
here. Chapel
Black
is
Coat,
different,
for
however.
example.
At night, the
Just
guards
be
are missing.
warned that when you do
Missing
pick up
parts
that
of their
armor
bodies,
set,
that is.
that is when
Missing
ceaseless
limbs
discharge
and
goes
missing
hostile
upper jaw.
on you. And
I check out of bounds for any hidden differences, but come up empty.
So
Seems the guards are
I
the
just wanted to
only
cover that
change,
sort
as the
of,
stone tablets are still the same as
just let you guys
before.
know of little
Arena
things
has no
that
changes
I
either.
haven't featured
Nighttime
in this
exploration
video,
started off as a
just so
very
you kind of
promising
have
idea,
all the details.
but it's quickly
So
losing
for
steam
now,
as
we're
many
going
levels
to
have
stop the
either
video,
superfluous
and
changes or
I'm
no
going to
changes
pick
at all.
up
I
clearing
spent some
out
time in
new
ritual
lawn
trying to
ruins.
make sense of the
So
corpse's
in the
message,
next
but I
video,
can't
we're going
parse
to
it.
just start
I haven't
over at
found
Firelight
anything that would
Shrine.
make it make sense
And
yet.
New Lawn of
I did
Ruins is a
eventually find
good
something
zone
new
to
in
clear at this
Crossroads.
point because we've killed
Near
off Great
graves were a
Wolf
group of
City.
ritualists.
We have that ring that you need to kill a boss in New Lawn of Ruins, which you of course get from the wolf. And then you can also get a really powerful ember in New Lawn of Ruins that I can actually use to upgrade this sword even further.
Does he mean the cursed serpent thing we found in Palethar? I equip it and
with
walk
that
back up to it.
new ember that we'll pick up in the next video. Alright guys, that's going to do it. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Look forward to more of these Dark Souls walkthrough episodes. I'm going to try to get through this walkthrough as quick as possible. I do apologize
I
that
wonder if this will have any larger
didn't upload a
implications
video
later on.
for Dark
After a
Souls
bit
over the
more of
past week or
Crossroads,
so.
I decided to take this as a
record
sign
Dark
to
Souls
explore
completely
Palethar some
differently
more.
in like a different
Even
little
areas
studio,
I've
if you wanna
explored
call
before
that-
could still
call it
hold
that.
secrets. I
And
hadn't
I
spent
just
much
haven't
time
had
in
access to
Wireframe View and
equipment for the
Palethar,
past
assuming the
week.
large
But I'm
open
back,
map in the
you know,
sky
I have
didn't have anything to
more
hide at
recording
about.
with, my
But I was
now,
wrong,
so
as one of
expect
the
more
pillars
Dark
with an
Souls
NPC
episodes
I had previously
very soon.
spoken to
Thanks a lot
had a
for watching,
doppelganger
guys.
I never saw,
NRSC.
right underneath the floor, completely out of sight.
All the healing water is gone. What a way.
Waste is another map that doesn't really seem like part of the game.
Hey,
This
what's
would
going
fit
on,
better
guys?
in
I'm
Paul
Hunter
than it would in a
SC,
fantasy
and
RPG.
I think we've got the
I think we
perfect
can add
setting
this one to the
for
list of
tonight's
levels
episode of the
seemingly
Dark
made
Souls
by the
game
game
guide. We are in
itself,
New Lawn
or
of
perhaps
Ruins. Just
the
take it in. The
rapidly
visuals,
deteriorating mental
sound is one of my
But
favorite
can
zones
David
in
even
the
make a
game.
level like this alone?
Very excited to
It
share
has
with you guys.
skyscrapers and cars, objects
Here
surely
we go.
not already textured for basketball.
Now, just to start
So who
off,
made
I
them?
need to identify some things
Questions
right
turn out
away.
time.
Some
Around this
crazy
dystopian
stuff
and
going on
barren
with this
land, there are
recording and with
few
this
NPCs
video.
with elite
First, what we're going to
uses.
see here is I'm switching off the gold serpent ring. That's a ring for looting. I'm going to switch that off, put on Haval's ring. Haval's ring is going to let me run faster, roll
These
faster, all that
NPCs
good
are not
stuff.
alone, as
Now,
there are these roaming monsters
I have pre-recorded
linking
this,
in and out.
and
as if
I'm
they are
so
struggling
frustrated
to
because I recorded this
The
live
level
like
is littered
half
with
an
lots
hour
of
ago.
messages and graffiti
And
random photos.
Two
I
things
didn't spend too much
happened.
time here,
One
actually.
technical problem
As interesting
and
as it
one
seems,
gameplay
I didn't have
mistake,
faith this
which
area
has
would provide
resulted
much
in me
information.
now pre-recording.
Seems
I
more
gotta
like a
keep
look
up with the
into
commentary though
David's
and what's
psyche
going on
before
here
the level was
as well.
usable.
So I'm going to be talking about
And
different
if I'm
things.
wrong,
Transient
it makes more
curse, I
sense to
just
come back
casted
here
it.
with a few more
Transient
hints
curse
as to what to
allows
look
you
for, as
to
right now,
interact
I
with
might as well be looking
spirit
for a
realms.
needle
You know,
in a
these
haystack.
are a bunch of ghosts we're
Remember
going
that
up
little
against,
quest village
and
in Exception 7?
well,
Something
you know,
about it
wake
stuck
up
out
in
to
the middle
me.
of the night tonight
As
and
if I
find
was
a
close to
ghost at the foot of
triggering
your bed.
something.
Chances
Maybe
are you
there
have a
was a
hard
way to
time,
complete
you know,
that trial
punching
quest
it in
to
the
get new
face. So
information. I
if
load
you
in
have
and
transient
run back
curse
to the
handy,
area,
it lets you
taking
interact with
special note of what
the
they're
spirit
saying,
realm
how
or
they
these
say
ghosts or
it.
whatever you want to
I
call
try
it. And
things
so
like
you have to be under that
load quest
effect
and
to do any
moving the
damage
sunfish
in
up
New
in the
Lawn
air
of
like I
Ruins.
did with the
It
moon
only
walking
lasts for
summit.
maybe
Those didn't
5
yield
minutes,
any
maybe a
results,
little
though.
bit longer.
Then, as I was
Now,
flying around
you can
in
find
wireframe
two
looking for a
transient
potential hidden
curses
NPC.
at the very beginning. As soon as we started walking on that
A
narrow
small,
plank,
textured box like the box
as we
on
went
the
down that
outskirts of
left
Havenwood.
path for New Longer
This
Ruins,
wasn't here last time,
immediately
was it?
before you get on that
I don't
plank,
think I
there's
would've missed it before.
a corpse in a jar
Did something I
that you
do
can
here
bust
trigger it to
open,
spawn
and
in?
he will drop
The
two
box in
transient
Havenwood
curse for you.
played the sorrow
So that
song
should be
when
good
I walked
enough.
up
I
to
mean,
it.
if you
Would
follow
this
this
one do
video
something
and watch
similar?
what I do, even having 2 to start should be more than adequate. Don't want to rush too quickly into this room here. If you actually just rush right in there,
Piercing
you will get
cries echo the
ambushed by
level.
like
That photo.
7
What
or
was
so
that?
of those ghosts, and
Going
they'll
back
kill
to
you
take
pretty
a look,
quickly.
it's a
Although
photo
one-on-one,
of
these ghosts are no
perhaps
problem. They don't do that
the
much damage. I can one-shot
there's
them.
a
I mean, I've got a very
strange,
powerful
disfigured
weapon at
entity
this
waiting
point.
ominously in the corner
At
of
least
the room.
powerful against these guys.
What is that?
Against the
Why
boss,
is it
that's
there?
a different
It
story.
looks like some sort of
But
bird made of only
regardless,
flesh and bones.
one-on-one is not too hard. But if they gang up on you and
The
swarm you
NPCs
from all
don't
sides,
react
these
to the
guys can
change.
kill
Neither
you
does the
pretty
level as a
quickly,
whole.
and they can stagger you,
It
make
is
it very
again time
difficult
to
to
regroup and look elsewhere.
block or dodge or get away at all, actually. So I think that
this
that's
point,
almost
I had
cleared out the
spent
room. We got
days
maybe one or
exploring
two
all the
left here.
levels we
Took a
could,
swig of Estus there a
struggling to
moment
connect
ago,
the
and
dots and make sense of the
just heading
information
along
I
here.
uncovered.
Gonna go down
John
these
asked me if I wanted to
stairs.
try changing the date and time some more to see if we could find
So
some
actually, we
secrets
have
that way.
a minute or so of downtime, so I'm just gonna do a little exploration here.
I just honestly have very little faith.
So yeah, I
could
mean,
guess
I
that
did
date does
a
mean something unless I
commentary
find
of
a
this
specific
already in
in the game.
Audacity, which is like everyone's go-to voice recording software, at least for PC. Audacity gave me this like error
It was a fair
encountered
idea, but I was hesitant.
error needs to close.
I'm trying to keep what we're doing as less
Those
as
screaming
reasonable
ghosts, you want to
as,
kill them as
like,
quick as possible, because if they scream,
so that we know
then
if
I'm
something
pretty sure that
happens.
you know
I don't
just
want to like
alerts
change the
all
date
the
when we're out
ghosts
to
that
work
are
as
around,
much,
and they're going to
then be
swarm
like,
you.
what
So
was-
try
what
to
are-
do
what
that
are the
as
9
best you
things that we
can.
did
Notice
to
I did
trigger
pick up
this
2
event?
more transient curses there as well. So you can pick up transient curse. I mentioned one place to get it before. I just showed you another place to get some, and you can
Once
also
again,
buy some from
ingenuity,
the merchant
blind luck
in the
had
sewer.
prevailed.
The sewer
Like
that
Moon,
connects
this
Firelink
is a
Shrine
full
to
gameplay
where the
area.
depths is.
No
You can
console,
buy it from
no
merchant.
item list,
I knocked down
no
that
outside
shortcut
control.
ladder right there.
We are
You
at
can go down there.
game
There is some
now.
treasure, but it's nothing
This
too exciting and nothing I
hallway
found
loads strangely.
worth spending my time to
As
go
I
down
move
and
the
get right
camera
now.
and the level is rendered,
Now
it looks
we're going to
dated,
come up
as if it's
into,
being created
and
on
I
the spot.
understand that I'm trying to cover
Almost as if
everything,
we are
kind of
playing
jumping
a
around.
memory.
I'm talking about my
And as we
technical
look around,
problems
the
in
area
the
is
previous
being
recording
remembered.
because
I explore the area, trying to make sense of where I am. As I move around this place, I hear sounds that indicate I'm not alone here.
Total nonsense.
Oh my goodness, why
Down a
it's all going
hallway
to culminate
through an
near the
empty
end of this
room,
video,
I
and
find
you'll
another
kind of
hallway.
understand in the big
This
picture.
hallway
But
seems
for
special.
now, let's focus on the
The
gameplay.
data
Ooh, I'm
motion
getting
looks much
ambushed by
stronger here
a
than
lot
before. To my
of
left,
these ghosts
a
right
room
now.
passed for darkness.
So as opposed to trying to fight
I
like 7 of them
recognize
at
immediately.
once,
We're in the
I
office.
decide just to retreat
And
a
we
little
know
bit,
that
heading up
event
here.
took place
But I mean,
here.
I want to be careful
I
here
walk
as
back
well
towards the starting
because
area to take the path
you know,
I didn't
going
take
nuts and
before.
swinging your sword
The
a
door
lot
to the
on
room
those
is
narrow
open,
platforms.
and walking into it ends
Surefire
the
way to
level. But I'm not
land
done
your
here
ass
just
in the
yet.
lake and
I load back
have
in
to
and
start the
walk
level
to the
over
room
again.
first,
So I'm just being a
then
little
walk
extra
towards the
cautious,
crime
extra
scene.
careful,
This time,
keeping
a
in
light
mind that
overhead
my
brake
transient curse
walks
is
toward
probably
me.
going to wear off
It
soon,
seems
getting
the
a
order
little
in
bit
which you
low on
explore this
health.
office
Gonna
changes.
want to take another swig of that
I walk
Estus
from the
before
crime scene back to the exit,
continuing on
but I
into
don't
this
take it, as I
initial
notice the
building
door
here.
to its right is now open. I'm sure it was closed before. Inside this room are strange,
trying to lure just
fleshy
a couple
walls
final
and the
ghosts
sounds of
out,
breathing, as if we were
and we're gonna
inside
head on
somewhere.
in there.
These stalactites almost look like you.
So yeah, I mean, because I lost that recording from
Going
earlier,
back down the hallway and a
I
sound
have to do it
plays.
like this. I have to, so I'm not playing the game anymore, which is a little
Loud,
disappointing. And
angry
look at that,
grunts.
very quick
And when
to
I
get
enter the room
that
leading to the
screaming
hallway,
ghost lady before she, sets off the alarm. I have a
Going
feeling
back
that if she
into
did
the
in
crime
fact
scene
scream,
room
this room
and
would have just
standing
had
next
3
to
or
this
4
wall
ghosts in it.
triggers something.
It would have
Text
a
appears.
lot more than that.
Clearly some kind of code. I take
I'm
a
actually
screenshot
curious
and
as
bring
to
it into MS
what you guys
The
think
symbols
about this
jump
style
out
of
at me like they
commentary,
did in
because
Ritual.
this allows me to
Color
focus on
equals
strictly
yellow
what
seems
I'm
like the obvious
saying,
first part
as
of the
opposed to
solution.
how I've done
That
almost
means
every
whatever
other
is left
episode up
is
to
the
this
name of
point,
the new
where
area.
I'm speaking while playing. So I mean, the good thing
W-I-T-H.
about that is you get my reactions and I get startled and it's a bit more exciting maybe. I do have the Lord Vessel. I picked that up at the end of Anne Orlando. He
A
gives me the
metallic
key to the seal.
pillar, static gray sky.
He will only
droning
give you that
and a metronome
after
like
you get the Lord
periodic
Vessel,
clanging sound. We are within
unless
But within what?
you can
There
actually
is no
do it. If you don't have the Lord
There is no
Vessel,
exit.
you can kill that
Only
NPC.
direction I can go
Take
is
the
down.
key to the seal.
I fall
and
slowly
proceed to the
as the
fourth
level
King's
disappears
boss.
around me. Then
But I have the Lord
something
Vessel anyway,
appears.
so he will be spared. We've got the key to the seal. We've got as well Sif's ring, Covenant of Artorias, which is going to be, oh god, all too significant a little bit later on in the video. We'll touch on that in a little bit. Here we go. I realize I've run not at a transient curse, so avoiding those ghosts for just a moment there as I rebuff and take them out and continue on. Now, I will add that There's another way that you can go in this building here, and you can get the curse bite ring. It's just a separate turn. Like I turned one direction earlier, and like if you turn the other way, you can find a pretty obvious curse bite ring. Just increases your resistance to curse. So I don't know. It's good, I guess, against those cursed toads or maybe Scaleless, a boss later on. But I actually don't go and grab that ring. I wanted to just continue on. I really want to get the very large ember that I could find a little later. Some other things that I wanted to do. I didn't want to spend all the extra time finding that curse bite ring. Simply because I probably wasn't going to use it anyway. But if it's something you want, it's pretty easy to find. You just go back in that house
before development
started,
poking around,
and then there's just a doorway that leads to like a little balcony, and the curse bite ring is on that balcony at the back.
This haunts him and makes him paranoid, even of the workers
Heading over
on his team for this upcoming
down the stairs here. Can't pull this lever quite yet, but now that I have the key to the seal,
more terrifying
I got from that NPC, I can open that door and
eventually he
push
snaps
the lever
and
here.
murders the team.
Take a look.
Why? Just because he's crazy? Think back to that poem in Within It. Perhaps David was seeking to create something.
Well, this part I don't get.
To turn these corpses into something.
You open these doors, floodgates are open, all this water spews out into
it's time to talk
the
about
Valley of the Drakes. So that actually opens a shortcut.
It's both not very much and a ton of stuff
the
at the
Valley
same
of the
time.
Drakes.
Trust me.
See all the water draining out here.
The first thing we missed
You'd
is
think
a lot.
that,
Just
masses
one,
of
and I
water
think
would do
that's
something
something
about those dragons down there, but
Behind
they
Greg's
don't.
desk in
Those
office
drakes
is a
just
poster.
chilling
There's
there
a picture
in
of
the
the
valley.
office, the same area from the Exception
Doesn't
7
matter that
bombs.
100 million gallons
And it
of
says,
water was
I
just
want
dumped on
to
there.
leave is a giant
they do their thing, they
empty
chill down there.
airport.
We won't be
Perhaps this
engaging them at
represents
this
David's
point.
yearning to leave this cursed project.
Maybe in a future
Maybe it's his
episode.
escape plan.
Valley of the
for
Drakes
events
really
where
just it connects
There's no way to know
Blighttown,
for
Firelink
sure,
Shrine,
and unfortunately,
Darkroot
this
Garden,
level doesn't
and
give us
Nulana
any more
Ruins, but there's no
info
like
than that,
boss in
so
Valley of the Drakes.
that's
There's
all.
some cool treasure though. I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Remember that puzzle ritual I never
Taking the
solved?
elevator down.
Well,
Heading
we
down
kind of
to
did solve it.
oh man,
The
masses,
corpse is a cipher,
masses.
and when solved, it spells out
Corpses,
event.
bones, bodies.
I never
This is
figured
our first
that out
encounter
on
with
my own, but we found our own
Skull
way
Knight.
to event, so
Rhyme
all's
as
well
well.
that ends well. Speaking of event, that is the
Two-shot
only
him.
part of the
Be
game
careful,
we
though.
had to look
I mean,
up, as I didn't
those
know about the text
particular
on the wall
monsters,
until we found
again,
out
what I'm
about
going
it
to
on
refer to as
Discord.
Skull Knights.
Everything else
They
was
can do
our
really
solve,
quick
though.
successive
There's also
swings
that
that hit you
puzzle
3-4
back in
times
Death's
in a
Rest
row.
that I never
They've
managed
got like
to
a
solve.
soul drain
But before I go into that, let me jump
ability
in
where
and
they
mention by
like
far the
grab
biggest
you
thing that I
and
missed in this entire story. Basilisk is an actual
I think they
game.
steal your humanity,
Let's drop
but
the
I'm not
facade
actually
for a bit and let me
100% sure.
explain what I
I'm
mean.
pretty sure that they do.
Obviously, the
And
story
then they've
of
got
David
this
and these
shield
developers
ability
is
you can see
fictional.
here.
The real
So
developer
you
of this
can
part
see my
is Greg
attacks
Francis
doing
with
nothing
Akira.
against that.
We may know as the
There you go.
developer
He let his
of
shield down
Spooky
just for a
Jumpsuit
second there,
Mansion.
and I get
They've
in
made
with
quite
a
a few
crushing
games in
blow. I
fact,
love the
with
crushing blow
hints
on this
and references
two-hander.
to each other strewn about
I'm
in
sad
them.
to say goodbye to this
When I-
two-hander. I think we're gonna have to change up to a new weapon, in another video or two, but we'll have to see. Now that we've traversed the white light there, heading into this area here, you're gonna want to be careful. We've got one Skull Knight coming at me here. Take care of him real quick. And this is what I didn't expect. I did not realize that there was a second monster behind me. So I'm also gooped here. I had this goop placed on me from the big blob there that we saw a minute ago. It slows you, it causes you some damage. Drinking my Estus flask very casually, taking a little extra damage. But we are able to kill off this second Skull Knight, and then it's just going to be me against the big blob. Now, big blobs in Demon Souls and Dark Souls are fairly easy to deal with. Pretty standard maneuvers. Just get in behind them and start hacking away. Don't stand in front of the blobs. Just setting off these three magical skull heads that the blob produces. You're not going to want to be anywhere near them when they go off. Pretty large AoE damage. A lot of health on these blobs, dealing quite a bit of damage, and he's having a hard time hitting me. Just trying to circle around, find a safe spot, continuing to hammer away there. He goes down.
I've spent a lot of time on my channel.
Give me a nice 5,000 souls. Pretty good soul count. You'd think it would be a good guy to farm, but they don't
really
respawn.
great projects, but
now, this is where I would.
There's a level of interaction that stops with these projects.
It's a little
you can't
bit.
actually play them. retro
little
games,
bit,
and many emulators also allow for extra
less
convenience
than
features like
safe.
save states, which allow you
It's
to
always
save
good to
and
be
load
looking around
an
corners,
exact
keeping
state
an
of
eye.
the game
There,
at
that was
any
that
time.
soul drain
For clarity,
grab
SNESy
move I was
isn't a
referring to before.
functional
Nice
emulator.
dodge.
You can't boot any other ROMs with it. It's designed specifically
yeah,
to load the ROM
no,
file
you're
for
gonna wanna
Basilisks,
keep an
but
eye
it
out.
does a
Always
good job
move
of
the
appearing
camera
like a
around,
legitimate Super
and
Nintendo.
if I just look a little
Loading
harder, I
our
would have seen that
Basilisk
guy
ROM,
coming. He
we're
was just
greeted
hiding
with
in
an
one of these
ominous
little
title
doorways here.
screen. The
5
blood
or
red
6,
skeleton of a beast
more.
surrounded in darkness.
Little rooms that
Hitting
I
start,
by
the
there.
scroll slowly
Heading up the
unfurls
stairs.
before us.
My scene,
If you're not aware already, we are
1431
going to
AD.
get
Untold hardship
the
befalls
very
the kingdom,
large
a
ember.
time of
So
famine.
this is
The
quite
king
optional.
struggles to provide for his people
I
and
could have
allocate
easily
food
just
to the
sort of
peasants.
gone to the
You, a
Four
simple
Kings
knight,
boss
are
at this
dispatched
point,
to hear out the
but,
people.
I want
But
to
it
get
may
that
be
greater,
too late. When you arrive at
that
town,
greater ember.
it is not what
And
you
what that
expected.
allows you to
The town
do
is
is
deserted,
upgrade
the
weapons from
buildings are
plus
gone,
10
and there's a shrill
all the way
howl
up to plus
in the air.
15.
From
Plus
here,
15
we're
is the
loaded
max,
directly
so
into the game.
this sword
A
will
low-res 3D
end up
world,
doing a lot more
dark
damage
forest,
with that.
howling wind.
Heading around this corner here, up
The
some
only
more
thing to do
stairs.
is forge our way through the darkness.
No more monsters to worry about in this area.
One little
Heading over
quirk
here.
about this game, and it
In the
may really be the
chest.
only thing I don't particularly like about
Very
it, is that
large.
actually finding things in each of its
So you
levels
get the
is
large
very
ember
tedious.
in
You're surrounded by
depth.
dense fog or darkness, so you can only see a short ways
right
in
at the
front of
beginning
you.
of the depths,
You
it's sort
move
of guarded
incredibly
by a couple
slowly.
butchers.
Each level's
You can see
environments
my,
are incredibly easy to get
Vander
lost or
there,
turned
two-handed
around in,
sword
and
is
there's
at plus
no
10 right now. I
direction.
just pulled it up
This
on screen
tedium,
for a
I
second.
think, is a
And,
deliberate choice.
and now
This
I can
game is
upgrade
about
to plus
discovery,
15, which is
finding
sweet.
pieces of this
The
unfinished project, but it can
large
be a
ember
little
in the
frustrating,
depths
and not
to
in a
get that.
particularly
And now we've got the very large
challenging way.
ember,
It's more of a
and we
time
give that
sink
to
than
Andre
it
the
is a
blacksmith
puzzle
as
to
well.
be solved in
Upgrade
some
my
respects.
stuff
Still, I do
now you
think
can
this
see
is
that
intentional. It
maybe
wants
you're a
you
little
to
bit confused
commit
right
to
now. I use
uncovering
Homeward
what lies in
Bones.
each
Going
environment,
back to
so
Firelink Shrine.
commit we
I've
shall.
done this
Wandering
because
for a while within
this
these
is just
dark
the
woods,
fastest
you'll
way
come across
I know
Cloak's
to,
figure, who
get
introduces
to the
himself
Four
as
Kings,
Scratch. He's a wanderer of sorts, and
dungeon
gives us a
chamber
piece
to
of advice,
go to
though
the
we don't
abyss.
have all the context for its usefulness.
I know the route
On your way
from
to the
Firelink
ruins,
Shrine
you should be on the lookout.
to the
Crossing
abyss
that space
quite
won't
quickly.
get you anywhere. The vein that
And
connects the two worlds.
I just think it's a little bit faster than
There are a couple other things
backtracking
we
and
can
going
find,
all the way
like this
back
bizarre
down.
monolith.
The obelisk
From where we
hums and
picked up
emits
that
warm
very large
sensation to
ember.
the
I don't know. I don't think
After
it makes a big
exploring
difference,
these
but
woods
this
for
is
a
just
while, you may begin
a
to
route that I
either
was a
run
little
out
bit
of
more
things to
comfortable
find or
with.
simply get bored with
Cleaning up
the same trees.
the inventory
This
a
is
little
where
bit,
those save
the
states I
elevator
was
down.
talking about come in.
We're gonna head over to
The
the Four
SNESy
Kings
interface
boss.
shows 7 possible save states we can load, and in the README for the game, someone named
Same
Kyle
route that we
Tubman
came. I'll
explains
mention
that
now,
each
actually,
save
if I made
state
an
is
immediate
taken
right,
from
you're gonna
development
see I'm gonna go
selected
left.
for us to
But
load
if I
into
gone
to
right
see the more
instead,
completed sections of
you
the game,
can
or at least
encounter
points of
an
interest that the
NPC.
developer
You just go down a small
It seems
flight
like
of
we're in
stairs
state
and
0, so let's
the
try loading
NPC
1.
will
Great, more
provide
dark
you with some
woods. We can find
basic
something
sorcery
unique
stuff. You can go
Some
and
kind
visit
of
him, like,
sigil
when you're
is drawn
level
on the
4 if
ground,
you want,
and when
right
we inspect
at the
it,
very beginning.
It was here 100 years ago.
Pick
that
up
the beast was
2
born.
early
a beast, huh?
sorcery spells.
I'd guess that skeleton on the
and,
title
the
screen
sorcery
is probably
catalyst.
related.
If
State
you wanna
2
go
takes
down
us
that
somewhere
sorcery route.
different, finally. The
Use the
inside of some
transient curse here.
nondescript, dimly
It'll
lit
actually prove to
Scratch
be
is there waiting for
not
us.
necessary.
He tells us this is all that's
You'll
left
see in a
of the
minute.
old
I just,
kingdom.
was
He
being a
also,
little bit more
oddly,
careful.
mentions a
I'm
woman
gonna go a
he
different
used to
route
know,
here
and
as
says
well,
that
just
he
killing
was
off these
sweet
guys. I mean,
on
it's
her.
good to
Is this guy
kill
like
off these
a
ghosts
monster?
as well
But she
and
betrayed
just see if they
him,
drop
and is
anything,
gone
because
like
they can drop
everyone
more
else.
transient
Okay,
curse.
dude, trauma dumping? State 3 takes us
And,
back into some
if you
woods,
get stuck,
but thankfully
you wander
these look
ruins,
very
especially
different. It's light
in
out,
the
but a heavy
areas that
fog
we were like
envelops
5 or
us,
10 minutes ago
limiting
with
our
so many
vision as
ghosts.
much as the
You
darkness.
don't have any
Through the fog
transient
as
curse.
we roam these
There
woods,
is
the ghostly
nothing more
apparitions
frustrating
of a
than
woman
being in that position.
calling
I will
out
tell
with
you,
chilling words.
I have been in that
Please
position
help
before.
me.
This is pretty
What is
cool,
this?
pretty pleasant surprise there.
Mocking me in the
Go for a big
afterlife? You were meant for
overhander
greatness.
with,
How could you?
with my sword here, and I not only
Is this
hit
spirit
that
talking about us? What
that
did
skull
we
knight,
do?
but I
Are we
also
responsible for
open
her
up
death?
that
Or maybe
illusionary
she's
wall. I had
calling
no
out
idea
to
that
someone
existed.
else. After all, Scratch's words
I had
are
no
only
idea.
reference to
I
a
had no
woman.
idea
someone
the
who is
time
now
what was going to
gone.
be in
Can
this
a scratch be
treasure
trusted?
chest.
Continuing through the fog, we can find a blood-red sword
I guess
that we're able to collect
an
and
upgrade
can
material.
conveniently follow us
Wasn't
through
sure what
the
it was
save
gonna
states
be.
from here on. State 4 takes us to an
see
even
here.
darker, denser,
Titanite
and
chunk.
eerier sounding
So
forest.
those are the
than
ones
before.
that you
Through the
use
thicket,
to
a
get
strange
your-
creature emerges, resembling a
weapons
massive octopus.
from plus
Although your
10 to
initial
plus
instinct might be to kill this
14,
beast,
I
we can't.
believe.
Instead, it leaves us with yet more ominous
Pretty sure.
messages.
And then to get
Even
it
if you
plus
kill
15,
everything, there'll be one monster left.
slap. Chunks
This
aren't good
once
enough
again
for that.
alludes to
Picking
some
up some
sinister
red
motive.
eye
If
orb,
we kill
cracked
every
red eye
enemy
orb.
we find,
I mean, it's
we'll be
interesting
the
to note
only
you can
one
find
forced to
some
kill
there,
left.
a new longer
food for
rules. You
thought,
find some in
but
a Firelink
we haven't
Shrine,
even
but
run
like, there's
into any
almost
enemies
nowhere
yet.
else in the
And
whole
either way,
game
our job
that
here
you can
is to
actually
help
find
save the kingdom from famine.
that
What is motivating these accusatory
particular item.
messages?
This was a
State
real
5 is
game time
inaccessible,
decision right
so
there,
we move
doing a
right
run
on
by.
to State 6, which
I
begins
wanted
to shed a bit more
just
light
save a
on
little
the
bit of time. I
suggested
almost went the
darker
wrong way there as
undertones
well,
of simple life.
going right
It's a
instead of
demo,
left.
the type of thing
I
that
just
plays
didn't
when you
want
leave
to,
some games alone
spend
for
an
too
extra
long,
like
playing through
3-4
pre-recorded
minutes
portions
killing
of
off
the game.
all
Here,
of
the
those
demo shows the
monsters.
player wandering through the woods,
So instead, I
and
just did a
whenever
little
they come
run
across
by,
a townsperson,
and this is
brutally killing them in one strike.
words can't describe my
Scream when they're
frustration.
gone.
At this point in the
Is
original
this supposed to
commentary,
be
I
the
was talking
knight?
about the
Is
Abyss,
this
and
the
I was
point of
talking
view
about
of another
Great Wolf
entity?
Sif. When you
Perhaps
kill
this
off Great Wolf
beast,
Sif,
the
you get the
basilisk,
Covenant of
returned from the
Artorias.
dead?
It's
Is this
a
why the
ring that
kingdom
allows
is
you
empty?
to
All its inhabitants
traverse
were
the
slain?
Abyss. It
None of
allows
these
you to
options
enter
make
the
particularly
boss
pretty
chamber
picture, but
to
if this
fight
really is
before
the perspective
kings
of the knight
in New
slaughtering
London
innocent
ruins here,
townsfolk,
and
it
you
could
have
begin
to
to
put that
explain
ring
why
on
we've
to
been
enter
hearing
the
so many
Abyss.
messages that seem to imply a darker side to our character.
what we're gonna
What's
do here.
particularly interesting and may further reinforce this idea that the knight we play as is the one responsible for the
Covenant of
villager's deaths is that we actually see Scratch in this demo, but instead of killing him, we
And
pass right by him.
just
The
getting
only
my
one who's
inventory ready for
spared
the big
is the
boss
shady
battle.
figure who's helped this knight
I've got
along
some
so far.
lightning.
Stage 7 is our final
buff there
accessibility.
as well, 9
We're in a
lightning
dark
buff,
corridor,
humanity,
blocked by
and then,
fallen rubble on one side
Estus,
and
of
Scratch on
course.
the other, light shining behind.
At this point in the commentary, I
Seeing
was
as
just
the other way is
explaining
blocked,
and
we approach
my
Scratch.
skepticism
Could you
about the
believe
Covenant
it?
of
Seems
Artorias. I
nowhere
was
is safe, not
I
even
was
a
so
castle.
sure
To
that
think that the
you could put
basilisk made it all the way here.
get to
So,
the
at
Abyss.
whatever point in the story this is, it seems the beast, this basilisk,
see here,
has returned
you take a
100
leap of
years
faith,
after it was slain. Leaving Scratch
the ring
behind,
on,
we travel
gonna
into
up
the
that
light,
health
which leads
meter
us
to the
back
max,
into the woods.
drop
And
down,
here is where we receive one
down,
of two different
down,
endings. If we never picked up the sword, after walking through the forest for a moment, a
And I make a
massive
very
eye
foolish
appears from the
decision.
darkness. We only get a split-second glance
take off
before
the
we're taken
bloody
to a
ring.
game over screen. Presumably, that was the basilisk. Without a
Interesting
weapon to
music that
defend
actually
ourselves,
plays.
we
You
perish.
never hear that
So
kind of
let's come back more
dramatic.
prepared. Collecting the sword
Oh, no,
and going
actually,
back,
that was
we
just
head
the
into the
boss
darkness,
chamber
ready to
music.
face
That
the
wasn't
massive
actually any
monster
special,
again. But this
dying
time,
in
no
the
monster
music.
appears.
Man,
Instead,
I'm getting
a knight
flustered
emerges
just
from the
talking about
darkness,
this.
and
Yeah, so I took off that ring thinking that I could remove it when I was in the boss chamber and put on Haval's ring so that I could move faster.
Finn.
I was
The
sort of
end.
under that
Our
impression
sword cast aside in
because
the grass, night turned to death. Sure, that seems to be
you
a
can
little
go to
more
the
of a
Abyss and
hopeful
you can
ending, but
use
also
that Lord Vessel, go to the
what?
Abyss, join
Who's
the
the other
Dark
knight?
Raids.
What happened to the basilisk?
You know,
Well, I'll
warp
talk
to the
about
Abyss,
my
hang out there all you
interpretation of
want
events here in a
without the
moment.
ring on.
First,
But apparently,
there's one last
when
thing
the,
to discover
before
in
you kill the
stage
boss,
7.
you
Stage
can't
7
do that.
feels pretty
And
limited.
I didn't
With the other
realize
path
it, and I
blocked,
took a bit of a
seems like
gamble,
there's only one
wanting to
option.
switch on my
But there's
Haval's
a
ring.
trick here with this rubber,
And
one that may be
I
familiar to
was
those of you who are fans of
taken by the
Kieran's
Abyss.
work. A trick all
Four
called
kings are
the
still
false
alive.
blockade. It shows up in Lost in
Let's go
Vivo
take care
2.
of this.
Spoilers for that for just a moment. In Lost in
All right,
Vivo,
we are
you come
back
upon
at
a
the
puzzle
entrance
in
of
which
the
you're
Abyss
trying to
here,
figure
and
out the
before we
correct
hop
way
down
to
and
get
take
the
on the
escape
Four Kings, I need
allowing
to
you to
talk
move
about just a couple
solution to
things
this
real
puzzle?
quick.
Walk right
Firstly,
through. The gate has no collision.
the Four
This is just
Kings
one of many
is a really
mind
tough
freaks that
boss.
game throws at you. So if you
have
know to look
fight
out for this
at
sort of
least
thing,
4 of
you
them,
might be
sometimes
inclined to
even
investigate
more.
further
You get a
into
little
this
glitchy
rubble.
for
What
like
you'll
5 or
find
6
is that the
kings.
collision on the rubble
They have different
itself doesn't
attacks. The
extend
first
the
one
full
does a
width
lot
of
of
the
melee
passage,
attacks. The
and
second
you
one
can
is
simply
magical.
walk
So
around
I've
it.
switched
On the other
on
side,
a
you
very
find that you
strong
really aren't
shield
supposed to
versus
have made
magic.
it.
You
The
can see
walls
it there,
fade away and the
80% magic
unfinished
reduction.
exterior of the level
So I'm going to
reveals
try to
itself.
switch
Off
to
one side, there's an
one-handed
object with the word
if I've
error
got a
plastered
magical
on it,
attack coming at
reminiscent
me,
of
so
the
I
game
can
Gary's
block it
mod,
with the
in
shield.
which 3D models that
Some of the
can't
magical
properly be
attacks, like
loaded
a
are
holy
replaced with a
missile,
glowing text
it'll
that
follow
reads
you
error.
endlessly,
Interacting
and
with the error
you
behind the
can't
map
outrun it.
reveals
Like
some more
you
cryptic
just have to get hit by it.
Crossing
So
this space won't get you
that's why I've got
anywhere.
the shield
vein
there.
connects
I've
the
also
two
put on
games.
some lighter
The devil
equipment
is in the
so that
details.
I can.
Oh, but the devil is in everything.
With
Your
this
mind
ring
might
on,
already be
wanna go
racing to
down
make
with the
sense of
Covenant
this,
of
but we'll get to
Artorias,
that in
of
a
course.
moment.
So
As
with
of
this
now,
lighter
that's the
equipment,
most
I can still
important
move
stuff that can be
quickly,
found
even
in
with
Basilisk.
these
Knowing
rings
how
on
well hidden and tedious it can
finally,
be to find a lot of the stuff
I
in
have
this
just
game,
taken
I'm
a
sure
few
there are a
minutes
couple
and
things that I
upgraded
missed
my
in some of
sword.
these levels, and I'd
I'm not
encourage
gonna
you to
lie, I
explore
tried
them for
fighting this
yourself if you
boss
have the
as
patience.
is, and
But so far
with
we've
such
been
a
pretty
slow
thorough, and I
two-handed
think we
weapon,
have
I
enough
just can't deal
information
damage
to begin
fast
trying
enough
to piece together
to,
a bit of
kill
the
off the
story
first
found
king before
within
the
this
second one
unfinished
comes.
game.
So it would end up being like 2-on-1 or 3-on-1.
By the game's very nature,
and
the
yeah,
story
it just
elements
really
are
wouldn't end
fractured
well.
and
So,
broken. We'll need to
I've
collect
gone
and
ahead,
assemble the
upgraded my
pieces
sword
ourselves,
from
and it's very
+10 to
likely we'll still get into the
+14.
complete picture.
Can't
The
get it
best
to
place to
+15
start
without
will
a
be taking
slab.
stock of
Maybe
what
I can
we've
show you
done.
how to get one of those.
The
in
scroll in the
video.
beginning tells
Only
us
other
where
thing I
a
want
knight
to point out is
counselor
that,
gone
well, you
missing.
saw I
What
had
happened
this
to them?
looting
Well,
ring
in
on
the stage
before.
6 demo,
Covetous
we
Gold
see
Servant
someone
ring
slowly
increases
killing off
drops,
villagers,
and so
whose
I was using
perspective
that
are
to
we seeing?
farm
The
the
immediate
Dark
thought
Wraith
might be the
warriors.
basilisk.
I was calling
The
them
beast which was
skulls.
slain 100 years ago has returned.
Before,
But there
something
are a
like that,
few
'cause I didn't know
strange
the proper
things found
name.
elsewhere
But I found that
muddy
those
these
Dark
are.
Wraith
For
warriors
one, the character in stage 6
can drop
explicitly spares
Titanite
Scratch.
chunks, and so
What
I
reason
use
would
those
the
chunks to
Basilisk
upgrade
have
this
to
to
do
plus
that?
14.
In stage
Just
3,
so you know
the
exactly
ghosts of
how
a
I've
woman
gotten,
throw
from
accusatory
where I was a
messages
moment
at
ago to
us.
where I
In
am
stage
now,
4, a strange creature
the
speaks
state
to us
that we're
with the
gonna be in when we
implication
try to
that
take
we've gone
on
on some kind of
this
killing
boss
spree.
here.
These pieces seem to imply that it's actually us, the knight, who's killed all the villagers. Okay, so the game has a bit of a bait-and-switch twist, where we were the killer all along. That doesn't answer everything, though. What about the endings, the Basilisk and Scratch? Well, I think it goes further than just implying we're a killer. I think the game is trying to tell us that we are the Basilisk. It's almost perfectly spelled out for us
so
by
this
the
first
creature in
guy,
the woods. Even after we've
pure
killed
melee.
everyone, there will still be one monster. Us. A
I can't
monster.
believe I missed with that.
Beast. But if we're a bloodthirsty killing machine, whose only goal is to murder everything, why do we spare Scratch? I think the answer to that
I'm
lies
better
in
off.
stage 2.
Oh,
The
you
second
gotta
time
run
we
away
meet
when he's
Scratch, he
got that
mentions,
purple.
sort of out of the blue,
It's
that
a
he used to
very
know a girl
powerful
that he
AoE
loved,
spell.
but she betrayed him, and now she's gone. Then in stage 3, we see
So
the
I'm
return
actually
apparitions
not
of a
taking
woman
that
who
much
says
damage
things like, "How could you?"
from this
casting an
guy's melee
accusatory mark
swings.
on us. I think
But,
these two women are one and
his
the same, and that
magical
Scratch is more of an
attack
extension of
really-
the knight, a sort of fight club.
All right, first one
It would
down.
explain why Scratch was the only one to survive despite our desire to kill everything, and it would explain the parallel with the woman Scratch talks about in the Ghosts. Scratch is just a projection of our character, in the same way that our character is both the knight and the basilisk.
Again,
This woman
get away from
betrayed
him. That purple coming
now
up.
she's gone.
Just
Alright,
barely
so
in
there's
range
another
there.
sort of twist. Scratch and the knight are one and the same, and the ghostly
the
woman
attack
is the
I was
knight's past
describing
sweetheart
before.
who he murdered.
Switching
That
it.
doesn't explain the two
There.
endings and why the
See, that was
basilisk
exactly the
actually
plan. I
does
switched
show
to my
up,
shield,
despite the knight's
hold up the
supposedly
shield,
being the basilisk all along. The
and,
explanation I have for the endings relies on a
block
bit of
that
a perspective
magical
shift. Depending on which
missile.
ending
It's so
we get,
annoying.
we see
It just
each
chases
side
you
of the
forever,
final
it
confrontation,
holds on to
either
you,
from the basilisk's
and,
point of view of
does a
confronting the
gigantic
knight,
amount
or
of
the knight's
damage
point of
if
view
you're, well, not
confronting the
ready for it.
basilisk. But
This
doesn't
time we
my
are.
reading of this game imply
Oh, no.
that the basilisk and the knight
Wasn't
are
really
one
sure
and
what
the
he was
same?
doing there. I wasn't
Yes,
familiar
which
with that
means this
animation.
final confrontation
So I
is
guess,
portraying
the
an
second,
inner conflict. The knight
king
and the
can
bloodthirsty
do-
monster, the basilisk
Oh, no.
inside of him. Some of this
He
may
can do a
seem
grab
like a
as
bit of
well,
a
so
stretch,
be careful
but
of
it
that.
does make some sense when you
Which
consider
one's
what the
the one with
creature in
low
the
health?
woods says. Even if
this
you
one.
kill everything, there'll be
Check
one
for health by
monster
turning
left.
on.
Assuming that Scratch is just another projection of the knight, we've
All right,
killed
2 down.
everything. There's no one left for the basilisk to destroy, except itself. So the monster must destroy the knight, and the knight must slay the monster. It's the only thing left to do. It's a story of someone so filled with bloodlust that after he's slain everyone, the only one left to destroy is himself. This is why in the end, we see the sword fall into the ground. The knight is dead.
All
And
right.
maybe that's why things look more hopeful
Is this the
in
last
that final
one?
ending. The beast
Now,
has been slayed, the
You
monster
do want to
plagued on this
be
land
pretty quick.
is gone.
Again, I said that at
That
the beginning
is
when
my
showing these guys,
interpretation
because
of
I've
the
seen
game.
some other videos on
There's some
YouTube
stuff here
where
that might sound like
Whoa,
a reach
there's
now,
some
but as the
giant
series
swings
progresses, I
back
think it
and
becomes
forth
more fun.
thing here.
But we are still left with questions. For instance, what
I've
is
seen some
the
other
Heir
videos on
and the
YouTube
recurring vein
where
to two worlds games
you don't kill the kings. You basically just run away from them. You take your time. And there we go. See, that's a 5th king.
To find the link between the two worlds,
So
we'll
this
have
is
to
kind of
play
what I
both
was actually
games.
talking about.
It takes us to
It's a
past
glitch, I
Mission
guess.
2000.
Just gaslighting and lying and telling you no matter what.
Switch to the
So,
shield.
as with Basilisk
Come on,
for the
there you go, look at that.
SNES,
Almost no
Basilisk
damage taken
2000's
from that.
experience really begins on the itch.io game page. And if you thought a fake emulator was unconventional, wait until you see this. The description reads, explore an unfinished RPG through its level, the spiritual successor to the unreleased Super Nintendo game Basilisk. This project
very
seemed far more
satisfying.
ambitious, but somehow almost became lost media. Developed around the year 2000 by an unknown studio, the game was thought to be lost until a fan designed a wrapper program in Unity to load its level editor. Now the potential can finally be seen and its mysteries laid to rest. Sure enough, the screenshots continue to reveal the unorthodox way we'll be interacting with this game. Instead of a traditional game or even an emulator, we'll be playing through its level editor, a literal behind-the-scenes look using the developer tools to explore each level. Like Basilisk SNES, it's an unfinished game, but unlike its predecessor, Basilisk 2000 gives us many more tools to investigate, as evidenced by the robust user interface seen in the screenshots. Also, much like Basilisk SNES, this page gives us a 3D scan of the real-life compact disc the game was written from. This reveals some information, most notably the initial DB written in Sharpie at the top of the disc, along with some cursory information about the date and compatibility of the software. Inside our download folder, there's a few things to find, but for the sake of this video, we're going to go in blind and just boot up the game as is, and later on, we'll go from here. Let's see what Basilisk 2000 has in store.
You're debating
unpleasant transport, that's for sure.
Immediately, we load into the developer interface we saw in the screenshots. In the bottom right, we have a list of local items, game objects that are in our current level. Because we're not currently loaded into a level, it's empty. Above that, we have a window where we'll see our actual gameplay with information like our current coordinates and frames per second. To the left of that is a set of options that allow us to do things like toggle lighting, clouds, and foliage, as well as view the world in wireframe and switch between no-clip mode, where we can fly and move through objects, and walking mode. To the left of that, there's a series of game settings like mouse sensitivity, volume, render distance, and what weapon, if any, our character has equipped via item IDs. Below that, we have level notes, a sound player allowing us to play through various soundtracks for the game, and finally, a console, which allows us to load levels by typing load and then a level node. The note on this starting screen says Start Player in Havenwood, highlighted in yellow. We'll come to find that level names are all highlighted in yellow, so we'll want to keep a lookout for that. For now, though, we can begin exploring this game with our first lead, Load Havenwood. Havenwood brings us to a small village, surrounded by a hilly forest. It seems to be a standard starting setting for a classic medieval adventure game. Various NPCs stand in the streets with fairly mundane dialogue, a guard telling you not to cause any trouble, a townsperson remarking on the beautiful day, a dog barking. Something that caught my eye immediately are these error objects scattered around, which look almost identical to the one found in the original game. Luckily, because we're playing through this game in developer mode, we can inspect these simply by clicking them. Inspecting items and NPCs in this game allows us to see and even change a lot about them, from their health and darkness levels to their names, coordinates, and development. This object, labeled Trigger Start, seems to be the game object associated with spawning the player and starting the game. Other errors around the map appear to be improperly loaded NPCs or markers for particle effects, so these errors seem to work similarly to Gary's placeholders or stand-ins for objects that are either not loading properly or don't have some heavy strength like a start trigger or
I want to show you guys.
This Trigger Start object also comes with a note leading us to somewhere called Open Cin. Maybe opening cinematics? Typing that into the console confirms this, loading a pre-rendered cutscene.
Your first comment was that Vatican II doesn't say that, right?
It does not say what.
And that's going to do it, guys. This is definitely one of the longer, actually the longest video for sure. Pretty comprehensive though. Get that very large ember. If you know you're doing a melee build, you want to upgrade your weapons. It made a world of difference for me in that boss fight. You guys enjoyed the run. You guys enjoyed the boss battle. And a little cinematic, little lore to finish things off here. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. I'm Hunter SC. Peace out.
Let me go back to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Hunter SC, and I welcome everyone back for more Dark Souls.
So it really
Tonight's
is a successor to the original
episode of this Dark Souls game guide is going to cover
similar setup of a
Painted
Herald,
World
this time
of Ariamis, and
Serpentine
I
lights
am not going to
spreading
lie,
light and Haven
damn
being
it,
our
I have already
child
died
home. Continued exploration
doing
of the town
this,
reveals some less than
doing this
standard
commentary. I mean, I just
elements
started
to
again from the
seemingly
bonfire there.
hidden
It's the
away
very
at
beginning of
this
this
point.
zone.
You might initially
And
find these when looking through the
I
local
died,
items list, but it's important to note this list is almost always incomplete.
I died
You'll
falling
need
off
to
a
do
ledge.
some of your own
I
searching
also
to find
died
everything
a little
these
while
lists
ago
have to
from
offer. For
toxin,
one,
and
there are
sort of
few
this is
NPCs
where
here that are hidden,
my
placed inside the
dilemma
models of these
lies
items in a way
here.
you'd never be able to see if you
There's
didn't
some
have the ability to
monsters
click through them.
that
Inspecting
are
these
just around the next
characters
corner,
also shows
and
us the dialogue
when they
flavor
die,
text
they
you would
explode
read
and
when
release
you interact
toxin
with them
everywhere.
when the game is intended.
And
One of the
you see my-
NPCs
that's
says
where my,
that you can't go outside for
soul
fear of
sign
getting
is.
someone sick,
My
but the
death
more disturbing
stand.
find is a bloody corpse.
But when they
lying
die,
in your story.
straight up, I don't know if they cure for toxin.
Mutilated corpse
And
of a childhood rival.
it will
Not only
basically
is
kill
this
me, and I don't know how to
disturbing,
kill them
it's confusing.
without getting
Why is this here in a place that is otherwise
intoxicated.
inaccessible to
No
an
good.
actual player?
And
Finishing our exploration of the town,
they know
we
what to
find
do
a
about it.
nondescript looking
And you know what?
statue with the
This is
text,
also kind of
Statue of the
important
Torn
too.
Knight.
In
Because
this
its model
world,
seems to be a
and what
placeholder
a
at this
vast
time, there's
world
not much
it
to go
is,
on in understanding who or what the Torn Knight is.
cannot
so we're at a
warp
bit of a dead end.
home.
However, there is yet more to see in
You
Haven.
are
As the
stuck
note
here.
for this level says,
Oh, Jesus.
starting area okay. Outside town needs work. Let's follow the roads out of town and see what
get out
we
of
can
there.
find then. Traveling down the winding roads that cut
They're
through
gonna
the
wall me?
forest, we can find signposts
Monsters
pointing
can
us
kind of
out
wall hack you a bit
to
in
a
this
place
game.
called Crossroads. A traveler NPC tells us they're searching for the lost Hall of Skeletons. Though we may have the impulse to immediately try loading
Alright.
these worlds up, let's try to finish
Alright.
exploring Haven first. Down another path, we come
Sort
to a
of push
clearing
one
where a
off the
large
edge.
religious-looking statue stands,
And,
also labeled as a statue of the
shank
Torn
the other
Knight. I
one.
suppose this
Really
is what
actually
the
caught
Torn
me
Knight
off
looks
guard.
like, but exactly the significance of
This world's cut off from the other
remains
worlds
mystery.
for
Leaving the path
one reason or
behind to
another, and I
explore the
can't go
hills and
home
woods
to find
themselves,
cure
we
for
stumble upon a
toxins. So
graveyard.
I
An
can't
NPC
really
named
seem
NPC
to
Witness solemnly stands
find a reasonable way
still
to
visits
pass certain
even though my
parts.
family isn't here. They don't
But
let
we will
those
do our
inflicted
best
with the
anyway.
serpent's
Dried
curse
finger,
be buried here.
I actually have no idea
Interestingly, if you
what
play
that
the game
item's
here,
purpose is.
Havenwood turns dark, and this NPC can be seen hunched
I don't
over
know.
and
Could look it up
distraught
on the
and
wiki,
tells
I'm
us
not sure.
something new. Why can't we have the peace they all have? Just because we're from Desirus.
Some
Mark
nice
that name down, I suppose.
white rats
Most
down
of
in
the
the bottom of
gravestones here
this
bear some variation of here lies and
little
there
tower.
lies. However, one can
Now I know that the regular rats have a
eyes
good chance of
contribute
dropping
to your
humanity, which is always sweet. White rats didn't drop me
is what you
anything.
discover by
Despite the fact that I actually have that gold covetous serpent ring on. Oh man, I'm playing like garbage.
Again, while being
Okay,
unsettling
these are
to find, it calls
fudgers
into
I
question
told you
just
guys
why
about. I
they're here,
don't know what to
when this would
do
normally
with
be
them.
completely
I
inaccessible.
mean, if I
Further
kill them,
in
they're
these
gonna
hills, you can find
toxicate me.
goblin encampment,
I'm
causing a series of
gonna
goblin
die
raids of
because
various sizes.
toxin lasts an
Catch
extremely long time, and your health just slowly drops. And my current health plus the Estus flasks would like maybe cover up like half of it.
And another
These guys right
prisoner
here, so
waiting to be
I'm
saved.
just gonna have
Oddly,
to
this
avoid
prisoner
them.
has a pretty high
No
darkness meter,
real
and I'm
other
not sure
way
if this
around
was
it.
intentional, but the story I feel is being implied
Lucky
here
that
is that
they
the
are
goblins
pretty
imprisoned
slow.
this man after he
They
killed
can
one
do
of their
fire
pets.
and
Honestly,
spew
goblins
that poison.
you can deeper in the hills of Havenwood, what we begin to find
Okay,
gets stranger and
upstairs
stranger.
we go.
An untextured cube
Out onto
floats
this
on the outskirts of the level, titled
small
Prop,
bridge here.
Idol of Sorrow.
There are
And it
lots of
begins
little
playing a
items
song
sort of
titled
strewn
Sorrow
about this
Draft
zone.
when you're nearby. Similarly,
And,
an area can be found
you know, I'm not
hidden
gonna lie, I've
that
actually
begins to
only
play
played
an
through this
unsettling
zone
sound titled
once.
String when you're nearby. Judging
A
by
lot of
its
the zones
title,
that we've
it
sort of
probably has
covered up to
something
this
do with
point,
an audio error of some kind, as a null string basically just means a string
I'm
with
so
no
surprised that I
value.
didn't at least get
There are a few
poisoned.
more hidden NPCs.
So this is kind of going to be the reality of this
Serpent
damn
is a
level.
monster
Me just
enemy
like
in the hills,
constantly
and another
evading
traveling NPC who says, "I'm starving.
bloody
I hope there's food in Taurus."
bubble-headed
With Taurus seemingly the only
toxin
place we can load as
spreaders.
well.
It's
Finally,
over
a
here.
traveling merchant
Got one
can
guy
be
climbing
found
up the
lost in the
fence.
hills with a cart
Large
full
solar
of items.
proud
One
knight.
of these is a
Let's see
broken
what's
piece of
upstairs.
snake medallion with the
This
yellow
is a
letters
pretty funky style of
RIT
covering this
engraved
particular
on it.
zone,
Trying
you
to
know.
load RIT
Well,
gives
not
us
being
nothing, so
really
we may
able
have
to
to
kill
find another
much.
piece of this medallion to uncover what level it's pointing to.
So,
The game so far
here,
seems like a fairly normal
let's
adventure
head out over here. Okay.
but it's scattered with strange and disturbing
Now
breadcrumbs,
in this
things that we
area,
wouldn't even be able to
you know
see
what?
if
I
it weren't
guess
for our
can we
development
drop to the bottom?
abilities.
No.
It's definitely strange.
At
It
least
has me
not from
curious
here. It
to
doesn't
continue
appear to be
explore.
safe. You can get
For
down.
Havenwood,
down
there's
there
not
in a
much
moment.
more to see, but
This
we've
is
been given a good
unbelievable, guys.
handful
I
of
am
rules to
getting
follow.
harassed
Taurus to Desirus.
by these bubble
I'd like to
heads.
start simply. Let's take note of all these
Sure.
crossroads.
There are more monsters.
Crossroads
One of them
is a
just dropped
similarly
down
wooded
onto me.
area as Havenwood.
Jesus,
Most of the
not
level
good,
is made
guys.
up of various
Well,
forests,
all hell has caught
leading
up
to
to me
signs
here.
pointing us in different
All right,
directions.
guys,
The
change
developer
plan.
note here
Drop
says,
back down.
"Looks good so far, David B."
And
So
can I
we
drop
have
down?
one of
Can
the
I drop
developer's
down?
names, and it may be
Go back up
exactly
here.
the one who
Let's
previously
do
had
this.
the
Go to the
disc
front.
version of the game.
This is
comes
so
from,
ridiculous,
judging
guys.
by the
Like,
DB roll.
this is
Following a few of the
become
paths,
quite
their
the
signs lead us
comical,
to places like
playthrough,
Moore and Chapel
my humble
00,
opinion.
but terminate
What we're gonna
before
do
we
now
reach where we're
is,
pointing to.
you know what?
Presumably, in the
I
release
think everything's
version of the
starting
game,
to come
it would
together
load us to
here
these levels automatically.
in the end.
Here in the level
Drop.
editor, we'll have to do it manually. We actually can find our way to Chapel, but are unable to go inside. The door telling us that it would load us into the Chapel level. A pond shimmers serenely
Into this
nearby,
room.
stocked with lazily swimming
Okay,
fish.
oh, and then behind these guys,
Inspecting the sword
right
gives
over
us its
here.
item ID number,
All
so
right,
we can
everything's
wield
coming
it on the
together.
walking mode if we'd like.
This is
The
where
guard
we want to
NPC
be.
stands outside the chapel.
This door
saying,
here.
"I came
I
all the
open
way
up
from
this door,
Mycenae Castle to see this chapel.
and
Since we're here,
this
we might
brings
as
us
well
back.
load the
This just
chapel,
opens
to
the
see
biggest
what's
shortcut in the
inside. Then
level,
we'll come
so
back to Crossroads. Inside
we
the
did that
dimly lit chapel,
really
two
quickly.
guards
We
wait for us,
really
and
covered
neither seemed very
a lot of
shabby.
ground.
Stay in the light, citizen. I'm on
I've
duty.
pretty much been
Underneath the
inside
large
of
stained glass
the
window,
major
altar
structures
still
of this
lit
level,
by
but
dev texture. Lining the room
for
toward the
two of those
altar are
structures,
6
I didn't
plates, 3 against each
fully
wall. These plates
get
reveal
every
a sort
item,
of creation
kill
long
everything.
ago in an age of famine
In
and
that
destruction.
final
A
structure,
brave knight stood against
where
the dark
we were most
The
recently
knight slayed
chased
the
by
basilisk, but
mobs
even
of
still the kingdom
monsters,
is lost.
as I
The
attempted
knight
to
cried
climb
out in pain,
to
the
the
only
top,
survivor
kind of
in
got
land.
stopped
The knight clutched his
part
sword
way.
tightly,
You
and with
can
one
go to the
mighty
roof.
swing,
Maybe
cut
we can
himself
actually do
in
that
two,
now.
separating himself into day and night. His day half took the form of a stone,
Let's
which
just
spun
focus
itself
on
over
sort of
and
what
over,
we've got right
eventually
in front of
smoothing
us
into
here.
an
There
egg.
is still
His
more
night half
content
took the
to
form
uncover.
of water, which
Now
flowed
out
in a
here,
circle surrounding
there
the egg
are,
and turned
I
itself
believe,
into into a snake. The
I know
final
that there's
place
at
is
least
cracked,
one
incomplete,
spell.
forming great
We'll take
mountains
a look
and
and see
canyons,
what's available
and
for
the
us.
snake fell back into water, creating the ocean.
This is
This
a really
story
cool
holds a
zone,
lot of
though.
parallels
Just
to
the
the
ways
story
that you can
of
tackle it.
Basilisk, guessing. Yes, the night, the famine, the
more that I
basilisk
need to
killing
show you
everyone.
guys.
It paints the knight as the hero, however, so it may poke some holes in my original explanation.
Lots
I
of
suppose we'll learn more
different angles.
the rest of the
A
game.
nice 2 for
Returning
1
to
there.
Crossroads,
You always
there are
got to
a
line
couple
those up
landmarks.
wherever
A
possible.
small graveyard
If you've
planted
got
on
a
top
weapon
of
that
a
has a
large
nice
hill,
large
like
arc,
the last
like the sword.
graveyard, bloody bodies
Proud
lying
Knight
underneath
Souls,
gravestones.
alright.
A series of hooded
So
figures
those give
stand
you a
among the
good chunk
headstones,
each.
titled
Not sure what it is,
NPC
maybe
S5.
5K?
Cool, spooky cultists. Considering the serpent's curse we heard about in the last graveyard and the serpent enemy found in Havenwood, I would assume the S stands for
Oh,
serpent.
you know what?
Despite their sinister appearance, they're
my
quite
friends,
friendly. Only ask them if
is
you've seen
for a
their
second there I
lost
thought I was
relic,
being invaded
Holy
online.
Serpent
This
Fang
is
Sword.
not.
We'll keep
That's
an
why
eye
I
out
got
for
so
these
hyped
snake
about it a
cultists.
second ago.
The last thing to
This
see
is
in Crossroads
actually
is a small
a
mossy
computer-controlled
tower that stands
NPC.
among the trees. A golden staff blocks the stairway, and nestled just behind the tower
Alright, I'm gonna get him
is a
after
single
this.
grave.
I don't know, maybe not.
You guessed it. There's a body under here too. The story of this
Costs
game
nice
is
bleeding
beginning
there.
to unfold in front of us, from the tales of the knight and the basilisk to the mysterious serpent cult and serpent's curse. With so many more places to see, we're sure to find more.
I gotta drink up here.
Let's head to
Dodge.
Namur is quite a change of scenery. We find ourselves in a yellow-tinted desert, starting in a small village surrounded by dunes and large mountains. Most of the NPCs in town have some kind of darkness, indicating it's not as pleasant a place as Havenwood. Within the small buildings,
Dealt with that guy. That really caught me off guard, guys. It's hard to do these commentaries sometimes. You know what I mean? Like,
what a waste. Caskets litter the streets of the village.
These
While
things
the
just sort of
does appear to be in business,
catch
the rest
you
of the town
off
seems
guard,
dire.
and you
An
don't see them
NPC
coming,
pleads
and like
for help.
all of a
Please
sudden
help
you're
us.
engaged against
My
like a
mother
dark
is sick
spirit,
and needs
black
healing
phantom.
water.
Like,
Inside a building behind them,
okay,
an NPC with low
dealt with
health,
him though.
80% darkness
Get some
lung.
fancy pyromancies.
Shapes
I got hit with one of those. That's one of the most powerful
Unfortunately
pyromancy
for this
spells.
family, another
Just
NPC
like,
does not
flame
give us
pillars
help.
all
Healing
over the place.
water.
Anyways,
this place is
there's
dry
more
as a
down
bone.
here.
Ask someone
There's
else.
more.
Just outside of town, more serpent enemies. seem
I'll
to
put
be
all the items
approaching.
in the
The
description
town
as
is
well.
in
I mean, I know a
desperate
lot of
need.
you are
Let's
actually
keep an eye
have
out
gotten
for
into this
healing
game
water this weekend.
because of the
Wandering out into this
walkthrough, and
desert,
you're sort of
the tower
following
appears
along.
through the dust,
So
doorway half
I'll
buried in
just
sand.
include little links to
Inside
all the
there's
items
a
that we
smiley face emoji,
uncover,
like
and then if
the
there are
one
some
from
really good
Discord.
items that
Objects
I don't happen to
description
pick up,
I know
I'll
what you
include
get.
that info as well.
Further into the landscape, we can find a series of massive rusted ships wrecked in the sand. Along
That just
with
sort of
other things
refers
we'll
to
find in
a couple
Namur.
of the
These ships seem
earlier
to suggest
areas
that
that
this
we were in.
desert used to be an
So
ocean
these guys
not
are
so
quite
long
interesting
ago,
too.
firmly juxtaposing not only its current arid landscape, but
These
also its
monsters coming up
inhabitants
here
starved for
have
clean water.
very
Sitting among these ships is a kind
many
of
similarities
symbol.
to ones
Elsewhere,
from
we can find a series of massive
original
red
Demon
bones
Souls.
jutting from the sand. The remnants of
they're
some
very
long
strong
dead
against like
beasts. Under the map, you can see the rest of its skeleton and its enormous skull. These skeletons are called whales.
You can't
Again, a
attack
reminder of
them
the ocean as
from the
it
front,
used to be.
but if you
Next
can
to these
manage to get
bones,
behind
a
them,
pyramid
as
and
I'll
a few
show you
other
guys,
pieces of religious
you can really go to
buried
town.
architecture are located.
And
Just
I know
behind
that
these
they're
ruins, three
also
NPCs,
low
two looking
against
down the
elemental
stairs,
resist, so
the two
that's why I can
NPCs say
just
he's a dangerous prisoner,
absolutely
and the
decimate them
so-called
like
prisoner
this.
says, "It's been a rough
Actually,
day."
in fact, with
That's
this buff
More
especially,
NPCs
I
inhabit Namur
probably don't
as well.
even need to
You
go
can find
behind them.
one
Just
outside
go
a
from the
small
front.
building
They can really
in the
only
desert
attack
next to a horse-like creature called
Anyways, this is
Crawler.
just a
This
quick
NPC
way
says
to
all
get
the
rid of all
healing
these
water
guys.
is
A
gone.
pretty
I've
good
heard
way
get some. You have
to
go all
farm
the way to
souls as
Palethorn.
well.
We can find more of these crawlers as well,
Although
belonging
maybe a
to two
little bit
bandits
less
who
efficient
demand your
than
money to pass.
farming
Namur
those
is
very
starting to
large
show off just how
magical
dire the
knights,
situation
near the
is within the story of the
the
game.
sunlight
Though there's
princess.
nothing too unusual here so far,
Archstone.
aside
I'll
maybe
take
from
that
the
one
smiley
humanity.
face hidden in the
See if
tower.
there's anything
Clearly,
quick that we can
outside
grab
of just
up
the morbid
here.
story being told in the game,
Not sure
there's
at all what this
breadcrumbs
is
left
for
by the
soul.
developers
Okay, Ring of
themselves, and in all
Sacrifice.
likelihood, we'll be
Those
able to
rings
find more
are,
further into these levels. Though we have a
they're
laundry
actually quite
list of
common.
possible levels to
Too
explore at
exciting.
this point, let's hop
It
into
basically
Palethorn
allows you to
and see
die,
what we can find there.
and you don't lose
Palethorn
your
is
souls,
an
I
even
believe.
bigger change.
There's two different
A
variants.
series of stone
Anyway,
pathways
so this is a
connecting
room that we
rocky
were in,
structures.
maybe 5-10
Peaceful
minutes
music
ago.
plays. The sky glows
I never
with
got to the
dust.
top
The note
here.
for this level is also
we can,
left by
can I go through these
This
doors? I
area
don't
needs
think
fall
so.
protection, and he's right. If you fall here, you'll be stuck in an infinite falling.
Is there a
Luckily, we
lever
can just
on
milk
this
that.
side?
One of the strange
That
things about this level
really
is that,
seem
according to the local multiple item browser.
logical.
There appears to be an absurd
we'll
number of
head
the
up,
same object, but it's one we can't actually
making our way
locate in the
through
level.
here.
Door A1. If you've clicked
Do
on
some,
any other
maybe
item
a little
at this
bit
point,
more
interacting with this will
exploring.
simply open the last item you've inspected.
And then we
But
can
if this is the
continue
first
on.
thing you interact with, it will open
Okay, fine.
information location
deal
for
with
an
this.
object
Here we go.
named House 01A with the description, a house devoid of, and then a keyboard match. Very strange. Following the stone pathway.
Usually when you hear a loud noise,
statue of the torn knight.
it's a good time to move.
Titled Crestfall.
Or maybe
It has a
retreat.
60% darkness rating and is reflected in their
Don't really have
I've given
much
up.
healing
It's
left.
the same.
I
Oddly,
probably
another
should
NPC
have
found here underneath this one. This
bolstered
one
that
says,
bonfire.
all the healing water is gone. What a waste. Check out that one.
Just see if we
Further
can
on,
just run
you
up
can
and
find
kill
a
him.
monk. Welcome, traveler. I'm afraid there isn't much to see of the city nowadays. Another monk further along expands on the
That
fate
shouldn't
of
be
this
too
once
hard.
bustling city. Pelthar used to be known as the city of the forest. Since the water
Is he
is
gonna get me?
all the
Oh
trees
shit,
withered
that
away.
hurt, eh?
Yet another
Okay.
stares off
Now's
into
a
the
good
sky
time
at
for
a
me to
dead
leave.
end rock. All the healing water is
Back
dried
a
up,
bit.
and the trees have died. What will become of us? Like me more, the drought of the healing water
Alright, now I'm working with
provides
straight
the realm
humanity if I need to heal.
has left this place in ruins.
He's
and
about
inhabitants
half
on the
dead.
verge of destruction. Utilizing our ability to
What's he
no-clip,
gonna
we
do
can
now?
find a traveler
Okay,
in a
now's a
small
good time to get him.
cubbyhole on one
You know what?
side.
Maybe I should just be
Stone
super
structure.
careful and
A
like.
character that would be
two
otherwise
swings,
impossible to
get
access
outta
without
here.
our ability to fly.
Oh, okay,
Standing
he's
next
still
to
doing
the
that.
road, they
He's
say,
doing the purple
"Greetings.
stuff. We're safe to hack away at him.
Cheap rips to
Got him?
exception.
No.
Very
Dead?
odd
Yes, he's dead.
suspension, but we'll note it down.
Thought
as
he was
well.
taking
The
another
boat
swing
here
at me there.
also seems to
Okay,
suggest that
so
there
he's
used
out
to
of the
be a
way.
body of water here in Pelthar too.
Get a nice
It's
dragon
also
scale.
possible
You
this
can
is
use
just a
those to
magic
upgrade
that the traveler
any
uses to
dragon
use
type
I don't
weapon.
know. Inside
Blood shield.
another inaccessible cubbyhole, we
that out
find a
in
new
a minute.
weapon, the Serpent
Now,
Fang.
it's kind of interesting.
This
So that
weapon
was
does
the
a lot
top
of
half of
damage
the dragon. This is the
flavor
bottom
with
half of the dragon.
100%
And the way you
darkness.
move this
Taking
guy
the
is
sword
through a
back to
lunging
the graveyard
attack.
and
So
crossroads. The
press
serpent
forward and
cultists
attack
grants us new
once.
dialogue.
Maybe I have to do a
Amazing,
double
you
attack.
found it. Go ahead and keep it. Now that it's
Like
found
that.
an owner,
He
everything
stands
will
up.
I don't know
And I
how
can
much
drop
I
down.
trust
You want to be
that
careful
everything
dropping
will
down
be
here as
fine,
well.
but it does do a lot
There
of damage,
is
so we
a
might as well
knight.
keep it. Pelthar begins to
Where is he?
expand
Oh, is he
on
from
the
behind?
devastation of this
I'm
world
not
since the
actually
drought
sure.
began, and on its
I
smaller
think it's
inner
further down in
workings,
that direction.
from the cult
So there
members
is a
to
knight.
the monks. The issues in the various
I guess let's just take a
communities
final
in
look.
Mycenae
Maybe
seem
there's
to be
some
increasing,
decent
so I think we may find more
gear down
answers
here. I
from
don't
the
actually
source.
remember.
Let's check out Mycenae
There should be
Castle.
something, though.
Mycenae Castle is
someone gonna
located
drop
in the
down on
dark
me? Someone already did
forest.
drop down on me.
Thunder cracks,
Oh,
lightning
look at
sends
this ambush.
bursts of light across
Ambush
the
ready and
landscape
waiting
and the
here.
walls of the
Oh, and this guy. So he's who I was worried about. So let's get rid of these minions first, so that they can't distract me too much.
Outside town.
Oh no!
Which may just be
jeez.
copied from Havenwood. Two guards stand outside the entrance of the castle. Be on your way. Both have a bit of darkness. Entering into the grounds of the castle, we find
Okay,
more
that's
guards.
cool.
Things seem dire. We tried
I'm
everything.
clearly
The kingdom is locked.
composed
The doors
at
into
this
the castle
point,
are
you
blocked
know.
by a collapsed
Commentary
tower,
will just
and a guard waits
continue,
here too. No one is allowed
and,
inside right now. The king is sick.
I won't express
a quest
any,
NPC nearby says,
indication
"Please, the
of
guards won't believe me.
frustration
The
or
Minotaur,
anger of
it
any
lives in Krimger Dungeon."
Now
We'll
let's
have to
move
circle
as
back around.
quickly as we
No
can.
clipping into the castle model itself.
This
We
is
can
what I
find
do
groups
after
of
I die.
characters huddled near the top, flying,
Run
wrapped in snakes,
as fast as
overcome
you
by the
can.
serpent's curse.
Go straight along here.
He's dead. NPCs stand
I
around
can't believe
his
that
body.
bloody
Had to
knight
be done.
killed me.
He had to be. You shouldn't be here. It
Very
seems the king was
frustrating.
overcome with the serpent's curse,
One
and
on
those
one,
around him
that
were forced
particular
to
night
flee
is
on
not
his
too
misery.
difficult. I did
Kingdom
fight
really is on
one
its last legs.
at
Outside
Sen's
the castle
Fortress.
grounds, there are a couple things to find. For one of the only
I don't know,
properly
especially with an
textured
upgraded
NPCs we
sword
can
like the
find.
one I
A
have, I can
muscly
probably
man
take him
stripped
out in
down to
like
his skivvies.
4 or 5
A damned
hits,
witch
but
stole my clothes and ass. This is a
I don't know,
frickin'
maybe
sweet
I
reference to
shouldn't
Mormon,
have
where you
prioritized
can
the
find an
smaller
NPC in a
minions.
similar
You know what, I shouldn't have
Shout out
gone there
Mormon. In
intentionally.
the
I
hills
started
surrounding the
walking
castle, we can find an NPC
towards
who
this
says,
direction.
"I'm not afraid of trolls.
You know,
I'm from
underneath
Wakelita
this
Summit.
bridge,
We have real trolls
and
out there."
got the attention
Sure
of a
enough,
lot of those
we can
smaller
find a mountain
guys,
troll enemy
which
standing among the hills
just,
nearby.
sort of
Mycenae
screwed me
Castle
over in the
reveals
end.
just how close this realm is to brink
Go,
collapse.
same deal,
And
lunging
though, again,
attack.
we do have a laundry list of other levels we could load up, I think for the purposes of this video, Wakelita Summit is the perfect next level to explore. Wakelita Summit is a frozen winter forest, all surrounding towering mountains. Though the level is impressive, the note reveals that the publishers were pushing it
know
to
what?
be
Screw
cut
you,
from the
buddy.
game, possibly turned into DLC later.
We're going
Nearby
this
the
way.
base of the mountain, there's a log cabin with an NPC and their dog. Be careful if you plan on going up the mountain. Close by, there's a small village of additional cabins.
You didn't think I was really
Exploring
gonna
the
do that,
forest
huh?
surrounding the mountain, we can find a door built into
For
the hill
honor.
called Mine Tunnel End, though there is no mine in this level, or any other level. Perhaps another piece that was cut. Further into the woods, we can find an icy monolith with a 100% darkness rating. If it looks familiar, that's because it's very reminiscent of the one we find in
Nice
Basilisk
block.
for the SNES. Interesting. Continuing our exploration, we can find a clearing in which a massive
Two-shotted
ice drake enemy stands,
with the
seemingly
heavy
a
attack
potential
of the
boss
sword.
fight. Along to the
When you
mountain
drop from
itself, the
steel
path
armor,
up the side winds around,
large
giving us a
shard.
full view of the
Okay.
forest below as we ascend.
through this door.
At the top, there's a small
Traversing the white
graveyard,
light.
again with bodies underneath. There are
Final
two plates
encounter.
like the ones found in Chapel 00 here as well. A dying, choking howl echoed through time. though no one could hear, for it was so long and so deep as the rumblings of the earth itself. It died one day, and the silence could be heard. Its absence was noticed by all. These plates lay beneath a massive sphere of stone labeled Broken Moon. Here's where our developer tools come really in. If we move this object out from being embedded in the mountains into the sky, a new level begins loading, titled Moon. Moon is very different. The first thing you'll notice is that the environment expands over the whole screen. The dev UI is gone. The game pops into full screen. The ghostly piano plays as we explore the surface of the moon. Stars sparkle in the inky sky. As far as I can find, there's only one thing of note to find among the craters and dust. Encased in a glowing sphere, there's a strange, almost fetus-like shape. A cold angel rests here. What's most odd about this level, aside from the unconventional way you access it, is the format in which it appears on our screen. Removing the UI and filling the whole screen feels out of place, like it wasn't intended to be a part of the game, but instead something the developers added.
I could kill her. I could attack her. I've never attacked her before. You can cut off her tail and get a dagger or something that you can turn into a dagger. She does drop a couple little things when you do kill her. Of course, you'll get some souls as well if you trigger this boss battle, but I have no reason to. Why would I want to mess with monstrous, angelic looking
with an NPC
tail?
titled NPC.
She's got a tail, she's got a suit, she's white like an angel, she got a silk like the Grim Reaper. I don't know, I don't really want to mess with her.
Clip of David Lynch.
I have no true desire for those items that she's going to give me, so we're just going to take a more stoic, neutral
So
approach.
maybe that isn't David B. Maybe that's just famed director David Lynch. Either way, after this clip plays, it loads you into a new level, Erase. Similar to Moon, Erase pops into full screen. The disturbing audio of what sounds like crying plays in the background as we take in the equally horrific environment. Spinning meat, shifting lights. The ground is a sea of blood and viscera, some of it formed into an intersecting pattern of circles. Floating in the air are a gray shape similar to that of the angel on Moon. We have a limited time here before the level boots us out, but in the time we have, we can approach these floating creatures and find that they have
once you
ominous
get the
messages
peculiar
for us.
doll,
Bring death back.
you can approach the painting,
You are
examine,
chosen.
and
Erase
the painting
is
sucks
even
you
stranger
into the
than
world.
Moon. It definitely doesn't
painted
feel like
world
something that was intended to be
REM.
accessible in the game
And,
proper. So why is it here?
You also,
why is it
by the way,
so
get
horrific?
that
What are these
peculiar
angels
doll,
and what
which
do their
turns back to the
messages
key
mean?
here.
Feeding the snake
You get
feels
that
like it's a
in Northern
reference to
Undead
Basilisk,
Asylum when you
which would
return
draw us
there.
back into the game.
That
Or
doll
perhaps
is
a message for or from the developers that is being
is
communicated
in
through
the jail cell that
Moving
you
back
started
to the
the game
perhaps
with,
more typical
it's
level,
protected
the
by
next
a
level I
rock
want to
face,
look at
so
is
keep
found
that
in
in mind
a bit of an
before you go there.
unconventional way.
This zone
Looking
that I
through the
showed you
various
before was
soundtracks of the
completely
audio
optional.
player, you can find a song that hasn't
can
appeared
clear it.
anywhere
You
else
can clear the game without
titled Arena
clearing
Loop
out
Draft.
the painted world.
So let's try loading up
There
Arena.
were a few
Here
items
we
that I
find
didn't
ourselves
get.
in a pretty
I
standard
will mention
medieval
those in the
arena.
description.
Billboards of
It was a
crowds
little
watch from the
bit
stands as we face down
complicated
various
because
other fighter
I
and
had no way of
that are
killing
spread around
those
the arena.
toxic
The note here
monsters,
says,
and if
I
I
don't
got
think making the
toxic,
player fight each boss again in order is a good idea here,
it's
which is
guaranteed
just
death,
very
so,
funny to me. Each of
kinda
these
caught me
fighters have
between a rock and
unique
a hard place
dialogue,
there.
mostly readying for
Regardless, I
battle,
do
but
hope you
one
guys
pleading
enjoyed
for
this
mercy.
video. I
If
know
you
that
set
Dark
them
Souls
to
has been
0
scarce
health or
lately.
just use a weapon on them
I
to
mean,
attack them,
there's a
crowds
PC
shoot.
release for
On
Dark
either
Souls
end
that's
of the
gonna be
arena,
hitting
there are
August,
entrances
and
where the gladiators enter from.
when that
One
happens,
is a
I'm
dead end,
definitely
but
gonna
another
do
leads
some
to a system of
in-depth coverage
hallways.
of the PC
One
version.
path leads us to a large
That being
chamber
said,
where another
I am
NPC
going to
waits for their
continue
turn to fight.
putting up
I
Dark
can't wait.
Souls
Another
videos
path leads you to an accessible
periodically.
part of the audience.
I do
Outside the
enjoy
map,
other
a
parts of the
floating
game,
axe
though,
item
like
can be found
the
as well.
walkthrough, the
Finally,
official
perhaps the
series
strangest
covering
thing
the
we'll find
zones.
here. Down one of the
You know, to
pathways
beat the
inside
game,
the
but there
arena,
are
we can
lots of other
find
aspects of the game
a
that I
door,
enjoy
but it's
that I would
very
like to share
out
with
of
you guys.
place.
So
Its
there will be Dark
textures and
Souls
rendering
content
are
going
oddly
up.
realistic and high res for a game made in 2000. At the very least, the rest of the game we've seen so far, and it's modern, like a photo scan of a modern alleyway.
Thanks a lot for watching, guys.
Dropped into
I'm
the game.
RSC.
The music changes to the ominous null string, and concerningly, this door seems to be covered in crime scene tape. Something happened here, and by the looks of it, it's not something in the universe of the game. It's a recreation of something real. Our ability to move forward is blocked here by an invisible object that gives us the text
and this is going to be a
Speaking
two-part
of
Dark
darker
Souls
elements
game
in the
guide
game,
episode.
remember Krimker Dungeon
At the
mentioned
beginning
in
here,
Messina Castle?
well, I'll just sort of give you some context.
It's a dark,
We are
maze-like
way up
dungeon
high
scattered
right
with
now,
rats and corpses.
way up
Interestingly,
above
these
Fire
rats have a
Lake
null
Shrine.
dark
We've
threat
got this
and actually
bird
talking
right
to
below
someone,
us.
so
We're
it's sort of a
actually in the
subversion.
bird's nest
They're not
right now,
enemies. The note for this
and
level
if I
reads,
just
this
take
area
a
might be too
small
large
step
for its
back,
This level seems pretty standard for a medieval RPG, but there are some unusual things to find here. For instance, here's one of those talking rats I mentioned.
Hey there, watch out, the Minotaur's still around. Snee, snee.
Coming from a wall nearby, you might hear the sound. It's this dark, deep, slowly ascending and descending sound, with no discernible source other than the other side of this wall. Similarly, down another path, you can hear a strange shimmering sound coming from the other side of the wall. It's strange. There are some more typical finds in this dungeon. For instance, this incredibly powerful sword called the Blood Sword, or this massive Minotaur boss in Chamber of Corpses. The Minotaur lives! Not for long, though. One thing we can find that seems very important to the plot is this error object. It's labeled Object Health Fountain 1, and gives us the text Healing Fountain. It kind of sounds like this may be a solution to the drought of healing. Further into the dungeon, you can drop down a pit with another one of these plates.
Some people come back here to pick up the peculiar doll.
In the adjacent room, there's a large, important-looking door. However, all it says is door to missing. It seems there was never a level built to lead here. Now, there are a few mysterious sounds in here, but mostly it feels like we're progressing through the game. Bigger weapons, bigger bosses, and maybe the beginning of a solution to the game's conflict.
I kind of felt bad when it comes to the last video because I didn't really show you
there
guys
are
any
going to
real
be
boss fights.
dwindlingly less that are this straightforward,
So I wanted
and a
to
lot
actually
more that seem to continue exploring these darker elements from the developers. We've thoroughly explored the surface, and it's time to get a little
I
deeper.
ended up
We first discovered waste through a hidden NPC in Palefar, and loading it up, it is not what you might expect out of a medieval RPG, a post-apocalyptic cityscape. Just the null-string audio playing, giving the impression of an unsettling ambient wind blowing through the buildings. The note reads TBR, to be removed. This level was never meant to be noticed. A thin, stretched frame extends on the map. Aside from the ruined buildings and wrecked cars, there's a lot to find here. Some of it is relatively innocuous and seemingly just Easter eggs from Kira, like this Dark Souls screenshot. Others appear to be remnants of abandoned development, like this error titled Trigger Missing Dead. However, the most interesting stuff to find here appears to be pieces left over from the development. Angry messages, strange noises, decals of text can be found all around the map, from innocuous messages like data to more forceful ones like
But that's okay, really the
this
only
world.
special
Some of the messages are left through other pods. There are multiple skinless NPCs titled NPC question mark with unsettling things to say.
And you know what,
I
this
no
actually
longer
keeps me
sleep,
very
lest the
safe.
dreams come true.
I mean,
Every
I can
day
have
is
him
the
slam
exact
down
same
on
until
me,
death. Also worth
smash
noting,
me.
one of these
Okay,
guys
he
can be
hits me
found
with a
in
double
Crossroads,
smash,
doesn't
like
have
we saw
anything to
there,
say, but I didn't
then
realize
I'm
that
kinda
until
screwed.
after I did Crossroads. So,
Dragon
either way,
Crest
these
Shield has
developers
got
are
great
going
magic
through it.
defense.
In all
so,
seriousness, this does seem to suggest more of something terrible plaguing the developers behind the game, but the
So that
details are
even
still
when
too
he
vague.
uses
Some of the
his,
pieces left here aren't just text either. Under the map, we
AoE
can find an
magic
image
spell,
of the
that
Basilisk
one there.
Eye from Basilisk SNES,
if I've
and
got my
elsewhere we
shield
can find
up,
a low-res
it does
section
vary.
from a Bosch paint.
Okay,
Hell,
so let's
we
see if
some
we can
kind
set
of
something up here. Okay,
demon
he's got his
or
magic spell, let's see if
distraught
I can
hands
move in
on.
and get a
Perhaps
shot
the
off.
most striking things you can find here are the
Okay, that time I was too
The first
close,
one I
so
found
the
was
magic
facing the
damage
corner of
actually
this
hit me
dilapidated building. Flickering in and out of existence, along with the strange sound that accompanies it, is some kind of creature. It's stuck walking into this wall, appearing and disappearing from reality. They look similar to the crawlers, but
may
they're
have sort of
definitely
two different
different. Another one of
styles
these
for
can be
that
found stuck near a wall
attack.
elsewhere,
Actually,
nearby some
not
text that
100%
says
sure,
unpleasant. And we can
anyways,
find
he's
one of
also
these
got this
flickering
one, so that one
creatures
sort of
actually
floats up in
wandering
the air a
through the
little
map,
bit.
emitting an almost
fast.
musical drone.
It's nothing,
Playing through, I'm not
you know,
100% sure if it
too
roams
much.
the whole
You don't
map
really
or
worry
if
too
they're
much about
actually
that one,
coupled
because you sort
in
of see
different
it coming
parts.
from a
Either
mile
way,
away.
these don't appear anywhere
Just
else
getting
in
some shots
the game
in where
aside
we
from this
can
map.
here.
One that
Sort
was
of,
never
I sort of
meant
keep
to
baiting him into doing this
Waste
same
really
attack.
is hammering in the
And
developer's
that's fine, do that one all you
penchant for
want.
through their development. This place
The only
is
one giving me
uneasy
problems
and
before
almost
was that
cynical.
magic
Every
AoE
day is the
attack.
same until death. It
Yeah,
might
and as I
almost
mentioned, I
come
did
across
record
as
this the
just
first time I
something
got killed.
about
Like, you
crunch
saw me
time or
pick up
working a
my
9 to 5, but
blood
the
state
time seal
before,
tape and
and it
mentions
really
of
was
dreams
that
coming true and the odd
magical
levels like
effect
you
was
do in a
gone.
race. It feels like there's
But
something
now that I've
more
got
here.
a
And like I said,
proper
we're only just
magical
beginning to
effect
reach
shield,
deeper.
it's
The developers
not
left
too
a
hard.
lot for
He's
us to
already
dig
almost
into.
dead.
For instance, the
This
Hall
is
of
an optional
Skeletons.
boss
So
as
what's
well.
behind the mysterious Hall of Skeletons?
Oh, I thought he was going to catch me from the
This.
side. with
It
that
appears to be a
magic
sort of
wand.
Easter egg,
No,
a
I'm
place where
still
developers
really
just mess around to be funny and leave it to be found out. This isn't
There are
super
a few
uncommon
bosses
in
in the
games,
game that
especially at this
are
era,
sort of
to have a fun
optional.
little developer
You don't
secret.
necessarily have to
David
go
B
about,
is even
but
here
it does
scolding
give
the
you
designers. Alan, what is
a
this? We have better things to work on. I'll be honest, and this is really just a personal preference
which,
aside, I found this level to be a bit of a disservice to the experience of playing this game. This game was supposed to be made in 2000,
many items,
so it
weapons
does break
from
things when there's
plus
a bunch of
14,
late
plus
2010s
50.
memes. I wish that
You know,
at
as
the
you-
very least, the Hall of
as you level
Skeletons
up
was a
your
little bit
weapons
harder to
higher,
find.
you
Though
get
it took
rare
us a bit to
stuff,
get
so,
around to it, it is one of the first places you find out about. And if it felt a little more hidden, like a secret from Kira themselves, instead of Alan from 2000, I think it would be less jarring. But that's just more of a nitpick, and maybe the only one I have for this entire project. Either way, Hollow Skeletons isn't particularly important, outside of being yet another example of explicit remnants left by the developers. But we can find even more of these by looking back at our list and loading up Office. Office is jarring. We spawn into an uncharacteristically non-medieval map. Instead, we're in a modern office lobby. Behind the front desk, there's a low-res photo of what is presumably the employees. The front door leads to a missing, and off to one side there's a bathroom. Down the opposite hall and to the left, there's a small room with a poster, work, work, work. Further down the hall is the main computer room. The computer room is filled with cubicles, work-centered posters, and NPCs, who all stand in for the dev team. Like Hollow Skeletons, this seems to be a secret designed for players to be able to find, recreating the dev team's budgets. Each one introduces themselves by name and what they do. Hi, I'm Alan. I made all the models used in Basilisk 2000. I am very tired, LOL. Hey, I'm Cassie. I do the animation and make the AI in Basilisk 2000. A few of them have some unique quirks. Greg, for instance, is titled Greg NPC Dead and has 0 health, along with a 100% darkness rating. David B, the man himself, has a 50% darkness rating as well. It is also here where we learn just exactly who David B is in relation to the development. How you doing? I'm David Bunch. I'm the chief engineer and manager for Basilisk 2000. Though this area seems like an innocuous Easter egg, there's something darker underneath. Behind George's desk, through the wall, is a low-res photo of the office with the text, I want to leave. Leave being in yellow. His desk also has a note that reads, I'm so sick and tired of this. Some days I just want to burn the place down. Clearly, the development process on this game has not been as chipper and cheery as they're trying to portray. But perhaps most concerning is what is found underneath David B's desk. A low-quality photo of a gun, with the text, not going to keep taking it. This object is named just in case. Something is clearly very wrong with the development of this game. From the messages of anguish to multiple employees ideating about burning the place down, and David B either considering taking his own life or everyone else's. And unfortunately, we can find out exactly which one. We set all the NPCs' health to 0, except for David. A new level is loaded. We are reloaded into a darker version of the office. The echoing sounds of gunshots can be heard. The front door has been blocked by chairs. In the bathroom, Dave, not David B, is hiding. I can't let him find patches of blood stain the carpet. In the computer room, the rest of the employees are scattered across the ground, dead. David is nowhere to be found. Each of their bodies hold dialogue that seem to have been their last words. Interestingly, Greg says, I should have expected this. The note on George's desk now says, I didn't do it, please. This all but confirms that this was, in fact, David B's doing. It's very unsettling to sit among the carnage and stark and stomach-churning. The biggest question here is whether or not this is David B, an overworked, clearly very unhappy dev team, living out a dark fantasy caused by his depression or anger at the development and the team, or if this is a recreation of David actually snapping. Other devs here seem to fantasize about burning the place down, but specifically pointed out they wouldn't do this. Similarly, that realistic door with police tape found in Arena C suggests a more realized aftermath than one would typically find in a dark office daydream. We still need answers, and I think the best way to find them would be to keep following this particular rabbit hole. Let's load up Leave. Leave is a strange one, but it makes a lot of sense in a way. It's an airport. The starting area is small and barren, just a few blank terminals. Planes sit on the runway outside, along with some buildings. The note for the level is simple, all that's left to do. It almost seems like it's implying that what David B did in Office truly was real. This is his plan afterward. Just leave it all behind. In the corner of the map, a plane is crashed into the ground halfway in the building. The description of this object reads, Doris drowns in doubt. It's almost disturbing how much of this game's file space has been dedicated to the darkest thoughts and perhaps even actions of its developers. It's like the development completely went off the rails and instead became a place to vent the deepest, most frightening parts of these developers' lives. And speaking of the behind the scenes of this game's development, we have a couple levels here to circle back to. The name Exception 8, if you'll remember, comes from Pale where a traveler offers you a ride there. It doesn't have quite the medieval twang the other level names do, and that's because it is yet again another piece only meant for developers. It's a testing ground. The note for the level reads, "Flora test looks okay. David Seuss." It's mostly a flat plane with trees, and a few small pieces of architecture like these columns and a few errors. One of these errors is used for lighting. Another is titled Greg Dead with the message, "Get to work, blah blah blah." Yet another gives us the text, "Alan is tired." So more venting from the developers, though slightly more innocuous, except perhaps Greg being dead. Aside from this, the only other disquieting thing to be found is that a certain area of the map begins playing audio called meachew hold, do not use, which is a sort of windy, staticky sound. The thing about the naming convention of Exception 8 is that it seems to suggest an Exception 1 through 7 as well, and there is one more exception now, Exception 7. Just like its counterpart, Exception 7 is a testing field, but it's a little more densely populated, with a few different little environments set up around the map. For one, a series of textureless items and buildings set up in a line. Plates, pillars, gravestones, houses, vegetation, weapons. Floating above them all is a fish-like model with what looks like the fetus texture for moon and erase. It's difficult to parse, but looks vaguely like an ultrasound. It's titled Sunset. Another series of buildings is nearby, set up as a mock-up village. A serpent enemy stands by a building with the text, "I am an enemy." Then, outside each door are a series of NPCs, all with pretty innocuous text. "I am a knight of some sort." A comically squished character says, "I am a child." Seems like a place to test NPCs. Another, smaller mock-up village is also nearby, with various NPCs who give you quests, or tell you that they're completed. One says, "The quest is done," and barks. Again, this is all fairly innocuous, but this level has one secret that is really the turning point for the story of the developers. It begins to shift everything towards a much more disturbing style. A small textureless cube sits in the very corner of the map. It's easy to miss, and seems fairly unimportant. You walk into it, however, an image flashes on the screen. A blurry photo of an empty office and
necromancer because
bloody
even
shit,
if you wait more than a few
vaguely
seconds,
lizard-like,
necromancer in the area
from
will
the game.
start
But this isn't just a model in the game, this is a photograph, and what's more, a photograph that seems to have been taken in the office this game is being developed in. How is it there? Did it come out of the game? Or is it the opposite? Is the game being made based around this creature? As of now, it's
just down below.
It's seemingly very rare to get this cube to spawn in loading Exception 7, and after the image disappears, so does the cube, and the crying sound from erase begins.
The good thing about the
If you see the cube once,
necromancers,
you're
though,
not likely to see it again. With such a strange revelation that it's possible the basilisk is real, our questions begin multiplying. The next place to look for answers is to Sirius.
kill off whatever
Sirius
necromancers
feels a
you
bit
can,
like
and then
it's
start
a
again
level
from the
that looks like
bonfire
it may have
with
actually fit in the
necromancers, you
game.
don't have
Still,
to
it
worry
was an
about
off-putting
skeletons
character,
going
a
back to
desolate,
life.
dark city
So
with
just
a
giving you
nebulous
guys a little
sky.
background
The note here says,
information
"This
how
area
to
TBR
best
next
approach
build.
this.
Not important enough to relegate this
Catacombs
space." David B. That name
is-
carries a darker weight.
it's a pretty
Beneath
good
the map,
zone.
printed
It's
on the
not-
skybox, is a piece of text that says,
got some
"I'd die
interesting
1,000 deaths if I can die with you."
And
Throughout the
there are a
city,
few
the doors into
secrets
these
that I am
buildings
aware of
are
in catacombs. I'm not sure if you
inaccessible.
guys
We
see a
can get a
necromancer there
peek
across
inside
the
these
way. I
buildings,
guess I could
though,
use
in a strange way.
bow or
Throughout the map, there
possibly
are these
magic
windows
to
peering
kill
into
if
dark
I have
hallways
to.
and rooms. The effect on these windows is strange, though. It's like they're
That's
images
an
that have
option.
been superimposed,
We'll
tracked
just
to the
go
camera
pull
and
off
parallaxed,
these
but just a little off.
skeletons.
They all appear to be
Did I
looking in
drop
the
it
same
out?
place, just
No.
different parts of it.
Because,
Rooms
that
filled with
bridge-
water, dimly
there-
lit halls. There's actually a
in
load
catacombs,
trigger
there's
behind
also
one of
sort
the
of
doors.
interesting little
Trigger load hall
bridge
though
system
no such
where,
level exists.
you
It
gotta
seems like
flip
there was a plan to
levers
load you
that
into the place to
rotate
see through
bridges
these windows,
and,
but that level was never created. There are
know,
also
or
remnants
else
of other
bridges will
pieces
have,
of the
like,
game, such as a kill
spikes
player trigger
pointing
behind the door
upwards,
and an
flip
error
the switch,
standing in for a
and
butcher
those
shop
spikes
sound
will point
effect
down
loop,
here.
though we can't
So
actually hear the
so that
sound.
sort of
The part that's most interesting though starts with this statue of the torn knight. The figure emits a low pulsing hum, and when you get close enough, the sound plays.
bleed if you're
Almost
not
like we've
careful.
activated something. Continuing to explore, a
necromancer
brick
that's
wall near
actually
one of the
fighting
shops
quite a
also
bit.
activates another
It's been,
sound. We're onto
sort
something.
of
Right around this
fleeing
vent in the
right
ground
away
at
from
the
you
end
for
of
a
the
while.
hall, another sound activates. Then there's
we'll
more
catch
here. Then there's no more sounds to be found. It's strange, but there is one final place we need to visit. The final trigger is here, around the window peering into the room filled with water. After wandering this area, when you leave, you'll find a few new things around the map. Firstly, this creature. It's a headless figure called NPC Headless Dead, with 100% darkness. It's really unsettling to stumble upon, but what exactly it represents, I'm not sure. It will also spawn 2 tombstones, and here's where things get interesting. The text both of these tombstones contain seems like nonsense, but running them through an AMSCO cipher, we get a string of text. My attempt at translating the string of text reads, I don't think it was me, not the murderer. What if I was the murderer? The only person I can think of who may be a murderer is David B. So did he really kill his coworker? Or maybe not. Maybe his questioning of this fact leads to the idea that it was just a fantasy. Or perhaps even David B. doesn't know. His conceptions of reality and fantasy blur. The other tombstone translates to, at least by my attempt, I didn't just happen. Maybe I did. But it was the perfect basilisk. Again, there's this line here questioning his concept of reality. Did he just happen upon it or not? But most interestingly is that this seems to once again refer to the basilisk. If we're saying this is David B. and not related to an in-game story, it would be another point connecting to this seemingly real photo of the basilisk in the office in the real world. The seerist, with all its secrets and reveals, still does very little to explain what's really going on here. It's pushing us in the right direction, but we can't see where it goes. And we're running out of levels. Hit a dead.
It's pitch black.
Remember that broken talisman, the one with RIT written on it? Where's the other end of it? What is the complete level? Well, there isn't. We're just gonna have to.
It illuminates
I
a nice
I read
large
somewhere
light.
that the other half was actually intended to appear in the game,
you're
and
gonna
was
need
actually
to watch
left
your
out,
footage
but I'm not sure. Either way, for a medieval game about myths and monsters and cults, one word does come to make immediately. Ritual. Ritual is a barren, red wasteland. Some buildings sink, dirt, skeletal trees sparsely populate the cracked ground, and a massive serpent enemy stands at the base of a mountain. It seems like
But yeah, Tomb of the Giants is a tough
The boss is titled The Torn Basilisk, which
Maybe I
is
could read a little bit
interesting considering the name of our legendary hero.
good strategies and try
Surrounding
to
it are various tricks, most appearing to activate a different phase of the boss fight, but one activating the boss theme, Basilisk.
Dark Souls
It kind of goes hard.
walk through at this point,
But the note for
lost
this trigger says,
sure,
this track will not fit the theme.
early on.
Did you not even read my script?
I like to keep
David,
it.
moving away from the boss fight itself,
you know, I
flipping
like
through
to
the
tackle
grounds are a
those
series of
certain orders,
3D computer
episodes 1
models
to
laid out
10.
in the line. Each one has a note read from left to
But
right.
here,
Watching videos of that
from now on,
project
you have a
gives me
bit more
strange
leeway.
feelings. Like, I miss it, but at the same time, it was kind of traumatic. I was so rushed, and in hindsight, I
Just
shouldn't
lure
have
these
cared
guys a
so
little
much.
bit further
And now it's
from
part of
their,
something I don't even like. But I'm proud of the work I did on it. I guess that's what normal development feels like most times. Like putting ourselves into work that will end up bad before it reaches anyone. And then looking back and missing it also sad. It's just sad. But I guess I have it to look back on. I don't know where I'm going anymore. What am I doing? Why am I even writing this? My whole life is spent living in the past. I don't know any other way.
So there's actually a bunch of treasure now. Now that we're actually
I feel like I should have died a long time ago. I'm literally
remember
time or something.
a number of different things
tired
that
of
I
it.
could sort of grab
I'm just uninspired at the moment.
bring people
This feeling sucks. It's possible these were left by one of the many developers who worked on Basilisk 2000, as we've seen their unhappiness with the development process. The writing doesn't seem to fit into the late 90s, early 2000s era though, so it's possible this is the reflected musings of Kira themselves. Either way, this is actually very thematic.
We got one. There were
so
actually
we'll be
two
coming
there.
back to it later. Going back to the boss fight, if we set its health to 0, it loads us into a cutscene where the narrator gives us more exposition.
They always give you really good upgrade
I don't
materials.
fit. Let me worship just anyone, Chad. I want you to
Climbing
know
up here, there is something to get here. I don't clearly remember what it is.
So it's safe for a very special okay, that's all I
Okay, there's no treasure here. You do want to be careful whenever you see this sort of setup on the floor, because this stuff always breaks through. See?
That could be $1 million.
And here we are now behind a nice waterfall. Well, what was the point of that? Okay, you know what? That was just for the gecko lizards. So that's fine. Whatever. We got some good upgrading materials. If you want those as well, sort of make that immediate right once you head through this door. So we've cleared that out, and let's proceed downward, clearing out these rooms sort of one by one. You don't want to just run by everything first. Have everything catch up to you later. Oh, there you go. Nice booby trap. Got the better of me. Twice.
Stop lying, bro. I was not in a vice art.
Yeah, these skeletons definitely have an aggressive approach a lot of the time. They'll just do like crazy jumping, lunging
So, it turns out,
attacks to
the
you.
Torn Knight was the basilisk, and the creation myth we read was sort of a lie, a twisted version of the truth. This version of events also seems to suggest my theory about basilisk for the SNES holds a bit more weight. I also think it's notable that the phrase shedding its dead skin is used here, but that will mean more later. So, we've reached the end of the game, it seems. The basilisk defeated. What more is there to find? Well, we may have the answers to the plot within the game, but we still aren't much closer to understanding the world outside it. What happened to David Lee, the development team, this real-life basilisk? Well, there is one more thing to find here in Ritual. At the edge of the map, a skinned NPC hangs from a tree. It's titled WMK, with the description, "It's all my fault. It's all because of the color equals yellow and
another room.
Combine the letters from the description and the title, removing the color information, the color yellow suggesting this will be a level title, and running the text through a ROT 8 cipher, we get the word event, a new map. And by my estimation, this is sort of the finale, the climax of the subtle fear and dread.
Switch this lever here, and then down there is just sort of dead end. Heading back up, we can get behind this formerly closed door, and now here.
Event is another full-screen level, but it's even stranger than anything else we've seen. Not only is it unusually realistic, almost appearing as if it's a 3D scan of a real environment, it's got this very strange effect built in. It's like lagging pixels, the after effects of data motion, the leftover haze of the last frame left on the new one. It only allows for an impression of the environment. And though this style is completely new, it is familiar. So it's an office space. I'd like to say that if you have any intention of playing the game at this point, I suggest you pause this video, grab the game, explore it a bit, and then play this level for yourself before coming back.
And you can get
It's
the
truly worth it.
Dark
Alright,
Moon
let's
Seance
We start at
ring,
the end of a hallway.
which
No sound, but the ambience.
I don't know, guys. I don't have every
Though it does resemble the office in an office, it is a bit of a different layout. Whether these are supposed to be different places, or if the office is just a perfect recreation of the real office, is not entirely clear. To find everything available on this level, we'll need to do a bit of a back and forth, logging the entirety of the office and back, and finding new things myself. I've broken these up into different
we're heading
The first
here
room.
is to
Following
just
the hallway out
progress
into a main
further
hall,
on
the office
in
opens up into
catacombs.
two directions. One leads us into a large hall. The door opens
So,
correct. The
before we
sunlight
do that,
shines
I'll
through, and
add
the sounds at the
that
outside.
in one of the
A few
upcoming
CDs are scattered on the floor. We can just leave through this door, which loads us back to the empty level state where we first began.
nestle
There's also a door to our right, but it's closed. I'll call this room the exit.
If you
Following
wait
the hall
here
into the
for
other
about
direction, we're led
30
down the
seconds or
hall.
so,
As we walked behind a
the
closed
coffin
door, we
will
can hear
close
something
on
shuffling
you,
around.
and it will bring you to Nito's
We're not alone. In the next
grave
room, the floor is
site.
covered in CDs, which I'll call the CD room. Through the wall, we can hear some kind of
You can
whisper.
join. You can join a covenant there, one of the dark.
Moving out into the next
There's
room,
also that
we
Titan
find it
idea in
incredibly
there.
dark.
I don't know. I'm not
The
going to kill it.
whispering
It's kind of
is
hard
even
to.
louder. Following this hallway to the door
It's
at
kind of
the
hard to
end,
kill
I find
in
our final
such a
room.
narrow
Light pouring
hallway.
through the windows,
And
an
all you
ominous
can do
speech.
really
8 evidence
shards.
shards placed on the
Not that,
those
Something
efforts.
happened
not that we
here.
So we
It
can see a
seems
couple
to suggest
skeletons
the same
there.
office we saw in
Making
Creed.
a
Some of these
boy.
mark a kind of black plastic
try
bag,
and
others
kill me. One of the
bloodstains,
first
and
ones
some
here
kind of
trying to
fabric, blue liquid.
bash his
There's
head.
also some pieces of paper
Problem,
scattered on the ground.
buddy
It's
gets
impossible to make
two.
out what they say
Try to do a
here.
dropping
Finding the
attack.
actual
Watch the
texture
drop.
within the game's files lets us see clearer. I'm
Alright,
ruining
bonus
the game. I'm
damage
ruining
from
the
that.
game. Everything is boring.
That
So
floor
the only thing
will
we had
break.
was the basilisk. There's a drawing of a circle. This room is where I end run. The second room starts when we head back to the exit.
I want to get your take
This
on
weapon here
like
and
what
take off
I guess
my
this
shield.
kind of falls into
Okay,
kind of
here,
We can
definitely.
drop through.
We hear more unsettling whispering and shuffling behind the
Oh,
door.
cheap
Back in
shot.
the exit room, we now find the door to the right is open. Inside is a dark cave, made either out of moist rock or meat. A crackling sound. Yapping, monstrous grumbling.
Are you
So it almost sounds like
kidding me?
it's like this place is alive.
That
That's
was
right.
so
From here, we
gay.
head back to the evidence room.
Oh,
You gotta tell me, brother. Right? Yeah, wait, but not, but which one?
guys,
that.
sorry for the rage.
You have to tell me which one.
Making our way back to the scene.
That's crazy, thank you. Yeah, actually,
What the fuck was that? It's gone in a second, but looking back, it appears to be some kind of...
I guess I should have just
That
drank
is
a
the
quick
last
Estus
evidence
before
we
hopping
find.
down.
At least that
But
appears
that
when wandering back to
black
the But there
knife
are a
was
couple pieces of hidden text.
stomped.
The first piece of hidden text appears to
Man,
be approach
that
the
was
wall
so
just upon entering the
infuriating
evidence.
beyond
Encrypted
words.
text appears for just a moment before going away.
Excuse
We'll
me,
decipher
like,
that.
I
The
obviously
next
this
piece
is
of text
supposed to
can be
be
found scrawled on the wall inside the scene
professional,
just as you come out of it.
professional
You can
Dark
actually see it
Souls
being
game
written
guy
out
walk
as if
through
by
here.
notes. One skin, one
But
arm,
come on, you
one
can
leg,
actually play this game without raging. So that was so
interesting recipe. Okay, as for the encrypted text,
Whatever,
it's actually an
man.
ampersand.
It was my
Remove the
mistake.
letters for the term color yellow, indicating this will be a level name, and we get an anagram for within it.
So
This is the final
we're just
level.
gonna run.
Within it is another full-screen data mosh type level. This time we're on a platform in a
Quickly. You know, you can actually make it
holding
pretty quick.
chains around.
You can tell I've
Unseen light
guided
rotates
this
around,
one
causing the
before.
shadows to change. It's almost
I know my
reminiscent
way
of a
along
race.
here.
Jumping into the void, you fall very slowly. Blink and you'll miss it, but after
All
falling
right.
for a while, text does appear for a split second, and it might be
Alright,
some
back
of the
down
most
this
important
direction,
text in the
and we are
First, there was a
essentially
carapace
right
to
where we
protect
left
the
off.
frail workers from outward
Okay,
invasion. But
take a
certain
deep
chambers
breath.
became unused, abandoned.
Everything's gonna be okay.
In
No
one
need to
such,
rage.
a deprived soul slipped in, or was born in, or grew within.
Back
They
here.
sought to peel back the numbness, the boring day-to-day of life and work within the carapace, to shed old skin, to gleam anew in fresh
These guys are gonna
violence and
revive,
terror.
right?
The resident sought material, gradually accumulating from transience,
so
the
let's
skin
just do
of
this
one,
way.
the bones of another, one twisted arm, one broken, and the text eventually cuts off. There's a lot there. Right from the start, it seems to be talking about the dull work of the developers, which we've seen brought up time and time again. Perhaps this deprived soul is David B, growing more and more restless until his outburst of violence. But what's really strange is the recurrence of this recipe, the skin, the bones. It's like they're making something.
Okay.
And we will get back to that. But for now, there are a few more pieces of the puzzle to find. They're just outside
Down
the
there?
game. Now that we've exhaustively explored the contents of the game, let's rummage through the game's folder. Firstly, and rather innocuously, there's a piece of promo art.
Oh, what are you
More than
doing?
just a game. 16 times the
I wanted a
detail of
real
the SNES
fight
classic
here.
introduces
Just
new
drop
advanced
down
AI. Umbra AI creates
into
all new systems
Pinwheel
so
Valley.
NPCs can know when they're about to
Okay.
die. Despite
This is another
Umbra
tricky
AI
part
system sticking out a bit,
of,
there's not really much else to connect
This is
with
actually
the game,
what
so
I think
it
is
seems
sort of
to
the
just
most
be a
annoying
bit
part, the hardest part of this zone.
The README
You've got
file
all
that
these
comes with the game
pinwheels
also
out
gives
there.
us some pretty helpful context. It starts with some notes
And,
from David B. from around the time of the game's
They can
development.
cause
The basic engine is
you
looking
a
good.
lot
We
of
should have a
pain.
prototype ready by August,
Hurry
but
if
I'm
you're
still
not
not sure we can pull off the Christmas 2000. Again, the scope is out of hand. Mechanics are kind
So
of there,
screwed
but
right now.
everything is too late. I added a feature for a notepad sort of thing in each cell, so hopefully that will help us communicate
Forget it.
better. AIM seemed like a good idea, but now you're all just wasting time chatting. This game doesn't ship on toast, so please
Look at this
forgive
running,
me.
boys.
Pull it
Here we
together.
go.
Thanks, and I'm sorry. I still love this project.
Running,
Then
dodging.
there's an addendum.
You know how many times I've
File
died in this valley?
published in
Bloody
2020,
pinwheels?
seemingly around the time the game was discovered and being
many
ported
of
over
them.
to be released. I guess the dev team didn't meet their goal, or the publisher wasn't impressed, but there's
Every
a lot
time
here to
I
look at.
record
Like the
this,
previous
alright,
Basilisk
fine,
game on the Super Nintendo, this game wasn't finished.
No, you don't-
Strange
we'll kill all
features
this
that
stuff.
are half removed. I don't know if it's supposed to be a direct sequel or
Come
a
on.
spiritual successor, but since the first game wasn't released, I've dug up as much as I can on the project, but
Alright,
nothing
get
about
rid
it
of
is
a couple
archived, and I got
pinwheels.
really lucky finding this disc
Seen
on
that
eBay.
Black
There
Knight
wasn't any
following me as
overlap
well.
in the
Come on,
development team
where
for
you
the
going?
previous game, but I
You
think
guys
some of the
running
code
off?
was used. I tried to get in touch with the old developers, but their office doesn't seem to exist anymore, and the only number I found just gave me a busy line every time I called. We can also find a video file in here, simply titled Vid. It's a low-quality screen recording of
Pretty
Windows
useless
XP
once they've
computer.
stopped.
Though the name here says Victor Laurie, Kira has
I really
confirmed
just
that
want
this
to
is
kill off the Black
supposed
Knight.
to be David
Oh,
B's
you-
script.
did
We
I-
can see an
oh, yeah,
instant
no,
message
did I
conversation
pick up
going
my
on, but the
corpse?
fact that
I
we
must
see a
have.
program
Okay,
called
no way.
spychat.exe running, it seems like David B is spying in on this conversation, not
Yeah.
participating. It goes like
Killing
this. Hey, I think
I'll take
something is
that
wrong
shot.
with David.
And
The
with
texture
that,
guy,
we kill
David
him,
Seuss,
and I'll do the boss.
he's great in my opinion. No, I mean David B. You know, he was the one who found that body. That was like 10 years ago or something. It must still be
Traversing the
bothering
white
him.
light.
I'm obsessed with the incident. Yeah, I can tell too.
Quick
Maybe it's just his way of
wave
coping.
Estes
I'm not just scared
and
for him.
you
It could be
down
dangerous. Like
when you
fire
hop in
us?
here.
I think he keeps a gun over his desk, and it's just it's difficult. I don't know. Let's just get this project done, and then we can ask HR. Yeah, I guess. I might just be a little paranoid too. I get it though. This chat is secure, right? I think think/hope so. Enough fooling. Let's make a game. Alright, I got you. This really does reinforce a lot of what we've been thinking about David B. His possession of a gun in real life does seem to make this reality of his actions seen in the dark office seem a bit more likely, along with his paranoid behavior causing him to spy on his fellow developers and their worry about his mental instability. We also get a pretty intense revelation. 10 years before the development of Basilisk 2000, David B found a body inside the same office they're working. And he's been sort of obsessed ever since. Is it possible David did more than just
damage on this
body,
weapon,
considering all
no?
this talk of building something with body parts?
That's only
Maybe
the
this
case
body is
because
the same one
some
crawling
people
forward.
actually
Again, I do want to get back to
first
this question. There is
before
one
they do
final
any other.
inside the game's files. There's a lock to sit using the password skin,
and because it's sort of available to you right from the start,
unlock an SMC
I guess they didn't really
the same
want to
type
make
of file used with the SNESy Plus to load Basilisk.
hard. So
it's
yeah.
titled Basilisk
got the mask
Early
removed.
Build.
Alright, that's cool.
Throwing this file into the ROMs folder and booting it
take a
up
look
with
at that,
SNESy,
because you
we
don't
find
always
ourselves
get
in the now familiar
that mask
darkness
when
of
you
the
do
woods.
this
Though the
boss
floor
fight.
here is
Got
untextured,
my elite
walking
night
again
helmet
into the
sits
woods, we
on
find
for
a new
now.
floating area
You know I'm a big
awaiting
fan of
us.
that one.
Hey, you made it.
Mask
All the way back here. That's when it started out.
Slightly
Sacred
racist.
alchemy to create the
new
true
age.
Basilisk.
I wasn't
They
sure
started with a man,
which did
although
what.
some called him a monster. They thought to make his outside as warped as
the other two do
They
different
started
things.
with the skin. It had to go first. Little by little, they removed almost everything until they finally made
So,
it.
although it was a
True
slightly
Basilisk.
anticlimactic boss fight, it was a solid boss fight at the beginning of the video.
Then they locked it up.
I
The worst of all,
showed you really just
they
the
forgot it.
cleanest
But
way
it
to
lived
get
somehow,
through.
it seemed. At least in the back of David's mind, it did.
The cleanest way to
Or
get
was
through the
it David all
catacombs and
along?
get to the
Or did he
end.
simply
We
help
did
them
miss
get
that
there?
dark room
Or did he
seance
just work in
room,
the same office?
which is not really hard to
Or
find
was
if
it
you
all
just do a
just the
little bit
nightmare?
more exploring
He
there.
couldn't remember.
I wonder what
He
that
didn't
is
want
up
to,
there on the ceiling.
but it lived. And it will live. And it will
If
grow.
I switch
and it will
on
grow,
the skull lantern, I can
Then
show you
the game
when you
closes.
hold that up.
These
you
last
can
few
actually
levels
see
not
where
only
you're
kicked
going.
up the horror
When
of
you
the
don't have it
project,
held
but
up,
have really begun to shed
you
some
are
light on the
certainly,
questions that have been mounting throughout our time playing.
you know,
But
you're
things
just
are still a bit jumbled.
There's
Let's see what we
a
can untangle.
So,
skeleton.
Basilisk
If I just move
2000
few
was
paces
a fair bit
forward,
denser
there is a
than
skeleton
its
here.
SNES
I don't know what I
counterpart,
want to do
which
in
means
this
there'll be a
video
little
yet.
bit more to
I
uncover
guess
in
we'll
the
just have to
beginning.
wait
I'll try my
until
best.
episode
I think to
14
understand
figure
what's
that out.
going on outside the game,
That's gonna
for
do it
instance,
for
with the
this
development
one.
of both games
Thanks a lot
and
for watching,
Basilisk,
guys.
we need to understand
Thanks
the
for
story
helping
inside
me out
the
on that
game,
last
what the plot
video.
of the Basilisk games are, and how they
There's
connect,
a
because there
painted
seem to be a
room
lot of
video,
intentional
painted
parallels
world rather,
between the outside
did quite
story
well.
and the inner story of the
whenever you
game.
guys
So I
support
think
the
my
video,
first
help me
explanation
thumbs
of the
up.
story in Basilisk SNES is pretty spot on. An evil
It's very
knight destroys
easy
the
for me to
kingdom,
just,
and in his bloodlust brings his sword upon himself. In the future, he's known as the Torn Knight because of his duality as a man and a monster, but also because in the end, he sliced himself in half. This was the start of a new world, and his destruction became a twisted creation myth, painting him as a savior. In truth, though, the knight didn't really die, not forever. It just started his transformation. Though things were good for a while, the Torn Knight's influence slowly grew, as did the serpent's curse. The healing water dried up, and more people became afflicted with the curse, turning them into serpentine monsters. There's even a small cult grown trying to help this along. This blight becomes so dire that the king of Mycenae is killed by his advisors and guards after he is infected with the curse. In the end, the knight returns as the massive Torn Basilisk. At the end of Basilisk 2000, our hero discovers fountains of healing water and destroys the Torn Basilisk, bringing in a new era.
The only change I
However,
made is, well,
it's
now
unclear
I
if
have
this
to
is
use
yet
the
another twisted
skull lantern. So we
a
got
hero's
this
myth
lantern
built
from
on
one
a
of the
lie.
black,
For now, though,
when I say
we must
black,
choose to
one of
believe.
the
With our basic
necromancers
understanding of the
in
game's story out of the
catacombs
way,
he
we can
dropped
begin
before us.
diving
It's
into
gonna
the
be
world outside
absolutely
the game,
vital
piecing
for
together the
Shadow of
events
the
surrounding
Giants.
its development.
There
To start,
may
I
be
think it's
one or
important
two
to explain a few
substitutes, but
crucial
I think this
connections
is
that serve as the
the key
foundations
item.
to
They're
understanding the
definitely going to
story,
need that.
at least
We've
for
also
me. The
switched
first
on the
thing
ring
to
of steel
understand
protection,
is the gap
which
between
is going to be
Basilisk
good
SNES
in a
and
lot of these
Basilisk
battles.
2000.
They deal
Not only
big
were both
physical
games
damage.
developed by separate teams, as stated in the
skeleton.
reading, but their development was
So
separated
let's,
by
start
about
making
10
our way.
years. The SNES came
This
out
is a
in
tough zone, but we're
1999,
going
and as the
to
readme
see
confirms
as
what you might
through.
expect, Basilisk
I've
2000
been a
was being
little
developed
bit,
in the year
you know,
2000,
nervous
slotted for a
about this
December release,
broadcast
giving us a
specifically,
10-year difference.
just
Going back
because
to
it
the
is
chat
such a
logs
tough
found in
zone.
Vid, we hear that 10 years ago, David B., the lead engineer and project manager of Basilisk 2000, discovered a dead dead body in the basement of the very same office they're developing their game. This timing seems too coincidental to me. Whatever happened 10 years ago with this body is linked with the development of the first basilisk, and it was probably being developed in the very same office. And for whatever reason, David B was there. Though the README does state that both games were made by different teams, it's possible that David B was just working in the same building, as it says in the final ROM, or that they're not counting the project lead for whatever reason, instead just saying the other developers were involved. Either way, David B discovered this body around the time Basilisk SNES was being developed, but there's still a lot of questions surrounding this whole ordeal. So the next thing to discuss in order to get an understanding is exactly what this body is. Explaining the body is what takes this story from a simple case of overworked game developers to a tale of something entirely supernatural. The body David B found in the basement all those years ago was the vestiges of a truly horrific attempt at creation. It's spelled out pretty clearly by the error in the final SNESy ROM. They started with a man. They sought to make his outside as work as his inside. They started with the skin. It had to go first. Little by little, they removed almost everything until they finally made it, a true basilisk. Then they locked it up, and worst of all, they forgot it. But it lived, at least in the back of David's mind. It was some sort of horrific experiment. Some group or maybe even cult took a man, someone by who all accounts was known as a figurative monster, and attempted to form him into a literal one, tearing him apart alive. All of this in an attempt to create a basilisk. Now, in traditional folklore, a basilisk is a serpent with a stare that can kill, but the concept of the basilisk has evolved a lot throughout the years, especially in contemporary times, for instance with the ever-infamous, in my opinion, very incoherent Roko's basilisk thought experiment. In the terms of this project, the basilisk seems to represent both a creature of great evil, but also one that is inherently entwined with the concept of creation. This thing didn't just come into being. It was created, formed intentionally by some group, by splitting open an evil man. This mirrors quite accurately the story within the game, where a monster of a night is split in two, forming into an actual monster by the end, the Torn Basilisk, which ends up being the creations of the world of Mycenae. In addition, there was a specific set of circumstances which led to this creation. For the games, it was a time of famine. For the real world, it was a bit different, and maybe more vivid. Within it, it says quite clearly that inside of the carapace was a boring day-to-day of life and work. Considering other consistent themes of uninspired creative work and frustration with development, it could be said that it was a sort of famine of creativity, where the act of creating was a grind and a slog. Like the world of the game slowly dying, so too is the passion for the project. And so, in a twisted way, the disturbing creation of the basilisk is like the opposite. A violent and frenzied and unrestrained form of creation. What's strange, though, is the subtle differences in the accounts of Within It and the ROM. Within It supposes this was created by some deprived soul accumulating body parts, one skin, one arm, one leg, 3 rib cage. The ROM suggests some sort of group effort, torturing one deprived soul and turning him into a basilisk. I think this is where we're seeing the difference in two errors, and it also begins to spell out more of what happened to David B and his behavior, and the strange full-screen levels we find. When the error in the final ROM talks to us, it tells us that this is where it started. It started during the development of Basilisk SNES in 1999. Some group, in my view, the developers of Basilisk SNES itself, attempted to create a real basilisk by torturing an evil man, as we've been over. The aftermath of this likely causing the premature end of the SNES game's development. What's not entirely clear is how literal this actually is. It's actually quite unclear whether David B was involved with its creation, or just stumbled upon it, or in fact was the subject. What if I was the murderer? It may not be possible to actually know for sure. For the sake of this explanation, we'll say he stumbled across it, because that is the most literal turn of events we hear about, but it's more symbolic than all that. As we see from Vid, David B becomes sort of obsessed with this evil. But, as is explained in the text from Within It, whatever caused the attempt at creating a basilisk in 1999 was at bay for now. With the development of Basilisk 2000, the dev team was protected, with Within this protection, this carapace, though, the developers became unhappy, and the work became destroyed. All the while, one soul, who was still invested in the creation of this project, grew more and more restless, more and more violent. David B. was still obsessed with what he had seen, the event, and moreover obsessed with recreating it, to create a basilisk himself. But let me explain my reasoning for this characterization. Firstly, we know that the copy of the level editor that we have is one that belonged to David B. This seems to mean that these segments that seem in place of the event or race were added by David B. And it makes even more sense when you understand the contents of it. Knowing David B's obsession with the body part, one which was apparently skin torture, who else would put a vision of a skinned body appearing before him? This makes the contents of the event some kind of recreation of the event when David found this body, this thing that has been haunting him. It is a little surreal and strange, with things appearing and disappearing, so in my view, these full-screen levels are like recreations of David's dreams or nightmares or visions. In addition to that, though we know the theme of Basilisk 2000's development, unhappiness, and violent fantasy from time to time, no one else really fits the bill quite as well as David B. As a soul who grows in violence and seeks to break the monotony of the work. He's constantly depicted as being creatively invested and yet unhappy with the game's development, frustrated with his co-workers, and has a much more real tendency to violence, even keeping an actual gun under his desk, just in case. Another parallel is found in the final ROM, where it explains with uncertainty how David is involved. Was he a victim, a contributor, just a bystander? Did it happen at all? If this incident is what birthed this need to create a basilisk himself, then we see this mirrored when we hear about the uncertainty of how this deprived soul came to be, slipped in or was born in or grew with it, a purposefully ambiguous origin. Through this lens, the basilisk's deadly stare is more of a long-term thing. David has seen the body, has seen the basilisk, and that transferred this ultimately destructive obsession to him. He sees the body in his visions in an event, is called to make a new basilisk himself in a race, bring death back, to feed the snake. You are chosen, and is given the exact recipe for creating one in event. As for the moon, I think it's probably related to the analogy of the carapace and within it. When it's in the sky, a cold haze protected, perhaps some inner part of David, or perhaps the very thing that was imparted onto him when he found the body. When it was broken, however, it was released and screamed in agony and begged him to bring death back, to feed the snake. So, David is under the stress of a difficult game development project, and of supernatural trauma visions coaxing him into murder and necromantic alchemy. And the visions seem to be working, as he is getting drawn further into violence, even keeping a gun at the office. So the question is, did he finally break? Are the events of Office a recreation of something real, or simply another extension of David's mind? I don't think we have the answer to that. We have to remember, this is David's disc, and pretty much the only thing we know about David is that he's an unreliable source of his own reality. It's possible he doesn't even know if he did it. I don't want to discount the supernatural element of this disc, though. While it is unclear how much has been added by David, at the very least the messages from these old ROMs are from some third party. Perhaps the original group who created the Basilisk for the SNES, or maybe something more unexplainable. Something that is connected to these games for some reason. Something that travels with them, inside the files and towed from person to person, game to game, like the soul of the Basilisk. Aside just from these mysterious, seemingly supernatural messages left throughout these projects, there's some other evidence to suggest this mystical force following these games. Despite pointing out that there is no overlap between the two dev teams, meaning messages directly from the original Basilisk group in the 90s are unlikely, it does specifically point out that some of the original game's code exists. That doesn't really make any sense in real life. Copy-pasting code from a SNES game to here wouldn't work. I think this detail is more so a nod, suggesting that something that was within the original SNES game has moved over into Basilisk 2000, whereas some of the anomalies in this game may not just be from David B, but from this other entity. Perhaps the very same thing that guided the team in 1990 to create a Basilisk, and that would go on to haunt David. Hell, we even see assets from the SNES shop appear in weird places, like under the map in Wales. It's food for thought. Okay, so to summarize, in 1990, development of a medieval SNES game begins, Basilisk. For reasons we don't currently have the answers to, the development team, or at least some group associated with the game, begins torturing and skinning a man, turning him into a monster, the Basilisk. David B., someone who was working on the same office this was happening in, stumbles upon this creature, and it imprints onto him a sort of obsession, or maybe haunting, something that will only grow as time goes on. 10 years later, David B. is the project lead on the successor to the unreleased Basilisk game from the 90s. Development is not going well. They're in a time crunch, and the work is dull. The game just isn't coming out the way they want. Though David is still very invested, possibly due to his connection with the horrific events associated with the EP. At the same time, and possibly aggravated by being close to the project again or the frustration of development, this obsession is continuing to consume him. He has visions of the body he discovered all those years ago, and some voice is pushing him to bring it back. He needs to create the basilisk, but he'll need materials, bodies. It continues to consume him. He buys a weapon and keeps it in his office, just in case. He fantasizes about biting a bullet and collecting the skin and limbs and ribs needed to create this basilisk. Whether or not he actually does this is unclear to us. All we have is the disc where he left some remnants of his visions, and the cryptic messages left by an entity that may be responsible for this in the first place. Quick last-minute thought here. While I do stand by my interpretation I gave here, I think there are multiple ways you could take this, and I had a brief other thought while editing this. My current one supposes that the order of events is that the final ROM is the beginning, explaining the creation of the basilisk, and that within its text is talking about David B., meaning the evil monstrous man from the ROM text is different from the deprived soul and within it. The deprived soul is David B., the ROM text is about the body that David B. They're two different entities, and it goes ROM text to then within text. However, both of these things do describe a single sort of evil person, so it's possible it's all the same guy, and that the order of events is the within it text talking about this deprived soul who is then turned into the basilisk as discussed in the SNES ROM, not the other way. Or that David B. was the basilisk, that's not as the final ROM suggests he might be, and is both of them. Anyway, that's a possibility. Anyway, well, the story here is fun and all, and I think one of the more interesting things about playing through these two games is trying to piece together what happens as you discover more information. There is one more thing about this game that I find really interesting, and that is how this story functions symbolically, as a deconstruction of creating things. Let me explain. I've already discussed a bit how the basilisk as an entity in this project is explicitly associated with creativity, but it's more than just the creature itself. Everything about this game, foundations and up, is about creating. The game itself is a developer tool, a program used to literally create work. The plot follows two teams of developers separated by 10 years, trying and failing to create said game. Inside the world of Mycenae, the plot revolves around a creation, a knight who created the world we walk in. The basilisk itself is a creative pursuit, undertaken by overworked developers who are stuck in their own world, an outlet for their creativity by building a monster. And the details of its creation seem far more important to the plot. Who did it? How it was made? Who's going to make it next? Than anything the basilisk actually does. They don't really know anything about this creature, just the horrific process. I still need my torch. Throughout the game, we are constantly reminded of the process and struggles of pursuing a creative endeavor. From Alan's exhaustion, computer models lamenting the love-hate relationship with projects gone awry, notes left behind about ruining the game, the entire waste level, on and on. This game is less about a supernatural creature and more about the issues that come along with trying to make something. And to be more specific, my view is that this basilisk, this obsession with creating it, is less literal. It's about striving for perfection. It's said over and over in this game, the goal here is to create a perfect basilisk. And much like David's goal and attempts at making his game perfect and never being happy with the result, he too becomes obsessed with making this perfect basilisk. It's like the SNES game and the body are connected. He glimpsed the possibilities, and much like he went on to try and recreate the creature he saw, he went on to recreate the game too. They're parallels thematically, the basilisk mirroring the story of developing these games. Creative endeavors that ultimately lead to unhappiness because he needs them to be perfect. Because the thing about a basilisk is that its stare is deadly. If you were to create one, the act of you doing so would kill you. It's an unreachable goal, and it can make you do terrible things in pursuit. Not only does the story end without a project ever finishing, as we see with both basilisk games never never being completed,
more large
nearly lost
skeleton,
to time.
and then
It can also lead to destructive behavior. Obviously, in the
boss
case of the
fight
actual
is not
basilisk,
one that
that
I'm
means
super
murder.
familiar
For
with
the games,
either.
it meant that
You have
David
to make
became
some
alienated from his team and exhibited behavior that made his coworkers afraid of him. In a way, this may too be reflective of his experiences 10 years prior. What if this body was him all along? As the final ROM says, they started with a man, they tortured it, and then forgot about it. But it lives. If this body was David in a symbolic sense, this would almost sound like an abusive or overworked worker, something all too common in the game industry, often defended as what needs to be done to make the game perfect. Just look at Rockstar. In the pursuit of creating a perfect game, the SNES team exploited it, and he came out the other side, now as a project lead. This warped way of running things is how he sees the world. To create something perfect, you have to make sacrifices, no matter the cost. Thematically, whether this lines up perfectly plot-wise isn't particularly important. It's the impression, the emotion that the game portrays, the creatures mindlessly wandering or stuck in an apocalyptic world in waste, the developers stuck in line-up crunch time, losing all passion for the project. What a waste. Notes lamenting that they ruined the game. Computers with messages about projects. The thing about this pursuit of perfection is that it's ultimately self-destructive. How can you quantify progress? The sacrifices you made, the blood, sweat, and tears, the limbs you gave to make it? How can you ever hope to make something perfect when ultimately the art will end up in someone else's hands, someone else's standards? Like a basilisk, it's sort of a paradox to even attempt such a task, as being successful inherently means your own destruction. More often than not, this pursuit just means the thing you're making never gets finished. The same as what happened to Basilisk in Basilisk 2000. There's an old adage, perfect is the enemy of good, and it's true. Ask any artist who's completed anything. Sometimes you look back at something you've made and can't help but think of all the ways it could have been better, and you resent it. But there's no point in chasing a goal that is impossible to reach. Sometimes just finishing something and letting it breathe with all its flaws and failures, instead of destroying yourself trying to fix it. Perfect is more than the enemy of good. The enemy of finish. Thank you all for watching. Please check out Basilisk for yourself because there are probably new secrets still waiting to be found within. Also, Kira's newest project, Lunacid, released pretty recently and has some similar vibes to this, so go check that out as well. The music I made for this video is available on my Spotify, and check out my Patreon.
Just so you know, it should be understandable. This lantern, I mean, officially it's a shield, but it's a pretty god-awful one. Even there you can see how my hits do when I stun. I'll take some upgrading shards and continue on this direction.
You can read 10 books about
just
Project Leo and his life and they're all the same, and yes, I know
y'all best get them guidance
to you or to anybody.
Because I done told you it was down to spooky time, and I ain't gonna tell you no more.
I kind of want to just take a look at the shield, see what it's good for. Very high lightning defense, scans as well. Frightful occult shield defense against divine weapons and lightning.
And so I'm sure there's some Hindu theologians that have both scientific papers and proofs.
I'm always down.
So if there's
nice little new discovery, if you're interested in picking up
I seen the screenshots. This it kind of reminds me of That's Not My Neighbor, which is obviously a great thing.
This has been quite the tough battle.
It could never be done through
just going to drink some just in case. You can actually see.
Yo, Gemini Ford with the 50 gifted. Yo, give me some W's for Gemini Ford with the 50 gifted subs. Lord have mercy.
Critique says.
Thank you
okay, so in the Orthodox
for the
religion,
50 gifted. Oh my good. W4 for real with the 50 gifted subs. I really appreciate that for real. Seriously, thank you for the 50 gifted and spooky time. Just gifted 5 as well. W spooky time as well. Job application 5,000 bits. Hey Kay, since you like ghost stuff, I want to know other than American ghosts, or any ghosts from another country that you're really interested in.
I mean, she was
probably not, but if it looks real, then I'd look at it.
Fine.
You know what I mean? Yo, the best killer clown with 10 gifted. W, the best killer clown with the 10 gifted.
Like her, but you mean Jesus
Yo, Romy with 1,000 bits too.
Come on, buddy.
When I was a firefighter, we got a call. There was a vehicle with lights off, running in the middle of the road, and had been there for over an hour when I showed up, just as they said, middle of the road in park, no lights on, no nothing.
No, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Just some woman drunk past
Oh,
me.
man. I thought I was backing up into a ramp, and that was just not the case.
She is the queen of heaven.
Okay, guys, usually in these game guides, when I die too many times, what I do is speed run. And this is not going to be any different. That was pretty lame. I don't know. I shouldn't have been. I guess quite so aggressive. We're going to try to run by everything and not die.
Oh yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
You asked me.
That's
It's so impossible against these.
You know how I feel about superheroes, man.
We're just gonna do it again, man. You know how much of this is in Dark Souls. It's
okay, never mind.
And even when we don't
it's open forum if anybody wants to come up. None of these Roman Catholics can come
Yo,
up.
Brianna with 10 get the W. Brianna with 10 get the thank you, Brianna.
I'm not talking about anyone.
Oh man, I didn't even trade
Any of the ones that I got into with today.
ridiculous. I'm so frustrated.
whatever it might be.
Classic. Life. You know what? Life. This a vibe right here. I'll be lying to y'all right now if I said this wasn't a vibe. This a vibe. I'll be lying to you.
No!
Objective, head inside. Okay, so I'm working here.
Hey, so I was
Guys,
This
I
kind
don't
of
know
chill.
what else to
Only
do right
one
now.
gas pump though. We must be in the middle of
This video could go
nowhere.
on for hours. I don't know what my best course of action is. I guess we're just gonna continue on. Like,
Head to the break room. I just got to work. We already taking a break. Sounds good to me.
we'll just keep on trucking here.
Oh, okay. This the break room.
Oh, well, it's just the most accurate canon. He
Alright.
likes to make kind of like scholarly arguments and
I've died in so many different ways and caught myself in different situations.
What?
there would be no
Really
like moral difference
frustrating.
between
Oh
a
well.
Protestant
Don't let it hear you.
accepts
One down.
66 books, and then
Next
this other
up,
Protestant who's like,
another zombie.
So there's a chopped up person back here.
Tomorrow we will be back.
You know what? Actually, I don't need to get his attention.
What?
this isn't there.
And anybody
Right,
who's
yeah, we made this
It
point.
won't
This one
die.
I'll have to.
Is there going to be a spider in this?
oh, hey,
Because if there's going to be a spider in this,
In fact, that's essentially
we
what
got
he
to.
did, was just saying that other
Anyway, thank you so much for the
Where is the break room? I'm just looking for the break room.
Okay, clearly, like, I'm on tilt now, and
Oh, this is the break room?
I
Wow.
don't know,
We're gonna be
man.
playing Monster
I don't
Hunter
even know
tomorrow.
what this is.
This is some break room. Check the
If I
notice
die
board for
again, I'm gonna
instructions.
have to
Yes, sir.
edit this
Can I
somehow.
clock in?
Or not. Maybe this will just be a very lengthy episode of this game guide showing everyone
my neighborhood.
what Dark Souls is really like.
Doppelgangers continue to ravage
And once we
America
like finally
throughout the
get to the
night.
boss and get
Doppelganger sightings increase.
I just
Experts advise checking ID and personal details when interacting with strangers.
8:14, it's 7:15.
Right.
Unfortunately for y'all, Milkman probably ain't in this one, goobers.
I was rich.
It's frustrating with the light. Okay, I'll go ahead and
Employee to do
say
this.
that
Okay, thank you.
if I can use a
Use
shield,
trash bags to throw
then
out
this
the
is all
limbs in the
much
storage
easier.
room. Also, we're just admitting that there's a dead person in the storage
Maybe
room.
I'll have to do something like
Monster
that.
Hunter Rise.
Alright, mop the blood, restock the incomplete shelf with boxes.
Okay, there we go. Okay, we're fine now.
Let's go ahead and pick up the remains of whoever they killed.
Continue on. So, do we know what was over there? There was that
We got a green
shield,
ruby from
treasure.
and
And back down here, this is where we died before.
or whatever that is.
Problem. This time, of course, we're not actually going to die.
Okay, yeah, this creepy.
That was nice. If I actually just hug the wall.
Cheddar ruby's green. Can rubies be green?
These guys do not come out. They do not bite at
Rubies
all.
come in all colors, right? You can get a ruby in any color.
So,
Take empty trash bag. That thing don't look empty. All right, let's pick up the trash.
Friday.
Right, so he ran the Cappadocia, like,
Ugh.
I think
all right.
where you go
Another bonfire.
See, when the police come here and they wonder why there's a dead person in the dumpster, they gonna look at me
right now.
They gonna look at me and I'm gonna get
Progress. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Now to continue on
White trash is thrown
here.
out.
Singular nature, but
It can't see lizard
Lizard
it's an analogy.
Don't do
Not
this
every
to
aspect
me.
of
Don't
No
do
illusionary
that.
walls.
You
Some of
wouldn't
it
dare.
matches up.
Just verifying.
They wouldn't do
Let's
it.
get back up.
Nope.
Continue
What else I
on.
need to do? Mop the blood?
Okay,
Okay,
here you
let's
go.
go
Now
ahead and
you
mop the
just go
blood.
down this side.
Right. So Arians make this argument because Arians say,
Was that some
well,
noodle
if
action?
I'm not getting
God
involved.
is,
I'm probably not going to stream on
Alright, let's get
Sunday
the blood,
then.
Mom.
You know, whenever a caster's gonna say that. It's all-
Yo, this mop is tough. Oh my goodness, look at
because
this
every
thing.
father who causes a son is in time.
Done.
Okay, that was
Second
very
shot
easy.
kills
Okay,
him.
I'm
They
happy
get
with that.
souls from
That would mean that
the
it's
suicidal
used in the
All
same
right,
skeleton.
and restock the incomplete shelf with boxes. All right, let's do that.
but we would say it's
Well,
analogical.
oh, there's two of them.
Chat, noodles, chat, I'm telling
The
y'all,
way
bro.
that a father causes a son,
Noodles
and
are
that
the
father
best
is
thing
the source of the son.
There really
But
just ain't no
there's
doubt
other
about it.
aspects
Noodles
of
is the
it
best.
which
Like,
don't
there goes some right there. Look at that. Dude, noodles, you can't beat them. They too good.
Kill this guy.
The father was always
Okay, this is giving Night of the Consumers. Oh my god, this is like almost the exact.
No.
nature amongst human beings.
Chat, tell me this ain't giving Night of the Consumers. I ain't mad at it.
I hate this skull end. Why couldn't the
Oh,
skull
okay,
end
this goes up here.
be
Yep,
like a
double employee, chat. Y'all know I do my
extremely
job
powerful and
every
stable
day.
shield and have
Might be the best employee in history, some have said. Ain't that right, Chad? You said that, best employee in history? Yep.
That's okay. We're only
What is this?
anyway. Heading down here.
Box
One
50.
dog.
Alright, let's go get the other one and restock the other one.
To substantiate.
Do we get followed again?
Ooh, we got a bill.
God
Yeah, we're getting followed right
was
now, guys.
always the father. Like, how do I substantiate that?
You know what? I've been doing it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you could get a
I've been
good,
doing it wrong.
good easy book to read, like,
I have to
Thomas
one-shot
Dogmatic
these
theology. Most of that is really just going
these
through the
skeleton
scriptural
dogs.
text.
So I
for the
gotta
Orthodox
swap
tradition,
to
and you're gonna get,
my
certainly
two-hander.
a lot of positions about the eternality of the fatherhood, and the eternality of fatherhood of God the Father.
boom, one-shotted.
And separate
And if
though
the other
from
one
that,
wants to come,
it addresses that.
We get it. Shut up, Sophia.
boom, another
We get it,
one-shot.
okay?
That is something I should have done
Congratulations.
before.
Just because you got it, don't mean somebody else got it.
What's going
I'll
on?
ring it another 500 times. Say I
What's
did.
going on here?
Against the Arians was that
Oh, jeez. Where did you come from?
is not required by necessity.
This is my break time. I'm tired.
Or else the word father.
This
Read the
game.
instructions on the checkout counter. Okay, let me go put this box back here.
Although upstairs it
Is it
was.
lunchtime yet?
It was
Come on, man. I'm
up there,
tired.
so-
I be working too hard for this company. This company don't even care about me. I'm over here working this hard.
Father of who? Right, so
Respect.
there's gotta
Okay,
be
lock
some
this in chat.
so-
I don't know what this up here means. I don't know what these two 100% meter means. Up here, there's two of them. Look, there's one up bar. So I go bottom left here. I'm gonna go bottom.
mystical theology or
Run these
vision of
dogs out of the way.
excuse me, vision of God.
Some of your
Heading down
customers will
here.
be doppelgangers. You may ask each customer 5 questions.
Okay.
If you suspect anything about their story or appearance, question them to determine if their response is
Who's over
human.
here?
I don't want to cry before I head out, but
Just more souls, okay? Okay, we get to be thorough.
You're gonna have to wait a minute. Sir, if you ask the right question, you will see non-human detected. Locate the gun under the
Where to
counter
go
and
down?
shoot.
okay,
I
I'll
recently
cry.
realized that you can do
I'll cry
this.
because the support is just
Oh, are
I
you my
always
boss
knew
or
that you could,
something?
but I was actually doing it wrong.
Yes, sir.
You just hold circle and nothing else. I would
Oh,
use
the
press down and
92%
circle.
thing is like the stock of the store.
Conclusion would be that the document
And over
doesn't
here, there's
relativize,
a
and the theology of God relativized.
please make sure
If no
Just.
sensate,
Oh, I'm not in human form.
you're probably
Click
being
to
a little more
scan.
specific
If you're in
with
human
this
form, you'll get
law.
invaded
Yeah.
down.
Scan successfully. Now
You
check
get
the
invaded by
Okay.
it's like a
Click to
spoof
question.
parody
Clyde
NPC
Dawson,
name.
bro, just
Posted
got
up below.
dogs.
I don't remember the name
Christian God,
or the parody.
but
Oh.
it takes
So you are
It's like an
alive.
internet
Okay.
meme. That
for good or a bad magisterium.
Description, occupation, sheriff.
Then the intention
I need to ask
of
him
what
questions.
it
Nice.
is irrelevant.
thought I was going to miss that. It was
Okay.
pretty close.
I am so
Okay.
glad I've met so many
Let me ask him his
And then
occupation.
even deeper into this too.
The last text that we would kind of go
Great
with
job. Now interact with me to question my
Really hoping
appearance.
for
Yes, sir.
a nice mullet area soon. Actually, who am I kidding?
Ask me anything, my friend.
clothes. Like he thinks the intent of the author was
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much.
that the
Chat,
word
it's
can be
giving, it's
just
giving.
read
These guys.
It's not my
and
neighbor.
interpreted to make them orthodox, which I think
Gonna be
is
skating
silly.
and stuff. Boom.
Yeah, that is, that would never work in any other, I mean, that would
Good to go.
that should work in an office.
Thank you.
Only in a
No.
Hey,
It's okay.
how
It's
you
okay.
doing,
It's okay.
ma'am?
And then
Hope you enjoy shopping here with us. Thank you.
Oh my God, guys, this is just humiliation.
in the sense of, like,
You find everything okay, ma'am? All right.
you know, a teenager or a child debating.
Hey, how you
Say I was coming.
Hey there, long night at the hospital. Just need to grab a few things and head home. Okay, let me verify everything. Bonnie McCree. Succession. Let me check your thing, please. 1967.
it also speaks to
Oh wait, never mind. It's 1993 at the time of the game.
again,
Never mind, it's 1993.
because if that's the case here, then what's wrong with
Having a
all the
higher
modern
poise
emphasis
rating
in the Roman Catholic
just makes it harder for
often
me to
wears
interrupt it.
by rewording all the other
Helping
stuff.
these
Like,
guys.
why does it have to only
Oh yeah, I took my
be
glasses off
reworded
before heading
or
in here. Oh, did you?
reread in a
Did you?
conservative sense? Like, what stops it from being read
All right.
in some other...
Did you though?
Handled there.
And that's exactly the
What's
the
your
point
occupation?
that I think you made this point too, John, which is that
I'm sorry. I have to ask these questions as part of my job. You know, because there's doppelgangers out here. You got some noodles and some hot sauce?
in the way that I'm saying.
You know what? I
that
might
they
just
go
let you
brain
through even if you are a
lock
doppelganger. Because you got some daggone noodles and hot sauce right here. I mean, come on!
It's not irrelevant.
I might just let you through anyway.
Bone piles spring up vertically out of the ground.
We'll
just handle them.
Ask some things. I don't even think I need to ask nothing. Everything. Are you alive?
I know you're the same
What you
way
mean?
too. It's not like we're
Does that mean you're dead?
gloating like, oh, we're gonna RCs and it's not a mean thing. It's like, you unfortunately have to say there, like, hey,
These
guess
are my
what?
scrubs from shit at the hospital. I don't have to change for stopping by. Let me just get her stuff and let her go home. I'm questioning.
All right.
Ma'am,
Take
I'm
that comment a bit more seriously.
You have a good night. Thank you so much. All right
This guy from
now.
behind, deal with him.
Yo, Lone with the pipe.
And
Thank
back
you.
down.
Hey, how you doing, Bubba?
Archer.
Hope you find everything well.
You can even wait for this guy.
We
to
running a
go bit
50%
closer.
off
Let's just
sale
wait
over there
for
too.
the
Some of that
arrow,
stuff 80% off if you grab the right things. Yep.
Guard.
Sean is.
Oh man.
Well, they're shutting down the 11.
How you doing, sir? You doing good?
Yeah,
His
but
name's Nate.
Someday, some
All right, let's see, Nate.
He's gonna interpret.
You know what? You have to wait a minute because the stock level is a little low. I need to stock some stuff. I'm sorry.
Once he does that,
Okay, we've
sorry,
done
sir.
it.
I hate to keep you waiting. Just give me 1 second.
Wonderful.
Is this bad customer service, Chad?
Okay, through that little
Like I have a customer waiting
obstacle, now
at the
what lies in this room? Oh, okay, I remember. Lots of
we'll
pinwheels.
see if anybody else.
Need master. Okay, try stealth. No.
This happens at
Probably
every
don't have very good
goddamn
magical
store.
defense right now. So.
You will
You
go
wanna be
to the
careful,
dollar
like
store and
Souls
there
of
will be 2
Heroes.
people working there. Usually the 2 people that
So
are
you gotta be
working here have
careful
one person that's
when you're on the
cleaning
ground.
/ stocking stuff, and you'll have another person that's
I don't know.
at the checkout counter or like maybe doing something else.
These
And
pinwheels
the person that's doing
have a
the
very hard time
stocking
hitting me.
will literally see
quite
you
evasive.
standing there
Also,
waiting
they don't
to
do a lot of
check your
damage to
stuff
begin
out,
with.
but simply will
One
not do
shot,
anything.
sure.
They'll just sit there and look at you.
Okay, you know what? I can one shot the guy too. Coming down hard once again. There's the one shot action.
They'll just sit there and look at you. I'm like, dude, I hate it.
Close to the
I
top
hate it so
now.
bad. I hate it so bad.
Another soul of a hero. Okay.
And now I'm turning around and
Just
doing
through
it right
here.
back. I'm a horrible person. I'm a disgusting person for this.
That's
One
the
second,
boss
sir.
chamber.
I'm sorry. I gotta keep restocking some
So,
stuff.
Grave Lord Nito.
I'm just a horrible
What do we need to keep in mind?
I'm doing the
gonna
exact
wanna
same thing I was just complaining about.
back and forth between my powerful two-handing sword
what is wrong with me?
and my divine club. Although, oh yeah, doing this I can still roll quickly. Perfect. I've got my protection, Ring of Steel protection, and I will hopefully be able to kill the boss. Now the one strategy that we're going to want to employ here is being able to
I gotta
use
search your name because I
the
can't
divine
scan
club
it.
versus his
Is that a
skeletal
verified
minions, and then of course using my big weapons. And let's take a look. This is a pretty serious boss battle.
How you spell it again? Nathan Calloway. Okay. Nathan.
Okay. Vatican II is not some.
Let's search that.
It is a moving forward for sure. It is putting the in the
Hold on. That's like one thing.
That's a very important thing, though.
Pretty badass.
Very important.
Okay, so what? Hey, like what happened there? What was that about? Okay, so apparently you're supposed to stay way back here, switch to the divine
Let me get my
weapon.
scanner out for you real quick. Let me scan your coupon real quick. How you doing?
So if you can kill off these guys with a divine weapon, then Nito can't summon them again. Otherwise, you're really screwed. Now, you don't actually want to run too far to the back either, because you'll attract the attention of some very large skeletons. So I'm actually just going to hang out here. I guess we're going to switch to my big sword. I don't see any more skeletal minions.
That is so.
I'm just doing some
hey
nice
man, how you doing? Just
dodging.
give me 1 second. Don't come up here
Oh man,
yet.
there's no reason why I can't
Oh
be attacked.
my goodness, man, this is ketchup. Somebody drop the
Oh,
jug
that
of
was
ketchup. I'll be right back. We had to do what we had to do. Hang on, man. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
get behind him.
Okay, we're good. Close that. You never know what's going on out here. Let me grab the mop real quick. Oh, hold on the mop.
I want people to take note of
It had to be done. Chad, it had to be done, right? It had to.
Don't even know.
It had to be
Anywhere
done.
near
Sorry, man.
ties.
Somebody.
Oh, there's foolish. I thought I made a mistake there. Alright, bring him down.
Somebody came here and made me go like a
There we go, a good roll dodge.
He was like, hey man, what's the price on this? I told him the price. He's like, this is ridiculous. And he just took
Another
it,
dodge.
slammed it on the ground, and it bust all over the place. I'm just clean this real quick. I'll be right with you. Okay?
Yes, we did it. We did it. Grave Lord Nito. Dunzo. I'm really down.
That's exactly
This is a big victory indeed. We got the Lord
You having a good
Soul.
night? 1 second. I'm gonna go put the.
Victory
I'm gonna go put the.
achieved.
Okay.
One humanity for good measure. And we cleared. That zone is really
Chad,
tough.
y'all believe that story,
And
right?
the
Y'all
boss,
believe that.
if you
Anybody
can
would believe that.
deal
I mean,
with
come on.
those minions with a divine weapon like I did, it makes just
All
one-on-one
right,
versus
hey, how
Nito
you doing?
quite,
Your name is
quite a bit easier. If
Julietta
you venture
Granger.
way back here, you will attract the
You think
attention of
you're
some
cool or
big
something? Your
skeletons.
signature is
You don't want to do
JG.
that.
You think you're cool or
Bring a
something?
divine weapon, and you should be just fine. It's not really that tough after you do that. It's really just the zone itself, Tomb of the Giants, man. I showed you guys, okay? This video is like 40 minutes now, and I showed you, like, I died so many times. Some of the deaths were okay, like they were learning deaths. There were a few deaths where I was just sort of on tilt in there. Definitely some frustrating moments. I should have been two-handing those zombie dogs, you know, just even use the lantern for a minute or two, and then right before you strike, just switch to two-hander. And I don't know why I called them zombie dogs so many times, but those four-legged skeleton beasts will go down in one hit.
I'm a flight attendant. Why would
I'm
I
just
be
sort of
dirty?
critiquing the run here. There were obviously more deaths than what was ideal, so you know, sorry about that. But I'm just glad that we got through it. I think that we got most of the treasure. If there's something significant that I did miss, I will definitely mention it below. We'll put these points. Why don't we make that endurance an even 40?
separate
and
teams
one more
around
point in
something
strength as well. That's
unit
going to do it for this
I've been a
episode.
flight
This
attendant for 3
is
years. It's
one
a
of
steady job.
the
It keeps me busy.
areas, one of the
I'm
mandatory
glad you
areas.
got a
There
good
are 4 of
career
them in the
going. I'm
game
very proud
that
of
you
you, man.
need to
All right.
complete before you can basically go to that final boss chamber through Firelink Altar and using the lore vessel and all that stuff. So this was one of those areas, definitely a tough zone. I'm down to have completed it with you guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching this extended episode of our Dark Souls game guide. Thanks a lot for watching. Take care until next time. I'm Otherwise.
Peace out. I mean, anybody who tries to get into Mormonism,
It had to happen, Chad.
doesn't see how stupid it is within like
Hey, it had to
a
happen.
little
It
while.
is creepy.
I don't know what to say. Any other Roman Catholics? I'm going to be at my hotel pretty soon, so I want to give another chance for any remaining Roman Catholics to pop up. Hit request to speak. We only had one Roman Catholic who actually came to address Vatican II, which is pretty telling. And I gave him a chance to speak. He was not honest with what he put on Twitter. It didn't go well for him. He said he didn't know what Vatican II meant. He doesn't know why Nostra Aetate says what it says. And he would not go into the issue of the Muslims. And what does that tell you?
This game's scary. Mop up all this ketchup. That's the excuse we gotta use, chat. Okay, is that it's all ketchup, right? Remember, if somebody ever walks in, they see all this blood on here, we're gonna tell them somebody got mad about the price of the ketchup, and they just slammed the bottle down and it busted everywhere. Okay, that's the excuse we're gonna use every time. All right. All right, let me go get this delivery real quick.
He's not going to. He just wants to quote mine. He's not going to debate
or some pasta sauce or something.
So when we had our so-called debate,
something like that.
I said I wanted to debate pre-Vatican II, post-Vatican II contradictions, and he said we can debate that some other time. So
come on with it.
If he wants to debate that, yeah, I'm down for it. But he
all right, yeah, come on.
So
understand. If I want to like look into a book of understanding Orthodoxy more, I'm a Roman Catholic. What book you would recommend? In layman terms, not like in a very...
Yeah, no, the easiest readable book is Two Paths by Michael Welton. Two Paths.
All right, thank you, Jay. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Noah, Nanya Biz.
Why did bear traps and... Hello? Hey, man, I'm just down the road from your store.
Anybody else? Any Roman
My car won't
Hey, what's
start.
going on,
I really
guys?
need a
I'm
hand in getting it
RSC.
running
Welcome
again.
back for episode 50
You come out and
of
help
this
me?
Dark Souls walkthrough. We're going to do the Duke's Archives. This long hallway here was blocked off by a gold fog. That gold fog is removed after you kill the Four Kings boss that we did actually a few episodes ago. So this area is unlocked. We're able to do the Duke's Archives. And immediately...
Why?
We have a fearsome enemy.
You know what I'm going to do before I go do that? I'm going to restock the shelves because I'm a good employee. Company employee. You know what I mean? Let me restock this so we ain't got to worry about it when we got
coming down hard on him with my plus 15 two-handed sword. Now, his weak point is stats. And I'm not 100% sure if that connected with his, his weak spot or his rear. But regardless, we were able to kill him off with 2 shots. Fang or helm. This is pretty badass, guys. I did not know that this helm actually existed. We're gonna take a look. Okay. So obviously it's worse than the helm that I have.
Is that like a 10-year-old steak just
severed head of the fully armored Fang board?
We need to clean up in here.
Is proof of his victory, just as the gods once did with the head of the ancient dragon. It can be worn on the head as a surprisingly sound piece of protection. Okay, so it's really just protection. I want to take a look at it though. Just an interesting little item that I had never heard of. Check the description there. First obstacle out of the way. This is an interesting, intricate, detailed little zone.
Game. Actually, yeah, this is actually like insanely good. Like this is great.
Quite long. This is probably gonna end up being.
They got something going with this. They really got something going with this.
Let's try that again.
They build on this the right way.
Okay, so still 332 damage. So yeah, just try to get behind him And, well, you've got a sweet...
That's not my neighbor, but
plus
with extra
15
cool stuff.
two-handed sword.
You can't go
that
wrong.
helps a lot,
You
deals a lot of
literally
damage.
cannot go wrong.
I changed up my gear a little bit from before. Now I'm using these gold gloves that I found after...
Okay, we're 100% stocked up. I guess we're going to help this guy at the end of the road.
Put that on.
That's
Some of you asked in the comments what kind of armor I'm wearing. Elite Knight Helm plus 7, and then Brigand armor and trousers plus 8 and plus 7. So these are all my
it's just
stuff.
right there.
I'm wearing gold servant ring, so that's actually probably why we were able to find that
something
core
pops
helm before.
off,
Everything else kind of
I'm gonna just sprint back over here.
buffs that I can apply as well. And some of you may be wondering why I've got so many Estus flasks, and that's because I use the Rite of Kindling that you get in Catacombs from the boss, and I use that at the end or Londo bonfire. Invest in a few units into that. Lighten up the first bonfire here. I actually find a bonfire very soon after coming in here. Just gotta take care of all those boars beforehand.
Hey!
This zone overall as well, I've only played through once. So I'm not as familiar with it as some of the earlier ones I've mentioned. But there is quite a bit of loot, and I do know where most of it is, and I'm looking forward to sharing it with you guys.
Do this miracle. Give us some proof. Do something. Do some neat trick.
Now these crystal, like crystal draglings almost. Well, they die pretty easily. They do okay damage, I suppose. I do have quite a hardy character at this point. I'm quite pleased just with just the overall build, I guess.
I was not expecting that dude to jump out and run after me.
Yeah.
Lots.
You should have brought the blinky.
That does a lot of damage.
I wouldn't have even been able to shoot him because he would have killed me first.
No,
I mean, that sort of means that they'll still die quite
How you
easily,
doing, sir?
but if they get a nice shot off on
somebody else.
you,
My fault.
they'll do a lot of damage too.
Sorry for screaming. I apologize. You gotta understand what just happened,
They're
sir.
getting blasted,
I'm locked out.
pelted with these magic missiles.
Okay, so Chad, here's what's gonna happen.
This,
if somebody ever calls again and says, "Hey, my car broke down the road, can you come help me start it?" You know what we're not gonna do? What are we
I
gonna
forget the name of those guys.
We're not gonna go
Those
out there.
hazards that have
We're not gonna go out there
a funny hat on as well.
And
It
other
kind of reminds me
areas,
of the
they will oftentimes
big
deny
fat
free will.
axe
Not all of them.
clowns.
Never again, Chad. Hey, never again.
So I do know the general direction, where we're going.
Hope you find everything good, sir. How you doing?
But
Doing all right?
I want to do a little bit of
Good evening.
exploring
Just
as
grab a
well.
few things. We're heading back on the road. Okay, Kevin.
It's like a staircase.
Kevin Moore said this
pretty
game's
funny.
doxing
I really thought I could
Their
go up
will
there.
and their might.
Staircase just for show. So if there's no other treasure down here,
The courageousness
don't really have any reason to
Occupation
believe that there is.
has
Oh,
short
it's
sales often in
Soul Brave
formal wear
Warrior.
and
Okay.
tall.
I always think of
And I think that's so. Let's forget about that. Yeah. And we'll move
I
along.
always think of Jesse.
A bunch of stuff we got
I mean, I'm taller than
to
he is, but I guess he's kind of
There are
tall.
2 armor sets in Duke's
Now, at
archives.
the same time,
There's
Sir, are
a
you
white
alive?
seance ring. There's a cool
friend.
crossbow, basically the best crossbow in the game.
yeah. So,
Or so
so you
it
didn't come to your
seems,
position.
as when you can.
What's your job?
You don't
There's the
deserve.
Crystal
I work in insurance
Emperor,
claims
which
mostly.
I know where
It's not
that
exactly
is.
exciting, but it pays the bills. Oh, yeah, he
Let's see what's in here. But
The
be careful,
whole it
could
pays
be a
the
minute.
bills quote,
Because
that's
you
you
are
right there.
courageous.
All right,
just
sir,
like
you're
a
good to
weed.
go. You have yourself a
You're
beautiful
just
night.
like
Thank
a
you so much.
Science project. Baking soda and vinegar. That's all you are.
Tight night.
There's no.
Does the baking
use
soda
the
bubble
twinkling
over courageously? Does
upgrade
it come
materials
coldly?
for,
No, it just bubbles up.
like the Black Knight weaponry.
Yeah, I mean that's obvious.
I
to
think
me,
those
that
gold
it's materials
tufts that I'm wearing now. You can see them there, pretty nice, pretty fresh.
Make it quick.
You know, that
I've
is
got.
twinkling for.
Okay, I'm gonna make it quick.
Maybe I should have
So, I
checked
think,
down there for
a lot
more
of
treasure.
them-
There probably is more treasure
Sit
down
there
there.
and restock the shelf.
I think that's a fair assumption.
I got a
Well,
shelf.
anger.
we're making
Just
our
the
way
person
up.
I needed to see come in here telling me to be quick.
From a kind of
Perfect
rejection
opportunity
of
to
their
restock
own
the shelf. You got me messed. I wonder who you
Starting
think
to
you
feel
are.
like
Tell
I'm
me to be
remembering
like-
less and less.
This is
about
Be quick. Like
this
you got, yo, oh my. Hold on.
This is like an NPC of Phantom.
All right, what's your name?
Oh, you just let it control when it's
Ryan
Guardians that we encountered.
She thinks he's
The
cool.
last
He's RH. I mean, everybody thinks they cool little RH.
Tomb of the Giants.
Yo, Diana with the 5 get the W. Diana with the 5 get the thank you.
They play an interesting role. I'd like to know more about Dark Souls lore.
Non-human.
Oh, get it.
Non-human eradication.
So bad. Yes, I got it. Look at it. I got it. I barely got it with that second shot. I swear.
We're the reason the doppelgangers haven't ripped you apart yet. You should be
just a few frames slower.
Hey, I don't know who you think you're talking to, big dog.
I was about to
I don't want to miss those crystal geckos. Although they do respawn. You have to, you know, put on the rare ring of sacrifice. Okay, this is an interesting boss fight, guys.
Are you alive?
Mess them up. Oh, you're gonna want to avoid that. That's gonna make you curse.
Actually, I've seen this in a lot of people. It's not just some people. In the atheists, like you said, it's just the radical.
Oh man, I'm so angry. How upset? No, I'm just kidding. You can't win that from this demonstration. You're supposed to die. I died, and I put on
thinking ahead, making it easier on myself. You know what I mean?
37K.
That's what you call.
I think that this is
that's a manifestation. Would have said that as well.
Everybody in here.
Loving yourself.
That's interesting. So it preserves your.
You are your God.
We're only 94%.
Hating yourself.
Okay, this was
despising yourself. So there's these two.
W game for letting me know, putting a little exclamation mark there, telling me what show.
Serpent rank just because it increases drops. Yeah.
All right, 100% stock, 100% clean. Let's head home.
Lighting up that bonfire here. I mean, we've spawned in this mysterious.
Yeah, we're good.
That's a great point because a lot of times they'll if
oh,
they do go into an argument about this, they'll try to keep it in the realm of theory. They won't ever bring it back into the realm of here and now. Because when you bring it back into here in the realm of here and now, you point out that you don't actually live.
Yo, the production
value
they
did drop crystal straight sword. So
end of night
crystal weapons, they do
right? Why do you talk about
they do a lot of damage.
Oh, we did good. We only needed $50. We got 136. I am
guard here. I can't think of a person guard stupid enough to just stand next to the cell within arm's reach, but
this game,
there's no logical.
It's a new night. Check the notice board. Okay, we'll do.
All
right, everything's already pre-stocked up. Everything's
your jungle.
All right.
Hey, we need another delivery though. We only got 5 left. All right, let's check the notice board. Wait, another new traitors among us. Among us. Even good. I'm sorry.
How about these guys?
Right, and many of them are atheists, so
some humans are siding with the doppelgangers.
Okay, so we could go up.
Religious group advocates for total replacement by doppelgangers. They call themselves the Assimilation Order.
You guys remember these guys, right? Where is he going? We'll forget about him now. Oh. These guys don't care much about the call, eh? They just run right by. I think they're scared.
Hey, sorry about the delay. How you doing?
Yeah, exactly. All right. You can always kind of stack these questions on even further.
Slowly we make our way down.
But again, in this material,
we investigate though, using that power cell key. Okay.
You're just basically
interested in here. Probably another crystal
weapon. How you doing, sir? You doing good?
So your life is a little blip on the radar screen.
Roger Con.
Span of eternity.
Yo, look at that.
Here we go.
Future.
Old.
Means nothing.
Roger Con. That's why I think. All right, let's see if everything's all right. Occupation, retired, mustache.
Gotta love the range on this execution.
Oh, he does got a mustache.
Oh, you can farm a little humanity off those guys as well.
Are you alive, sir?
What's behind this door? That's a lock. Okay. I don't know. Maybe Big Hat Logan is in there.
You got a mustache?
It's a possibility, but I'm not 100% sure.
You know what? Let's just.
I agree.
Have a good one, sir. Thank you.
All right, another tower cell key.
No basis at all for objective ethical standards. Now they'll talk a lot about it.
Overpowering.
The most common answer I hear is that eventually we'll figure out
slams. Let's see what is down in this cell
now. Science
dropping down to an adjacent cell. The monsters in here though.
Doing engineering.
Archive prison extra key. Alright, I'm sure that we will find a use for that soon.
Providence and God as divine principles.
How did you just put everything on
But
here
science
and you
doesn't
didn't
make
even go to the shelves?
Continuing down, more
Again,
octopus.
chaotic, random, just one damn thing after another, as many atheists have
Jade
said.
I love this
so
story, guys.
the very thing that we are turning to as a kind
Occupation
of new
unemployed. Also, it's the
Any more
chat.
cells to
This is y'all.
explore?
It becomes obvious.
Nope.
And
That is me.
And you will hear them talk about it in the
Squid
exact
slicing.
same way that a person who has a religious commitment use their perspective.
Oh,
And I believe this is
what's going on
because
there?
humans are fundamental.
There's no information.
Well, one day we'll figure it
The
out.
dress, nothing's the
Have
same.
the eschatological hope.
Love
One
humanity.
day
Hello, I am Jade.
there'll be a moral
What you
calculus.
I wear
It's really the only
clothes.
thing left to
Utilities
hoard
will
when
come
we
up
get
with a
to sort
moral
of the higher
calculus
levels.
with a giant supercomputer that will figure out
I
how
want to collect that
it's right.
humanity.
Total
Okay.
gobbledygook, right? That's
Oh,
what it
interesting.
is.
Seeding sunlight.
I needed to
Okay,
be
for all you
suspicious. I
miracles.
really
Bountiful sunlight.
Okay, give me one
All
second. I'm
right,
gonna grab
we're
something.
going down that path. There's Big Hot Logan. I was
That's
wrong.
like a solid answer to the question of how
Before when I thought
in the atheist
this guy
perspective
was-
you have,
Yeah, I'm
standards.
gonna try to get you out.
Get that cleaned up.
I gotta find the key. Yes, man, I understand. I want to see what's in there.
It is
I
what it
believe
is,
that's a
Cat.
set of armor back there. So we'll see
Hey,
if we
whoever
can
this
find
monkey-
the key for his cell.
Hey, you ain't got no shirt on. We can't. You read the sign?
Okay, so we're at the
No
bottom.
shirt, no
Do
shoes,
a
no
quick
service,
lap, make
sir.
sure that
You
those
best put a
are
shirt on
nothing
coming in here.
that we've left unexplored here because
As opposed to like a million
right
people
way to go.
We gotta do, Chat.
Because you don't have any, there's no way to know.
No, there really
Oh,
isn't. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So we're gonna head up this ladder over here.
And I'll give you the core of this, but the one
Chat,
thing
you
I
know,
always
it's like
point
being
out
nervous.
is
This game make me nervous.
let's say there's
We're
one
doing
guy,
good though. We ain't got
Eerie
nobody.
music.
You know,
we can
yo, set
we
with the
can
fine
come up
thank
with
you.
a moral calculus that says that
Bubba.
this guy,
Hey man,
he's
just picking up
innocent.
something for my sister, Catherine.
All right,
Bubba,
guys.
you
Let's
ain't
say the
got
whole
no shirt
village, the
on.
whole town.
Think
Hold on,
we
let me
can
clean
do
up this
a little,
ketchup real quick
serial
that
killer.
somebody dropped and it
cinematic coming
exploded.
up in a moment.
Now,
Oh,
This is
blindsided by
ketchup.
serpents.
But people
I was
are
gonna serpent
Ketchup,
as
sir.
well.
Yep.
social disturbance.
But
It's
he's
ketchup.
getting just a little bit too aggressive. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too aggressive.
Where's
This guy's blowing all his stamina.
Okay, make sure there ain't no ketchup around
you're
here.
terrified of the
Okay.
serial killer?
What kind of drops do we get from
So
this
you
guy?
nab
I bet
an
it's a
innocent
spear
guy to
too.
create the
We nab an innocent
Okay,
guy,
flame
put
bird.
him to death
That works.
publicly.
Fix the cam. Hey, you
Let's see
absolute
what's,
fool.
and
If
it's
it's in the
back here.
bottom left, it's there for a
He
reason.
wasn't the right guy. Now, so in the
Well,
moral
maybe.
calculus,
I
how
don't-
do we
I didn't
know
like that. I don't think that was
whether
cool.
the quantitative
Look outside.
Verify.
Buddy, did y'all just blow in from stupid town?
Archive power giant.
Buddy, yeah, there's somebody standing over there. They've been over there for like forever.
execution of the innocent guy?
Wait, are they closer
Yeah,
than
well,
they were
they're
before?
all in this calculus. There are
All
all
right.
sorts
Wait,
of
they're
problems,
closer than they were
finding
before.
the proverbial area under the
Cool.
curve. I mean, Christopher
more
missing the mark, who's the guy I do
music, and
hangouts with. He was like,
I don't
okay, well, is
actually
it
know
better
if that,
for a
even
million
matters. Maybe I could
creatures
have
to
just left the
flourish
music
for 2
playing.
months,
Not really sure.
or
I mean, the main
for 5 creatures to
point
flourish
there
for
was
2
to get the
years?
key.
I mean,
It's not for this door.
Sir, I'll be right with you. Just give me one
I
second.
mean,
Double check. So we gotta bring the giant door key
Never
back to
mind
the top
that
and continue on with the
equation
Hey!
final
creaturely
portion of
flourishing.
You
Deuce
can't be
Archive.
out here. This
No
is
real
private property. You
problems just
understand me?
yet, but
By the way, you probably don't keep up
yeah,
with this.
we'll see
Did
how
you
the boss
see,
battle goes. There's some other
when Sam
parts
Harris
we have to
posted
explore.
his
Oh, you know
I
what I
think his
think is
freshman
down there?
intro to philosophy.
And maybe
101
this is the
attempt
item
at
that's
getting
in
it
there
off
with
his,
Big
he
Hot
posted
Logan.
on
Was
his
there a fire
Facebook
keeper
page. He was getting
somewhere?
savage.
Sir, I'm sorry for making you wait.
I thought
But
it
you
was
gonna wait
over.
here for a second. I'm
No,
so
there's quite a few
sorry. I
items
gotta
scattered
stop
out
some
here.
stuff. Okay, we're at
So
75
all of
minutes.
which
he's
are
getting
I'm
pushback.
sorry.
You'll see this a lot, I think, with a lot
Okay,
of
here we go.
the
Yep, boom, boom.
atheist
boom.
Okay, so now we're
They're
heading
getting
to
employee
Ooh,
chat.
that
Y'all know how it
quite a
goes.
little bit.
I think, what was it?
With
What-
the
All right, how you
upgraded,
doing? What's your
it was
name?
two-handed
Some
sword.
guy.
Tommy
It even
Delgado.
works pretty well as a shield. Now when you hold it up like this,
Why don't you got a shirt?
it still does
Yeah,
like decent
he posted a
damage
picture
reduction.
where
Obviously,
he
not
said
as
it
big as
used to be a case
Occupation
where he
unemployed.
pretty
posted,
close. I'll probably be
something
rocking a shield.
anti-religious. It was just great.
in the
And
next
people
video,
loved
so
it.
I'm kind of
it's a
between
little
jobs
more
right
starting.
now.
Get more and more pushback.
Anyways,
Okay.
all right.
What about
We
your
got the
room?
key for that giant door.
Yeah, I know. It's
That's
just really
what
hot. Let
this,
me grab
His
something for
idea,
Cat
and I
real
don't
quick so I
really
can head home.
want to speculate
key
on that,
will
is
open
that,
up.
is that Jordan
Right.
Peterson is
See
poaching a
what's
lot
over
of Sam
here.
his followings.
I did see
I
some
really
of
don't
this.
want to
I
die.
didn't see anything about his.
Alright,
his-
You have a good night now. Appreciate you. You have a good.
his argument.
This was something else. This was
Okay,
something.
but I did see the
felt like
claim
there's
about
gonna be
Jordan
something to pick up
Peterson
on, but I guess
kind of
not.
grabbing some of the Sam Harris crowd, and ultimately I think that's a good
Alright.
thing. I mean, I have some.
Behind this door
Yeah,
here.
Jordan Peterson's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, yeah, I
even
think
sure
he
what
has
to
some. But
expect.
actually, believe it or not, I've
Alright,
seen
more
him
crystal
tweet out transcendental arguments. In fact, he tweeted a thing
Oh,
several years ago
this
that
guy's
was
sniping
quite
me with this
literally an
crystal
argument I made in a paper about Platonism and
Wait
the status of numbers. Not 100% positive if you read it or not, but we do have mutual contacts that he does a lot of shows with. So, again, I'm not saying for sure that he read the paper, but I think it's entirely
Now I know that
possible
we're coming up
he read
to
it,
another
and
bonfire
he
very
does seem to
soon.
kind of at times
Kind of hesitant to use
and
more of
using
my
the
flask
transcendental argument, which
because
is
you know
what I
I
tend
never have
to use in my
again
approach.
essentially.
I think it's the most solid.
I'm not really sure what that little dance
And to be a little more specific on that point,
Alright,
I think you can use the cosmological,
over
the
here.
teleological,
Is this going to be? Oh no treasure
or
chest.
the ontological.
Okay,
but I
so
think they have to
this
be
section of the
formatted
level,
in a
I
transcendental
admit,
way to
may
make them
cause
a little more
a little
powerful
confusion.
than they are
Just because
traditionally,
there
especially
are a
something
number
like
of rooms
Thomism,
and then these
so I have a
rotating
pretty
staircases that
of a blindness
can.
in Thomism.
Well,
but
there's
that's not
lots of
to
different like
say
floors
to
and
a
sides
transcendental,
of
of each one of those
each room to
arguments. But
lots of
anyway,
different
that's a side issue.
sections.
I think I think
We'll do our best. I'm sure.
the skeptic
Are you
community
alive?
has been on
I
the
suppose we can
decline.
take care of this room first.
You're right. This is something that's been especially
Not even
evident
sure.
in the
I
last
think
few
that
months, and I think this is going to continue. I've been saying
gonna
for a
lie in
long
this
time that
Oh,
these,
good God, no.
these internet atheists would not be able to
No!
atheists would not be able to keep getting away with bad
I
arguments.
can't believe that.
in the age
You
of the
see it,
internet. It's not
Estes
gonna work
Flask.
because people are
Is
gonna
he
start
the
to
real
know
guy?
My character
Eventually,
there.
people are going to start
He was
seeing
taking that
that's
swig.
a bad argument, dude.
He just
like,
got
like Lily
shot.
Dawkins and these
man.
guys.
We were really
I've
close
got
to a
Dawkins.
bonfire.
They just rehash
the
like
pity.
1700s era philosoph French Revolution atheist
It's okay.
arguments.
We're not
It's
even
like they don't
far
even
away.
think about the fact
I mean,
that hey, maybe I should actually educate myself on
this shortcut.
more like maybe theists have
no worries.
responded in the last 300 years.
The last guy was talking about his sister
Well, I
Caitlyn.
mean,
This guy
their
hasn't brought
entire
up anything about
presupposition that
Caitlyn.
they are the rational elite.
No,
Where's
where they went
Caitlyn?
Yeah, I mean, no, they.
I just killed somebody innocent. Oh my goodness, what have I done?
Like back when
Oh my goodness, what have I done? Oh, that was probably the real guy.
And they always say, oh, well, Sarah Palin's so incurious.
It was Catherine, yeah, Catherine. Chad, that was probably the real guy.
It's like
Again,
one of them
sorry
jump
about that,
out
sir.
at you.
Just
Well,
one
if
second.
God made
You was
the
over here
world,
bragging about how good you was.
Do you not think that maybe somebody might have...
You was over here bragging about how good you was about killing doppelgangers. Well, guess what, Bubba?
No, can you guys actually believe that? Can you believe that? I believe
Why did you
I
care
just
so
lost
much? Here's my thought.
humanity and what, maybe 50k souls, 60k
If I
souls?
let them both go
You know what?
through, then that means I guarantee let one of them through. But if I shoot one of them,
where is
why
your
are you?
evidence for God? And they said your...
I just let go of my guard for a split second there, sort of forgetting. Like I guess I'm getting, I guess I'm used to getting pelted with regular arrows.
They
and
never
not
say, hey,
having to
what
worry
are
about
some
them so
good
much.
resources?
But
Like,
the arrows that those guys are shooting from the crystal ball, crystal arrows,
it
whatever,
is incumbent
do a lot more
upon you
damage.
to present your
So no more
evidence
screwing around.
on a little silver
Go
platter
hard,
so
go
they
for
can
as much
You
treasure
won't
as
get
you
off
can,
my property.
and then have our re-encounter with
like, no, this evidence
scale.
Can I put it here?
This is not evidence.
Bring me my little John Goblet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I got something else for you real quick too. Hold on.
Bring my
I'm
wine.
dealing with these guys.
Yeah,
Heading back up. Now,
One
I
second,
want
sir.
to.
I'm so sorry. I gotta handle something real quick. You know the drill.
actual philosophical
Oh, I didn't think
knowledge
these guys
are
responded.
even the ones that I've encountered in my academic career.
Then again, sometimes
I
monsters
had
will
would be atheists. There
respawn,
was a
but
few,
only in
but
certain
most of them
areas.
were
Okay, let's see
pretty
if we can clear out this
hardcore
top floor for now.
atheists,
Put one close to the
naturalists,
door.
materialists,
I can't put
and
one.
I would
I can't
always,
put one in the door because if I accidentally step on this GG.
pretty lengthy interactions with all the professors. I even had.
All right. Sorry, sir. I'll be with you in just one
There,
second. Oh, I
chest
apologize. You got an attitude.
Natural.
Lots of little
I'll take as long
my
as I want to.
sophomore year. So
Well, I'm over here apologizing to this guy. Chad,
So
you got an attitude.
what I tended to start noticing is
You know what I
even
mean?
amongst these academic
Why am I being nice to you?
Of the atheist world.
Now these are the staircases that are
Everything's cleaned up. Just 1 second, I'll be right back.
And then there are, a couple more places to
In other words, they've never had a class.
Oh, we gotta get stuff.
They don't know about.
See what's over
We
here.
don't have any boxes to restock with.
They couldn't tell you what no true Scotsman is.
Well,
They couldn't tell you.
I suppose if there was
Oh, wait a minute. You again. Look,
They
something
will
happened
pontificate
last night? What?
about all kinds of things, especially
Brian
if they're hardcore Darwinists.
Was that his name
So maybe
last
they've
night?
had like
It was.
biology.
There's no treasure
a lot
here
of biology. And maybe he
Absolutely
knows one
no
about
good,
life science.
but it
to a
is better
degree,
to check.
in a very limited
You know, you can get
basis.
pleasantly
When you start
surprised
talking about
sometimes.
logic,
Just finding a random
principles of logic operating in nature, again,
Wait a minute.
meta
The guy
logic,
last night was talking about how
what
much he loved
you
it.
get is like a
How about
blaze,
he
Head up to
this?
this level.
and then how you're a bad person. So you're an arrogant whatever for talking about something that I don't know about, right?
So we can actually
and that's because for a lot of reasons,
even check
U.S. education and education class for a long time based on the Prussian model is very compartmentalized.
Unbelievable.
And you can
We'll find
literally
something,
get your
guys.
PhD in something you never have had a logic class.
Okay, there's no treasure over there either. Oh,
Chad, I
okay, I
have
see a
two
treasure
questions.
chest. Alright, our long hunt for loot finally paying off. Or maybe not, I don't know. Depends what's in here. Could be a mimic.
Y'all are saying the name. What are you waffling
I
about?
guess that'd be kind of a lame place for a mimic. Alright, what's it
You
gonna be?
can't do nothing with his name. You can't. This is only up here if you gotta search somebody.
The entire NASA organization, one big hoax created
Okay. There's the next room over.
Chat, do I let him go?
lies and photo and video trickery. The NASA have effectively convinced the entire world.
He's too nice. The guy last night wasn't nice.
Treasure here.
Contrary to our senses and personal
We can
experience.
probably
They
hop
claim,
down.
contrary to our senses, that many
Yeah,
of us
hopping
are
down will be no
standing
problem.
upside down, thinking we are right side
Have a
up,
good one.
underside of a spinning ball Earth. They
We
claim
just made a mistake. I know we just made a mistake. I know we did.
There.
space at millions of miles
We
per
just made a
hour.
mistake, Chad.
Stars are actually
Okay,
suns.
so now we can start making our
Sun
way
is
down.
actually bigger than
Deliveries arrived. Open the loading bay gate. Yeah, we need to do that too.
Pillar there.
we can clearly see.
Yeah, we needed that. Y'all think I sold?
Standing right side
Now
up
this-
on the moonless flat Earth. The sun
All right, now come on with it. Yep.
stars are clearly
First checking. Okay,
Come
there
on.
is treasure over here. So guys, I'm not crazy. I know there's just treasure around here somewhere.
Golly,
Let's see what
thank
we can
you.
find here.
Photoshop, rocket
Be
science,
careful.
Sorcery.
a bunch of lying Freemasons. NASA has
Big
All
find.
right, let's get everything restocked.
to disbelieve their
You know,
own
warrior,
eyes.
alas.
All right, we're down to 64% on the stock. We got to keep everything stocked. Y'all know the drill, ski. Y'all know how it goes. Yep.
Good to know where these things are.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're
Yo,
heading
no joke,
back
chat. This store look like
down,
Solid
and
spherical planetoid
yeah,
flame
we'll head down to that
Oh,
lower
hey.
level.
Samuel
So
Wait,
just
this
some
is a dude
upgrading
from the
materials,
star,
some
right?
sorcery stuff.
quoted
But I still like to,
Yeah, that's the dude
know
from the
that I
star,
didn't
ain't
really
it, Chad?
say
stating that stars
it's good to play that way as well.
W
Sometimes.
employee for real.
There's
Why you gonna ring the bell,
one or two
sir?
more things that we're gonna grab.
You know I'm standing over here. I'm gonna be with you in a second, okay?
so-called flat earthers observing
All right, hold on. I gotta do some more restocking. Hey, I'm back. What's good, Clyde?
What happened to that?
How's the new job working out for you? Well, you're still live, so you're doing better than most. I'm proud of
I'm
you,
gonna
kid.
forget about this room for now. I'll just get some
Not many are willing to take a job this dangerous.
sort of retrace.
Your job
the
is
ground
dangerous
scene.
as mine, but you don't get the same respect I do. Well, you got my respect if that means anything to you.
I'm
He's
gonna go
so
grab the bonfire.
nice.
Might as well. Those are not too.
Maybe too nice?
So this is the last bonfire.
Perhaps
in
overly
the
nice?
archives. We just gotta head down to the yard.
Starting to get a little suspicious.
We'll find sort of the rest of before finishing. off.
Chat, now I'm a little suspicious.
So
Maybe
now
I
there's a way to
should be,
open up
you know,
these.
when there's doppelgangers out there, you can't trust nobody, you know what I mean?
We'll just have to go find that.
We're going to have to ask him some questions, though. Y'all know the drill. 89%. Let me go ahead and finish up the restock. And I'll be right with you, Clyde. I'm so sorry for the delay. Just 1 second. I got to get this stuff restocked. They're going to fire me if I don't. You know how
There's
it
supposed to
goes.
be a pretty cool crossbow as well. It's like a crossbow that shoots a few bolts at a time, I believe.
Hard just give the
and it
GG,
is
I'm dead.
supposed to be on top of one of these bookshelves.
94%.
It might be in
Okay,
the
this
room
one needs stock
behind
too.
us
Let me go
there.
stock
Not
this
really
real
sure.
quick.
But that would be a cool piece of loot. I didn't need down to find it, but not 100% sure where it is right now.
Boom.
Not even sure where this
Boom.
lever is.
100% stock.
Open the bookshelf.
Okay, I'll be with you just a second, Clyde. Thank you.
Let's see if we
Yo,
can find
Nestle
it.
with the 5
Not
gifted. W
100%
Nestle with the 5 gifted. Thank you.
I only played through this song once, and that was quite a while ago. It was at least a couple of months ago.
Yo, Diana with 2,000 bits.
So you
W
know what?
Diana
We'll
with
try
2,000
here.
bits.
We'll try not to die. Foremost.
Hey, Case, there was a
We'll try
fire
some
where my
stuff
work
in
was. It was kind of far, but the smoke reached my work, and it got so bad that you were able to smell it inside the building. It was strong. They literally said they're not going to close and let people go home early, even though the smell was so strong. So at this moment, night shift working with the smell is still really bad. Plus, people have said they couldn't breathe because of smoke, and the managers didn't do anything but gave us masks. Ain't that crazy? Oh, yeah, that's crazy. You might have to go ahead and sue them.
Okay, trading with that guy.
You might have to go ahead
now,
and sue.
call me crazy, but this is the beginning of the
That's
level,
insane.
right? Yeah, it is. This is the beginning of the level.
Anyway, hey, Clyde. Clyde Dawson.
Now I
All
need to
right,
figure
I'm
out
going to
some
get you everything
shortcuts.
stand up real quick, Clyde.
I'm still looking for this lever.
Often wears glass. You got
I
glasses
mean, I
on right
just
now,
wish I
Clyde?
knew
Yes,
where
you
it
do.
was.
Okay, everything's... Oh, yo, Clyde, you alive?
We'll find it.
You just called me Bud?
Buzz Aldrin could be seen wearing different colored gloves and different lengths in pictures that were supposedly
You still the sheriff?
I don't care how long it's going to take. We're going to find this damn lever. We're going to open that bookshelf. We're going to get that ember that's behind there. And we're going to...
Everything seems good. What about the movements?
Duke's
He's good, right,
backyard.
Chad? He's good?
And,
You're good, Clyde. You're good. Have yourself a good one.
We could go
Let the
finish
camera
off this
stay
level.
on.
I'm
Hey,
kind of losing my mind trying to find this switch. It's okay. We will figure it out. Got so many of those shields now. More upgrading shards back there as well. Oh, there's a treasure chest over here.
Photoshop 3 and then posted them on NASA websites as being genuine photographs taken. I regularly get emails.
Let's see if it's anything good.
Digital manipulation of
See, there's so much treasure to just...
What?
Oh, it is a mimic.
I knew we sold!
You were here somewhere.
Oh, Lord, no!
Oh, are you actually still alive?
Majority of NASA's fake pictures were created.
Okay, what did you drop? Crystal Night Shield. Well, I don't know. I can't really wear a shield right now.
Clyde is dead! Rest up, Clyde,
Okay, guys. So we're gonna play around a little bit with the different levers in this room, and we're gonna find out where we can open that bookshelf. So this is the room connected to that bonfire that we lit a moment ago. If we head up here, we can hop on
Activate all 3
this
diffusers
magical
around the
staircase and try and figure out what to do.
Yo, mister with the 5, thank you. Diffusers.
Okay. So up here
I can't play this
is
game.
nothing useful.
I can't play
believe
this
we're
game.
gonna
I
have
can't
to.
play this
Oh,
game.
you know what? I know where it is. I know what to do. It's just as simple, and I've been overthinking it. You just go up here. You just flip this switch here. Watch me be wrong. And then you go to the lower one. Right? Are you correct here? Yeah, this is it.
I literally...
This is it.
That is horrible!
Always good to check, right? Not too excited.
I can't go out there with the... Look at that!
Alright. Heading way down here. And pulling this lever is going to remove this bookshelf here. And open up this shortcut. Okay, great. Things are all good. The lever was in a logical place. I did do some extra poking around. We did find some extra treasure, and now we can continue on with the rest of the level. There isn't very much left. There is an item coming up immediately that I want to grab for everyone.
Chad, I'm about to puke. Chad, I'm about to puke. I'm about to puke. Chad, I'm about to puke.
Just double checking. Chunk. Cool stuff. That wasn't actually the item that I'm looking for specifically. In this next room here, there's another chest. This one here, I believe, has it. Okay, look at this 6-eyed helm. So this is the same armor that dancing, caster monster in the other room with the trident that we got from him, the Chancellor.
Chad, I can't do this.
Or Channeler.
Every time a spider comes into the image, I lose all sense of everything.
Construction paper, gold foil, the idea that the piece of junk shown in this official NASA photograph flew to the moon and back is so ludicrous.
Oh, I don't even see it.
Megamind with the 5, thank you.
Channelers, yeah. I was going to say Chancellor doesn't make any sense. Gauntlets of the Channelers. So those are good versus magic.
In AS-16, 113, 18339, there is a rock.
Not as good as the equipment I have. I would take a look at them anyway, so
Another C drawn into the dirt next to it.
let's take a look in here.
That's Clyde.
Archive Tower Giant Cell Key. Okay. That key, I believe, is the one that you can use to free Big Hat Logan. So you could take it back to where, where we were before with the music playing.
Just let him go!
And free him if you want. He has more sorceries for you. This was the item that I sort of came in here for originally, the Crystal Ember. Lets you forge crystal weapons.
Hey, it is what it is!
To Andre.
Chad, give me an R.I.P. Clyde. That thing killed Clyde.
And
but I shot him last time, and that made the spider come
I
out.
believe there's another lever. Yeah, this one right here.
Let me clean that stuff up in the parking lot real quick. R.I.P. Clyde, man. I gotta dispose of Clyde's remains. R.I.P. Chad.
Away to the final boss fight. Look at this guy creeping here.
I feel so bad I got Clyde killed, Chad. I feel horrible. I can't believe it.
Wow, over here. Certainly doesn't look
W employee though, hey, I still made the sale.
Yeah.
Hey, I still made the sale. You know. You're still here.
Head on out. Traversing the white light.
I'm gonna go get the gun. I got something for you.
Here.
Just wait a minute. Yeah,
well,
just wait a
do a
minute.
quick tour.
Chat, that thing gets closer and closer every day.
Oh, I can't one-shot this.
Every day.
Two-shot them, though. So maybe it would actually be smartest to kill them with those lighter attacks.
That spider thing was so disgustingly scary. That was horrible.
And again, the heavy attack can stun.
That was so
even
bad.
Interrupt his attack.
Got my tum hurt.
More blue titanite
Clean this
chunks.
ketchup.
Those are ones that I have not used at all. I guess
Somebody came out
I'm not
here with a
actually
bag of
100% sure.
ketchup.
They're
They were
used to
putting
a
gas
few,
in their car.
I would
and they
guess
slipped.
magic.
And okay, why am I laughing? This is Clyde. This is what's left of Clyde. He's dead.
Back up a little bit here.
Because of me. Because I let a doppelganger go through and they wound up killing him. I feel horrible for it every day.
Alright.
Alright, let's go home.
Only kept that
The fact that the
first one
character
range for the second swing.
keeps coming to work every day is actually crazy.
I'm a little worried about the part that we have coming up. I mean, these crystal guardians are just sort of located at the mouth of the crystal cave, where we're gonna do little cave dwelling, descend down there and find the boss. But
wait, I killed a counterfeit money.
But I'm a little bit concerned because I think it's much easier to do if you do it online, largely because people leave messages for you, and those messages can reveal like invisible walkways. So I'm not really going to have that benefit. Let's see here, this corpse is in an interesting location there, just sort of on that slant of the hill, and from that corpse I got this crystalline set, which is cool. Powerful defense, but it cannot be used for long because it's easily broken and cannot be repaired. So I'm sure it's quite powerful, but...
Bro, W game though, no joke.
There's actually a
Y'all got
ring,
something special right here. I'll be real with y'all. Yo, Devs, this gonna be fire when it comes out, bro. Chat, y'all gotta wish list this game, dude. Dude, this game so, dude, that was so good.
Items just last a lot longer.
Bro, that game was so good. Oh my goodness, I'm so sad it's over.
Pretty good.
Oh, I'm so sad. Which customers weren't human? Human?
Caught me off guard a little bit there.
Human.
Now we're entering the Crystal Cave. This is
Julietta. Wait, did I kill Julietta? I did, didn't I?
And
Chat, the first Tommy was the doppelganger. He was talking about his sister's deceased. How was I supposed to know that?
I can't believe that.
Bro, W game though. What's that game called again? Shift at midnight.
This isn't
That was
really
actually
a
so
difficult
good.
part
That's gonna be so
by any means, but there's just the issue of, you know, invisible walkways. So we'll see if we can deal with that.
If that high above the Earth's surface, no man has ever landed on or walked on the moon in any publicly known space program.
Don't worry about any of the moonlight butterflies. They're peaceful creatures. No need to slaughter them. Okay, see look, now this is one that is from, you know, from the game developers. That message there encouraging you, well, telling you about the path ahead.
Okay, spell Massachusetts.
Fancy stones that can maybe help guide me here. Yeah, I do. I must have bought some time ago. So, you can actually drop these stones.
You don't know what's crazy? Most of y'all just used autocorrect.
So yeah, you can actually see the prism stone there right in front of you. Yeah, so it is pretty obvious if you look closely. Anyways, so I can use those to guide me. Hopefully it won't be a problem.
Who just said mashed potatoes?
Definitely don't want to guide it.
I'm
because this
good at
guy's
that
a bit
game.
of a beefier.
I just been getting bad seeds. Spooky
He
time
is
though!
heavy attack.
Lock in!
Keep that in mind.
Spooky time!
Shit. No. Yes, guys, I would have been very upset if I died there. It's kind of a long trek. And this video's already been going on
I'm
for
so
a while.
fragile!
Yeah, you're dead now, buddy. Nice jump. Oh, man. I thought I was dead there for sure. My corpse was like 97% off the edge. I was like, start again from that other bonfire. But lucky enough, we kept ourselves out of trouble there. Let's see if we can
Yo, Dario
keep that
with the
trend going
5W,
here.
Dario.
Oh, okay, you know what? I'm not going to mess with that moonlight
Yo,
butterfly.
1,000 bits from Gabby
You see
again.
over
Not
here
sure
that
you saw
there
1,000 bits.
is
You call me out, made my
a
night.
hidden
I'm
path.
strong, girl, Gab. By the way, your streams really have me dying every night. P.S. You're built like a brick house. Thank you, Gabby. W, Gabby.
See if we can come down from up here.
V-Sync on or off? No, V-Sync ruins it.
Oh yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive. Imminent fall. Interesting.
Because if you turn V-Sync on, it limits the frames. GG.
Now you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to pop off
Mystic Rest Stop.
and put on.
Let's see what we got.
This blood shield. I upgraded it to plus 10 actually, which is pretty high. And I'll still have good stamina and good stuff like that.
Rest Stop.
Okay. Oh, it also increases my
resistance. We got some lore, chat. Pay attention. We got some lore.
I'm just gonna fight this guy off very
This just happened a few
conservatively.
years ago. To this day, when I tell people what I went through that night, many can't find an explanation for what I experienced. Sometimes they say it was my mind playing tricks on me. But there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of.
Oh my
that feeling of being watched was real, very real. And I should have paid more attention. Dealing with the fire.
Alright everyone, welcome back. We have figured out what to do. You need to stay on this platform here. It's not actually necessary to drop down to kill off that crystal enemy or get any loot down there. You can if you want, but it doesn't seem to be needed, because if you want to continue on to the boss, just sort of line yourself up with this message from the game here and run directly across. I wasn't able to quite figure this out before, so I'm recording this now. I've had a frustrating time in this crystal cave, to say the very least. We're back doing this now. Hopefully we won't run into any problems. This next room, this is the second last room, I guess. It's the last room before the boss chamber. You have to fight some of these killer oysters, and you do want to be careful. I'm not going to lie. I've died against these guys a few times, died against the boss a few times. I've had quite a run finishing off this episode 15. You can actually see about 5 or 6 of them sort of off in the distance, so sort of lure them out one by one. I traded with them there. Lucky I do some nice damage with the sword, and I think it's got like a crushing blow affix to it as well, which is nice. And I've got the gold serpent ring on, and it hasn't actually been too lucky for me so far. I only found one twinkling titanite. Let's see if we get another one here. Oh, not yet. Okay. Sneaking up on this guy. Trying to get a shot off before his buddy gets too close. Ooh. I definitely want to be careful here. Because, yeah, some of these guys, their attack will even... Oh, it'll knock you down, and then anyone else who's close by can get another shot in. Oh, man. Okay. Alright. It's all good. Getting rid of killer oysters. Finding some more twinkling titanite. Some purging stone as well. You may run into some cursed problems coming up. I mean, Cephas Scalus has an attack that will curse you, and you gotta use the purging stone, the same one that I just picked up, to break the curse. If that happens to you, it certainly happened to me not long ago. Okay, for the boss fight, we don't actually need this serpent ring. Let's put on the steel protection ring. I'm also going to get a shield. This blood shield here is plus 10, which is pretty great. Spent some time upgrading that. I think it's a pretty good shield. I had those wrong gloves on. I'm taking them off now so that I can still move quickly, because of course the shield's a little added weight. I can still move quickly. I think we're ready to go here. Cephas Scalus, boss fight. He's invincible as of right now. It looks pretty cool though, right? You're going to have to run right by him, right behind him. The first attack he's using here, you can hear the crystals sort of breaking there in the background. It's like a beam that he sprays across the ground, and these cursed crystals come up, and if you spend too much time there, you'll become cursed yourself. You're going to want to run by him, get to the back where I am here, line yourself up with this crystal. As soon as you shatter this crystal, it will stun Seath. So I think it's getting pretty close. Let's break it. You can see there's the stun. And now I'm just going to actually get in real close and get... I'm sure I can get at least 3 swings off already. I can even get 4. Okay, so that's some pretty good damage. Now let's hold my shield up and get out of there. Get out of there. You don't want to be spending too much time in there. If you get cursed, you're dead. It's really annoying, actually. Okay, now he's waving all his little fins around. Oh, man, am I just going to, like, die right now? It's unbelievable. Okay, so apparently if he's going to do that attack, you're going to want to really get away from him. Now he's just sort of swinging. Okay, so even if I can stay kind of far away from him and still get some swings in against these fins that he's got hanging out. He's got a big back tail and then these 2 smaller ones on either side. Now, you can actually get a weapon from his back tail if you chop it off properly. You have to chop off the tip of his back tail and you'll get the Moonlight Great Sword, I think. So that's a sword that scales with intelligence. So if that's, the kind of build that you're doing, then maybe you'll want to grab it. I'm not going to bother grabbing it. I've died enough times against this boss as is. I'm just going to kill him off normally here. Oh man, swing and a miss.
Okay, it's a gas station in the middle of nowhere.
Is that my
careful? That's a old Ford, what's it called? What is it called?
Oh, out of there, out of there. Ooh, trying some lunges now. Let's see if I can bait another attack.
But I didn't have better things to do. Yeah, a blazer, yeah. It's not a Ford, it's a Chevy. Yeah, blazer.
Weapon at risk. Oh my god, that never even occurred to me. If this doesn't work out because my durability is getting low, I would be so pissed off. Maybe just for that, we should even consider going some two-handed action here. Okay, I think now's a good time. Going two-handed. 1, 2. Not doing a whole lot of damage. I mean, I'm starting to think that maybe that has to do with my weapon durability, which is actually like the most annoying thing, the most annoying thought in the world right now. But you know what? That's fine. We'll just make it a little bit more of a challenge. That's all.
Head to the right, that's the restrooms, and find the generator. Just press the button to activate.
So as long as you're not pretty directly in front of him when he casts those cursed crystals, you're usually fine. I shouldn't even be taking this risk right now. I gotta be healing a bit more. Trying to get behind him again. What kind of attacks can he use? More cursed attack.
And that's one thing I just appreciate, especially being a debater myself.
I'm gonna turn the power on first.
He's gonna do it again. Two-handed, back and forth here. Did I get too greedy? Did I get too greedy? Yeah, oh, he's dead. I was so confused there. I didn't know if I killed him. I thought he was still alive. Weirdly enough, I took a final swing, and like some damage still registered. Really strange encounter. 60,000 souls, 1 humanity. Bequeathed Lord Soul Shard as well. And that is one of the 4 big souls that you have to acquire. One of the 4 big bosses. One of the 4 corners of Dark Souls that we just cleared out here in episode 15. This is definitely a longer episode. Thank you so much for watching, taking this in with me. It has been quite the experience so far. I've been, especially with this episode, because I died so many times, I actually recorded this episode over the course of 3 separate days or nights here recording, and finally got through this boss. Not sure what I'm going to do with that soul, the bequeathed Lord. What is the name of that soul? Soul of Sith. Soul. I wonder why it's not listed here. It's got to be.
Level of reasoning for him, like he doesn't seem particularly
I'm surprised they don't have it. We've got the other souls for other bosses that we've killed during this playthrough, but the bigger souls aren't in this list.
Stereotypes and, for example, he called me a feminist, but I don't think
they're in the Embers list. Okay, interesting enough, because you cannot consume them. I guess the same way. See, you can't use it. The other souls for the lesser bosses, you're able to actually consume for souls if you want. You can turn them into weapons as well. Most of the weapons that you make out of these souls in front of us are ones that I wouldn't use for like a strength build. You use for other types of builds.
So we're just not going to talk about how he just literally appeared. He didn't even run from the side. He literally just appeared in front of us.
So we got one from Brave Lord Nito, which is one big section of the game. He pulled off the Scaleless here tonight, and we got to finish off Demon Ruins, the Beta Chaos, and all of that. Sort of lava part.
Political principles,
lots of fire.
Supporting ideology.
That'll be coming up next. It's really just that, and then
okay, first off, you can watch your attitude for you get snapped up.
Quite a marathon episode, this one. was. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks a lot for watching.
Matter of fact, who are you?
I'm Hunter SC.
I'm Doofus, the morning shift guy.
And I don't agree with any of that. Like,
I'm Arthur, the new night shift guy.
I don't even believe that men shouldn't rule over women in the home. I believe that men are also
Hello everybody, welcome back for episode 16 of this Dark Souls walkthrough. I'm Hunter SC. We are now at the bitter end of this playthrough. We have cleared a lot of content. There are only a few zones left, just a handful of bosses left to contend with. Looking forward to finishing this off with you guys. We are doing Demon Ruins here, and possibly we'll get into Lost Island. I'm not really sure, but we'll wait and see. We're actually going to go up against the boss very quickly here, and before doing that, I will mention that for those of you who checked out the last video against Scalus, you'll notice that my armor is completely different from what I was rocking in that last video. I'm wearing the whole gold hem set. Now, I picked up this gold hem set a long time ago, like a month and a half or 2 months ago. Unfortunately, I didn't record that. I just kind of grabbed it. I wanted to use this armor at the time because it was better than what I was wearing. And at this point, I kind of regret doing that. Let me just explain that right through this fog gate, well, there's called fog, now it's called traversing the white light. Once you traverse there, you're basically in a boss chamber against ceaseless discharge. So let's go ahead and take a look. Ordinarily, when you traverse this, ceaseless discharge is just standing quietly, and he is completely not hostile towards you. You can actually see here, I've already died against him. I died using completely the wrong equipment. Now that I'm wearing this gold hemmed equipment, I have very high fire resistances, so this should make this boss fight a lot more doable. I'm also using the Dragon Crest shield, so as I'm holding that up, his fire damage isn't going to be nearly as deadly as it would be ordinarily. You can actually hang on this alcove here and basically avoid all fire. Now, as I mentioned before, I did pick up this gold hemmed armor. You pick it up from this altar right over here. Ordinarily, ceaseless discharge is not hostile, but as soon as you loot the corpse left on this altar, he becomes hostile and will continue to be hostile until you kill him off. So that's normally here. In the lore, it's said that maybe this is like Ceaseless's sister, like one of the witches, and this is the armor that I've taken, and that's what pissed him off, and obviously they want to kill me. So this is Ceaseless Discharge here, wandering around. He does gigantic amounts of fire damage, and okay, he's got this attack where he just uses one big arm, and I can get 2 quick shots off there, almost 1,000 damage, not too bad. If he does that one again, I'm going to pretty good range on that. It seemed like I was out of range. Oh well. So switching to two-handed now, gonna do even a little bit more damage. Pulling back out the shield. Switching back to two-handed. One, gonna get the second one off. Yep, okay, he's actually almost dead now. Last time I was fighting him, he was using his fire-breathing attack an awful lot, and that's what really got me, which is why I switched to all this fire resistance here. He's not even using that now. It looks like I'll be able to just finish him off quite easily just by simply baiting this attack, and that's going to do it, I think. There we go. Down he goes. Shrinking down into the lava. Victory achieved. Do I get it? Some souls at the very least. Okay. A little cinematic. Take this in. So this, of course, triggers much of this lava to become drained, to become cool and hardened, which is going to allow me access to their base.
So do I get is there a gun behind the counter or something?
Just homeward bone, humanity, and no souls at all. Really,
what you mean?
Okay.
I'm running late.
Quickly back to where we failed to be. We just head back in the direction that we came originally, and we can continue on down. So that boss fight, easy enough. If you try to engage him over in this area here, he will come and he will attack you, and I think he favors that fire-breathing attack, so, anytime you're up against a boss like that, especially Lord Gwyn at the end, you need good fire resistances, which is why I swapped out all of his gear, but, it turns out at the end of the day, that you know, he was pretty easy to kill off with or without that gear. I'll need to switch back to my other gear,
right about dude, 'cause I'm not
just sort of
gonna lie.
backtracking, and we'll head back down. Demon Ruins is quite a big zone. There are a lot of bosses. There's Ceaseless Discharge, and then there are 2 more bosses before Lost Isleth. These guys you're probably just going to want to ignore. These are the egg-burning enemies. If you kill them, they will spew maggots all over the place. And, I mean, DPS on those maggots can climb if they like surround you, and you can definitely cause some problems. Ordinarily here this would be all flooded with lava and there wouldn't be much you could do here, but now that we've killed off Ceaseless Discharge, we're good to go. Swapping back onto the gear that I prefer to wear, my upgraded Brigand Armor. There you go, Brigand Armor plus 8, that's pretty good. Now, let's see if I can actually wearing those. I'm not sure about my equipment burden.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right now,
no, it doesn't. Man, that's some good security,
Dana. Switch off of Haval's ring onto the Gold Serpent ring, so that's going to allow us. Oh, I can still move quickly. This is great. I just barely hit the cutoff there. Gold Serpent ring, of course, gives us better drops, and on top of this Dragon Crest shield, we're actually going to put the Blade shield instead. Heavily upgraded. You can see it increasing resistance here. Okay, we're now in the basin. You can actually see a number of Tauren beasts off there in the distance. Now, there is some loot that will be interesting for some players down here in Demon Ruins. There is, I don't remember exactly the name. It's one of the fire embers, probably a large fire ember that will be available in a little bit. I'm not actually going to go off and explore in that direction because there's a huge number of enemies there, and because I know this is going to be a long episode as is, so if I can take some shortcuts out of it. Alright, just keeping my shield held up, doing a lot of damage to this sort of mini Capra demon. Of course, you'll recognize from one of the oldest episodes that I put up, there's a Capra demon boss below Undead Bird guarding
2 cameras. Camera 2 is disabled. It's audio.
It's just sort of like a miniature version.
So we got a camera that is at the front door.
In terms of how the enemy attacks you.
Okay, yeah, that's the front door. That's where we parked right there. Yeah. We got a camera in the front door and we got a camera in the shop. Okay.
Monsters here. Lots of these Capra demons to start. I'll just be holding up my shield, you know, just to be safe. Maybe I can line these guys up for. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. A double hit sort of. See, I'll bait another attack. Ooh, gotta be careful that 2-handed swing definitely does some good damage. And we'll drain your stamina. All right, taking out that first one. That double swing there, you definitely gonna want to avoid that one. Killing off these guys, despite the fact that I have that ring that boosts drops, they haven't actually dropped anything.
Dude, first day on the job, I'm already
slacking. They do have a chance of dropping.
I think that there's large difference.
It's a sword that looks just like the one that they're wielding. Don't remember the name. It's pretty good for strength builds, actually. And I think I bought one a little while ago. You can buy that sword as well from Shiva of the East. Playtown.
Bro, come on, man!
Of course, it's a merchant only available to those in the Forest Hunters Guild. Just as a side note, he sells some pretty good weaponry.
That's the second time now that rape has come up as like a joking manner.
Ooh, misjudging that slightly. Eating a nice attack. Let's see if I can get another swing off. No problem. Killing these guys off. Okay, what did he drop? It's probably going to be the Demon Great Machete. That was the sword in question. Normally costs 10,000 souls.
Leaving women behind.
It's impossible for it to be fast.
So,
you know, bands of
over there, down there, where you see that like gross worm thing sticking out of the wall. I believe that is where you get that enemy. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's head down here.
He put Christian in his bio. And so if he wants to take
these guys are nothing to be scared of, really. They don't have a ton of hit points. They do have a fire-breathing type attack.
thing that
That's
I
another
don't
text. Who
have
texted you?
anything to say to them.
But yeah, they're really nothing
I'm
to
not
worry
trying
about.
to tell
You'll
them how
engage
to
a
live
whole
their
bunch of them
lives.
later
Somebody
on.
text
Oh,
you?
okay,
But
I'm
if
sorry.
he is
No,
going to try
I
to
was
represent
wrong.
Dude,
my
I
way,
forgot to
Here.
unsend
This
that,
is
by the
not,
way.
say things the
where you
way
get
that
that
he says
info.
them, to speak
Although
to
we will
people
be
the way
able
that
Bro,
he
I
does,
didn't know that was actually
I
gonna
feel
send.
an obligation to say something about
Okay,
it.
should I
And I
I've
don't
got so
really
many
care what
Estes
anyone thinks of
flasks in
that
the
because
bank. I upped
ultimately
the
don't answer to anybody else.
Anne
I answer to
Orlando
God. And I spoke to
bonfire
God extensively
drastically
about
using
this
that
several
right at
times.
kindling.
To be honest,
All the
like,
way
I've
up
gotten
to 20.
confused with the way that
Oh,
he's
no way,
thinking.
there's a bonfire.
So I'm saying,
Alright,
and
that's
until
great. I'll take
Christian
that.
male leadership also says
That'll,
something to where I
that'll
can
be a
back
good
away,
one just to rest
we're gonna
at in
continue
case we
things,
die.
because it's
I won't have to
Jack,
go
there ain't
through
no
all of
plus
those
on
Roman
it.
Catholic demons
if it's a community
again.
Objective, clean
So
the
that's
then
cool,
you're
so
not
we'll take
joking
that.
though. Like,
Do
if you're
note
gonna
that that
joke
worm
about
thingy did not
really
respawn,
dark
although
humor,
the other
then you're
monsters
not a
will.
Christian. Christians
Heading
don't joke
down in
about
this
horribly
direction
dark
here.
things that
See this guy
like that's just
respawn?
not
No
Christian.
problem. So he's got that fire breathing. It's not gonna do too
I'm
much
not sure
damage.
about that.
It would do even less if I had some decent fire
How's your first day going? What time are you
This,
getting off? I'm
bandit
playing some
set
games
that
with my
I'm
brother and we're
using
staying up
predominantly doesn't
late.
actually give you a lot of
Remember to
fire
update
resistance.
me if they're releasing a new map and
Alright, killing
weapon.
off these guys, no problem.
I mean, I think
Now this is actually going to be our
that
first
there's dark
engagement
things that
with
happen in the Bible,
a
but no, I don't think God made
Tauran
light.
piece, so, you know,
You don't think the book of
similar
Jonah
to
has
how,
irony in it?
oh look, it stuns them. Gotta love this sword. Similar to how we have miniature Capra demons, here we have miniature Tauran beasts as well. And there's another one over there. Oh, okay. The Ember isn't
Get cooked. Bro thinks I still want to play a game.
Unless I'm mistaken.
What a
Let's
loser.
avoid that worm. Let's head down here and just grab this.
You don't see any
Whatever.
I'm over here at work. You texted me about a video
Holding my
game.
shield
I'm
up,
all night
backing
playing
off.
video
Look at all the
games. Like I
stamina
want to hear that.
attack
Y'all
is
ever had
going
that happen, chat? Like your friend will be
drain
off
off
work or
of
something,
I'm trying
and
to
you're stuck at work and they're
this
texting you talking about the video game they're playing.
well.
Like, bro, I ain't trying to
Nice
hear
dodge
that.
with
I'm over here suffering.
swing and a miss, and that strike, there you see it stuns them, which means that I have no problem lining up a second attack. I should do two heavy attacks in a row though against this guy specifically. So we'll just shot him with that.
I can say it.
Alright. He's got another one here.
Listen. I'm trying to be fair.
I know the best method now. Hold the shield up, bait an attack,
No, alright, I'm trying to be funny.
misses completely, stun him with the first one, and then line up a quick second for the two shot kill. He's gonna drop anything.
Right, so it's actually important for me to understand that how they.
Alright, now down here.
Okay, he's gone now.
Right, and so I understand.
Oh, I can't one shot him with that, eh?
I don't know.
Okay, so then, you know what, for the next worm, oh no, are you gonna eat my face? He does have a face here. Oh, nice dodge. Okay, so for the next worm, I'm gonna quickly switch it to two-handed and get a quick strike off. So he's gonna pop out of the ceiling, be careful here. Oh, I could get sandwiched, you know, I'm gonna get sandwiched. Oh, that didn't kill him.
I'd like to know what in Jonah you think is comparable to joking about women being ugly and being no game.
All good.
What I did try to do was
I thought I was going to be able to one-shot him, kind of misjudging the situation.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Whatever. Okay, in here, our prized large flame ember. I wanted to show you guys
So
how to
wait a
get
minute,
that.
now we've switched the goalposts.
I'm trying to
Avoid all of this spew and kill off these guys. Long. Okay, he's done. Red type shot, not bad. If you're going down that upgrade.
Why is he standing there so menacingly?
Rolling out of the way. So that guy's done. You know what, I'm not even gonna worry about his buddy. Okay, so we found the large flame ember, and we can continue on here. We're gonna actually be fighting another boss in just a couple of minutes, I believe. It's too bad that I didn't join the Chaos Servant Covenant, because if you join that covenant, there is actually a shortcut that's unlocked coming up. But yeah, I mean, I not only didn't join the covenant, I actually slaughtered all the NPCs associated with the covenant. So yeah, on both counts, it's just not going to work out. Of course, I killed off that covenant leader, one of the Quaylai witches, because she drops a fire piercer sword, and I definitely wanted that fire piercer sword. I knew I wasn't going to join the covenant. actually do that for a number of fire keepers in the game. Like there's one at the Anne Orlando
Thank you very much.
bonfire. Like if you don't want to join her
Thank you for using
Dark
moon gas. Do you need
Covenant,
anything else?
she's associated with kill her off,
No,
take the
that's
fire.
all.
A lot of people actually say that though for the very end, like before you graduate to Disney Plus, go ahead and kill off all the NPCs and then just jump into the
See, this is where everything goes bad right here. When they start warning you.
Alright, dodging out of the way of this guy's attack.
Yo, I stole
Gets
your
stunned a
bird
little bit
toast
too.
and gifted. Thank you.
Barely shy of one shot hit.
Well, then if you would
two-handed
concede,
sword.
theoretically, if you did concede,
What are you
that he is
talking about?
Joe,
Alright, just clearing all
would
that.
that
Have
mean
you
that you
heard
can't
everything that
open
happened in this
souls
area?
that
Obviously, I have.
want him to be held to regarding being prim and proper?
Door here.
Years
Oh,
ago,
well,
a
I'll be
tanker
damned.
truck crashed
This,
just a
short
few
cut
kilometers
is
ahead
have a career
at a
as a shock
campground.
jock, which I don't think those two
It
things
burned
Through
all
here
the
is a
families
boss.
who,
Not confident
wow.
in that, but
And
again,
down
it's
here is a
possible.
shortcut.
Joked
The
about
boss
castrating.
appears to be very
So,
much like
this
the
is why
asylum
we brought
demon
that
or
up.
the stray demon, but he's like a fire
Why
like
is
them.
he just
But
telling
I
me
mean,
this?
we can take a shortcut.
Just trying to scare me?
Why the hell not?
He put
Let's
put
do
it
it.
to make
I want to be
an
careful though.
point of
Since then, several
this is so
Okay, maybe
serious.
this,
seeing apparitions in
Then
the
why
early
would they
I don't know,
do
I'm
this?
nervous.
Like,
families
he
in
wasn't
summer
saying it
clothing
to be
watching from the
entertaining.
roadside in the
You
darkness.
said
Many
that,
people,
get them
including some
riled
who
up
used to
and then
work
laugh
here at the
about it.
gas
You're saying to
station,
make a point to the
Oh,
claim
I'm
to have
alive.
witnessed this.
I'm alive.
They said they
I thought I
heard
was
the
gonna
door
die.
but saw no
Right,
Okay,
so what
great.
point
Or
is
they
Andrew
saw
making
strange
to the
I don't think there was
spirit
anything
of
too
women?
exciting for loot up there where I was trying to roll was
I
probably
don't
just
usually
souls or
believe in
something.
those things.
So we'll take this route.
I didn't used to believe in those stories either, but
Again,
just
this is just a
remember,
bit
if
of
you
a
see
shortcut,
anything
and
unusual,
I believe it
don't
will
go outside and don't let anyone
allow
in.
us
We
to
can't afford
avoid
any more
a
disappearances.
loss. Oh man,
It is, as you
you know
just
what,
said,
guys?
about all
Disappearance.
This
absurdity.
door's
And
closed,
absurdism is a branch of humor.
and
In fact, some of the
because
best
of
comedians,
that,
my
I have to
favorite
go back.
comedian, Norm Macdonald,
Okay, it's good to
is a
check,
huge
you know.
proponent of
Maybe if you're a
Many
chaos
people have
servant,
disappeared
that
in these
door
areas
there
for
is
months.
possible.
No one has heard from them again. Yeah, chat, we're gonna be in a Mr. Balls video. GG's, dude.
Rooms for chaos servants, and I thought it was
This is the example of what
just
we
going
have
to
to
be
speak
Thank you for the warning.
So,
sort
like,
of
I don't know if
that
you also
opening
want
up
to
here, but
Sometimes
I guess it's down there. You can still open that shortcut later from Lost Isleth, I believe, but you know, for us, we're going to have to go through here. Now, once again, I'm going to switch on to some better flame-resistant gear, just because
You have a good night, sir,
a
okay?
way to play this game. So we're switching way the flame resistance sector by going pure gold hem equipment, and then Dragon Crest shield as well.
When was the last time you read it? Because, like, he's like, where's your husband?
Wrong way.
Oh, I don't have one. Yes, right. You have had 5 of them. He read her mail. Like, he called her out on her BS. Like, hey, yeah, you don't have a husband. You had 5 of them. And the guy you're with now is not your husband.
I don't need this gold
Okay, so, I mean,
either.
so he was calling her out. He was reading her mail.
2 a.m.
Fire defense ring. Okay. We are ready to take on anything and everything.
Objective,
Fire.
go to the outdoor bathroom.
Demon Fire Sage is the name of this boss here. But not really
Go outside.
a boss that I'm going to be too worried about. I mean, we're actually quite familiar
Right here, that's all I'm saying.
with his attacks at this point, just from fighting off the Stray Demon and the Asylum
I
Demon.
think that's the way you're trying to read it.
Even though those
Again,
like
it's really clear that she
AoE fire attacks are hitting you like point blank, you know, it still doesn't do a lot of
He was like,
damage.
yeah, you're right. You don't have a husband.
It does even less with the shield. Oh, actually, didn't actually appear to be much of a difference between the shield and non-shield. Anyways, just kill this guy off. Wait for him to make any mistakes.
You mean to tell me this the
I will
inside
be
of
quite
this
conservative.
gas
Do I not
station?
know that?
Is
And I agree that Jesus said that once. What Jesus didn't do was anything Andrew did and stuff. When he talks
Let's do some real damage.
like about OnlyFans, he didn't call her an old bag.
Okay.
He has nothing to offer anybody.
You know what, I'm gonna switch to
She
two-handed.
brought nothing to the
Forget it.
table, and she should be ashamed of herself. And
Space. You don't like the way that he approaches.
I love it when he does that. He can do that one all day. You see him starting to fly up in the air a little bit. Just back up for a second.
He has never
Back in.
ever done that.
Anytime he swings at you, just time a nice roll, or miss your timing completely and just beat his axe to the face.
His life has not been great, and he's made some horrible decisions.
Quick swing, Estes, ooh, mistime that roll. It's
You're only
like,
going off of what you wanted, what you have seen of him.
I'm surprised I'm not dead. Oh, he has me cornered. I got the ass. I do not want to stay this close to him at all. Look at my health there, guys. Lucky to be alive. Oh, lucky to be alive.
Yo, this is bad.
And at the end of the debate, after he crushed his opponent, the chat was saying
that
even
No. I'm alive. I'm alive. Look at my health bar.
I'm just a guy who argues on the internet.
No! Okay, it's cool.
So
I deserve to die. Didn't really fight the loss as well as I could. Although it is disappointing to die, at least we grabbed that bonfire, and it will only be
cereals at night. Yo, Carl Johnson 105, literally 3
people can have a disagreement and they
I don't even know if actually swapping out my gear as I've done is actually the best bet against that boss. It definitely helps against that AoE fire attack, magical one. But I don't know. I mean, most of the damage I was taking was from the axe, which is largely physical damage. Oh, it's not in my face. Thank you for that, sir.
Isn't that everywhere in the time or something like that?
Just got one-shotted by that worm. Okay, whatever. You know what? Now we have nothing to lose. We've lost all those souls that we left in that fire stage chamber.
Back on. I ain't getting copyrighted.
Paul writes that a woman is not to speak. She's supposed to be silent.
So, you know what? Maybe I should switch back
If you are talking to another believer,
hey, how you doing?
Where 2 or more are gathered, isn't that part of the
you
church?
attend to me when you get a moment?
My regular gear that I normally wear is pretty good just for standard defense.
Would that rule not imply?
Let's do this. We still got the Dragon Crest shield, so that'll help if I want to block that magic attack.
I'd love to order the house
I don't know, just see how I do this. I don't really know what to expect. I'm really disappointed that I died that first time.
And the doneness of your
Very few hits. Okay, this time instead of dodging to the left, we go right through that torrent
What kind of burger is
and straight up here into the boss chamber.
Is one of them. There's a verse where God told
surprise me, but don't overdo it.
Let's try this one again.
What would you like to drink?
Here he is. He comes running right at you.
Bro, just tell me what you want.
Okay, so I still take a little bit of damage, of course, from that AoE.
Perfect. Your order will be ready in about 15 minutes.
So he's doing this one. That's the one I want to basically
You're
get
the
out
new
of
one,
this.
Arthur, aren't you? How does he know my name? Hello?
Oh, he's got that one too, so he's got 2 different
town is very small and news travels fast.
Magical one. So this one you want to back up from.
Is on the badge of your
shield. Can't be too close to him. I'm gonna just try and fade out as many of those attacks where he flies up into the air and then lands on his butt.
So tell me, has you seen any ghosts yet? Yes. I've heard about them, but I haven't seen any.
So I baited out 2 swings. So I know. There we go. This is what I'm trying to get.
What you mean?
Okay, that's fine. You got a nice 2-handed. Do it again. Go ahead.
So many hours here alone in the dark, and this forest is not a good kind
Back
of
up, because I know he's going to do a magic
Yeah, this
attack.
dude's gonna kill me.
Try to close the gap again. Take a swing at me.
I'm not alone. I have more companions.
Dodge backwards. Dodge a swing. He's going for a second swing. Yep.
There's 18 body armors back there, and they're all armed with precision.
2 good shots off. Good. Another one of these attacks. That's what I like to see. Although I did actually.
There are things that are inevitable, like a tradition.
Alright. Back in. One more attack.
Whether we like it or not, so that everything continues its course.
There we go. Perfect. Much better execution there.
Spending so many hours on the road just looking at forest drive.
Demon's Catalyst. Too bad I'm not.
There's more places where it talks about
women not
What is Jared
authority.
doing again?
And there's
Let me go back here
supposed
before I
to
throw my phone. I don't want to see James report me to my
There's
boss.
in Corinthians where he tells women to be quiet and listen to your husband. If you need to learn something, you ask him from now on later. So you can't say it's just one scripture. multiple scriptures, and
So
you were
if
using
I
Galatians 3
remember
earlier.
correctly,
Galatians 3 has nothing to do with women or no female to be leaders or
Wow, he just don't care what I
you were
said.
referencing it.
let's light this bonfire here.
I
Fresh
looked into what
bonfires are
you
always
told me
nice.
that guy said. There are thousands of urban legends about those
I'm trying to remember what's actually upstairs. I'm pretty sure the
You brought it up towards him. That was like over an hour ago.
dressed in summer
I'm
clothes
pointing out
near the
that
roadside in the middle of the
Andrew,
night,
for one,
staring at them.
So let's take
People say they are the former visitors of that campsite.
if you don't know the guy
Months
personally,
ago,
and
two
you don't
kids
know
disappeared
spiraling
and
roots.
this right here,
ventured
this whole space
into
where you're doing,
white
you're
light.
gossiping and shading about somebody that you don't know, and that is actually very unchristian.
No.
That is not what God's word says. That's not God.
Another boss?
That's
Not gonna say anything about me.
I don't know. I'm not.
Months ago, two kids disappeared when they ventured into to investigate those legends. No one in the town
What
knows
difference
it,
does it make
and
if she
police
is
are
and
still
you
unable to
aren't?
find any clues.
Aren't you still
Some
sinning? It
locals
doesn't
speak
stop.
of
It doesn't change the
ghosts,
fact that you are technically still sinning.
while others claim there are cults
This is,
hidden in
and
the
this is my
forest.
problem. Anything they do is
No, I'm not. Even if they're doing something wrong, that doesn't negate your sin.
Regular centipedes.
Nowhere in the Bible does it say, "Oh, if they sin, you could sin too."
All right. Centipede demon.
I'm just saying.
Now,
Yeah.
what can I tell you?
I done told bro to get off my phone.
I don't know. Let's go this way. Jump over the lava. I don't want to be walking in the lava.
You're
There's
trying
a
to
lot of
correct
shit.
him while he's not even here, and I'm pointing out they're gossiping.
What did he want, a house burger?
I meant him as an Andrew.
Okay, I only got 5
I'm
seconds.
just fine. I don't know how to make a house burger, Chad.
And he's not even here, so this is.
Let's engage him over here. Lure him over here. Holy shit.
Okay, eat it good.
What does Matthew say?
Take a look at what kind of
say
attacks he
about how
has.
do you deal with an issue with the brother?
Alright, this huge lunge with his like centipede arm.
W chef.
I'm gonna do that one again. Okay. I guess next time I'll try to catch it.
Yeah, and what are you doing?
I'm trying to target him. Okay, there we go.
If you guys are all gonna start thinking,
Bro, he talked about this burger like it was insane. This is a regular burger.
You can really just target like his torso. So that's not really good if I want to get shots off.
that's my point. So you agree then that women in
arms and
scripture
stuff.
were allowed to speak, right? So your interpretation.
He does have a
Are you
grab there.
double cooking it?
I believe that's what he was actually doing.
No, I'm not. No, I don't agree with that. They're not allowed to teach, exercise authority.
Okay, I'm gonna just shield up right here.
That is the most dry-looking burger I have ever seen in my life.
It's okay.
He is not going to be happy with this.
If she was teaching,
This is horrible.
There's a difference between sharing
You
the
ain't gonna
gospel
put no mayo
and
on
teaching.
that, no nothing.
Huldah wasn't.
We ain't even got no little
decent
mayo packets on the side.
And Josiah went with his advisors, and they had to speak the will of God.
Certainly does decent damage.
Here's your burger.
Three
I just threw it at him. Okay, hope you enjoy,
So
sir.
they didn't
Thank
know
you.
the will of God, and they spoke to her,
Yeah,
and
this
they
is
did
The
know the
boss
will of
texted
God.
me.
not
That
going
was
well.
like she taught them something.
Well, she was doing
What's she
the
talking
message.
about?
She gave him a message. She didn't teach him. She referred as a message.
Just doing lots of rolls.
Hey
Trying
kid,
to
there's a new update for the computer system.
Words.
You need to install the programs and complete the update.
That doesn't mean she's
It
teaching.
will ask you for a code. It's 1428. Don't forget it.
That's not the position of the office. That's not the office of a preacher or a teacher. And you know,
Weird. There's a delay on that strike.
If they didn't know before
Here we go.
they went to her, and
Oh, how
when
did I
they knew
miss
it
that?
after they went to her, she taught them something. That's what teaching is.
Oh man, I am just striking out here with this executioner sword.
Do you have anything
One more hit should do it though. Here we go. Oh, I missed. Come on, buddy.
Absolutely
Oh, you're
cooked.
missing now. Here we go.
Absolutely
Are you
cooked.
speaking to him because I can't hear you?
Yes, okay, he's done. No problem.
can you hear me?
All right,
It's
Jeff,
just a
1428.
question of, I guess, rolling and dodging, wherever you can. It takes quite a bit of damage though. So, anyways, the most important thing that he drops is this ring here, orange charred ring, and it reduces the lava damage, which basically allows you to run around on lava all you want. So this is going to be important for progressing
So I think that there are plenty of instances
beyond demon rooms. So you just move over in this direction here, and then there's this like little opening here.
Oh, I'm getting weak. It's so over.
Pharisees, or he would never say that to women or whatever.
It's
We
gotta
have
be
plenty of
over
examples of him being stern to people who are not the Pharisees. And so just because you don't have us in your eyes, at least,
Oh, what was it, 1428?
yelling at a woman, I don't know why you would need him to. There are plenty of men who do that.
I just went this direction.
There's a
Okay,
difference
is this where I came
between a
in?
completely sinless person rebuking people and a person who is a
Do I
sinner
restore
themselves,
everything?
still sins every day, rebuking
Yes,
people.
this is
Bro,
where
how much am I getting paid
Another
at this
bonfire
job?
here.
I'm doing IT work too.
Now, I was contemplating stopping the video, but
and so again,
you know what? We're only about 30 minutes
See the
in,
apostles doing the
and
same thing.
I'm
I agree they
thinking that we
argue
can actually
with
finish
each
off
other,
Betting
but I didn't
Chaos.
see them,
Let's
like,
just level up a little bit
berating
more.
people to spread the
I wanted to put a bit
gospel.
more
Again,
into
Like, that's not it.
I don't know how many
endurance.
examples you
I'm
would
trying to
use,
get
but
that to
again, I go back to
around 100 for my, sorry, I want to get my equipment burden,
I turned off all the lights, leaving only the necessary ones.
which will,
I
actually
didn't
now I can
risk
wear these ones too.
overloading the power while
I've
the
upgraded
computer was
these,
updating. I stared at the flickering
I'm
screen
still
for
a
several
little tiny
minutes.
bit over.
The monotonous
Who are preaching false
So I have to switch
doctrine.
those back.
He's rebuking
sound
them
of the
to
fan was making me
Keeping the charge
drowsy.
ring on.
I knew it was my second
I guess
day
that's
of
kind
work,
of
but
it
the
for now. Let's
accumulated
try
tension was stronger.
and
My
finish off
eyelids
this
felt too heavy, and eventually I fell asleep. GG.
that gives the impression
We lost our
he
job
doesn't think that
on
he
the second
has
day.
like any sin at all. Like he speaks to them in this very arrogant way, and he doesn't
Okay,
take any
I'm
kind of.
thinking now that I'm supposed to stay
like,
on
okay, yeah, maybe I worded that wrong. There's no humility
on
in this guy.
a wooden highway like this wooden
Almost
highway
suffocating.
here.
On everything he says,
As if the night
This
had
time,
taken
let's
over.
sort of stick
Although
to
I
the
couldn't
left
see
a little
anything, I felt that someone or
Trying
something
to avoid
was
all
watching.
these beasts out there.
I mean, I guess I see that.
Oh yeah, this
You
is
know,
weird.
I'm sitting here saying that men
Did I
can
really
say
just
STFU, but technically that would be a man not
overlook
following the Bible.
something
He
so
is acting,
simple?
but he doesn't concede
Who am I
any
kidding?
points
I've
like
gone
that.
this way
Because,
a
like,
few
he
times already.
thinks that
I'm not even positive
Oh, you
that
go.
How did it get so dark?
If I head over here.
So did you see my debate with him?
Yo,
Get
stop.
to higher ground.
watched the debate you had
Doesn't
earlier.
look very good.
Okay, so
Staying on
I
the
had a debate
upward.
with Andrew a couple weeks ago, and we eventually
Lava looks good.
and
Nice,
so we started finally
nice
talking
radio
about men and
blur.
and he said that women are refusing
Hey, staying on
to
a highway here.
submit to
Bro.
men,
Don't really want to
and they
attract the
say
attention
that
of
you know it's not up to the woman to decide if the man is behaving appropriately in order for her to
Buddy.
submit. And then he used the example of if a man wants an Xbox,
let's go over here.
wife,
Here we go.
he has
We're going the right way. It's okay.
Write the
Just
acronym
follow the route that I've taken here,
shut your mouth.
and you're golden. Follow that route.
He said that
Perfect.
you know a woman
You're good, and we can
woman should just submit to that.
go right around this
you know,
building.
that's the end of the story. Now,
From here, I know what I'm doing for sure.
I actually
Go around the
agree with
building.
him, but not
Head
for the
over
reason
to.
There's somebody behind us.
because the
well,
Bible
let's
says that if a
take the
woman
high
is
road.
unequally yoked with an unbeliever, then she can convict him and
There's a
convert
little
him
bit of
through her
loot up here.
submission.
Something
So
to
I
pick up.
agree that
Probably
women
just
should
souls.
submit, even if a man is being ungodly, as long as he's not trying to get her to sin.
Let's grab that. Souls.
And that will
Twin
convict the man
humanities
to
are
bring
way
in
better than some
belief.
souls.
However,
Oh,
that
nah,
being said, to the
Alright,
man's
let's just drop
shame,
down.
You ain't
that
coming in here.
occurring that way
Nope.
because it's inverting the
Quick
role.
swig.
As soon as I
Now,
seen that
from
van,
this
no,
second
you ain't coming in
tower,
here.
you're gonna want to head.
You got me
By the
messed
man.
up, buddy. There ain't no way
This
I'm
was
letting you
the
in here.
So it's
section
he's
Let's go
going
check the
to
security
that I
cams.
initially died at.
have, you know,
Right
look
outside
God
of
in
here. You
the
head
face
through
for
this
that
tunnel
later,
and you can
that
go up.
he was,
And so this is
you know,
where we need to
ungodly
be.
and mistreating his
music
wife.
is
Perfect.
creeping
Now,
me out.
Andrew
And
doesn't say all
from
of that.
here,
He's just trying to get this
the
point
zone
and to win the
on the whole
argument.
really
to make
isn't
gotcha.
too tough. Most of the enemies
Should I open the
should be
door?
able to one shots.
Okay,
A
but
lot
tell
of
the
those
men
like
what they have
fire,
to do as well.
fat,
Because it is
golem
important to
kind of
present both
guys
sides. I know you guys have made it a trope of, but what about guys?
running right by.
It's
Whose
both
grandma
sides.
is out here this late?
Under
Some of them are
Christianity,
alive. Some of them are
everyone-
just statues.
So just focus on
What?
one half,
I'm gonna open the door.
painting one half of the story.
Desperate need to kill them
Is
all off.
it's
You just sort of follow the route that I'm
Hey,
taking
ma'am,
through.
how you doing?
Lost eyes left towards the boss,
Yes,
heading up these
because
stairs.
Oh,
The only
thank
other
goodness
route,
it's
as far
open.
as I
For a
know,
moment,
is
I thought the gas station would be closed. There was
you know,
barely
lots of
any
souls and
light.
like
example of the man
that some of the
My
rings of
monitor's
sacrifice,
not
which
okay.
are like pretty
now all
useless
of his
overall.
followers who don't read
Welcome
the
to
Bible, who
Moon
don't know
Gas.
anything
How
about
can I
Jesus,
help
walk away
Nothing
from that
much
debate.
else, though.
thinking I
completely
could call my
honest.
wife to
You
SPFU
see,
and
I'm
go buy
coming
myself
from the
an
village.
Xbox and
Heading
I'm
through
being
here.
godly.
And on the way
The
here,
truth
I
is,
noticed
if you
something was
read all
wrong
of
with the van.
Ephesians and you read
Could you step
Colossians,
outside for a
they
moment?
get very strict
Whoa!
instructions
Take
to
a
be
look.
harsh
Who
with
is
your wife.
that? This is
Colossians
why I
3:9
love this
says
game.
that. Peter, 2 Peter
Because
says
of these
that
random
if
encounters.
you honor your wife,
I've never seen that person before.
And so
It's like
he's setting these
a
men up to fail.
hostile
I'm sorry,
witch.
And then
but
he's
company
Possibly
policy
because I
doesn't
killed
allow
off
me to
the
leave
chaos
store
serpent.
unattended at any
his
time.
own mission in the foot
And that
because
other
he's not
queen
telling the men
before,
That's a
but
great
I don't
how
even
to
know
meet
for
the
sure
women where they're
That's a
supposed
why
great
to be.
excuse.
she was
In the
there. I've
middle,
never seen her
he's
before. I didn't
just
encounter her last time.
basically like
Okay,
pandering.
you traverse
and
this
Going to
white
help an old
light,
lady with her
I'm gonna be
car?
honest, but
and
you guys
you
get
say
bed of chaos down below. There's a, if you continue searching up there, there's a shortcut you can unlock that would open that shortcut that was closed off to me way earlier in the video. There's also a respawning Titanite demon there that you can farm.
I'd love to help you,
And
but
there's
the
one
company
more
doesn't allow
area
me to
that you
leave my
can
post.
explore that's like under the surface if you're
Are you
interested in this
messing
one
with me?
route there.
Can't you step out and help an old lady? Hey,
This
man,
boss,
I don't care if you're 80 years old, or 90 or 100. I done told you 2 times. I'm not helping you with your van. You better get to walking. I don't care if you're 100 years old.
Why don't we try
I ain't
this
helping you.
using
I tried to be nice.
Okay, I'm actually also going to swap onto a bow.
Oh, I'm an old lady. Can't you help me now?
See how that goes. I'm not actually sure if
When
this
I'm nice 2 times in a row, and you steady asking,
guess we'll have to
now I'm
find
mad.
He doesn't
Sliding.
address every possible thing in
A
one
little
discussion.
skiing on the way
Hones
down.
in, again, as a logician or as a rhetor, that because he's not honing in on every single
Better
thing, that he
chaos.
doesn't agree that something is sinful or a problem. He
Oh,
does
I'm 80
things
years
in a
old.
variety of
You
things
should
that I've
risk
seen.
your
All right.
job just to help
Run,
me.
run,
I'm
run,
good.
all the
Get
way
out
to the
of my
right
face.
side here. Hold your shield up and
Also
avoid
the
any
same to consume
holes.
it. So I think
You
that
have to
maybe
break
very
open,
honed in on
this stuff here on either side.
Oh, forgive me, it's been a long day. Sometimes I have a bad habit of speaking
We're
without
fine. We're fine. You just break your way
Please
through
don't
here
hold it against me. I'm a very pleasant person.
destroy that power.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, before knocking on the
So
door,
that's the first one.
I used one of the machines you have outside,
there.
but it's broken.
Tell your wife to shut up.
I put in money and it didn't give me what I bought. Could you come out and help me? Granny's about to get snapped up.
So this bed of chaos is certainly not happy about that. Oh, so now she's growing
I'm about to
arms.
snap Granny in half if she don't get out of my
Fiery
face.
arms. Once again, holding the shield up, running as fast as you can.
And so while I agree with you that he shouldn't have to
Avoiding
cover every
holes.
single thing the
Oh
Bible
shit.
says every time he
I
talks,
can't go and help you.
Just taking a quick swig of Estus.
Please, I'm sure you can come out and help me and see what's wrong with the machine. I need that
as it
money.
pertains to females, he needs to help us fight this
Okay.
because honestly, the
We're alright.
men have
Really
greater
low in stamina,
responsibility
which is
than
like
women,
the
and
biggest
he's
problem right now.
steering men wrong.
Having some of that green grass. Nice, I suppose. Alright, now from here, this is the tactic that I was sort of citing at the beginning there. No.
I'm just gonna say nothing.
Most of the debates I see Andrew do.
No, that was such bullshit.
Andrew makes secular arguments.
Are you kidding me? Are you really not going to come out and help an old lady? I'm going to file a complaint with the establishment and speak to your manager. Things like this can be costly. You'd better be careful.
Hole there already.
On our website, there's a section available for leaving reviews and sharing your experience.
Not in that case. Switching back on this charred ring.
Here's
This
the
is going to trek
Just let her know I don't care. I've been working here 2 days. You think I care?
I mean, at least when we return to the bed of chaos, you don't need to worry about
Oh, forgive me
that
again. I
first,
didn't mean to sound threatening.
power
Age
ember.
makes me lose
We already
patience
killed
with
off that, so we don't need to.
the amount
We
of
don't need
times
to
that
be
you
nearly
keep
as
bringing up how old you are, no old person's doing that
I'm
much,
gonna
I
try and
promise
use a
you.
bow
You're
on the
like a
second one.
25-year-old
That was
with
my
a mask
plan. I don't know if I actually
trying to
have
bait
arrows
me to
to
get
kill it.
killed.
So I've always
I guess
thought
we'll
that
find
logic,
out.
rhetoric, these are things
So just going to continue on the same
I'll
route.
come back tomorrow morning.
If I can recall it correctly.
You'll come back tomorrow morning. Don't
So
bother
I
coming
actually
back.
think debate is important. I think it's important to be able to
Yeah.
argue positions you don't even hold yourself.
You got
So yeah, you just follow those rooted highways until you can spot
Hey, Make sure you go read that review too.
Little tower here in the distance. And then you're pretty safe, not having running lava.
Christians are coming
Proceed
from like
over
a
to the
whole
second
different
tower.
perspective that it doesn't align and it doesn't match up. Like,
It says my
there
armor's
comes
at
a
risk.
point
I wonder what
when you're following
part of my
Christ
armor
that you
that
have,
is.
like,
Maybe
you
my
have to
boots, because I've
make
been
a break
spending so much
while I agree with what you're
time
saying
hanging out on lava.
about, like, if
Not
we're
really
talking
sure.
politics,
Double
we're
check
talking
it
just,
before
you know,
we take on the bed of
worldview
chaos
in
again.
terms of, you know, setting policies and things like
Heading
that.
over here once
You're
again,
right.
and you spot this
You
like
need to know
hollowed
your
out.
opponent's position. You need to be able to
I don't
argue
know what this
from
is.
both sides. I
Cylinder.
completely agree with you. However,
Go through here, and
once you take on that title
here
of
once
Christian, it
again
comes with
is
an enormous
not too tough.
responsibility, and it's not a hat
This
to
just
put on and take off.
because we can
And that's
move
the
along
problem.
here.
There's a
Really
gentleman
hope
named
that I can
Don.
kill off this
Granny got mad.
I'll say
bed of
this.
chaos on the second try here.
I didn't know.
An annoying encounter though, actually. A lot of people find this particular boss to be
But I think
annoying.
at the end of the day,
Just
how are you
because
going
of,
to, like, for instance,
you know,
for me,
how easy it is to
I don't just
fall
like
to
to
your
debate
death.
because I
And
like to debate.
I don't know.
But
You
also
know, games
because I actually like
produced
to
by From
reinforce
Software,
my own
I guess specifically Demon Souls and Dark
sharpen
Souls
my
are known to
skills.
be
So
tough, but
if I
you
Turn
know,
the
not
generator on.
cheap.
so that I
You know,
can
the deaths
debunk it,
aren't cheap.
I
Usually
need to
die
understand it. I
as
need to
you
debate it. I need to
make
really
mistakes.
understand everywhere.
I don't really feel like that holds up very well.
Get back
during the
in
Bed of
there
Chaos
right
encounters,
now.
'cause There's so many kind of
But I think that
random
actually
ways
is
you can die.
beneficial for people of the Christian faith to
Interesting
understand
that
why
this
secular
particular
arguments
monster
don't work,
doesn't really
or
become
why
stunned
Islamic arguments don't work.
from
I
a
got
heavy
you. I
attack.
hear something in the woods.
And I think
Chat,
one
something's
thing
walking in the
Christianity,
woods.
you saw
And it
yourself
sounds like something
tonight.
with two legs, not
NPC
four.
Witch up here doesn't actually
you
release
saw
one
another
item, which I
Protestant
suppose is
dress
good
room.
news.
Doofus, what are you doing here?
Okay, so we're here once again. That run back actually isn't even taking too really. Bed of Chaos once again.
I think this is also something people who are,
I don't know.
especially
Do
who
I
are
even want to use
non-denominational,
that like, one
are
arrow
often confronted
tactic?
with. I think that's a
Maybe it's
good
just not
thing.
worth it.
I think
If
it's a good thing.
I think that there's a corner where like she can't actually hit you, which makes it safe to use your bow and arrow. But if I'm wrong about that,
In case you missed my 10 gig
I-
Yo,
it's just
W
gonna
toy
be
with the
really
10 gig to
annoying.
appreciate you toy.
I don't know. We'll
I
see
just
what
recently
we
lost
do.
my hardcore world.
Can I go on the other side here?
When you
I'm not
become
sure.
a
Not sure
Christian,
this
you're born
section of the
again.
town be
You
exterminated.
receive the Holy
Okay, can she
Spirit.
hit me if I'm standing
You
here?
enter into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
What are you
And
doing
you
out there? I
can
told you
all
not to go out
untested.
unless it was
Just
necessary.
stand here patiently
Know him, then
and
we
give her a second.
It was
Give her a few attempts at attack.
You know why it was necessary, Doofus? Because there wasn't no power in here. And had to go around back and turn on the generator
time?
to get the power back going in here. You expect me to work
I
with no
am hoping that
And
I'm
that's
not
the other
incorrect
reason
about
it's so
that,
easy
because it's gonna be really
for me
annoying
to
trying
say
to
I
get
could see
my
something
equipment back
wrong,
on
but it's so
damage.
hard for you guys to see with
I'm
me
looking
because
for
it's
a
like
bow that I upgraded.
I can recognize Jesus.
I upgraded a slightly longer plus 5.
I recognize when Jesus' spirit is coming through people, and it just
I have about 16
What are you
arrows
doing?
too.
Jesus just doesn't.
I was coming from the village, and
see
when I
that
passed by, I saw the whole gas station was on.
Striking
I wanted to make sure
more
everything was
arrows.
okay. I sent you a message.
There is actually roots and
Did you
stuff
send me the
right now.
message? Do you like the darkness?
And like that's not Jesus. Jesus
Is
brings
it
peace.
going to work?
He brings a self-control.
Yes, it was me.
He, you know,
You
like,
didn't
Yeah,
read
you're
my
almost there. I'm
message, so
still
I
making some
decided to
roots.
come in and check if everything was
Can I
okay.
do it?
Says, like, he calls people stupid idiots. Like that's a lot.
Didn't Jesus said, "Get behind me,
only a
Satan,"
few arrows
Peter,
left.
He called his own disciples evil. So
Are we
I
going
want
to
to try
get
to
there?
explain this.
Also, when did I give
It's a little
Doofus
bit
my
hard for
number?
me to see
Me trying to
you
make
know,
funny
what
of it.
exactly I want to be aiming
He's
at.
trying
It's
to
not
explain
looking good.
why all
though.
these people
I only have a
keep
few
saying
arrows left.
Let me just try
I
to
updated the
They
computer.
are
You believe
Dragon Slayer arrows.
I know that you
Oh,
don't
I guess I can only use
My
those.
goodness, that power generator is really old. I told Dana, but she doesn't listen to me. Is everything okay? You seem a little nervous.
It is good to know though that
Explains the
you can
situation.
stand where I am here and not have to worry at all
So if you say that your only authority is the Bible,
getting hit.
and you go,
So
How strange. The town is small, but I don't
let's just
recognize
switch on
any
our
older
regular
lady
keyboard.
like you described.
Try
I
to go
told
fly
you
once
she
again.
was fake. What'd I tell you? I told
Very
you she
least
was
here.
fake.
God, though, that's not exactly true. Because the Bible
Open up.
isn't its own authority.
Maybe she's just passing through. Perhaps if I check
There's her
security
attack.
cameras, I
That's my cue to go. Still holding the shield up.
The cameras
I go for her. Oh, that's so lame. See, I see an opening.
Well,
There's
buddy,
my
just
opening.
call
I'm
me
gonna go
buddy,
this
yo,
way.
Doofus.
And
I will
her
put
right
you in that
before
soda
it
machine.
hits
Don't
the
you
bricks.
ever call me buddy again.
We'll just have to
anybody.
outright
have-
run
I'm
right
not your
into her.
buddy.
This is gonna suck. Guys.
Which is that, well, you're wrong because that's how I feel about how the spirit tells me about the
Okay, but just because,
All right, blocking a couple
but just
swipes
because
there.
someone can be wrong.
Don't worry, she was probably just a tourist having a bad day.
Rolling right
We
into that
always
one.
get customers like that. I'll talk to Dana. If they leave a bad review, she'll understand.
because we have a
Thank you,
history of
doofus.
not just the church, we have their
Here we
arguments,
go.
we have their
You
debates.
did well not to go out. Those roads attract all kinds of people. And sometimes you
Look
never
what
know
I have
what
to
their
work with.
intentions
It's an arrow
are.
plank.
Of course, can trace its
Watch out.
lineage.
I'm in.
And I'm not
I'm
even
in.
saying that
We're
this
in,
is right.
buddy.
I'm not even
Boom.
saying this is right. I'm just
Too bad I couldn't hit
explaining
that with an arrow.
that's
Okay,
from
so
a
that's the
logical
second one.
perspective. That's why so
And then
many people, you are in
the
minority
third
where it's
piece
especially as a
of this
non-denominational.
boss
Even
is
Protestants often trace
pretty
lineage
aggravating as well.
Even
So
Martin
we'll see
Luther,
if we can
to his credit, did not throw out
if we
all
can
of
do it
church
here
history.
on this attempt.
Good. I'm not even going to
So
get
now
better if I
a
leave
big
you in there.
chunk
I
of
leave with
this
the
boss
word.
chamber
You
sort
have
of
a
breaks
few
down
hours.
in the
Have
middle.
a good shift.
Don
I'm
wants
gonna
to
take a
talk,
swig of Estes.
You about to die.
Wait for my stamina to max out. Wait for her to do some kind of attack.
Hey, Doofus. It's about to get. He called me buddy 3 times.
I'm hoping not to get brushed down into the middle, into these holes in the ground. Okay, so head into the middle.
Like you talking down to me or something.
The floor is supposed to break down here.
I'm getting back to work.
necessarily correct. Like that's not. That doesn't. Just
But it's
because.
a huge difference when you have a completely
Hey,
separate
I guess I'm
canon.
just gonna begin. There it is. So it breaks down. You gotta aim your fall.
Like the Martin Luther.
I'm gonna back up once again.
But the
No,
Bible
no, that's so
Doofus
lame.
mentioned that the old lady
Man, she's swinging at me with her
nor give her van. He said she was probably just a tourist visiting a
hands,
family member
double
in the nearby
swipes
town.
with those
I suppose
wooden
that
hands.
hearing
Just hit
so
me
many
with
ghost stories from the
overhead
road
fire
could
at
make
the
you start
sea.
seeing
I thought I had those
there was
attacks,
something strange about
down
that
packed,
woman.
and she
Something
changed it
unsettled
up with
about her
that.
presence.
I don't know the name of that pyromancy where there's just like pillars of flames that shoot up from the
The
ground.
rest of the week went by normally,
Tough
though I
death
have to admit, every time
there,
night
but
fell and silence filled
at
the
least we
gas
made
station,
progress at the
I
very
couldn't
least.
help but recall her
Second,
face and that deep, raspy
Ember. So now
What's that noise? Was it that voice? My
you
bad.
saw immediately before I died that all the ground right in front of that bed of chaos broke, broke
I
down.
felt that at any moment she might knock on the door again.
So that's where you need to actually drop down, but you have to aim your fall just a little bit.
Yo, I like the ending of Shift, little music they play.
It's
kind of cute.
Over here, once again, towards this first tower. Yeah, but you gotta aim your fall, sort of land on a roof, and then climb up.
To celebrate this achievement, our company would like to offer you
It's
a
taken me a few
special
tries.
gift.
At least we've
Please
made
select
progress
your
on each
awards.
one.
What? Yo, Dubby, good job!
Fingers crossed this is gonna be my last time doing it.
But what I am saying is that
I don't want no plant.
Same route as usual.
Mystery box. I don't want no
Down
plant.
and around
if people
to the left of this second tower.
you still get the gospel.
Set your sights on this
Understand that,
same
the Catholic Church takes
tunnel
credit
here.
for the Bible. There's a lot
Take a
more
quick
nuance
swig
to the council than
and
that.
moving onward. I'm really excited to be casting this because we're what, like episode 16 in this Dark Souls walkthrough.
And that's why I trust it.
The
not
past
because
3 episodes, including this one, have been good
or because
because you're killing off like the 3 major pillars of Dark Souls in this world. We killed off Grave Lord Nito, we killed off Seath Scaleless, and now we're doing away with the Beta Chaos. So once you kill off those 3, you've got the green light to kill off the final boss and graduate on to the game plus if that's what you want to do. That's what you're ready to do. There are a couple of zones I have omitted. There are some optional zones in this game. One of those optional zones includes... Oh, there we go. You can't snipe this guy. One of those optional zones includes Painted World of REM. So that's one that we actually did cover a few episodes ago. But we didn't do the depths. We didn't do the Great Hollow or Ash Lake.
Again, I trust that they have the Holy Spirit.
What was that?
Because they were confessing that Christ is Lord.
We've done such intense zones. good idea to sort of end on
Okay, so let's ban everybody that voted history
Clearly there were. We have all kinds of
well, at least in depths, Ash Lake and Great Hollow.
Somebody just typed in all caps cases of serial
guys.
and typed it cereal likes the food.
Going in, we're going right for it. Going right for it. Run, go straight. Man, that is a lot of flame. It's good. It's good. The run is good. And we are in, and we are safe. You just roll your way right to the center of this bed of chaos. And right in the middle here, we've got, what is this thing?
This is why the Catholic and Orthodox Church place so much importance on apostolic succession and the history of church fathers.
Okay, no more
because it's a
screwing
record
around.
that we can rely on.
Okay.
And everybody can.
Thank you. I thought that I was invincible back here, and I wanted to take a good look at this flaming bug. I was even going to use the telescope and get a good close up on it, and then I just ate a whole bunch of fire damage. I didn't realize I could still get attacked here. But yeah, you just really one-shot that, I don't know what you call it. It's like a giant slug that's on fire. Kill off the bit of chaos in one hit, even though it took us, 3 stabs at it. Finishing off those different sections of this boss, the 2 embers, and then finally making a way to kill that off. So, as I was mentioning a few minutes ago, making some good progress, and we just picked up the 3rd of these important souls here. So we've got the Brave Lord Nito, Bed of Chaos, Lurid Soul, and Bequeath Lurid Soul. So those are the 3 that you need to progress on. We've lit this bonfire. I suppose I'll just put another point into endurance. Now I've got my equipment over 100, so that's going to be well suited for what I need at this point. And then, we are really near the end of this.
You have to go to the mechanic's office to sign the form?
I guess Firewood Shrine for now. I thought I could warp to the Abyss, but
I want to check this
not.
first.
This video is going to be done in just a minute. I'm going to save the lighting of Firelink altar and the final sections of this playthrough for the next video. I guess the next video is going to be the last one. I'm really excited. It's going to be a tough video though. I mean, I've died quite a few times during this cast, but I think that the next video might be even worse. We'll do it up nicely though. I'll show you guys everything you can see for Lord Gwyn. Okay, I'm jumping down into the Abyss here. I wasn't actually sure what to expect. Let's take a look. Let's enjoy this.
You may not have thought that you said that, but that's what you said. That's why Tim questioned you on it, because he heard the same thing I heard.
Okay.
So are you saying
Firelink altar.
the men who compiled the code, I said they had the Holy Spirit.
Rest at Lord Vessel.
That is almost inhuman.
If I'm not mistaken, as soon as I offer souls to Lord Vessel, I get to see a nice cinematic and the power of the Lord Vessel merging with those Lord souls that we've acquired will blow open this door here that leads into the kiln of the first flame. But I'm going to save that for the next video. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. This has been an intense cast. I hope you guys have enjoyed it, though. We covered a lot of ground in this video for sure. 3 boss kills? 4 boss kills. Ceaseless Discharge, that Fire Sage Demon, Fire Centipede, and Bed of Chaos. 4 boss kills in this video. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Definitely check out the next video. I guess it's going to be number 17, and that's going to be it. That should be the last episode for now, but I will do more Dark Souls. Let me know if you guys would, well, you know what, I have some proposals for you guys, but these are proposals for Dark Souls content that will take place once we're done this playthrough. So we'll talk about that once we're done this playthrough. Stay tuned for the ultimate episode, final, well, season finale, if you want to call it that, coming up next with Lord Gwyn. for watching, guys. I'm Hunter SC.
Well, if you say
No,
they're
no.
part of it, and
Hold on,
you
I'm
said
gonna do
they're
it 2 more
filled with the
times.
Holy Spirit, then yes, they are the same. It follows.
If they're filled with the Holy Spirit, but lots of people.
Okay, one more.
Like, for example,
Hello,
you can
everybody.
go through
I'm
the
Hunter
Bible
SC,
and
and this is the
find
final
those
episode of our
genuine
Dark
Holy
Souls
Spirit.
walkthrough. We have
Bro, I'll
one
never beat 100
area
milliseconds.
left.
There's
One
Yes, sir,
final
Steve, fine,
boss,
thank
you.
Gwyn,
Not gonna lie, 100
Lord of
milliseconds.
Cinder.
Ain't that elite, chat?
We're going to be taking on him at the end of the video. First, we have to offer our souls to the Lord Vessel, and let's take in the cinematic.
The world record is 101.
So he's
Souls of
clearly we're not
Seath,
behaving
Four
as people who have the
Kings,
Holy Spirit. So it's
Bed of
possible
Chaos,
to call yourself, I am a Catholic,
and Gravelord
right?
Nito.
And you cannot have the Holy Spirit, and you can.
So I just
Power
casually beat the
those
world
souls.
record.
Person who became a pope.
You're saying that
I have the fastest reaction time in the world.
trustworthy and not
Open
filled
this
with the Holy
large
Spirit
stone door
compiled the Bible that you believe in,
leads
and
us
you believe that it
to
is
the kiln of the first flame. You can see as I rest at this bonfire as well, it boosts my Estus all the way up to 20 flasks, and we ascend this heavenly staircase.
So
See
the people who compiled the scripture.
Oh my
specter,
goodness,
a ghost of
fastest
some kind
recorded
here as
human
well.
reaction time
One of the
is 101
Knights,
milliseconds.
guard,
I said God used men who had the Holy Spirit to
and
compile
here,
scripture.
kiln of the first flame.
Okay,
Now
time
before we
passes.
actually
Those men are dead.
get too far in
I
here,
got 100
I do want to just kind of update
157.
everyone. I've actually made a few
Clap the
changes since the last video, and we're going to highlight those here real quick. First and foremost, Shield of Artorias, one of the best shields in the game. Arguably the flat-out best shield in the game. It just provides so much defense and damage reduction. So once you have a plus 10 shield, you can use the Soul of Seath, the wolf, and turn it into this Shield of Artorias. So we're going to be using this. I also have some different equipment on. Silver Knight armor plus 4, and most importantly, actually, this ring here, Dark Wood Grain ring. It allows you to do flips. As you can see here, cartwheels sort of forward, flips backwards, and the real benefit here is that it allows you a very quick sort of rolling maneuver while still having a very high equipment burden. You see my equipment burden there around 51. Normally I'd keep it lower and around like 25, 26, but because I've got this ring now, I have a bit more leeway there. So I grabbed the wood grain ring, I grabbed this shield, changed up my armor a little bit, and that's just all part of the prep that you have to do for this final boss battle. Here we are encountering the very first Dark Black Knight. Alright, taking him out, no problem. The reason why you need to do prep before this final zone is because after you kill off Lord Gwyn, you are pushed into New Game Plus. You don't have the option to go back and to continue, you know, tying up any loose ends, any items you wanted to pick up, or NPCs you wanted to meet. You don't have that option after you kill off this final boss. This Black Knight here has a Black Knight Greatsword. I really do hope that he dropped it for me. No, he didn't. That's actually quite unfortunate. I'm almost tempted to just actually farm that particular Black Knight a couple times. I really didn't want a Black Knight Greatsword because it scales really well with strength, and it's something I could definitely use in New Game Plus. That being said, I am in the middle of a recording and I'm not going to just be farming aimlessly. We're going to sort of stay on target here. There's one more Black Knight approaching. There's also something that we can pick up over here.
Yes, that is 100 milliseconds. You absolute burger.
What is he going to drop for me? A Titanite chunk. Okay, still no more weaponry. Black Knight weaponry is really Some of the best in the game for sure. And here's a whole Black Knight set. I mean, I already invested some of my upgrade materials into the Silver Knight set, so I'm not going to be switching over, but the Black Knight set, very good as well, but, you know, you get it quite late in the game. So we killed off 3 Black Knights already, but we'll just continue on here. We're actually in the zone already. We'll have this final boss fight. It's a tough one for sure. I have actually only ever killed Lord Gwyn off one other time. Here, you know what I'm actually going to do here? I'm going to switch to this covetous gold serpent ring because it increases drops, and I see that this Black Knight here is using the Black Knight Great Axe, which is also a weapon that I kind of want to get my hands on. Really do like this shield. It is very, very sturdy shield for sure. Oh, still no weaponry at all. So we killed off 4 Black Knights there. Okay, here's another one. What kind of weapon is he using though? I think it's a different one. This is the halberd, so that is actually not one. I don't think that's ideal for my build. We can check though, in the off chance that he drops it. We haven't had great luck so far, but let's see if he drops anything great. No, just more upgrading materials. Now, those Black Knights do respawn, unlike most other Black Knights in the game, so you can go and farm them as much as you want, but again, once you kill off Gwyn, you know, well, the playthrough's done and you can't really do anything else. So I have done I have grabbed a bunch of items in this, you know, regular game before moving on to New Game Plus. I've grabbed a bunch of items. I've grabbed some Firekeeper souls as well, some extra ones, and I will put together a video if you guys are interested on New Game Plus prep and just show you all the little things that I picked up, things that I left behind that I went back and got. I can put that together in a video after this one if you guys want, because I do have recordings of most of that. Let's traverse the white light and take on the boss here. Gwyn, Lord of Cinda, final battle. And we'll see how well the shield actually does hold up anyway. I'm just started testing it. I mean, you can see really sturdy. I don't lose that much stamina. I don't lose very much health, just a little bit because of the fire damage. I'm actually doing even more damage than I kind of expected. This fight's actually not looking to be much of a problem for me here. I can even stagger him a little bit with this Executioner's sword. He's a very aggressive boss though. He's known to be the most aggressive boss in the game. He really will keep coming at you. And you know, if you don't have a sturdy shield like the one I'm wielding, he will drain your stamina real quick. I really like this sword though. I mean, I've harped on it in previous episodes. Nice hit there. Oh man, that one really did hurt. I just like how this sword does a really good job of like interrupting, you know, even Gwyn's attacks. And yeah, helps out quite a bit. Can I get a quick swig off? Yeah, barely. I really need to heal right now. Okay, there we go. +6 Estus Flask. Working out nicely here. Oh, I'm very lucky he didn't grab me there. It's just a couple frames away. It's also pretty handy that the Firelink altar has, I mean, it's been kindled so far that it gives you 20 flasks to use at your disposal, which is certainly helpful in this fight as well. Okay, we've got a little bit more health now. Let's look for an opening to do some damage again. So we see he takes 3 nice swings there, and there he's staggered a little bit from my sword. He goes for a grab, but you can see that coming from a mile away. I am able to dodge it. Again, with this dark wood grain ring, allows me to move very quickly. That's that. It's Dark Souls for everyone.
It's the old lady again.
A lot of times that's just a technique to drive home their point, make their point seem more valid than yours. And so he will match
Soul of
that
Gwyn.
In an effort to
Victory achieved.
in essence actually kind of push the situation
That's that.
down to a
That's the
level.
game, guys. That's Dark Souls.
You know, once someone sees
You are still left with a decision to make.
over you or yell at you or whatever.
There are two endings to the game.
It is a legit.
One option is to approach this bonfire here
Tim said that he was a Bloodsport debater
and light it. Link the
So
fire.
that may or may not be true.
That is
but
one
it's
ending.
like,
That is the good ending.
You guys talk about this in a very.
You have another choice
to
simply walk away,
Well, I understand that, but this is the problem.
and that's what we're going to do.
Like, there's
We're
plenty
going
of
to
men
take
who can have
more evil
conversations without,
ending.
you know, using this kind of rhetoric and this kind of
I'll get an achievement for it as well. You'll be able to see, and it sort of gives you the title of the ending that we're going to choose.
I played a couple of matches with the new.
Yeah, I mean, in my first playthrough, I did link the bonfire. I did enjoy that. Good ending, and this time we're going to try out the evil ending. So I've never seen this either. Let's see what happens here.
I'm like, I want to try to come to an understanding because I believe he has a huge platform, and I think that he's harming himself in the way that he presents himself. He's harming his own witness. And it's like I've been trying in multiple ways to say this, and he's got.
All right, let me talk to this old lady, Chad. Let's just get this over with.
Literally turned people.
Why are you back here? Hey, ma'am.
Why would he?
Oh, hello again, my friend. I'm not sure if you could help me.
All the Dark Lords, the Dark
How can I
Wraiths,
help you?
they now serve
The
me.
car is giving me problems again. This time the headlights aren't working, and I can't drive on these roads without them. Could you come out and No, I can't.
I like it.
So I had a debate.
I do.
I can't help you with that. I already told
I
you.
liked it more than the other ending. They're both
Yo,
pretty,
man's with the
pretty
team,
brief.
get the
So there you
W
go. It's the
man's
Dark
with the team,
Lord
get the thank you.
ending is that one
like
there.
a debate type format.
I've taken the role of the Dark Lord and
Please, I'm sure
just
something
emitted
I
pure
overlooked.
darkness
With
across
AIDS,
the
I
lands
sometimes
of
forget things.
Lord
Just step
Germany.
out for a moment and we gotta kill her.
He wants to bring up
And
the fact that
we get the credits
honestly,
here.
it seemed like he was so upset that I disagreed
I like the music in this game a lot too.
his plea about, you know, the apocalypse.
I really
which,
enjoyed doing
again,
this cast,
he admits
doing
that
this
he
series,
says it to be controversial,
our Dark Souls
and then he
walkthrough
acts
here.
as people who take it as
I'm going to be doing more
controversial,
Dark Souls in
stupid,
the
and he's
future.
told me as such many times. He came to the
Just
point where I
one
said, look,
baseball
I
bat?
was like, look,
I mean, this was season 1 of our Dark Souls walkthrough. For season 2, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do New Game Plus with the same character, which would be fun, or, you know, for season 2 I could create a new character, do a completely new build. You know, there are so many different ways you can approach this game. So many different builds, different melee builds, range builds, the miracle sorcery, pyro stuff, everything. So I could try something completely new, or I could go on to New Game Plus.
I'm not anti-man.
I'm really happy that I got to share this game with everyone. I'm such a big Dark Souls fan, such a big fan of From Software. I'm really looking forward to the next release. I might do some Demon Souls as well. Try to do a professional Demon Souls series, maybe. Walking you guys through that game as well, because it is, in my opinion, just as good as Dark Souls, even better in some ways. I don't know. This is just an extended outro at this point. I don't know. I'm getting all caught up here too, you know. This is a long playthrough for me. Many episodes, many hours put into this playthrough. I really enjoyed all this casting and being able to share it with everyone, all the support that you guys have given me as well, all the comments and the ratings, and just the feedback has been really great. I've really enjoyed casting this, and I hope you guys have enjoyed watching this. And that's it. We beat it. We beat it. We completed New Game. This is the start of New Game Plus.
Everything that happens to you, you deserve it.
Once again, Northern Undead Asylum. You have all your same gear that you finished off the last playthrough with, and a lot of stuff doesn't carry over, but some things do. And I'm gonna put together a video just on the New Game Plus prep and, you know, a few things that I picked up that I recorded but haven't quite included in any of the episodes so far. So that'll be good, because I actually grabbed a whole bunch of stuff, some extra Firekeeper souls, some good loot, those rings,
it's kind of on Andrew a little bit because
stuff like that.
he knows this. And,
anyways, guys, that's gonna about do it for me. If you want, we can take on this stray demon here.
You know,
why not?
Not doing the right thing.
Why not? And actually, I realized you can actually look up. You can see the stray demon up there.
And with love and in the best of
Can you take out your binoculars?
me.
You can actually see him lurking up there. He's ready to pounce. Wandering in here, the tutorial portion of the game, with this asylum smashing me up pretty nice.
I already ate!
Rolling a little bit too soon there. Swinging way too soon there. Okay. He misses, and I can get a couple good shots off. Alright. That's the Asylum Demon. I mean, obviously he has a ton more health than he does in your first playthrough, but all the same, not too tough. There's quite a jump in difficulty between your first playthrough and New Game Plus, your second playthrough. It does spike up quite a bit. After that, subsequent playthroughs don't actually get much tougher, but yeah, it would be fun to play through with you guys again, having it be a bit more challenging, and continuing to develop this character if that's what you guys are interested in. I mean, just let me know one way or the other what type of Dark Souls content you guys want in the future. Because that's going to conclude this playthrough, it's going to conclude this series, and Season 1 of this Dark Souls walkthrough. I certainly hope you guys enjoyed it, enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed casting it. And until next time, I'm Hunter SC. Peace.
It's not safe to go out right now. Well, we got to do something.
Well, I mean, I'm here now, Grid.
Oh, Andrew, cool.
I know you're in there. I saw you come.
Ladies
Who are
and
you?
gentlemen, my name is Hunter. Welcome back for the second installment of this Dark Souls quick guide. To reiterate, this is not just a walkthrough for the game. It's not a let's play. This is going to be a condensed playthrough, including secrets, shortcuts, all that stuff. I mentioned at the end of episode 1 that I was going to be killing the Tauren beast in this video, episode 2, and we may still do that, but, well, just for now, we're going to prioritize something else. I'm going to show you guys 2 quick secrets that you can access right at the very beginning of the game as soon as you get to Firelink Shrine. I started this video at Firelink Shrine. Actually, last video, I ended it at the bonfire, first bonfire of Undead Berg. I just traveled back to Firelink Shrine. Pretty simple, the same path I took in that first video. And we're heading down now. We've headed down the staircase behind Firelink Shrine. And we're going to take this elevator down to New Londo Ruins. Now, no, sorry, not, is it New Londo? I get confused. What's the name of this place? Let's take a look here. There's Anor Londo. Oh, and I think it is New Londo Ruins. Yeah, New Londo Ruins, guys. I'm tripping myself up a little bit. There are a lot of zones in this game. Okay, so this is the first of 2 sort of secrets that I'm going to show you guys. I have never actually attempted this before. We're going to see if it works. I'm just heading down this left path here, and why don't we not skip any items along the way. Just notice this one over here now. Okay, so that's a fancy dexterity weapon, I believe. Not one that I'm going to be using for the time being. So, I haven't even told you what we're going for here. What we're going to be going for is a Firekeeper's Soul. I mentioned that briefly in the first video. What a Firekeeper's Soul is going to do for you is increase the power of your Estus Flask, which is going to help you tremendously here, sort of in the early minigame. So what I'm gonna do, this is like a infiltration kind of mission. I'm not actually going to attempt to kill any enemies. I'm going to try and run and get the Firekeeper's soul. You can follow the same path that I'm going on. In fact, that's the Firekeeper's soul right over there. You can see it. We got to get it, and I don't care if I die as long as I get the Firekeeper's soul. We're good to go. Now, there are ghosts in New Londo Ruins. You can only kill them if you use Transient Curse. I picked up a couple of those curses earlier, but I'm not going to waste them right now. I'm going to just, look, there the ghosts. They're going to kill me very quickly if I'm not careful. So I'm just in and out. I'm going to get this Firekeeper's soul. This is a very narrow platform here. You have to walk carefully, but you don't have time to be too careful because there's more monsters. And I got it. I got it. I'm actually very pleased that I got it. Okay. I don't have any Homeward Bone ready. I'm going to die, guys. I don't really have a choice. I should have been ready with Homeward Bone there, and it would have just teleported me right back to Firelink Shrine. It's not the end of the world. I lost 500 souls. I lost my humanity, which kind of sucks. But honestly, it's not a big deal. What I'm happy about is that I got the Firekeeper's soul there. So what we're going to do is bring that down below and give it to the Firekeeper, and she can boost up my flask. Do that for sure. I mean, you guys just saw me do it. It's not even hard to do. I did it without taking any damage whatsoever. Well, until after I got my hands on the item. And of course I died. Pretty simple. So there she is. Once again, she doesn't talk. Use Firekeeper Soul to reinforce the Estus Flask. And now, you can see the Estus Flask here is Estus Flask +1. And that +1 is actually pretty significant, especially when you have these low levels of vitality to begin with. It really helps out.
And the rest of the clothes the person was wearing. The
I died trying to get the Crimson Armor in Blighttown. I got poisoned by some dart guys who blow toxic darts at you, and just took some damage that was really unexpected. So this is my second attempt at it, and I mean, I'm not going to include a whole bunch of deaths. Well, hopefully I'm not going to die a lot, but I'm not going to include, you know, these repathings all the way to my goal, because that would make for some kind of a boring playthrough. So I've cut that first death out, and we're going to try this again. So I'm going to explain myself again. So this is the second secret. Showed you guys where to get the Firekeeper Soul, and that was actually really easy to do. This, retrieving the Crimson Armor when you're such a low level like I am, is a little bit harder to do, but it's certainly doable once you get used to the area of Blighttown. So we're heading to Blighttown. We come down to the New Londo Ruins, just like we went to the Firekeeper Soul in that direction. But now we're going to head up this staircase here, and this is going to bring us to the Valley of Drakes. And as we cross this bridge here, we can head into Blighttown and try once again to retrieve this armor. You have to be quick when you're doing this. If you're not, well, the poisonous mosquitoes can catch up to you, and yeah, it doesn't really end well. So you just run right by these guys. Do not try to fight basically anyone in this whole zone, just because I'm such a low level. It's really not worth attempting. I actually got smoked by one of those guys on my first run through. They almost one-shot me.
Perfect.
Again, you're supposed to probably be soul level maybe 25, 30 at least. I'm like soul level, I don't even know, 5.
We did all that for 700.
Okay, so I went down one ladder. This is the second ladder I'm heading down. There's a monster right behind here. You do not want to worry about this ugly, like, insectoid. I don't know his name. He's gross, and we're running by him. We're heading down this ladder here. There's another ladder immediately here. So this is like the fourth ladder we're going down. Man, oh no. Okay, I could have taken a ladder, but I just hopped down, sort of out of panic, because that insect landed on me from way above. So this is like the 6th or so ladder down, and this is the final ladder that we want to go down. We just want to run by this guy. Oh shoot, I have to, using my shield, just blocking a little bit, running by. Okay, then in behind here, you'll know you're on the right floor if you can access the wheel. Oh god. This is the hardest part. Walking carefully on these tree trunks. There's a big bug right behind me, and we have made it. We are almost in the clear. Just got to get by this insect, and I've taken a lot of fire damage from him. Again, I'm very low resistance to fire, and we have made it. We have made it right here. Crimson set. Beautiful. Let's open this box as well for good measure. Okay, remedy, sorcery spell. I'm not going to be doing a lot of sorcery, but just good to know the location of that as well. So, I mean, it actually doesn't even matter. I'm just going to kill myself. I'm not going to bother trekking all the way back, and I don't want to waste a homeward bone, and I have nothing to lose except for 800 souls, so less. It doesn't matter that I died there, so I'll just kill myself. This is just saving me time, so now I'm going to go back to Firelink Shrine. So that's the second secret I wanted to show you in this video. It took me 2 tries to get that second secret, and 1 try to get that first one. The Firekeeper Soul, boosting your Estus Flask significantly, and then getting this Crimson Armor. I'm going to show you the Crimson Armor. It is an excellent gear overall. You can use the Crimson Armor even way later into the game. We can see all the blue there for physical defense, magic, fire, lightning, bleed resistance, everything. Any blue numbers means it's an improvement over your current helm, and the red numbers means it's worse than your current armor. So we can see here leather armor that I'm wearing now. I'm substituting it for the Crimson Armor. Way better overall, and it's even lighter weight, and that's a big priority for me, having lightweight equipment on. Crimson gloves as well. Look at that. It's only 0.8 weight instead of 2.8. It's like a third of the weight, less than a third of the weight. Yet this set of gloves is still much more powerful than what I was using originally. I'm just illustrating this as a very powerful set. Let's actually see, okay, I'm just barely above the equipment burden that I want. I mentioned that in episode 1. You can tell because I'm rolling pretty slowly right now. If you want to take a close look at how slow I'm rolling, if I then take some armor off, say I take off the waist cloth here, now my rolling, look, much quicker. It's sick armor, and I've got this big armor boost now. I've got this Estus Flask boost, and we can go take on the Taurus demons. So we're going to head up the same path from before, and I'll catch up with you guys at the first bonfire in Undead. Alright everyone, welcome back for part 2 of this video, if you want to call it that. We are going to take on the Taurus demon now. I'm just going to reverse hollowing because I got a humanity as I was fighting my way to this bonfire. I didn't want to bother showing that just because I went through that exact same route in the first video. So now I'm human form, and we're going to make our way to the Taurus demon. So, of course, all the enemies are going to respawn here, and I'm going to try and show you all the secrets that I can along the way. Kill off these 2 guys, and now we're heading into sort of the new section of the game. Be careful crossing this bridge. There are guys up there who are going to hurl firebombs at you. You gotta even watch your back. If some guys from the low ground notice you, they're gonna follow you, of course. So you're gonna want to hurry through here, hurry into that door, but there's gonna be a guy immediately to your left, and you gotta be careful of him because he jumps out at you. Oh, you know what? Because this is like the first time encountering this zone, I guess he hasn't walked through the door. But on subsequent sort of trips to this area, there would be a guy immediately to your left. Okay, so we got rid of the guys in here. This door leads down to the depths. Down to an area that's close to the depths. Maybe we can open it from this side. Heading out here, there are a couple more guys in this little house here.
This is kind of odd. I might have to force my way out of here. Nobody is around to let me out. Yeah, buddy, we're in the back rooms. Is this your first time here? Chat, it's this loser's first time in the back
Black firebombs, okay. So those you hurl at enemies, you can equip those on your I don't know what you call this, sort of your belt. That's what I'm going to call it. So you can put them on your belt and throw them at people. I would save them for when you're in a really tough spot. They are actually very powerful, so I'm wasting them. We've got 3 guys at the top of the stairs here. Oops, a little mistake there.
What is that?
Oh, there's a guy here in the fireballs. So I want to take care of him, actually.
By the way, if you're sleeping on Chuck E. Cheese...
I don't have very good fire resistance.
By the way, if you haven't had Chuck E. Cheese pizza, dude, chat, Chuck E. Cheese pizza is goated, bro. It is goated.
Up here. There is one item in particular I'm looking for on the way to this boss. Why don't we take it? just a
It
second.
appears that there's a flashlight right here. I was dead wrong.
So you can see I'm usually leading off with my heavy attack, which is a stab, and then you can follow it up with just a nice slice immediately after, provided you have
Okay, it
enough.
appears that we turned this thing off.
Okay, so actually that wasn't even it. That's okay. Okay, I think that what I'm looking for is actually in this. So, you see I used the residence key. That is the key that I purchased in episode 1 from the merchant. That is,
What are the tickets?
you find the merchant downstairs just before the bonfire where I started this second part of the video. The gold pine resin. This is what I've been looking for. So I'm going to add gold pine resin to my belt. I've got 3 of them, and it applies lightning damage to your weapon. So I'm not going to waste this either. The pine resin is actually really quite valuable, and I'm going to use it to kill off the boss.
Feminism means a rejection of the...
So we're going to get rid of this guy who wandered to the top of the stairs. He's got some buddies down there as well. Before going down there to kill them, you're going to want to head up this tower and just get rid of this annoying
Use the what? Okay, I know exactly what you mean by use the what, buddy.
There's a couple guys with shields here, so, okay, being a little bit sloppy.
Okay, wait just a second.
Oh no.
Chat,
No
wait.
flash.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, 2 for 1. I'll take it. So now they're out of the way, and we're getting closer to the boss. That's the chest that I just opened up there. If you go down here, there's a Black Knight or Dark Knight, Black Knight. You can see him off in the distance there. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. I just wasted some pine gold. I meant to use an Estus Flash. So I've got to actually hurry now. I could probably take on the Black Knight, but it would just take a while, and it's, you know.
That's what a backrooms veteran
Yeah,
does.
that's what you do when you're rushing. Make mistakes, run into traps, but at least you won't make that same mistake, right? You saw the trap that I just ran into there. Okay, so we're almost at the boss. If you open this door and go downstairs, there you go, I used the master key. If you go downstairs, you will come to Haval, who is a very strong NPC for this stage of the game. He's heavily armored and he's on a wall, and I'm not going to try fighting him yet. You can, if you kill him, you get Haval's ring, which is very useful. It increases your equipment load tremendously. So if you want to wear really heavy equipment, or if you want to wear light equipment and have a quick move speed, Haval's ring helps you out in either case. It's very handy. Okay, so we're going to traverse the light. This is the boss zone. And, oh, you can actually see on my sword I have run out of gold pine resin. I'm disappointed I wasted that. If you continue on this bridge, the boss will jump and attack you. So the first thing you want to do is actually climb this ladder here, because there are a couple of archers up here that are going to be harassing you the whole boss fight if you don't deal with them.
I just want you to see. I just want to see if this is logical.
And once they're out of the way, we
can we agree that that's
take
a
on the
logical
boss.
statement?
The boss in this area, the Tauren Beast guy, is not extremely hard. You have to sort of keep in mind that you're fighting on a very narrow platform. This bridge here. I want to use an Estus Flask now. Wait. That's 6 of them. It's quite a bit. I'm going to go ahead and use one. I don't want to risk getting one-shotted. It's pretty unlikely that would happen, but I've got still 5. Okay, here he is. Welcome. See, I should have actually applied that first. We're just getting out of the way. Okay, so let's close the gap, see what kind of damage we can do. Okay, a very wide sweeping attack lets me get in a little bit. I somehow missed. Wait for him to attack again. Okay, keep your shield up though. I mean, even if you're still in range, having your shield up is going to help you out a lot. Cuts down a lot of the damage. Man, look how much damage this sword does when it's got the resin on it. Look at that. Taking off big chunks of his health.
So cussing out the mods isn't gonna help. Yeah, chat.
Ooh, I was hoping to roll
It's glitch.
And man are the same type in a marriage. And the man is a type of Christ, right? That's his role.
Just for good measure, taking another swig there.
Sure.
There we go.
If your word gets blocked, your word gets blocked.
You're dead, buddy. Alright, we got him. Little gold pine resin. Keeping the shield up as always as you try to bait his attacks, wait for him to make a mistake, close the gap, and just start hammering away at him. So now we've done it. The first boss out of the way. And I'm going to just show you how to unlock a shortcut that is going to lead to the bonfire that I most recently rested at. I'll also go ahead and show you one of the icons of Dark Souls. This NPC here, he's just enjoying the sunlight. Again, I can't, if you want to actually pause, you can read it. I'll just sort of scroll through there. I can't do all the dialogue. If you talk to him a second time and listen to his proposition, he gives you, I'll show you, he gives you the white sign soapstone. So that allows you to play co-op. When you're in human form, you can place your soul sign on the ground and other co-op players can summon you. At the same time, you can see other players' soul signs and you can summon them. This door is locked. It unlocks a little bit later. This is sort of a tricky part. Okay, I honestly expected to see a red dragon there. There's a red dragon that's going to show up here, so I'm just going to blast real quick before he shows up. And I'll show you just the simple staircase you want to head down. Just run, run, run. And, okay, see, I got a little bit crispy there. Dragon got me from behind. Luckily, I didn't actually die or anything, but so yeah, you just wanted to follow the path that I took there, running quickly and avoiding as much fire damage as possible. You don't want to hang out on the bridge, you want to just sprint right through for sure, and that dragon helps you out by killing a whole bunch of your enemies. Now don't just hop down carelessly, kick ladder, and that's a very satisfying feeling if you know, if you're new to the game, because you just unlocked a shortcut. I don't have to ever worry about trekking through the previous zone and going through the Tauren Demon area to progress into the game. I can rest at this bonfire simply, and next time I'm ready for episode 3, we'll head up this ladder and continue onward. So that's going to conclude episode 2 of our Dark Souls guide. In episode 3, I'm going to show you how to get an extremely powerful sword. Very, very easily. This sword is going to basically one-shot a lot of the monsters for the foreseeable future. I'm going to be putting that episode up in the next day or so. If you have an extra second, if you click like, that really helps me out. It also helps other people find out about Dark Souls, which is always a good thing as well. Thanks a lot for tuning in, guys. Take care until next time. I'm Hunter Starcraft. Peace out.
Because you won't make an argument. It's like talking to a toddler.
Stay left. Y'all know the drill. Stay left.
What's going on, guys? I am Hunter Starcraft. Welcome back for episode 3 of this Dark Souls quick game guide, whatever you want to call it. This is going to be a really important episode. We're actually covering a lot, and it's a little bit of a shorter episode in length, but I do some editing, and we'll explain as we go along here. There's actually a lot I need to talk about for this particular episode. So first things first, what we're going to cover in this episode, we're going to get the Drake Sword right now. I'm actually going to just line up here with a bow and arrow. I need to line up between the two middle columns, so we're just moving up here. And all you do is take aim at this red dragon's tail, and as I'm just going to show you here, you hit the tail, the dragon takes off, and he starts marching along the bridge, and you can get a second pot shot off right there. So you just repeat those 2 shots about 5 or 6 times. I'm actually going to speed up the video here, so we don't need to watch all of it. So this is a way to get the Drake Sword, and a little bit later on in the video, I'm going to kill Lautrec and take his ring, the Ring of Sacrifice and Favor, or Favor and Sacrifice, whatever it is. It's actually a very powerful ring as well, and one you're going to want to wear all game long. So I'm going to show you that a bit later on. So there we go. Break off the dragon's tail, get the Drake Sword. This is a 6 sword because it does 200 damage just straight up, and you basically one-shot all the monsters at this stage of the game. I did do a cut there because when I was recording this last night, I got the Drake Sword and I realized I didn't actually have the 16 strength that you need to use is the Drake sword. So we had to go farm some souls, like 5 or 6k, level up a bit, and now we can continue onward with this new weapon. I'm just going to take out these rats here. You actually don't want to underestimate them. I mean, they don't do much damage, they don't have much health, but they can poison you even after like 2 or 3 hits if you don't have any resistance. And if you're poisoned at this point in the game, you probably don't have the cure, so you're going to be screwed. So be careful of that. Rats are good to kill, good to farm too. They often drop humanity. So now we're just going to continue sort of through Undead Berg and into Undead Parish. In this zone here, you're going to want to be careful not to get ambushed because there are some undead guys just sort of lurking in corners and kind of catch you off guard if you're not careful. There's also a mini boss that you caught a glimpse of just a few seconds ago. It's like a horned, I don't know what you call him. It's like a hog. There's a particular, like a boar. Boar, that's the animal I want to compare it to. But this version is much bigger and made out of like metal. I can't actually kill him right now unless I wanted to waste a whole bunch of fire bombs, which I don't really want to do, so I'm not going to kill him. I'm just going to take out these bad guys who are on the roof, and then we'll move along. Gave that one guy a little kick as he was trying to block, so that breaks his guard, and you just slash him down. These crossbow guys are really no problem. You can actually even lure that boar type monster into the fire, because there's some fire just sort of scattered about, and he'll take a lot of damage like that. Apparently he doesn't have much fire resist, but we're going to forget about him for now. Just get rid of this undead soldier and sort of move down here, down the stairs, through the hallway. You're going to want to be careful here as well, because if you just run into this room, you'll get ambushed from a few different sides. So I'm just trying to actually bait those monsters into attacking, because even though these guys are simple to kill, like one-shot kill, if they surround you, or if there are like 5 of them attacking you at once, it's probably not going to end well. The next couple minutes aren't super eventful in terms of like secrets or just stuff I need to explain, so I'm going to give you a little background information on what we're pursuing now, and I'm actually speeding up the video as well. We're going to go ahead and kill an NPC in this game. Now, in Dark Souls, and Demon Souls for that matter, it is almost always a horrible idea to kill NPCs. We're actually going to slow the video back down and sneak up on this guy. If you walk slowly, monsters won't detect you, especially if you have light armor, so we just do a nice backstab there, and actually one-shot this particular that particular undead knight. We picked up his kite shield as well, but it's just too heavy, and man, I value very much having like a low equipment weight so I can run quick and roll quick and everything. So I'm not going to bother using his shield. Switch back to my original. This Lautrec NPC, he deserves to die, and we're going to go hunt him down, and we're going to go murder a murderer. If you don't kill Lautrec, he comes back later in the game, and he actually murders the Firekeeper, the one that helped us out in the last video, helped us bolster our Estus. He actually comes back and just slaughters her. Poor girl, doesn't speak to anyone, just sits quietly, is in a cage, and he murders her. What an asshole. So we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen, and we're going to go and kill him. Just continuing on here, most of these monsters are pretty straightforward. I chose this particular path to get to the Undead Parish, which we are at now, and this is another mini-boss. We're actually going to kill this guy, though. He only takes a few hits once you have the Drake sword. I'll also mention that the zone that I just came from, I turned left to enter this Undead Parish. You could have made a right instead, and that would take you down a long pathway. Oh, he's trying to heal, but I capitalized on that opportunity. You can actually make a right and head down a path that doesn't have any monsters and leads you straight to a bonfire. When you're playing, definitely hit that bonfire up first. I didn't bother doing it, but you definitely should, just to save. And as you saw there, I picked up another Firekeeper soul after I killed off that mini-boss, and we're actually going to take the Firekeeper soul back to the Firekeeper to upgrade once again. I just hopped off that elevator shortcut early, actually really too early. I took quite a bit of damage there, but you can hop off before it reaches Firelink Shrine, and go to this secret here, do a roll, land on this pillar here, and as you head up, you can go up these stairs, roll onto the roof, and just down there is a key that we're going to want to use a little bit later in the game. I'm actually going to show you now. If you look right at the point of my character's hat, you can see a bird's nest there. If you just go up to that bird's nest quite easily from where I just was, you can roll into a ball, and the raven there, or whatever kind of bird that is, will actually pick you up and fly you back to the undead asylum, where there are a whole bunch of new monsters and some new loot for you to get. Here I am just reinforcing my Estus to +2, so now that's actually going to be really good. It's almost like a full heal for this low amount of vitality that I have, and I'm going to use this shortcut now that I've unlocked it, and head back up to Undead Parish. It's another good thing about this game, unlocking the shortcuts and sort of seeing how interlinked this whole game is as you progress. Helps out a lot too. Once you sort of learn the lay of the land, or whatever you want to call it, you can get around a lot more quickly. Let's see what this guy actually dropped. Buckler, sets a shield. I'm not going to bother using it though. This next zone here has a mage that he only actually respawns. He doesn't respawn after you kill him. You're going to want to be careful here as well. You don't want to just run out into that sort of open area. You'll get killed very quickly and just surrounded by these undead. So you don't want to do that. I'm just really taking my time, being extra careful here. It's a little bit tough dealing with these undead and taking that magic missile type damage. So I think we're just gonna go kill off the mage here, and then we'll almost be ready to take on Lautrec. Using a little Estus there. It's good that I actually went back to Firelink Shrine as well, because the Firelink Shrine bonfires kindle, which means you get 10 Estus blasts instead of just 5. So that's gonna help out a lot, especially against Lautrec, because Lautrec is a tricky fight. And, well, you'll go ahead and see in just a couple minutes when I encounter him. I'm not entirely pleased with how the fight goes down, but it's okay. The area that we're just leaving right now, and we're going up these stairs, if I went back, you can go to where the gargoyle sort of bell tower knight is. Ooh, I'm a little bit sloppy there. You can see when enemies are actually trying to parry you, and I saw that he was parrying, watching this replay, but in the moment I just kind of swung a little carelessly, and he did a parry and I guess you call it a riposte, which is how you counter after a parry. It does a tremendous amount of damage, that critical hit. That's the parry that I can actually do with my shield there. And I should use that a lot more. And actually, I should be using that parry a lot during this upcoming fight, but I don't. As I was mentioning before, the Gargoyle Bell Tower demon is who you fight at the end of this, but I'm not going to fight him in this episode. I'm going to fight him in the next episode using the mystery key that I picked up a little bit earlier in the undead burg. Open the door here and basically set him free. Now, if you leave Lautrec to his own devices, he will just show up in Firelink Shrine after you kill the boss here. And seems like a nice guy for the meantime, but don't get it twisted. He is a dick, and he's going to kill the Firekeeper, so we're going to put an end to him right now. Starting off with a heavy attack, and using a two-handed heavy attack with a Drake Sword actually uses up the durability of the weapon as well. Now this part of the fight, I shouldn't be engaging here. I shouldn't be fighting on staircases. Your best bet to take on Lautrec really is to just lure him way back to the sort of the open area that we came from before, and eventually I will here. I know everything's all sped up. I'm just blocking, and then when he makes a mistake, I go for a heavy one-handed attack. I'm using the Estus, but a little bit sloppy as well, like not having enough distance. Getting pretty low on health. I only got 1 flask left. He's really low on health now as well. So this is sort of the final encounter here. I don't have any healing left, and I get the final blow off there. Again, it would have been nice to use parry a little bit more. You see his attack coming, and right before you take damage from it, you parry and counter for like triple damage or something. But it's more risky as well, and I really didn't want to die. That's just really frustrating, especially when I'm recording. 5 humanity and Ring of Favor and Protection. The ring is really what I wanted here. It's actually the first ring I've picked up in this game, and it boosts your health, your stamina, and your equipment load. But the catch is you can't ever take it off. If you take off that ring, you die. You take off the ring, and the ring dies. The ring breaks, and you can't ever wear it again. But you know what, that's cool, because I put it on now, and I'm going to wear it forever. I think it's pretty standard, actually, amongst a lot of characters, that you go for that ring, and that's just the ring you wear for the rest of the game, because it's so powerful. So I definitely recommend grabbing that. Law Track can be a little bit tricky. It may take you a few tries, but if you rest at that bonfire, it's not a very long walk to get to him, and you can go back and take him on as many times as you want, as many times as it takes to kill him. So we lit that bonfire up here. This is the first blacksmith we're encountering, Andre, and he's very helpful throughout the game as well, constantly coming back to this guy, largely just to upgrade weapons. So I'm just going to go ahead and repair all my stuff. That was basically it for this video. I just wanted to show you how to get the Drake Sword, because it is such a powerful early and mid-game weapon, and I wanted to show you how to get that Ring of Favor protection, because you're going to wear it all game long, and it helps you out so much. So there's no boss fight in this video, but we are going to take on that gargoyle demon in episode 4, so stay tuned for that one. Thanks a lot for the support to everyone commenting and liking episodes 1 and 2. I really, really appreciate it, guys, and I look forward to more Dark Souls, more of these game guides, and I'm going to do some PvP soon as well. So thanks a lot for tuning in once again. I'm Hunter Starcraft. Peace out.
Andrew, please don't think you haven't.
It's fine for you. It's all fine for you to mock.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Hunter, and today we're gonna head over to Undead Parish and kill the boss. Promised you guys that in the last video for this Dark Souls playthrough here. And that's exactly what we're going to do, take on the 2 gargoyle bell tower monsters. I'm going to show you a little trick that you can actually use as well if you want to farm them for some pretty sweet loot. Just make our way up there. Probably won't be a super long video. I want to show you some parries as well. Parrying is pretty sick. And that's me failing a couple times. There's a very satisfying feeling. I swear that stuff never gets old. Ruthlessness in this game. So, clearing out Undead Parish, I've already shown you a few secrets, and there may be a couple more. It's one of my favorite zones in this game. I really like just the medieval zones of Dark Souls, you know, over like poisonous swamps and, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's a bit more fun. So, we have been up here before. In that last video, we went up here and killed off Law Trek. Oops. Gotta heed my own advice from the previous video as well, as to not rush through there. Alright, I'm going to show you guys what I'm going to try to do here. Actually, if you kill a whole bunch of monsters in like quick succession, there's a chance that you can actually gain humanity, that number in the top left, as long as the boss in the area is still alive. So let's go for it. Here we go.
Okay, say you
2,
start left right here,
4,
you stay left.
no humanity yet. There's a 5th guy.
I'm sorry, I
Gotta be
just
careful
wanted to say
though.
you
I don't
guys been
take
going
any
around
damage.
back and forth for ages. So is there
Alright,
any
well,
reason-
killed off like 10 of them in just a few seconds. I'm not exactly sure how the rule works. I did it just a little bit earlier as well to get some humanity. But it didn't work that time. It does work in general though, as long as the boss in an area hasn't been killed. I'm sure there's some formula to it. Maybe it has to do with how strong the monsters are. But if you go on a nice little kill spree, I want to go get that down there actually. I'm not sure what that is. If you go on a nice kill spree, you can get a bonus humanity. And you're going to want to bank that humanity as much as possible. It's very frustrating though. Okay, so that's just some more souls there. It can be frustrating though if you've got a bunch of humanity, you die a couple times and lose it all. Losing humanity for me is much more rage-inducing than just losing souls. So we're actually already here pretty much. The boss here is just up these 2 ladders through the fog gate. Oh, look at that. Okay. I can summon this NPC here, Knight Solaire. I will summon him. I can only summon him because I'm in human form right now. For certain bosses like this one, Moonlight Butterfly, and that Man-Eater NPC in Blighttown as well. There are different ones you can summon, and they help you. So this boss fight, honestly, it's pretty easy as it is if you've, especially if you've fought the boss a couple times before. But yeah, with this NPC helping me out, it should be a piece of cake. Here we go.
So it's going to be a 7. So it's going to be a 7-on-1. It's going to be a dog pile.
Statues, my day.
Your princess princess can't handle herself?
Gargoyles by night.
Your princess is scared of the big bad animal.
How many people got that right?
Chat, so I just went to the old food down there.
No, Andrew, what are you, a childhood, like a playground bully?
So I'll
or,
probably just
in Christ?
bait my buddy, go behind this gargoyle and get some shots in on his tail. Keep your shield up and you should be fine against this first guy. The first gargoyle here is, he just does physical damage. There is a second one that shows up though, and he breathes fire, so very difficult to use.
Hello, once again. It's time to begin our next project.
He's already dead pretty much. Okay, I'll go ahead and tell you right now, you can also farm these gargoyles. Like you see how we killed off the first one already. He didn't actually drop anything, which is too bad. But normally, well, if you choose to farm him, like I could just save and quit right now. Oh, actually, maybe you know what, I can't quit because of this NPC that's in the game. Normally you can save and quit and just kill one gargoyle again, and you can repeat that however many times you want, because they drop things like gargoyle weapons, gargoyle armor, and I'll go out and say specifically the gargoyle halberd is really a powerful weapon. I use that in PvP on the +5 lightning gargoyle halberd, and you can farm it from those bosses. You just kill one and reload the game.
Have official canon names, but they're giving me the option and I'm taking full advantage of it.
Nothing down here for now, but climb up to the top of this bell tower.
We're going to name our character Joe.
I fear that we're lost right now, by the way.
No, it's not.
Now, I did take some advice from the comments in the last video. I did go ahead and hide the pride of my character here. I put some pants on him, okay? He's not too ashamed. He didn't have much endurance before. He couldn't physically carry the pants. Okay, give him a break. We're going to pull this lever and ring the bell. You go ahead and talk to the very first NPC you encounter in Firelink Shrine. He tells you you gotta ring 2 bells. One way up high, and one way down low.
You start telling people to shut up.
Yeah, stop talking, bro. Stop talking, bro.
Why don't you just go back to the host, Andrew? Everybody's
okay. Let's get all of you together. Come on, let's get all of you together. We're gonna get all of you to do the exact same thing.
Look what you're
all
doing.
You're gonna do the same.
The one way down in Light Town is much harder. Just overall, usually you're gonna ring that one later in the game. It's optional though. This game is so like open overall. You can really
Weird as heck decor on
you can
your
approach
estate
it
here.
any way
Just
you
saying.
want. Tackle any zones really at
My
any time
friends,
for the most part.
prepare to be a part of
So
history.
the only other thing really I'm going to be showing you in this video, I guess, is this NPC down here. That's all I really had planned. I mean, this isn't going to be a super long video, I guess. Maybe
Wait a minute.
I'm kind of just thinking on the fly right now if there's anything else I can add in. We'll see. Let's talk to this guy.
30 years later.
Oswald of Gaddon. So this NPC, he can do a bunch of stuff for you. You can, if you're a hard sinner, you can get absolution from him. Like if you're killing lots of innocent people or hitting tools and stuff. You can abandon Covenant safely. I'm not part of a Covenant yet. You can buy items as well. These ones are multiplayer items. You can indict players that invade you, and the Book of the Guilty is like a leaderboard almost. Purging Stone, this is the cheapest place you're going to get that Purging Stone. You need that if you get cursed, and you'll get cursed in the depths, or a couple other zones as well. So if you need that cure, this is the place to get it. Bleeding resist, poison resist, that could be useful in Light Town, I guess. Ring of Sacrifice, I think is kind of stupid. You basically use the Ring of Sacrifice if you plan on dying. So, anyways, I just wanted to introduce you guys to this guy. He, well, I really just used him to get cheap purchase.
Hello one and all, welcome back to another video here on the Brugly channel. In this video, I will be showing you 10 of the most horrifying, toe-curlingly deadly, and disturbing backwards levels that you've ever seen. These levels are so unnerving that you never will want to explore or experience them, except while watching this. These are the worst of the worst. They have the deadliest layouts, the worst effects, sometimes the worst entities as well, and if you get a nightmare or two while watching this video, it's not my fault.
Let's do a little bit more
conditions of this video. Anyways, thank you for clicking on this video and your amazing support. I love and appreciate you all. And I will see you at the end of the video. Let's get into it, shall we?
First bonfire there. Don't want to die.
We should get out of here before something goes terribly wrong.
So, first up, the document starts with an exploration log that was found on this level. The log is between two explorers, and the two people are wandering through the woods of the level when they come across an apple tree. But the apple tree just looks off to them. It's bigger than apples from real life, and it's leaking some kind of strange juice. Thinking nothing's wrong, one wanderer just bites into the apple, and after that, they knew they did the
I guess I
wrong
would
thing.
recommend
The apple tastes off, and it starts leaking that weird substance. The wanderer then starts to convulse and to purge repeatedly. She falls down, and her skin starts to split apart, and her bones start to shift and multiply into multiple legs and arms. Her face starts to morph and distort, and she grows pincers and legs. The other wanderer that she was with watches in horror at what's happening to their friend and freaks out because their friend just turned into some kind of human centipede creature. So he drops his apple, runs away as fast as possible, and he's almost in the clearing until he trips. And you can guess what the centipede does next. So yeah, that was the intro log. What a great way to start off the level. You know, I definitely want to go there now. It seems really safe. Now it's time for the level description.
Now, I could try and kill this guy,
Level 65
honestly,
of the back rooms is the 66th level,
kill him,
and it's been
really not worth
classified
it
as a
because
class
I'm,
4
like,
difficulty,
upgrading
being very unsafe, very insecure, with a medium dangerous entity. The level itself has been split into 5 specific parts. The main area, the apple trees, the mouths, the centipedes, and the stump. So first I'm going to explain the main area, so you can kind of get a sense of what we're dealing with. Level 65 is a constantly foggy and misty forest that has a bunch of different types of trees scattered throughout it. The trees seem to all be a
main attack you ought to be
reddish
worried
color,
about,
and their leaves are also dark red. Across this forest landscape, a thick, humid
Now I'm just going to
fog
show you this area here. This is not where we're going to go, but you can head down
which makes
here,
it
head
really
down
hard to
this
see out in
cliff,
front of you
all
or
the way
really hard
down
to see above you.
to
There's no other weather besides a cool breeze that blows through the forest, which keeps the temperature at a nice, chill, fall-like temperature. The trees inside this level are not regular trees because they seem to be carnivorous, as in they literally eat meat. What kind of meat do they eat, you might ask? Well, it's specifically the meat of individuals who don't make it out of the level. Their corpses being absorbed into the ground by the tree's roots. So far we have giant centipedes, weird poisonous apples, and carnivorous trees. Nice. Speaking of the ground though, it's littered with red leaves and those oversized centipedes, some of which have been measured to be over 6 feet long, which is totally not horrific. No, it's totally fine. Anyways, that's the main part of the level, a red-colored misty forest with cannibal trees. Now, I'm going to talk about the apple tree section. So the blood apple trees on this level manifest themselves evenly in evenly spaced rows. Each row is approximately 15 feet apart from the other row, and from the outside perspective, they just look like an apple orchard with red trees and apples. Nothing too crazy. But it's when you start looking at the actual apples that you notice something is off. The apples on the trees are very anomalous, and like I said, they seem to leak this red, vicious liquid. The liquid is very similar to stuff that comes out of our veins, but it's thought to be from animals. But just know that you should never eat any apples that you find on this level. Don't touch or bite or
you can get to
otherwise because what you saw in the log will happen. You'll start to turn sick and start convulsing, and
now
you'll
immediately
eventually
before that
crack
door,
yourself into a
white light, there's this here. This is just some stupid souls, like 400 souls. And if you pick this up, there's a tree here,
a tree here,
So we also have a dog
and this is a tree too, I think. The three of them.
And we have our
And they
first
will
actual
stand
weapon.
up,
Right,
and they'll be so annoying to deal with for the rest of the
The femur of
playthrough.
Fury,
Because they're
useful
always
for
there.
mangling mosquitoes.
So if you pick that up,
So like Secret
well,
of Mana,
is it really
your
worth
weapons
400
have
souls
levels.
to deal
So the
with
more
those
you
three?
use
Probably
them
not.
against enemies, the stronger
Now
they
this is the
get,
zone
and you can
that we
start
want to be
using
at.
more
You
charge
can
attacks.
go, you can make a quick
unlike
right
Secret
here,
of
which
Mana,
will actually, you got to get the tree out of
versions of
there.
every weapon. They
See,
don't
you
change
could go
levels.
this way, chop this tree down,
Three weapons.
and okay, as far as I know, taking this path here doesn't actually lead anywhere that productive. I mean, there's a little bit of loot, but nothing else really that exciting. You want to be hanging onto this left wall. Stay really close to this left wall.
These people were being allowed.
We'll take a look. I want to do a little bit of exploration. That's trying to bait you. They're too
With
close
the
there.
blessing of his priest.
And yes, it works.
To carry on that way, like not even just that the priest is saying, "Oh,
Are you ready for some action?
Some
action.
Now, I'm actually wondering where this guy came from. If he's from that area where they try to ambush you if you pick up those souls. If he followed me and like still spawned, I didn't think I didn't think it was easy to attract anyone from this new still just sticking to this left wall, and we're actually almost already at the boss. The only thing you have to do is run by a knight here. You could kill him too, but I'm not really that desperate for souls. And the only other thing before you head out, right here in the bushes, Witch Beatrice, summon her. Oh look, the knight. You summon Witch Beatrice just like the NPC that I used for the gargoyle fight. She's gonna help me out here. Now in that gargoyle fight, it would have been so simple for me to kill those gargoyles, like simple piece of cake. Oh, okay. But in this case, against the Moonlight Butterfly, she actually does help out a lot, just because the Moonlight Butterfly does a lot of magical, like, missile attacks. So I don't have any of that when I'm a melee fighter, so she's going to be a lot more helpful here than that last NPC, which was pretty necessary. You can still take on the Moonlight Butterfly. In the original time I fought this boss, I took her, I killed her without with just using melee. But this time we're gonna have some, and I'm just showing you the best way to do it. And once again, or really like the easiest, simplest, fastest way to do it. And once again, you can only summon these NPCs to help alongside you if you're in human form. If you go back to your bonfire and reverse hollowing, then so this Moonlight Butterfly's got a few different attacks. So that one is like AoE, so just hold your shield up. I should actually switch to a shield that has really good magic resist. Huge shield. Wow, okay, I just realized how owned this Moonlight Butterfly actually is getting. I'm going to do some real heavy attacks here with my Drake sword. Uh-oh. Run. You gotta be careful though. If you two-hand the Drake sword and do heavy attacks, it actually reduces the durability of the weapon as well. So if you're caught out in like the middle of nowhere and you can't prepare, that can suck. Okay, that's that. Thanks, Beatrice, for doing like 80% of the damage against that boss. You get the soul of the Moonlight Butterfly. You can consume it for souls, but that's like almost always not recommended as well because you don't get very many. And if you don't consume it, you can then upgrade. You can upgrade weapons. The Moonlight Butterfly makes a spear and a shield, I think. Neither of which are really that useful for my type of melee build, but they might be useful to you. So I'm just gonna head up here, and up here you're gonna get an ember, a divine ember. These embers are given to blacksmiths. Okay, watchtower basement actually, that's important as well, and divine ember. So a little homework bonus. Why not use that? The divine ember you're going to give to, I don't remember, is it Andre the Blacksmith? I believe it's Andre the Blacksmith. That would really make the most sense. And yeah, no, it is. Actually, I remember now. He upgrades +5 weapons into divine weapons, but he needs that ember first. Divine weapons, really going into detail here, but can use divine weapons in catacombs, and for certain builds because they scale with different stats. And then I also got a basement key a moment ago, and you use the basement key for access to sort of the pathway that leads you to the depths. So we're going to go ahead and just use up all those souls I just got, upgrading vitality and endurance all the way up to 20. Got some nice life, some boosted stamina, and more equipment as well. Usually you want to boost its endurance up to a point that you have max stamina for this type of melee build, but it also helps increasing my equipment load, so now I can, experiment a bit more and possibly switch on heavier gear. Anyways, that's going to wrap up this video. I just realized I actually did this whole thing while wearing one ring because I only had one ring. Alright guys, next video, we're going to be adventuring off somewhere else. I'm not even sure yet. Killed off 2 bosses in this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks a lot for watching. Thanks for commenting, liking, all that stuff. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks again. I'm Hunter.
Here's what's... How would you... Okay. When am I... I'll tell you what I'll do. You say your piece, and then when you're done, you have to make me the promise that you will shut the fuck up for at least 2 minutes.
What's going on, guys? This is Hunter SC,
Can you do that?
and tonight's episode of Dark Souls is going to be a lot more direct than episode 4. Although episode 4 was pretty sick, I didn't really have a game plan going into it. So I know what I'm going to show you guys here, and it's a couple of sweet kills and some sick armor as well. Really useful armor. We're heading into Dark Garden, Forest, or base. I don't know. Okay, as soon as the title comes up, what?
I don't need to say my piece when I've already said it.
Or more. But I'm really looking forward to covering the whole game with you guys, starting here with things betwixt. So I'm going to take my time going through these zones at some points, while at others, maybe I'll be rushing, even running by monsters and whatnot. But I do have quite a bit I want to talk about for lots of the different zones, so sometimes you'll find me dawdling, taking my time just to give me some extra speaking time. So yeah, before heading in to meet the old hags, I guess just want to point out a couple quick things here that, a lot of people are already going to be aware of, but I cover them anyway. So you can actually hop down here, or just run off and pick up a little gambling token. So this is the smallest of 3 sizes tokens you can trade with the crow, and do the trading system. That's very different. It's a different system from the past 2 games. And I'm going to be making a lot of comparisons to the past 2 games as well, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. I think that's fairly understandable, but I guess I just don't want to surprise anyone, just letting you know ahead of time. Yeah, let's try and not get consumed by this guy. Wow, he even caught me with his one of his attacks. So just right here is what I'm looking for. Please don't. Okay, well that's not such a big deal. This actually gives me like 30 seconds, and this will be the only load screen that I actually play in full. Any load screens from now on, whether I die or I'm using a homeward spawn or whatever the case is, I'm going to cut down the load screens because on console they're really quite lengthy. There's no reason for me to make you sit through them, except for this time, because I wanted to talk to you guys about why it's been so long since I've uploaded. And it's kind of hard for me to address this without making excuses. Sorry, there's a loud noise in the background distracting me. It's hard to address it without making excuses, so what I can say is I didn't want to be recording walkthroughs and gameplays with commentary, and in my opinion it's kind of unwise to force myself to do it because it'll compromise the quality. If I don't want to be recording a walkthrough and I force myself to, it's not going to be fun for me, and as a result, it's not going to be fun for anyone watching. So, that's really the main reason why, and I'm just happy that I'm, able to do it now. So I'm going to skip this. I'm going to skip a fair amount of story and dialogue. I guess I feel kind of bad because some of the viewers have not seen all this stuff. But I can't sit through it all, honestly. I need to move through this walkthrough at a certain pace, and hopefully I won't be talking over the NPCs too much. But yeah, I will be skipping for a amount of dialogue. Anyways, to do the character creation here, we're just going to pick some simple stuff. We'll go male. I do like the big head, so we'll turn that on. Keep a regular physique. And you know what, guys? We're going to go completely default here. I'm not going to do any customization at all. I understand some people spend hours and hours making the perfect character, but we don't have time for that right now. I do want to talk about the classes, because the class selection is one of my favorite parts of Souls games. So let's look at what we have to offer, what Dark Souls 2 has to offer us. Warrior, very flimsy weapon, broken straight sword, garbage. I think he's the only one that comes with a shield, and then he's got an armor set that you can get immediately, so that's not really that exciting. The knight's got a good weapon, but nothing else really. The swordsman, we're gonna pick this one. I'm like 99% sure, unless we have a last minute change of heart. I guess we can just talk about him quickly now. His 2 swords that he comes with are actually upgraded, just a +1, but that's like a really nice perk. And then to have, a short sword and a scimitar, I don't think you can power stance them right off the bat. No, definitely not. But regardless, having 2 is pretty good. But more importantly, it's the Wanderer outfit that we're here for. I don't even know where you get this in the game. Maybe someone can mention in the comments where you can pick up the Wanderer outfit in Dark Souls 2, or if there's more than one place, because I have no idea. But it's a favorite armor set of mine. I think it looks pretty fresh, and we're going to go with that. Just to take a quick look, though, at the rest of the classes, I've never picked the bandit before, although he does come with a bow. I don't know, I think that's the long bow, I'm not sure, though. I don't really like his armor set, though. Of course, we're going to avoid the cleric. Just coming with a piece of chest armor and a healing spell. His mace. The mage. Fairly simple, not exactly sure what armor that is. Not a huge deal. The Explorer is definitely worth pointing out. He's got an item discovery helmet. He's got 7 different pieces in his belt, some useful tokens there, as well as a magic defense ring. This is a really good starting class, and actually look, he's got even bolts. Why do they start the Explorer with bolts but no crossbow? I don't know. And then the full deprived. 6s across the board, soul level 1, nothing in his inventory. Okay. I just wanted to go over the classes, because as I mentioned before, I've always liked that in Souls games. And then to talk quickly here, we've got to pick a gift. I think the best choice for us is the Bonfire Ascetic. These are very scarce early on in the game. Petrified Something is definitely worth mentioning, because you can trade this right away, like 1 minute from now, with the crows, and the Petrified Something is the level 3 gambling token. So you can have a pretty decent chance of trading it for a rare weapon, for example, and you get that right at the beginning of the game. So that's one worth mentioning. But we're going to go with the Ascetic instead. I think we're ready here. We just skip this once again. And I think we now have control over the character, and we're ready to actually start playing. Okay. So these ladies in the house, I'm sure, some people are familiar. You come back here with a soul vessel if you want to respec. Respecs are free in this game, considering that soul vessels are farmable. Yeah, you can come back here for that. This lady will also give you a ladle at one point. I'm not sure if we have to come back and talk to her or what, but yeah, if you're interested in a soup ladle for a weapon, that is available. Oh, this actually happens to me all the time. Take the wrong door on my way out.
We have 5 choices here.
Alright, and the first of many.
Has a focus on offensive and defensive magics. We have Grizz, who hits things really hard. And that's pretty much it. We have
And the new mechanic introduced in Dark Souls 2, the torch. A very controversial mechanic because they kind of took it out of the game at the last moment. And yeah, this is here what we're sort of greeted with. Still sort of making our way to that daylight out there. But let's take a look at this very first tutorial section on our left. We'll just run by these guys. So this is one of 3 tutorial sections and things betwixt. It's really the only one that I usually visit. And before we get ambushed here, got all these stragglers following us. I just wanted to sort of look out here. Got a pretty nice view. We've got a second ogre over there, and there's actually even a third one that's like hiding behind the ramp over there. And then there's a coffin you can climb into. And they actually updated the text for that coffin. Now it lets you know that your nature has changed, or something like that. There's a quote it gives you now. Before the patch, it gave you no information. So I was on my first character climbing in and out of that coffin, trying to figure out what it did. But I had something over my head, so I did not realize it was turning me from a guy to a girl and back and forth all you want. I don't really know why they included that. It's not like your gender matters in this game the way it does in Demon Souls, for example. But yeah, they included that anyway. That same kind of coffin mechanic makes a comeback in the latest DLC as a transport. I think it's the only 2 places you see that in the game. So we're just going to kick down this ladder, and then this is the nest, where you trade.
That's nice to know, so that I'd be able to be of more help to you guys.
So why don't we just do a very quick demonstration. We've got one thing we can leave.
Good luck. Let's talk to everyone.
Let's see what we get.
Says it's beautiful that you
Old mundane stone.
That's what she says.
Useless.
Says you don't have to put up with
But that's okay.
for her sake. She's all right.
So we're going to skip that second tutorial here and the third one coming up on the left and make our way out into the main game and say goodbye to things betwixt for now. The only other thing worth mentioning that we missed was that very first ogre. If you kill him, you get the stone ring, which was buffed significantly in a recent patch. Stone ring is really good, especially if you're using like a long sword or short sword, a lightweight weapon. Anyways, here's the trademark sanctuary for Dark Souls 2, Majula. Very sunny, sunrise, I do believe. And right away we got a couple things I can point out. One of the gifts you can choose for Dark Souls 1, Divine Blessings are much more abundant in this game. We're going to head down this path later, although on a blind playthrough I would immediately go right in there to see what was over there. And then just behind these like weeds here you can drop down and down again. And you can pick up that chime early if you're not a cleric, and that particular chime actually has like the fastest cast rate in the game, except for like a chime that has crazy stat requirements. We might as well take a quick look at it because I've mentioned it now. Yeah, cast rate there at the bottom is 140 casting speed. So that's one of the fastest in the game available right at the beginning. Very useful. This is the Emerald Herald. We're going to skip all her dialogues. Again, I've actually heard these lines like 100 times. So I hope you don't mind me skipping them. I suppose if you really wanted, you could pause it and check out the dialogue line by line. But anyways, we don't have any souls to level up here, and perhaps I should have grabbed an upgrading shard first, but we'll do that in a moment. Usually like to head up here, and so that's my death count because I'm playing offline right now. Ordinarily there would be hundreds of millions of deaths here. Then of course we have the Crestfallen Warrior. I don't remember his name. We're not going to talk to him right now. So this character is basically in all 3 Souls games. I don't really like the version in Dark Souls 2 here with this guy. I mean, he's just so depressed in this game. I mean, it's almost like boring, and you know, he's kind of monotone and not very interesting. At least the Crestfallen Warrior in previous games, you know, he had a bit of an attitude. You know, he was cracking jokes and laughing and whatnot. But anyways, they decided to bring him back. We don't need to talk anymore about him. We've got this green blacksmith here. I think his name is Lenegrast. And of course we're going to help him out in a little while. A couple more things we want to grab in Majula. Of course you can knock this rock in, pull up a undead, and grab our first Estus flash shard. So that'll give us 1 additional swig of Estus when we sit at a bonfire. You can get a maximum of 12. So we've got an armorer here selling some basic gear right off the bat. He's got the knight set, the warrior set, and then infantry armor as well. Really nothing special yet, but by the end of your playthrough, he's got like multiple pages of armor sets available. Really a ton of options to choose. You do have to pay him though. Once you've spent like 15 or 16,000 souls, his inventory is like fully stocked. You can get all the goods then. We also just grabbed some upgrading materials. And before we head over to the Forest of the Fallen Giants, let's just get 1 extra Estus.
Do you know something about
Hopefully
his death?
we won't need it, but
I was there when he died.
You'd better explain yourself.
So early on, you got a couple of options.
Yeah, I killed him.
You can
He gave me the
head
Amulet of Kings.
You brought me the
Hyde's
Amulet of
Tower
Kings?
of Flame.
This
through
cannot be.
The far tunnel
Let
there.
me see it.
Here you go.
In theory, if you had a bit more souls, you could get a ring and head straight down there.
How did you get
I guess
this?
I might as well open up
What do you
this
know of the Emperor's death?
NPC. So this is one of the most
Tell
surprising
the Emperor-
NPCs
okay, yeah,
when I started playing the game.
As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you. Only the strange destiny of Uriel
I didn't
Septim
expect
could have
a
brought you to me carrying the Amulet of
feline
Kings.
NPC, but here we are. And I guess I shouldn't really be that surprised.
Close
There
shut the
was,
jaws of
you know,
oblivion?
the leader of the
Meaning is
Forest
unclear to
Covenant
me as
in
well.
Dark Souls 1 Alva.
The Emperor
was a
seemed to
cat, too.
perceive some
So
threat
yeah,
from the
you
demonic
get
world of oblivion.
13,400 souls.
The Prince of
Get the cat
Destruction,
ring.
Mehrunes Dagon,
It's an
is
item
one of
for
the
demon
lords of
souls,
oblivion.
and you can use it to
But the mortal world
head
is protected from the
downstairs,
daedra of oblivion by magical barriers.
you know, down towards the gutter there.
How can oblivion threaten us?
I'm not sure. Only the
Last
emperors
thing in
truly
Majula.
understand the meaning behind the rituals of coronation.
We've got the
The
Champions
Amulet of
Covenant
Kings
here.
is ancient. Saint Alicia herself received
Originally,
it from the gods.
I was
It is a
thinking
holy
of
relic
doing
of
the
grace.
playthrough while part of the Champions
When an
Covenant.
emperor is crowned,
I've
he
spent
uses the amulet to light the dragon fires
probably
at the
the
temple of the One
majority
in the
of my
Imperial
time
City.
in Dark Souls
With the emperor dead
as
and no new
a
heir
Covenant
crowned,
of Champion
the dragon fires in the
member.
temple will be dark.
Yeah,
for the
maybe it's like
first time in
50-50,
centuries.
because you can't do any
It may be
co-op
that
when
the
you're part of
dragon
the
fires
Covenant.
protected us from a threat
And,
that only the emperor was aware of.
Yeah, so the game just seems kind of quiet.
The Emperor
in that
asked me to
regard.
find his son.
When
I am
you're
one
a
of the
member.
few who know of his existence.
And although it does
Many
add
years ago,
a
I
challenge,
served as captain of Uriel's bodyguards. the blades.
It can also
One night
feel
Muriel
kind
pulled
of
me into
cheesy
his
at
private
points,
chambers.
just
A
with
baby
how
boy
much
lay
damage
sleeping in a box.
certain monsters and
Muriel
attacks are
told
going
me
to
to
do.
deliver him somewhere safe.
And I really want to try to limit
He
the
never told
deaths
me
on this
anything else
playthrough.
about
I mean,
the
we
baby,
got our
but I
dying
knew
out of the
it was
way
his
at the
son.
very beginning
From time
by
to
dying
time,
to
he
that
would ask
ogre.
about the child's progress.
But
Now, it
truly,
seems
I
that
want to
this
limit
illegitimate son is
deaths
the
like
heir
as
to the Septim
few
throne.
as possible.
If he yet
So we'll be favoring like safe tactics and
Oh,
and
so he may
whatnot.
not be alive? Where can I find Uriel's son?
His name is Martin.
Martin.
He serves Akatosh in the chapel in the city of Kvatch, south of
Kvatch,
here.
okay.
You must go to Kvatch and find him at once. If the enemy is aware of his existence, as seems likely,
Great.
he is in terrible
Oh,
danger.
gotta be careful.
And please,
Didn't
let
realize
me
that
know if
thing
there's anything
automatically
you need.
closed.
My resources here are
Alright,
limited,
hopping down
but
from
I will
this
help in any
bridge,
way I can.
and we actually encounter the most
What about the amulet
looted
of peace?
It will
chest
be safest here with me.
in the entire
Okay.
When you
game. I'm just
return
gonna
with
go ahead and
Martin,
say it.
we
This
will
has to
figure
be
out
like
our
the
next
most
move.
farmed chest in the
I mean,
game.
you're probably right about that. If I'm
We only get
traveling
one
around.
effigy from it
Any
on New
assistance?
Game,
I keep a
but
few
New Game
things
Plus
here in
and
my
beyond you
chest
get
to
5,
resupply traveling blades.
which means that
Help
okay.
yourself to whatever you
you can
need.
trade bonfire
Thank you.
aesthetics for
Is
5
that it?
or
That's
even
all I can talk
6.
to you about?
Your first
I can't.
priority
Effigies if you
now
wanna
should
do
be
a
to
little
find
extra
Martin
running
and bring
around.
him back here.
And because
Darius?
that's the most
One of the
effective
youngest blades ever to serve
place
in the
to
Emperor's
get
personal
human
guard.
effigies, it's definitely the most farm box chest in the game. We did open up a chest just a few moments ago with a rusted coin in it, and I kind of thought that item was pointless when I first started playing the game. Like, you've got these like limited rusted coins that are consumable. Like, when really am I gonna use it? I do not mean to rest here because it just respawned all the enemies. Should we run by, guys? Hey, what's up, guys? I think we're gonna have to. I already killed them once, so let's run it by the second time. But to finish that previous thought, the rusted coin is actually very useful for farming the super rare drops.
Everybody, I'm about to set up the actual
There are a number of like
cutscene
named
and
Black Phantoms,
enjoy.
or even unnamed Black Phantoms, that only spawn one time. And if you want them to spawn again, you have to burn a bonfire aesthetic. And bonfire aesthetics are pretty scarce. Well, actually, that's not really a fair assessment, because you can definitely farm aesthetics multiple ways, but they're still very limited. You know, you don't want to waste them. So, to get the most out of your bonfire aesthetics when you're farming rare drops, pop a rusted coin immediately before you kill off, you know, the monster that you're farming.
There's 4 or 5 levels,
And
I can't remember which.
yeah, that'll help a lot, especially if you combine it with all the other item discovery pieces available in this game. You can really stack it up high. Like there's like the prisoner's waistcloth, and the gold serpent ring +2, and a couple of helmets that help out there, as well as the rusted coin. So, all right. So we're getting a little bit more action going on here. Just R1ing these guys down with the scimitar. Kind of want to switch to the short sword. It's definitely my move set of choice, the straight sword set.
This is the maze like that I recall so unfondly when I was a kid. Quite a few enemies in here, I do think.
So coming up soon, I feel like the stone ring actually would have helped us quite a bit. Soon enough we'll be going up against enemies with like heavier armor sets, and sometimes being able to stagger an enemy, you know, with one hit instead of 2 can actually save your life.
I'm going to be going all throughout this video
a fancy
saying,
plunging
what is
attack
this?
just to finish that guy.
What is this? Why are there rugs on the wall? Why is the floor curved? It's just Shemsuck's tower is
We'll grab this shield as well. Very small, lightweight buckler, good for parrying. It's easier to parry with those smaller shields. They have like a longer parry animation, and it makes it easier because there's like more active frames in it. Now you can definitely hop down here, take a ladder, or you know, take the long way. There's a human effigy over there, which It's definitely worth grabbing. But really the fire longsword that is down in a hole down there, guarded by a toad who shoots out fireballs, is one of the best swords you can get early on. Speaking of strong early game swords, I probably should have mentioned it when we passed him, but there was a sitting enemy in a white cloak just sitting in the previous section, not hostile towards us. He doesn't go hostile until you attack him, but he drops a sword with excellent lightning damage. So that's two good weapons you can get early on, but we're not actually going to pick up either one. Lighting this bonfire here, this is like a iconic bonfire for Dark Souls 2. This was like the very first area ever revealed in preview trailers, and so it'll be cool to go through it. Okay, Melentia, she's got some good stuff for sale. Something we definitely need is a firebomb, and we're going to need the key for the blacksmith as well.
I have to say, I'm getting kind of tired of zombies.
You can head up here for some extra loot. Just bust down the door. It's locked, but you can break through it. There's nothing really that exciting, but a couple of useful pieces. Not anything that I think we'll need. But let me show you a shortcut to a shortcut. Okay, you come up to this wall here, line up just like this, face towards the ground. There you go. The firebomb explosion kind of triggers the TNT barrels that are on the other side of the wall. So you can get access to the rest of the forest of fallen giants without even traversing the fog wall that's below us. Okay, so we've got some enemies. This guy's actually fully running after me. But what we're after is just across this gap. And you can definitely get pegged with an arrow there and fall. We're going to be fortunate enough to avoid that. And you want to be careful here too. This is pretty cheesy. Like, that is just going to run you over your first time here for sure.
Oh, here's how we know we're talking about the same thing. You've got your idea of what, creed or whatever.
And let's quickly chat with Kale.
Did they respond to that?
Yeah, what I recall is that the response is
Elrond has gained a level, needs to gain a level, that means everyone has gained 20 hit points.
And I'm not saying they're empirical, but Thomistic philosophy.
Okay, Kale is a map maker, and we just want to talk to him very quickly. We don't need to hear about his cartography, but we do need something from him. So after the fourth time you talk to him, he'll give you the mansion key, and that is something that we'll be using shortly. Let me cut down this load time for everyone.
Quick save after all of that.
Tradition of the Roman Catholic system. So, but for them, they would not. I don't think they would.
So we can activate the blacksmith. Just have to rest a bonfire. And then let's go take a look inside the mansion.
With lots of doors. God-like and natural. Okay, so the door we came in is that one.
One question I had, Jay. I think there's also something like this. I think came up. I didn't watch it.
Okay, so this first room here.
Somebody might argue that.
Yeah, like, does anyone know what was going on in here? Why there's a giant book? I don't know. This is the item I mentioned before. Sorry, I'm getting so excited here. The Pharaoh's lockstones and the traps and the secret areas are one of the cool mechanics that in this game. I'm quite fond of that addition, and we'll see it like throughout. It's like an ongoing thing in the game. So these are the skeletons, or I guess just one skeleton on New Game, that reside in the basement. So they kind of own the meachew mansion. They each drop a human effigy, and yeah, for each additional New Game Plus that you progress, There's one additional skeleton down here. I assume it caps at 7. That's a decent source of humanity early on. And here we get our first respec. And another Estus shard as well. So that'll be helpful. It's good to get a few Estus shards early on, just because having one flask really sucks. The only other thing upstairs here is just going to be some upgrading materials. Okay, so we've collected everything we needed from the mansion. Now that we have a Pharaoh's Lockstone, we can head back to Forest of the Fallen Giants. And I just want to grab a few things there, and then we'll make our way to the boss that we'll be taking on in just a few minutes.
Whoops. I did not even mean to go through there. I did not even know there was a door through there. It just kind of goes through the elemental. You can just fight it yourself, and how you go back.
So the difficulty is going to be ramping up a little bit here, but I have a real tendency to just run by like any optional monsters. You have to be careful here too, because if you just kind of take your time there, you'll just die, because they have all those like ballista type mechanisms pointed right at the front door. And this trap too is booby trapped, and it's actually a random trap. It could be a poison one like we saw there, or it could have like 3 crossbow bolts shooting out in all directions. Alright, so this is something that I definitely recommend opening up early on. Got a couple chests here.
There's a box.
As you can see.
Very, very tall killers.
So this is really the item we're after.
Alright, so let's quick save.
Making a comeback from Dark Souls 1. This is just the, +0 version, so it's not a great Chloranthy ring, but we'll definitely take it. And then a slab for, no purpose early on at all. I don't really know why I put it there.
How are we doing for reagents right now?
So I thought that this was kind of cute as well. Like, there's no key for that door as far as I know. But if you just make a bit of a racket outside the door, these guys will fully just open it for you. Please. I wanted to push him when he's got a shield up. Oh, okay, we are good for the forward R1. I thought that the scimitar as a curved sword would have that sort of slash backflip as a forward R1, but no, it's got the push. It's good to know. Okay, and then here, the large Titanite shards, those are very good early on. And the life ring, never going to say no to some extra life. And there's nothing else we want to do in this area for now, so let's head back to the job.
This is what I meant earlier when I said that
successfully fixed the log.
Okay, so Hag Melentia still has not showed up here. I thought that the number of souls you need to spend with her was like rather small, but maybe it was adjusted. So we'll have to go back to her at a later time and like buy the 5 humanity she has, and then maybe she will transport herself.
Father Deacon Ananias made his point here, it seems to
so as you can see, we're moving far away from the Forest of Fallen Giants, kind of doing things in a different order. I bet a lot of people expected I would be fighting the, what's his name, the last giant in this video, but that's not going to happen. Okay, we got the Crimson Parma. Not a very good Parma. There are at least a couple other Parmas in this game that are better than the red one. But yeah, we're going to head over to Hyde's Tower of Flame. I'm wondering what's even up here. Like, what's the point of these stairs? Oh, right. If you're coming back the opposite way, that's where the lever is to, I guess, open the door. It's the only thing it could do. Alright.
I think Aileron is in need of a
So this was one of the exciting parts of the game when I first arrived here, for sure. Like, this zone looks really cool. You've got the cathedral, there to the left with the drawbridge. And then everything's just so big. Really nice view. Such a beautiful game, honestly. We've got our first old knight. Just grab this bonfire. So I'm actually gonna go to just using one weapon.
Almost tempted to put a different weapon on
One
beacon
weapon,
for the time being and see if we can
a couple Estus here. Hopefully it'll be enough to get us through this upcoming part. So this guy might be the only one I actually kill. Oh man, my rolling is non-existent. His friend has come to help him out.
we're going to use decently style orthodox strikes. You can do damage to these things.
How best to approach this? Probably would have been to be proactive. Kill this first guy before engaging the second. Alright, well, I'm not fighting both of these guys at the same time. Not with these flimsy gear. Pieces of gear. Oh, actually, on second thought, now we have an opportunity. We've separated them. Okay, so you definitely want to kill the big mace-wielding guy, because he drops some of the sublime bone dust you can see on screen, of course. So that's actually going to make the Estus Flask more potent. So the bone dust is more valuable than the Estus Flask shards. And yeah, there's definitely not as many sublime bone dust, so you want to collect those whenever possible. For sure. Okay.
I'm not sure what day it is on the calendar. We'd have to check if it was in a bad phase for Q.
So on New Game, you just get some green blossom here. On New Game Plus, the loot is a little bit better. And I hear the sound of a summon sign. So I'm going to summon this Phantom. But what I actually really want, for this boss fight is to show you guys how to, I guess, kind of cheese him. There's a way you can make him just walk right off the ledge. And although I've done it before, I did that like a long time ago, so I don't expect, any consistency there. That's okay. Masterless Glencower will help us out if we fail. So let's see. You move through the fog door, and then you wait. You gotta kind of watch his feet. Okay, now. Push him off. Nice. Good work. Me and the Phantom here. Team effort. Nice. I'm actually very excited. I got to pull that off. I didn't think I could just randomly do it without ever practicing it, except for one time. But anyway, so that's a very easy 9,000 souls. And we've got our bonfire here. We may be back here later. Of course, if you head down here, that leads to No Man's Wharf, an optional area, but one we might take on a bit later. And then this is my least favorite NPC in the game. What's her name? Oh, she's so annoying. God, we want to spend as little time with her as possible. So let's buy something that sells for 2,000 souls. And then spam the talk option until she says, I expected. So that's that. And now if we go and rest the bonfire, we can see her disappear. And it's back to Majula.
So basically, yeah, they're really wanting to hook it now. What in the world is that?
Alright. So we need to now decide what we're going to do with all these souls. So let's take a quick look at our stat spread. Wow, Wanderer starts with 4 vigor. That's brutal. So we can spend all the souls, get 7 levels up, and I'm content to put them all in vigor. I don't really see what other option would be as good, just because our life total is so low right now. So let's do that. Also, the zone that we're going to be taking on next time is, you know, a lot harder than any of the stuff we've done so far, so I'll definitely need some extra health. And yeah, we can see that Blacksmith is now working away, so we can use him to upgrade anything, as long as we've got the materials. So those we'll be looking for as well in the next episode, I'm sure. And we'll just head down here. Oh, you know what, guys? I've had a small miscalculation. I was recommending that we head down and talk to Lycia so that she can move the path and unlock Huntsman's Copse. But we don't have enough souls. She charges 2,000 souls. But you know what? I've just realized we've got souls in our inventory. Let's just use the Dragon Rider soul. An extra 6,000. I could probably use those for level ups. In fact, we need to upgrade the Sublime, or the Estus Flask as well, so I've kind of forgotten to do a few things. So yeah, we both pray together here, and for some reason that moves this path. She's got the key to the contraption right now. So you can do it the way I did, exhaust her dialogues in Heights Tower of Flame, buy something from her, and then she'll disappear and show up here. And this was a really frustrating mechanic for myself and a lot of people, I think early on, who just did not realize this. Like, the idea that this was how you were to progress in the game was absurd for Souls standards. Like, this was never a mechanic used in previous Souls games, where you could not progress in a game unless you, like, buy miracles, which, you know, maybe I'm not buying anyway, because I don't want to use magic or whatever. You know, an exhaust her dialogue, which is a bit more understandable. But to combine them, to have her to move here, to open up this path is, like, really unintuitive. So I actually had to look that up online. And as you can probably tell, it made me kind of upset. So, yeah, you can do it that way. You can actually just kill her, too, in Heights Tower of Flame. Good luck with that. She's, like, the toughest NPC in the game to kill. She's got an absolutely deadly Wrath of the Gods and other spells. She's very, very strong. Ton of HP. She can heal herself. Oh, man. Lycia, I tell you. And then actually, in the very end game, you can get a Cracked Eye Orb and invade her, because apparently she's like an usurper of the throne, and she's truly evil, and you can invade her in her world, or I don't know how all of that lore kind of breaks down, but invade her and kill her off. I've never actually done that either. Anyways, that's enough about that NPC. We now have access to the Dark Souls 2 beta. This is where you started for the beta. Really exciting zone. When I finally got here, I was pleasantly surprised, because I did not expect Huntsman's Copse to be here. I was expecting, like, the sewers or something, so it was like a very pleasant surprise. Anyways, I'm kind of rambling now. This video has been quite long, like it's longer than I want it to be, so from now on there'll probably be shorter videos, a little bit. And so this guy's only going to activate as a vendor if you have enough, like, int and or faith, so we don't have those stats. But he sells hexes, so you can, well, actually you don't have a way of knowing that, but I'll mention that. Okay guys, I need to cut the video off here. There's still, you know, the matter of spending these souls, so I guess we'll just do that at the beginning of the next video, and then progress on into Huntsman's Copse. See you guys next time. Peace. Peace out.
that the Middle Ages was the there we go. No, medieval popes were already into a well-developed, warfare-based.
Hey guys, welcome back. I am Hunter SC. This is episode 2 of our Dark Souls walkthrough, and as we get started here on Huntsman's Copse, I have a little bit of explaining to do. As you can see, we don't have any souls. In the last video, we did have about 4,000. So I took those souls and hold on one second. I'm sorry, there was a bug on the screen. Can't be having that. We took those souls and went to the Cardinal Tower bonfire, and I spent them at Meachew because after spending a certain amount of souls, she will move to Majula, and I really wanted her to, but she just refused to move. It's unfortunate, and I cut that piece out of the video just because it ended up being a waste of time. She didn't go back to Majula, and thus we can't get the Silver Serpent Ring from her. So, yeah, because we didn't accomplish much there, I just cut that out. But then I actually started doing Huntsman's Copse, and as you can see, my bloodstain is right here. I died in like the first minute, and well, I didn't see much purpose in including that piece either, so yeah, we just started the video again. Cool. We're going to be going through Huntsman's Copse, of course. That much is obvious here. It's going to be one of the harder zones for us, I think, just because we're under-geared using the basic short sword that came with this character. But I do like that the short sword's one-handed R2 is a nice straight thrust, unlike, a wide arcing cleave that the long swords have. You can use it in like a narrow hallway. So that actually helped us out right here. This enemy we just killed is actually really annoying too. He's got a club, and he's just fully designed to catch you off guard and smack you. And with a club, it'll really knock you back and push you off the edge. Basically, everyone who comes there for the first time will experience that. Alright, so we've got a shortcut here, and what is now a very close by bonfire to the first one we lit. Oh, I also did one other thing. I did go back to Majula and upgraded the Estus Flask in both ways. One Sublime Bone Dust, one Estus Flask Shard. Both of those we grabbed in the last video. So we've got 3 flasks at +1.
And some of the post-Vatican II statements actually do some of that.
Alright, some really easy enemies coming up here, guys. What's going on? This guy almost always drops, and this is the beginning of our Dark Souls 4 walkthrough. This particular video series has been, in the making for a long time. I guess I'll point out that Dark Souls 2 came out. There's actually a platform you can drop down to, and I'm now ready to... Is this guy clinging on to the edge? I'm obviously very excited to be doing this. It certainly is. Anyways, yeah, there's a platform you can actually drop down to that you can see from here, just from the bonfire we previously lit the whole game with you guys. And there's some starting here things. There's a chest, I think, some loot down there. I mean, there's definitely going to be something to pick up. But again, if I don't think others, worth getting, we'll probably avoid it. And if I can't recall what a piece of loot is in a certain secret area, then it's probably nothing exciting because it's not memorable. But anyways, this is a tricky part. It's a really wide open area. There's a lot of enemies. So yeah, and we first get introduced to these sickle-wielding, I guess just one type quick things here that, a lot of people are already going to be aware of. Decent damage with the backstab. I'm going to cover them anyway. So you can actually hop down here and just run off and pick up a little gambling token. So this is the smallest of 3 sizes tokens you can trade with the crew. Alright, so usually in this area, I just do the trading, run by most of the things. Oh, we actually aggroed another sickle ogre. That's not good. And I'm going to be making a lot of comparisons to... So we do want to be quick here. So if you take your time killing off these guys, then understandable. But, well, it'll get overwhelming pretty quickly. Ahead of time. Oh man, these guys are actually quite evasive. A lot of them are power stance on their weapons, so you can deal damage pretty quickly if you have low defense like me. So just right here is what I'm looking for. Right, let's bring down this bridge.
Okay, well, that's not such a big deal.
Oh man, I'm taking fire from all angles here.
30 seconds, and this will be the only.
So I'm not going to stop to actually fight these guys, because that will just make it far more likely that I die.
Homeward bone or whatever.
Instead, we'll just cut down over to Crichton,
really quite lengthy
resting spot.
No reason for me to make you sit through that, except for this time.
Crichton,
I wanted to talk to you guys about why it's been so long.
Sitting in the cell there.
It's kind of hard for me to address this without.
I'm not sure if it's actually worth
excuses.
Freeing him.
A loud noise in the back
because it takes quite a bit of.
It's hard to address it without making excuses. So what I can say.
But anyway, this is actually a big part of the reason why
walkthroughs and
I've even brought you guys to Huntsman's Copse here at the beginning of our walkthrough. In my opinion, pick up the magic mace. Of course, you can't infuse a weapon until
it'll compromise the quality.
You know, if I don't want to recording a walkthrough and I force myself, not freed, but it's not you've brought the dull ember to
it's not going to be fun for anyone watching.
Blacksmith McDuff.
I mean, that's really the main reason why.
So, being able to find
I'm just
a magic
happy
weapon,
that I'm able to do it now.
It's going to help out a lot. I mean, our sword only does 110 damage. So I'm going to skip this. I'm going to skip a fair amount of story and dialogue stats. We're just a little short on strength, which
I guess
just
I feel
means we'll have to
kind of
two-hard
bad
it.
because some of the viewers have not
yeah, the
seen
difference
all this
between
stuff.
110
and I can't sit through it all.
110 physical, I need
to move through this
100
walkthrough at a
physical
certain
plus
pace.
100 magic, and
Hopefully I won't be
almost
talking
double
over the
damage
NPCs
as we
too
move
much.
on up to this magic mace, even unupgraded.
But yeah, I will be skipping for a minute.
So anyway, all of a sudden we
To
are
do the character
much more
creation
powerful,
here,
but that's not going to help
we're
our
just gonna pick some
survivability at
simple
all.
stuff. We'll go male. I do
And
like
because of that, we are going to
turn
be
that
very
off.
careful
Keep a regular physique
for the rest of the
And
zone.
you know what, guys? We're gonna go
And
completely.
yeah, I just
default.
find it
I'm not gonna do
much
anything.
safer to actually run by these guys instead of taking them on. Not the most popular style, but for Huntsman's Copse specifically, it's pretty necessary, I think.
Hey,
So you can actually make this jump,
that's my choreo.
but it's not easy.
I think you're gonna. My point is simply
On New Game Plus, 2 ogres,
I got Excalibur in the making right now.
Black Phantom, or Dark Spirit rather, ogres spawn right in the narrow section that we just passed. It's much harder on New Game Plus. That part specifically, I guess.
Just a mammoth in the corner.
So we've been invaded by a named Phantom. Okay, so let's get a backstab off. Not too much damage.
true, but it's a strength because a lot of people can find ammo.
It looks like a cool floor, man.
But it's also a weakness because at a certain point it's like, what exactly is that? Is it calling a crusade? Multiple crusades for many centuries to fight against the godless race of the heathen Saracen Muslims?
It's not a very good angle. We're kind of getting lost in the fog door. Okay, there's a very slow animation on that rusted coin I just consumed. That's going to make it a bit more likely that she drops something. But unfortunately, Merciless Rowena didn't have a Warlock mask for us, which is too bad, because that mask is, you know, arguably the best helmet in the game because it has the highest elemental defense out of every helmet. Okay, Skeleton Lords. So let's see how we do here.
It's not like
I'm pretty sure that I'll be consuming a fair number of life gems in this fight. This is not a very good place to engage these guys. It's a big boss chamber and like quite a number of pillars, so you can use that to cut off the angles on those fireballs or whatever.
They all leading to that stupid long-ass door.
So there's 3 different types of skeleton lords here. They each have their own kind of weaponry or abilities, but honestly, this boss I don't think is really that exciting. You do want to be careful though, it can get chaotic in here if you just kill all 3 of them off very quickly. Just because for each skeleton lord that you kill, it spawns a group of skeletons. And well, if you kill all 3 of them at once, it'll spawn all 3 groups of skeletons, and well, that's a pretty hard fight. Not that this is particularly easy, but we're gonna do our best here. Oh man, this is a pretty poor showing so far, I have to be honest.
Acid?
Still, the damage from these guys really isn't that bad. I wonder if this is one of the bosses that actually got nerfed. Because compared to the original release version, quite a number of bosses had their damage nerfed. Alright, should really heal. Okay, we're gonna have to move out of harm's way here. Getting too low. Somebody dropped something over there. Guess we'll check that out in a moment. Okay, no skeleton wheels yet. Just these warriors. But yeah, if you kind of drag the fight out and make good use of the large chamber, it's not too hard, and it actually gets progressively easier, as you move through the boss fight.
I want to see if I can make them into less.
We have less to deal with now, only 1 skeleton lord left. You can even backstab these guys.
I think the path I was going was just going to be the only thing I can think of that backtrack to the way is one, but it even
Okay, so now we got the skeleton wheels. Fortunately, they are not anywhere near as scary as the Dark Souls 1 skeleton wheels. Alright, only 1 left. Sweet. I was a little worried there early on in the fight, but we made it through, and a nice 20k souls. That is a decent haul. There's a little bit more that we could be doing in Huntsman's Copse. There's a shortcut to unlock, and the Undead Lockaway Bonfire, and Creighton's quest line to begin, but
so much for those superheroes.
My focus really is going to be on just maintaining good pace and progressing here, so let's move on into Earthen Peak. And we get to meet one of the key NPCs.
There's no special effect to that.
Just a moment here.
Yeah, are you hungry?
Theology, which is the Satan of the Christian Bible. So,
keep your damn drum.
And I guess before progressing more, we really do need to go back.
Might cause paralysis.
So we'll have to do that as well. Harvest Valley. Really a cool looking place.
I think that's the hardest thing for them to really get over, because Jesus says, Jesus says it in John 5, John 8.
And this is Chloanne.
Son.
So we were all kind of visibly confused when I keep forgetting his name, the second Catholic speaker, when he
double edged.
Yeah, when he said that
eradication,
that qualifying everything as worshiping the same God. For example, we wouldn't describe Mormons as worshiping the same God. We were all a little confused about that, because you've seen from Trent Doherty's reasoning that.
All right. She does sell some good stuff. Bonfire aesthetic, very useful, but not immediately useful to us. And then some shards.
All the implications of
I'm not sure if you can just talk to her and she'll leave. Let's find out.
I got thrown the angel as well. So, okay, try this, see what happens.
They do claim to worship.
Okay, so it seems that you don't even need to buy anything from her.
Spreads raw damaging out
Pretty
contested
much ready to go after you exhaust her dialogues. So, before moving through Harvest Valley, we have to go back and spend our souls.
And this is that point of that.
Sterilize the septic.
Okay, so what's the core doctrine?
Yeah.
Oh, well, clearly Richard Swinburne's
There you
like
go.
Alright, so Chloen is back in town
like Dr. Trent does.
and not selling anything too exciting just yet. She gradually sells more and more stones for you. It'd be nice if she has some large shards, but she just has these normal ones.
That's kind of cool.
When a Mormon says creator,
Okay, let's make...
the architect rearranging existing premium material.
Guardian and angel.
Matters also eternal.
I just
So they believe in many principles, and so it is fundamental.
Okay, let's finally make use of this blacksmith. And we can just bring up this mace a few levels. We do have one large shard, so it's going to bring it up to +4 for a total of like 250 damage, which is really solid.
Oh, this is before I did this.
Okay, and then of course some level ups here. Lots of souls left for that. I guess we'll just put 3 points into strength so that we can one-hand our weapon if we really wanted to. And then I guess we'll bring up vigor and endurance to 13. Sounds good.
And if you don't have this list, then your outs will, who's making the list here? Who's making the list?
All right, cool.
You can easily
Let's
add
So I just kind of
Harvest
cleanse
Valley.
that shit.
you could easily take off a few, and then you get
Angel's
bonus
gonna-
back and so on. And so, yeah, Trent's argument basically, I don't even understand how
All right.
Trent's argument would rule out.
So you don't want to be rolling in this poison stuff. In fact, even by walking through it, you actually get like poison all over your like lower body, and so that'll continue to build up your poison meter even after you've left it.
Oh, this is before I did
And
the
yeah, that mechanic's kind of new. So yeah, Harvest Valley. This place has got quite a few useful pieces. Some stuff we'll just grab right away. They kind of try to trick you here with the poison pools. We can see loot all over. Most of it is just like a fading soul, so like fake loot. But you know, there are a couple good chunks there as well. Wow, that massive damage. Oh, this guy's
Die, I
going
will
to
yourself will
focus.
be returned to the ground.
But I'm still married to my wife.
And with a solid R2, we can one-shot him. Very nice. Okay, raw stone, that's not actually what I wanted. The fragrant branch is definitely something you want to pick up here. So that's the first one. And it is actually the fastest one you can get in the game. So if you want to go to the Shaded Woods ASAP, you can pick up that fragrant branch that we just did. Now here you can pretty much just run to the ladder and climb up, and those enemies down there, I'm not sure what they're called. Large beasts with dark magic, and they've got, you know, like ghouls riding them, controlling them with the reins. And although they do massive damage, as we saw a moment ago, they're slow. It's pretty hard for them to hit you. Let's definitely grab this bonfire here. So this next room has got quite a few places you can go. I mean, you can drop down into, you know, what's below. There's some treasure down there, but Also lots of poisonous death. And then a few different ways you can go. I believe that this loot here actually is a second fragrant branch. If it's not that one, then it's another loot close by. I haven't fully explored this area and know where everything is. But I'm pretty sure we're just good to move right along. We get introduced to a new hammer-wielding enemy there. Let's just run past him. I can show you guys one nice area.
One attack though?
So I didn't find this shrine until, I don't know, my third playthrough maybe. I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, this is where you join the Sun Bros. You can bring 20 sunlight medals to this altar, whether you farmed it through co-oping or through farming the falconer guys and things betwixt. You'll need to use an ascetic to do that. But yeah, you can farm sunlight medals either way, bring them there, and I believe, 20 you can level up the Covenant to get the Sun Sword, which is one of the most popular long swords in the game. It's got a little bit of extra range, but it's also got really good stat scaling. I believe it's A for strength and A for dex. So that's a really good weapon. And although it might take a couple hours to farm all the sunlight medals you need for it, it's definitely worth it. So we're just running right through here. There's a fair amount of loot we've passed by. I mean, if there's anything notable, I'll include it in the description just to mention it.
Wait, what did I get? Oh yeah, threw in the bowl.
But we're just going to move right on to this boss. Covetous Demon. Kind of a funny boss to encounter for the first time. Not really like anything we've seen in Souls before. This boss is known to be sort of the pinwheel of Dark Souls 2, if you will, in that he's super easy. Although, if you get hit by that roll, and he's going to do more rolling here, I think, or that kind of acting like a fish out of water. But he does deal really good damage, but you have to be, making some significant mistakes to even really get hit by him. Another fun fact is you can actually use an arrow or throwing knives, hit the chains that you see dangling these poisonous pots from the ceiling. And if you do that, it'll drop like a zombie. And that zombie will actually distract the boss. Covetous Demon here will actually walk right up to them and beat them. And it provides a good distraction. I'm not sure what exactly happens after that, but it's kind of a cool mechanic that they added into the boss fight. Alright, easy. Another 15k for the Soul Bank. And we get our first encounter with Lucatil.
Remember Gallagher? I think he had like a twin brother or something like that who used to tour as him. But I mean, you might be able to like.
Oh, he smashes
Sections times 5.
No, I forget the story.
Yeah, this thing is.
I think Gallagher eventually had to like sue his brother for stealing his act and pretending to be him because he's still Gallagher, right? That was his name too. So I think there was something.
Okay, so yeah, this is the first time we've encountered her. You can also find her at the Las Bastille and No Man's Wharf.
I forget the details.
She'll give you humanity. Lucatil is, I think, one of the more popular characters, in terms of lore. I guess she's got kind of a cool story behind her, but I'm not really a big lore guy, so I don't know all the details there.
But Craig has a twin brother. He said that was just natural.
Recovery attack. I'll take that.
Alright, so yeah, we're in Earthen Peak now. And
I mean, this thing
I
just
think
says,
that
well, I
this
guess
zone is
if I had
supposed to
damages
be
in
like
HP,
the Sen's Fortress
this would make it,
of this
23.
game. Which is kind of a
Technically, I could
pathetic
hit for
comparison because Sen's Fortress is just such a cool level. You know, possibly my favorite in the whole game, or the whole like series even. You know, Sen's Fortress is really a cool place. But to have this sort of be a follow-up, and to have this be like Sen's Fortress 2.0 is, as I mentioned before, it's unworthy. You know, it's not nearly as cool. But yeah, I'm gonna take you guys through here, and we'll see if we can take on Mira, or not Mira, Mytha. But yeah, a lot of these engagements coming up, like, there's just so many monsters versus me, and, you know, whenever you're outnumbered, the fight becomes exponentially more difficult. So we tend to avoid that. Now you can actually drop down here. Maybe some of you guys haven't sort of done this before, but you can, you know, light this bonfire while keeping the fog wall intact. For some reason it let me rest, even though there's a guy staying right there. And actually, yeah, this is one of the most controversial parts of the game as well. Like, I expressed some unhappiness with how Lycia, the NPC, works in terms of progressing the game, and how unintuitive it was for me, and what I think is, you know, a fair number of other players. Oh, I'm gonna die. But what we have here is something like even less intuitive. Very few people figured this out on their own. Usually people would get stuck on the boss in this area and sort of look up how to deal with her. Really more so how to deal with the boss chamber itself, because there's poison everywhere. And it's in quite a few sections of this level, but like most significantly the boss room, where there's just poison all over the floor until you do this.
My inventory's so clear.
So you set your torch there, and it burns up this windmill, and for, you know, whatever reason, it stops spreading the poison all over the place. And it makes the boss much easier. I didn't figure that out at all when I did my first playthrough.
Hopefully this thing's good.
I just fought the boss in a poison pool and just basically banged life gems every 10 seconds or so to offset the poison damage, and killed her after a few tries. But what I showed you just there was really the intended way to take on the boss. So there's some more exploring you can do around here. This is where you would meet Pate for the second time. Sorry, not like where I'm standing now, but a short walk away.
Fast attack speed as well.
But I'm not doing the Pate and Creighton storyline.
Overall,
okay, we've got these desert sorceresses, somewhat infamous for their big boobs. I mean, they can drop an item that actually like enlarges the breast of a female character. I don't know, kind of obnoxious. But some people like that for their fashion souls. As you can see, that they got a few pyromancies and they deal some big damage. But they've also got a spell called Immolation. I'm not feeling very good about this, guys. I think we're gonna die.
Lost.
Alright, we're dropping down. Oh.
Am I horny?
Fall damage. Too bad. Let's just pick up from our last ball.
All I see is women.
Alright, so this time I don't mind doing a quick run back with you guys. Usually I prefer to, you know, avoid retracking through, you know, the same steps.
Yeah, even this guy.
Because we just came through this area. But, I mean, in this case, it's not really much time at all. In fact, we're, like, already here, so.
No, keep.
So we're just going to try and light that bonfire that I opened up a moment ago.
The brand that erases other brands?
At least this time it'll be easy because the wall's already out of the way. Definitely don't want to lose that blood stain
if I had
either.
the horny again.
So now it doesn't even matter if we die. So I'm just going to spawn right back here.
Well, that's good to keep.
Alright, and then there's also a rather famous NPC you can summon here. So this guy poisoned himself.
I think I'm so tanky, though. I don't have to
lead him to his demise. I feel like we should probably go back and just spend these pile of souls that we have. That would probably be the smart move, but I don't think that's as fun as just trying to take on the boss right now.
I wonder what that one is.
So we're back in human form, and the NPC I mentioned a moment ago, we can see his sign right down there. Are you serious? Wow. Fall damage taking me by surprise. Again. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, hopefully this will be the last time, but I guess we never know. Let's try this again. Maybe instead of doing the full fall this time, we can first drop onto this piece. Summon Jester Thomas. And he's going to help us with the boss. Got a clear path to Mikey's chamber. Let's take it. Hopefully Jester Thomas is close behind us. Looks like he's going to be in here in a second. And we got another boss, Mytha, Baneful Queen. And wow, we are just going to dump on this boss, especially with the help of our NPC friend. I mean, I can just play a distraction role and he can blast away with his pyromancies.
I mean,
I guess this is a little bit cheap with the NPC, but
it's about the same as
I mean, there's going to be other harder bosses. This boss isn't particularly hard as it is. As long as you get used to her, you know, few different spear attacks, so you can dodge them, and it's really not that bad. Oh man, that flame swath dealing probably the most damage. But yeah, easy boss, especially with our good friend here, Jester Thomas. So he makes a comeback in the Sunken Crown DLC that I think a lot of players were pleasantly surprised with. He invades as a red phantom, and he is like the first NPC invader that actually gestures, and he can taunt you a little bit. I don't know, there's something else about encounters with Jester Thomas that just really makes him memorable. Because as I said before, you know, he's a very popular NPC in the game amongst the community. So it's good that he could help us out and just cream that boss. But maybe we'll take on Smelter Demon in the next episode. That'll be, I guess, a bit more of an impressive boss fight to share with you guys. It's a hard boss.
Because it seems so whatever.
So this is a famous part of the game too, the Iron Keep Bridge. This is where everyone comes to duel. People will throw their signs down here, red signs or dragon signs, and just go at it on the bridge. Some people are really mean and they use this area for ganking, and you can actually just leave the door closed as it is right now, and thus any invaders have nowhere to run, and it makes it for a really nasty ganking spot. Just down here, you can actually, I've already hopped down, so we'll have to, Oh, you know what? I probably shouldn't have done this. In fact, I should have really lit the bonfire first. But hopefully we're not going to die here. I just wanted to point out that you can run across the hot rocks there, and there's a bonfire aesthetic just off in the distance. But that has to be like the hardest bonfire aesthetic in the game to get. Maybe it's because I'm still using circle for jump. But those are some very tricky jumps to make. And you got to get like yourself covered in water first, otherwise the fire damage is too much. That's honestly like the hardest item in the game, just to like physically get to and pick up. I guess unless you've done good practice on it. Alright, I'm really glad that we made those jumps, just because it would have been kind of annoying to run all the way back here. But we have this bonfire here, and in the next episode we've got to pick up the dull ember inside of the keep, and then we got to decide, you know, if we want to kill off the smelter demon, and then there's our first great soul to embrace from the whatever the boss is of this area, giant demon in lava. But I guess just as we're ending off this video, we should spend our souls, so let's go do that. Alright. So we'll be able to climb up quite a few levels here. So we've already basically got a solid weapon that we're going to be using at least for a little while. So really the only stats we could consider upgrading is of course more vigor, more endurance. Vitality is good too, but we're wearing very light equipment, so it's not as important at this stage. But I mean 4 is like super low. Maybe bring that up to 8. Adaptability is very important as well. If we just dumped all these points into adaptability, it would bring our agility from 86. It's at 92 right now, and we could, well, you know what, we can actually get it to 95. And 95 is actually a key number, I believe, because at certain points of agility, so that's this one right here. At certain breakpoints of agility, you have more iframes, invincibility frames during your roll, which just means that it's easier to roll and avoid taking any damage. So a lot of players shoot for 105 in the end game. If you're like maxing out a character and leveling to like 600 or, you know, a crazy high number of levels, then some players actually go for 115 agility, which gives you one more iframe. But the standard is 105. I think 95 though, what we're at, you know, by dumping all 12 points here, is a good number as well. I mean, I don't remember all the breakpoints off the top of my head, but I'm very tempted just to dump everything in agility. But I don't know. I don't think it's justified. So I think that it would be better just to bring up agility a little bit for now, and then later we can put more points there. I just think it'll help us a lot more getting like endurance, for example. You can see that our endurance brings up stamina 2 points at a time until you get to 20. After 20, it's only 1 point at a time. So it's a good place to stop for the moment. So yeah, let's go up to level 40, and we'll just do this. I'm still leaving vigor a little lower than I like. I just really don't like dying in these videos.
Anything else to throw?
But I guess we'll just have to live with a slightly shorter life bar for the time being. Yeah, guys, that's basically going to wrap up this video. I just wanted to sell these souls. I guess we have even more souls. We really can just use all these boss souls that we got in this video. So let's just do that. I'm not expecting that we would want to use these boss souls to make any like weapons later in the game. So another 28k. We're going to be you know, much more powerful for the next episode, which will be nice.
We need to be branded yet again, I guess.
Still not entirely sure where best to put them. Let's do it like this.
Stack Trident, I guess it just
18 vigor, 20 endurance, and we're slowly bringing our ADP up as well. Alright, so I know before I mentioned that we'll probably be doing Iron Keep in the next video,
I want to wait a bit for that.
but I'm actually not sure, because one of the key items in Iron Keep is the Dull Ember, but you can't make use of the Dull Ember until you've met with Blacksmith McDuff, and he's over in Lost Bastille. So the way you get there is through No Man's Wharf, or by going back to Forest of the Fallen Giants, and we would need to kill the last giant in the Pursuer. So we do have a few different options, so I'm not entirely sure what we'll be covering in episode 3. I hope you guys enjoyed episode 2. I want to thank you for watching. Until next time, take care, guys. Talk to you soon. Peace out.
I think only one attack too makes it so I can...
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Hunter SC. This is episode 3 of our Dark Souls 2 walkthrough, and in this episode we're going to be tying up some loose ends. I definitely was left with the impression that we are moving too quickly through the walkthrough, and we've missed a bunch of stuff, so we're going to spend most of this episode, as I said before, tying up those loose ends, picking up pieces that we may have skipped in the past 2 episodes. So, first thing I think we have to do is replace my Crimson Shield here with a much more preferable blue wooden shield. So we can do that as we move through Forest of the Fallen Giants for the first time, really. At least this section of this. Alright. So I also want to say here in the very beginning, I'm very happy to be making videos once again. To be completely honest, it's quite tough to get back in the swing of uploading after taking such a hiatus, and especially like that first and maybe even more so the second video. Really hard to get going again, but now that we have and we're kind of in motion here, I'm just looking forward to making more videos. So thank you guys for sticking with me and watching.
A work is not bad because someone brought unreasonable expectations going in which were not delivered on, and since Shadow Tower got capital H hurt by unfair expectations, in this video I'm going to try to give what I consider to be a genuinely good game with a lot of interesting concepts going for it. The fair shake it didn't get at release. I'll be making more comparisons to other games than I usually do, specifically comparisons to the Kingsfield games, so I hope you're familiar with them before watching. If not, I made videos on all 4, which you can watch before proceeding. With that out of the way, please grab yourself a cup of coffee.
Us go through what is a really great game, truly. Okay, we can now swap on to something a bit more stylish.
If Kingsfield 3 was how FromSoft made a masterpiece,
same weight, slightly better defenses. Actually, we would call it
Color Dreams was a company making all these unlicensed games for the NES, like Captain Comics,
Okay, I guess that's not completely true. You can see there's one attribute
in the year
that is better on the red shield than the blue dark defense reduction. Yeah, super detailed, I know. And we've now got our shield controls. So before we move on to fighting the boss, I guess we can just do this little side quest here.
Are they all drug dealers too? Wow, what a bleak future Color Dreams paints for the year 2020. The drug epidemic's gotten so bad that even the local wildlife is trying to get you high. Could you imagine walking through the park and a pigeon's trying to get you hooked on heroin? Okay, I figured it out, and you're not going to believe this. Extra enemies will respawn when you hit the select button. Yeah, when you bring up the menu.
Okay, so he's referring to Crichton, who I mentioned in the last episode. And if we proceed through this
hitting the select
archway.
button to make them all
See
show
it
up.
walks down
Yeah, I
behind
walked
us.
this level like 5 times, and there was only one enemy
It's
left
really
to kill.
supposed to.
In the early
Oh, damn.
games,
You
before
think
memorization,
Asians will let
There we go.
one guy live?
So now that
hiding in a room,
barred doors come down, it's locking us in.
on the pier,
Exactly the same style to what we saw 5 years ago in Demon Souls, Stonefang Tunnel, patches,
so I killed the last guy,
and
finally,
you know, he suggests then that there's treasure ahead, so go take a look, and you do that, just like here, and then the trap is sprung. I guess this is less directly set up as a trap. I don't know, maybe I'm trying to cut Pate some slack, he certainly isn't deserving of that. But yeah, ultimately, Pate in this game sort of has Patches the hyena.
Okay, let's take it. You'll move at half the speed, so you're not doing much to help yourself.
Just like the worst in this episode. Just got super salty anytime. For sure from now on.
You know, so far, for a game that takes place in the
Alright,
year
so the one big
2020,
benefit
it
of
seems
going
fairly
through this
accurate.
shortcut
There's no
area is that
flying
you do get
cars
some
or futuristic
aerobatic
ships, just piers,
and
boats,
this is slightly less
exaggerated.
known, but I don't know, the game's been out for a while now, so chances are if you've played very much Dark Souls, you know about this secret. A sorcerer's staff, nothing I'll be using. But still kind of cool to have the illusory wall.
Did you hear a couple things he's listing? What does that sound like? Presuppositions, assumptions,
And there's still
things that I
definitely
talk about all the time. And he's
a
listing
couple
few of those.
illusory
I'm
walls
not making this stuff up.
hiding that I have not yet encountered. Like there's one, as you read Belfry's Soul, that actually has a really good Black Knight sword. Well, it was really good in Dark Souls 1. You know, so I just found that one out very recently after like hundreds of hours played. So yeah, it provides a little bit of excitement during a replay.
Literally every multiplayer game ever.
Okay, so Pate here, very impressed.
This was quite possibly
He got through his trap, and he gave us the small white soapstone, or the regular white soapstone. Okay, now over here, there are normally red phantoms and you know, strong foes in New Game Plus. In New Game, it's not so bad. Of course, you come over to this section here and to that late game Giants
but you touch an oven
or
and
memories
your hand
rather,
goes back.
content.
That's not a justification for an
And then you can do this. This is really kind of where we're taking a long run. But again, I'm trying to slow the pace down a bit, make it last a bit longer, which is totally cool. It obviously wasn't my plan originally. You know, we moved very quickly through Hunting's Hopes and Harvest Valley and Odin Peak. You know, normally a player would never move through so quickly like on a first playthrough, but I don't know, it's still good that we covered the ground, and as I mentioned before, I'm going to be going back, as we're doing now, a little bit. Wow, we tried to jump in. Oh, this is just the green for these undeads here. Alright guys, abort. No, I'm just kidding. Can't be running away, I'm level 47. It's a pretty decent weapon here. No way. I don't know if I've ever been parried by one of those guys before.
This is a very different feeling game.
Okay, I really am curious what's in here. I know it's like junk, but what is it? Mailbreaker and an infantry helm. Yeah, so really not good there. Which is kind of too bad because you got to go out of your way to get here. This is a pretty tough room. You get attacked by all the different sides if you hop down the room. Okay, hopefully this is enough life to cross the track. And now we don't have to worry about firebombs raining down and setting off the TNT. But we still have this guy to contend with. Now I think an option that FromSoft probably wanted us to take advantage of, is to actually lure this turtle all the way back here,
Shadow Tower is a first-person dungeon,
and possibly even get him killed by having the enemies
player direction.
spring these ballistas. Oh, I'm kind of slow,
Software tradition. We have to
but
rewind a bit.
maybe we'll still be able to hit him. Wow, we're just going off to the right a little bit there. What about this one? None of these are in a good position to hit him. Alright guys, I kind of tried. Oh, okay, maybe we'll have a second attempt here. He's actually coming back. Oh, never mind. Alright, I think you guys get what I was trying to do, but this guy's not cooperating with that strategy.
It's genuine. What does this mean? Well, Godhusk is a law.
But what about these guys? Both have spears. They can be cold leaders.
Everything belongs to the Metroidvania genre, which has
And
been
then,
engaged
if you want to do a little extra exploring here, out onto the balancing beam. I don't even really want to fight this guy, because if I'm spamming R1 too much, I'll just like swing myself right off the edge. I don't know, sometimes that happens. But we did grab a halberd there. Great weapon that you can certainly use the whole way through a playthrough. Couple shards. Wow, again, it's just a good thing that these guys don't know how to position themselves so they can hold a critical hit there.
within games. Vermis also focuses little less on gameplay, so we are more free to pursue things present. Godhusk is outright defined.
It's okay. I don't feel too bad about that one. I definitely deserve that. Okay, let's just get back to it. Alright, now that we've had to endure a rather unsavory death, I'm not going to feel bad if we just sort of run back to make up for lost ground. So let's just squeeze our way past this turtle. And unfortunately, that fog wall's now gone, because it's pretty hard to just run by. And there's actually a guard on the opposite elevator here. You can see him come by. Yeah, what's going on? It's kind of random. There's one more guy with another rapier. I promise that this locked door. I wondered for quite a while what was on the other side of the door. It's really just some fire salamanders. We may talk a bit more about them in a few minutes. Now that we've restored our humanity, provided that we've finished Pate's obstacle course, for lack of a better, he'll now act as the summon here. So he's got a big tower shield, just like our friend Patches. Same thing goes with the spear, and he's actually got the hard leather armor. Pretty nice set to his game. This is the first boss for most players.
We are born there is no choice. To me, these are the two systems observing very conformed to well, the player a vestige gets states There are 9 distinct wounds. They are compared to the wounds that are naturally restored in ways. These wounds no doubt lead to mistakes.
This is pretty cool opening cutscene, how the last giant frees himself from this pile of rubble, some of which was on top of his right arm, trapping it and weakening his arm to the point that he can actually move it. You'll see so I do have pretty good damage at this point in the game with the weapon we got last episode. But the boss actually has quite a bit more durability just because I have a sun. His damage is pretty so yeah, what just happened there was
but then switched to believing me or gay I was too dazed. We already spent another soul. Sorry that we had to.
They stood against many indescribable horrors.
I'm not actually sure
Trapped in this area,
this soldier's
he only needs one premise. All the normies
Alright, I just wanted to stop in by a little bit. That I said I'm I'll be going to the gym, so yeah.
They have incredible minds.
And that is not the one premise. So this is the fact that she lists the premise as starting point does not necessarily mean that's what shows the starting point. Because, for example, he's assuming all sentences have meaning. Language word, especially
they can survive these little darkness.
not actually a
causing them to be typically useful for us.
Now it gives us that
even if they know an illusion is real, this is one of the puzzling. These devoted journey through shortcuts and built bodies into the hands. They have to travel all the way to the sacred storm. Then Helmers to a pile of helmets that remain alive.
Also mentioned
Stone scholars. They have their faith compressed against the stone's tightest fingers in constant pain that sacrifice ground and build wisdom. They are experts in erosion and alchemy. They are largely fragile bodies. They are condemned to bury their bodies unable to see or smell, due to the scars of the rocks that left.
right here.
They were shipped their towers and they
The very first trailer of
their loyalty knows limits.
I'm not going to kill these guys. This is a tricky encounter. We've got multiple turtles. We've got like backups and I don't know. I'm sort of assuming that it's really turtles and
The priestess herself to rise herself.
now I'm actually just getting curious. I want to know black fireballs.
It's not even a scavengers.
So yeah, it's my point before. This was shown in a very
On these
that's where the reveal for gameplay, except it's pitch black, absolutely pitch black. Less, of course, it's brought to Porsche. And now it's just, really lit, kind of gray. It's just originally revealed to sort of see.
It's been wondering as source for so many years. These nights are caused raised and shadows. It's gradually very high toxins and sickness.
Crack,
red eyes, the state of mind, smell, and see it almost like a creature. Their minds were once in place. Protect heroes as the capital. And
this zone, or this section of Force of the Fallen Giants really culture. Early on, I came back here many times as I was stuck. I didn't know where to go. This was kind of a pointless section of Force of the Giants. And, as such, I just kept coming back here, looking around, trying to do more thorough things. Definitely missing something. It's just
a great warrior offering terror. Found a mysterious experience. Should say very back to bring.
And this time it comes with this rot over remains in the and then it's polished by the fire here. It's still good to come down here. The armor says it's nice to light this bonfire. Come back here periodically because there's replenishing
they demand devotion, punishment, torture, sacrifice, which is in its third phase, fleshed by physical forms, brain form, they all is the dialects and thoughts and any damage from the brain force fill, perfect the brain, summons master power bodies, and as the brain force they will be expanded on with our character created, or we are told about its face of these vain memories set us off the teeth. After defeating the brain force, this is green brain, also known as the dead is one of them. It is filled with refugee net and underlying they are fragments of the apparent remains.
It looks similar to the one I showed you the last giant.
The remains very literally got. These remains now
you can't come here with the ashes, tar, and this giant sort of right here, not exactly sure on the trigger, it's somewhere over the Asians. I see when you get invaded. I'm not sure it has to be red flags, but when you get invaded, there's a chance that you respond to see the beginning of something. Assume that whenever you're getting invaded in the future, and it will turn all the game's devastation. Really fun item. And this is, as far as I know, it's probably the only really fun just a good reliable every so often. Alright, so we've done a couple of things there.
Crazy bones,
there's still one Alright, so there's a lot of pressure on this next part here. So you only get one shot at this. Really have to be careful. On the ladder here, you guys will surprise by this bird carrying this. I'll show you the brief death. It's not his type of
it is a unique sword interesting leading to a higher level of next to as we reach the summit, we hear this looking ahead.
So the pursuer is a fun fight. I enjoy fighting the Pursuer. I think he's an interesting enemy. He can actually catch you with a blue sword attack. It's like a thrusting animation. There it is, right there. So if he catches you with that, it's going to curse you, which will decrease your HP by 5%. It'll keep you out of few more importantly, it's going to power up the boss. Lands that attack. It's going to also start to yellow and black smoke. His eye turns red. As far as I know, he just doesn't work out with
sneaking, killing,
scary, demented.
Also meaning those who are not remembered,
so that's always just going to be straight up physical damage. Let's take a look and see how it affects us here. Right now, for physical damage, we're at 117
within one of the intersections of the character statue plus exposed ribs and void should it intersect
10 damage.
Well,
I mean, it's going to make a difference. Some feats, like following a total example earlier,
our caring mother
wearing the blades, things like that. Yeah, 10 damage really isn't that
within the percentage wise be placed on the statue like this reveals passage that leads to my treasure. The chest that holds the house will be in a large room guarded near the bones. At the bottom of the room lies an open sarcophagus, into which appears to be 7 skeletal figures made of stone. Inside this sarcophagus is a stone cross, a relic that takes the shape of a hoop is made of bone. The tale say that the warriors wielded weapons of stone and eventually submitted to jewels merging their flesh and bones to the
Ring Blades +2, you're supposed to
there are only 2 of these items per boss. Should we take it, the skeleton figures are supposed to the question is, being these statues move slowly and afraid as subvertive our gaze after elsewhere as they will move towards us, but no such ease is yet despite their significant way. Should they get their hands on the left wing, they crush their eyes to reach that these counterpoints are described to be elaborate, made aka
making it just a twisting.
as well as this, in every corner there may be a thread, every shadow almost unless they should in the past. But in the phase 2 begins with a ship attacking the hand. His armor is as well as this, the Emily Prince's also strong. Phase 2 itself. Phase 3 is helmet height shape begins with phase
If you're real pros, speedrunner, by this point you've got all the styles, you've got the perfect timing on what parry. What you do is you run this boss range. You're in charge of you pretty much every time. So you just get a parry off, and that'll put him in a stagger kind of animation. You actually have enough time all the way over here and just
Zero was never rattled and by moving around his body we find a ring allowing us to see those who are no longer and the relations is also allowing us to see we can also use his arms it is heavy and from a horror full of nonsense these stretches quickly from this surviving we know why there's no replacement because of so many lives either way solutions maybe because just maybe perhaps his ring became dead being able to see those no longer being what's certain eventually his bones will be armored in many years which with enough effort we may find the actual ability this tunnel is large enough door largely with only a floor fully left to body of both types. So a respite none of these item shops, increasing cold springs wheel bridges feed especially alleviates the getting closer to the end can causes an explode
We don't have the stats to use
forming into a nightmare this is the
but it is very popular, so
the remains move in a strange way, mimicking a variety of squares, maybe unconscious,
straight up version
smell from the area, especially considering and we choose to fight in place. We must hold our breath more position every defeating the knights what reasons is the silver skull of the main the exit from the catacombs Sumni to take essentially kept down as their lines of spirit. The path is as is the infinite veil also resides so far that makes only a how powerful allows its ascension pressing on this egg is to the left and we feel the water so pseudo it's hard to distinguish due to the water being like where visibility can soon we see distance spotted resting on the
over here, Fred. I did not expect to find any places that should the hand I must steal out this thing. That is my
Alright guys, so that pretty much wraps up this video. I just want to take a stab at opening up the hell grab a few things around here. I'm not going to take on any bosses. Okay, now over here there's a large shard. That's a significant there's a very scarce literally one large shard.
what you desire is the one vessel is the last word. Thanks to the drowsy
staggers
they are connected commonly used to the night maybe crossing the atmosphere fills with a violent silence. The only sound you hear are their feet sloshing through water. Our bodies get all tired and eyelids you must be careful that this one mistake should take place. This one is a land vessel should they encounter ghosts of the one living that but now downwards the ghosts are known as phantom as well as there are in total like 12 of them for example old man smiles and wires the tall figure simply stands on the area and staring. The damsel very sorrowful where they can stand
we are kind of coming from
the hag
back to try and see the second floor it's pretty clear that hiding intended for people to go from this point to here
the vomiting woman
and maybe not intended but they expected
she is naked.
Now this, you gotta be very careful here. I failed workshop, the final yeah, it's largely short because
after what feels like hours of typically grabbing their no change.
We've pushed it
traveler or a stranger it goes here. When nearby
down the stairs
first if they hear a tightening scream and dread as the book says inside the mist
got this closed gate here.
it's
impossible to open this up until
if you walk towards any final client
or
you will find nothing do not enter into the
back around after killing
another threat open up a shortcut the visage emerges from this specific
this is a really popular bonfire
near the end
of course we've got a blacksmith
at this point the fun appears
as such players are always going to return to this area. This is a great spot to try
after these worlds
all of the people who visited
so that's every gave us eventually the longer we stay here should the hand of God eating the
just take a minute to look at. We've got 4 large shards. Everything is tight. We already invested in
will find a shadow standing in the very surface.
So this one's 5 large shards
we hear footsteps and
moving as well as but of course, as well as the battle, it's going on. There's nothing else we can do because we don't have dual embers footage and stuff.
but this exhausted and lost paladin and 12 shots that the weight of his armor will cause him to fall into this passage gaining enough strength to talk and being why is my arm so spiral stack before falling completely into the silty water. We can either kill him or steal his blade. This blade is called the other top stairs is a rare and it shines in various colours. Also, unfortunately, it is ugly light. Now, obviously, eventually, a piece of hammer holds its fall at the shoulder of his waist as a it gets to a point where we can't tell progress in big reveal once we fall to the ground. This is more there he makes it defeated.
Anticlimactic end of this video. Yes, our goal here could just tie up the loose ends. We've got a bit more gear, some extra range, the sky is now we just need that number. It was sold primarily. Alright guys, so that's going to do it for now. Thank you so much for that, especially those of you who stuck us very much appreciate you guys watching. It's been supporting the series, and I'm looking forward to basically the one direct consistency.
Luckily, it's never really good situation for Jones, meaning that issues also is a quite challenging format compared to the superior shell. If the aspect direction happens, we will probably our body will never be found, at least not as physical. Awakening, we find ourselves completely being listening or designed to sound and nature around us. I thought that we start to feel including against ourselves, but next to us.
Hey, what's up guys? I'm Hunter MC. Welcome back. I brought everyone here to just so we can get ready for progressing through episode 4. I've had to spend quite a bit of time thinking about which way we can go, because we could go sinner or those are 2 options. The third option is heading down to the gutter and towards the rock. And our 4th option is heading north. That's the one I like to go with. So before there's lots of stuff we have to town here. Let's first grab the important item, Shaded Woods specifically.
Making us think of these destinations. We go down there, right off the bat,
so shall pour ourselves quite a few rooms straight in and one more after.
At night, at
a later point in the game, she sells some
the respiratory system around the world is very
but she doesn't sell those until you kill royal rats and
the cult itself is the erosion in time is the universe absorbed by the life system.
I haven't quite decided on that. I obviously haven't scripted exactly each episode.
don't want to win, but I mean, I'm sure it's still some quick lastly, we have the side where we have the data skill points. Now, I'm going to keep vigor at 20 points or less, just because it can be already in the field. So we'll be avoiding that for now. If we put all our points for adaptive value, I did mention significance, and it brings your agility. If we drop that here, so 95 agility, that's going to give us a good amount of invincibility. So that's where we're going to put it. By the way, I just consumed third class giants. This place is full of alleged charges or salutations that emitters themselves will actually salvage that.
We're not quite ready to go yet.
The brave souls alleged upgrades. As a household that seems seemingly progressing, we notice less lava coming from the rest of the one has a field that damages many of the door, everything inside. Should it escape from the hands, it's a lot of enemies again. The enemy sound is a very vital
but now we can get them.
Heavy dreams of a very rare progress into this vessel essentially getting to the lingering cause and to quickly arrest they use a good way to go dazzling by their mind will be a lot more challenging. It's like living in a nightmare. Our hearts are racing, confused as fighting. We cannot cope with this situation, so we quickly run to the door. Our legs tremble in fear as we try to stand over them. Passing by the fireplace, we realize this area is the outside. Despite the area of the fireplace, we cast a match as chanting gets louder. We realize as every word indicates statues. Listening to this chanting person, staying in existence between long brought the hand facing supposedly the five carries just thousands of dollars. Punishment yet worthy of the said in the hour inflicting small hollow-faced organizers trying to escape from the middle of the woods hill. They moved it is made
First, I will mention this one is, I don't remember his name. He's got a very familiar sword. That's the big one, great sword. That's the one weapon that has been all soft games. Even souls make a shame. A shining object was apparently his is like the aggressive side of it. We can take the rings with this is the ring of the sinking child. And also, first off, actually, it gave us that kind of the effect is well from this guy like this as we interact with the shimmers everywhere. The organization includes here the red dome area within the vastness of the outer inside actually DLC has like a vessel committed now has somehow rested. So that was my favorite of the three. He also gives a dark but again, the one that looks like moonlight great sword I like that. I thought I would mention it. Everything. So they too resist the so I just wanted to clear out to the other room as we get closer we you just say noise to get in between. Should the hand these vessels outside these will become 5 levels their interviews
We also get a bit of a story. A long time ago, the goblins were supplies slowly faded away due to a rare illness. So did the green sun towers. The green sun mausoleum is built shortly after to preserve and venerate the body of the princess. Very true observation. Even so, they still can't the first level is a dark stricken creature that hides behind many summons made their space. The second level, the outer heavens exist crushed starving monsters sighting the constant burst of the area, resting more nest of those layers. They are delicate, and the third floor is the light of the area's twisty rich biodiversity. A single staff fades hearing as they beings go now. All of the abilities are very smart. They are rarely seen by motion, does they use the remaining less than remaining crystal shell protects the goblin, releases spells by direction. As we approach these rooms, we hear a distant sound. Check the guitars falls on light on the tree, holding great hand of the This is the last one. Another site here is furnished to know how they can operate in areas of they take care of them. Additionally, they hide inside the shells. So, the fires. So I was on one of those enormous images that he points to which can be found. They also prevent the main gate to the equipment being sold. The floor around it is like red skeleton strong caps and big drowsy devices all on buildings. Back when it was habitable. Entering the building, you see a full skeleton surfaces all
doesn't sound magic.
It notices eventually slow tracing his hand while stepping fast. A skeleton raises and two crying to defeat this fighting skeleton. Defeating the never downstream like single skeleton returns the princess of clothes is the name of the ceremony. It does not run just exhausting damage like that decides to should we die should return to life at the back of the room is a ceremony once we hear that it is perfectly preserved like the house is valuable.
You can see when I pull out
approaching the chest
automatically
very doors begins our fingers slip off the edge of the hole. Its attacks are also clocked. This, however, is the only way to access the far changed area that advances our journeys. This mistake may not be too late by they hide a bed of slimy bones breaks the floor.
Definitely want to avoid that. It's very similar to the way it's a very familiar mistake to the basics from
leading to a
so if you stand in the far getting within curses, it instantly kills them. Well, the curse effect of Dark Souls is petrifying. So that's making a little bonfire there.
There are they are parallel items.
I always run through quite a few enemies and ambushes. I don't really like getting ambush.
Once we step into the
so, I know it's an ongoing theme. Maybe it seems Russian by
approaching the chest, we see a light using its mouth to maintain chest inside the cafe.
But really, it's a safe strategy.
By the way, I
In some ways, safer to actually fighting people far away. Especially if you have like full with almost like you know that these guys are not in the edge of
It uses it to maintain heavy at the same a long corridor makes ways where it's no longer killing being. This passing the light doing that again, and now
look his head left passage, and that'll lead you to the Shrine of Winter. Like going straight through, so you can actually pick up
the middle is a great presence. The goblins. There are some names residents to say traces stage, but doesn't match, so knows the gods carries a pair of waving sisters. As soon as he knows his presence, this formidable foe.
But unfortunately, Dark Souls 2 version based on all of it, is not nearly as effective. It only gives you 40% damage boost instead of 40%.
This town is different from Dark Souls.
And then from software, now I've got
doesn't fit
actually patched it.
It's still learning more.
Now it does not work
since most of the lessons they have stopped it eventually.
Okay, so this is
the nightfall. The dwellers of this town are stopped in their houses. The city drains themselves. The hand penalty is all limited species with the leaders never remain inside. For example, Toget was in town power. Surrounding themselves while in the states, the hand is staring at the attacking the periodically feeding light there are also healing packets for the tension in the air. It feels some are wrong, but also that's built to heal a presence.
I just ignore these guys.
They don't use the functions in the cases no one has ever disturbed. Butcher sells lips, only those devices that are corruptive.
Special thanks to
Remove the top of the princess if Butcher feels threatened by a weapon, she thinks of the goblin town that the hand also encourages take the two relics from the difference between a rusted player, those must work to connect a highly essential it has an increased power open to rust and is a counter installment. Once we exit the channels know how to prepare pennies. Within rust has a pale only sell expression needles for the goblin and the hand their skin simply needs to cause a hair flies specifically to vision that barely going back to the tree because the night dies
I guess a lot of players just play basically what you must expect.
very helpful character is
he sets off
who runs the blinking positive was tough.
Just has
here the hand inside there's a shadow take the night and the capacity of his fire.
But they nerfed it.
Also, when talking to the cross examiner is allowed to
so you actually jump down.
parties unique to it. First, filling your barrel with a should expect to mix some
if this gives you access to an area that normally people burn,
you can only guess that should be hiding in was six titles with blades. It sits such that our chain tails fade smaller in their blades than the king approaching, also destructible due to the each one has special abilities that are unique to the other. Some of these blades have taken lives now realistic when they see us grow. Going past the ruins of these vessels out on
that's a good way.
I am now a life giver. They, my children,
oh, I'm bad. It was obviously meant to be a jump, but yeah, the timing on the circle button wasn't great. It's kind of annoying, but I'll see you guys soon. Alright, starting back with the bonfire, we'll just forget about those few thousand
While walking by these highlands, finally delivering enough scraps to him on the journey.
So this was a really cool
goes
one
far as
from
creation
your
was a gift.
add
Be beheld, which
first
no
game I played through. Especially getting to this point here, it's just so sweet. It's the first time I heard
eventually reaching the destination comes.
curse
It has three
and the kind of like giggling.
Our way to the end is
Really quite sweet.
the value of the journey depends on
For a blind film, as well, you actually immediately bump into this very large baseless. So that was cool as well. And then lots of these axe guys, they are tough folks.
Despite this,
Their style
in the distance I see a shadow sitting on a tree, wearing this hairy skirt.
I'm sure some of you,
As we approach, we can see some wires
were already aware that
this area is long black talking emerges from the navigators of the hands that are equipped. It appears that wearing the arcane train which shadows haze that the big the abyss is which remains
that's going to allow us to talk about
if the hand gently communicates with him, all attack him. His mistake leads beyond this despite all his appearance due to the lack of sight, the only real way to see his daughter. Normally I don't wear this lifestyle because witches took my yoga and I managed to take one back by not a single element. It's far from being a collective thing is a madness and telling rampage with his He patrols the outskirts endlessly collecting. She then hands us the cricket fan that can command you the area one has trojans to which more or less strength. Should he spot the hand, collect the sacred direct attack and begin. We might as well. The thing about Zig though is that he doesn't usually seek arriving at the bridge. His tactic is to freeze prey and paralyze any force. They are carrying with axes and shield. Painful, his cake waves violent to the south and east. As we approach the battle, they do. Rifles pursuing the ships. They can be accessed with the ships. They point the axes of being rare. This is equivalent item the crooked finding that the current gave us. By doing so, the senses to trophy ball everything 7 to 10 would agitate the breath of the enemy. Our surroundings move slower and our eyes perceive as well as this clear display every small unique feel our muscles growing blood. Trace a hand last sacrifice after which is a massive the best dispatch this enemy can get off this bridge as soon as also offer at least the knights for the bridge.
Okay, so that was a rather lengthy dialogue.
After reaching
That unlocks some scenes. So yeah, show up here with the whispers, talk to Zig, actually wait a minute, hiding and leaving them, and then that's getting involved. Even if the has Zig it was another important thing to know now realizing casting a shadow by the time we walked to this bit of the gigantic surgery inside access to the area makes us feel it seems sanctuary all around here to contrast with the sky yeah, so normally the yellow skies are fragrant get access to the vein so that's just thanks to high justice we don't feel petrified enemy approaching the gate and that allows you to open the door beneath the bones of the trade and behind that door blacksmith yeah, unfortunately, you don't have that despite the branch, so we'll shape that in do it later, as we keep our or not do it skeletons sometime. The bone will definitely refresh. The skeleton raises both Captain Shoulder high. Slowly opening its hand to organize the scorpion targeting one made of silver. May seem very helpful. Taking either of the coins will allow the buildings to vanish and putting us up in order to pass through the gates. Really cool ally to have. Placed will if you remember, this is one of the stats very start characters the starters game. If so let's do this. Quaylag 2.0 seems quite helpless to be walking around with at first.
Has 5 distinct stages which eventually form we will see enormous throws inside the shade
So yeah, I mean, I call her Quaylag 2.0 with
they are rare description. Our eyes
not nearly as cool or as strong.
The shade sector is a merciless living monstrosity.
This was not as much of a ball
the entrance is filled with statues,
that's how the target guy described it.
Every statue is different. Some of them have silver
cut off both of her tongues.
The second he was placing the eyes these
actually even got
figures backtrack around to Labness.
And then this is sort of the one gimmick of the boss fight. She falls underground. You can see where she is. And of course, if you're standing where I am, she cannot pop up there's a large set here, and a smaller one off to the side. Yeah, if you're standing on either of those ends, the inside of the bio is pretty safe.
Silver system, no one has found monitors small inside is a singular screen.
Yeah, just like a lot of other bosses, not too hard. Who can say that? Tark to save me.
These limbs are last time. The Ripper is a rare.
Not too hard. Obviously, Tark helped. Just watch this I'm surprised by magic mace actually. Because she's magic based. And this was the part I'm kind of below, it's still
completely harmless. Uninspecting the real
also trying to
if you touch the great side, if I were to compare radiation quite high as the rest of our lives, items like sorted skin infection completely destroys our outer layer of skin.
This is the first time we make this elephant.
This ring will only be appreciated by those strong items.
This guy is real. Get it to drop off good weapons.
Explorers started by dead dark souls. The hand is carried by the body is the definition a secret shield of truth eventually the force to consume to across the ceiling expected very different
very familiar with this
from within
in fact, I'm a huge moving slightly. Spent more time in this really not with the
progressive this room has a secret close or extinguish
so, Justin has got 2 Apple sword. Apple wasn't there.
The blade well, the blade is actually invisible.
He's got a chance to draw
the power to slay these vessels. They also
so yeah, that is one of 2 NPCs in the game. Allowing
left behind by a mother wandering and food on 12 organs like a spider, made of those behind the heart. It isn't fully finished in this to make the whole human skill they use to the best of the great source angels, causing plain weight to one being long death. Powered by himself for the myriad swings and swords.
I don't know, I've always been very intrigued with swords, demon swords.
The best we can do to avoid this weapon in its possession every time is perhaps one of the most dangerous weapons. To defeat it, we must smash it broken, ramps that will move it on will find a runes of the twisted Dark Souls with a striking visage filling in a cabinet is a small column created for this one. This room is
In this game, only the Lord is
if we enter the last door, we will find ourselves in high reserve of an age 6 to version of Labyrinth. So eventually, face-to-face with a shadow is a shadow version of our character.
you have to come to a place
Any
source
more
of fails, the only other place is the grave of sins.
Fading away. I think the reason why the rest of it didn't go into any detail is it's entirely subjective. Elsewhere, there's an amazing corners trap sounds twisted at this time. Excellent joy. Here we find the details of much more man-shaped figure dancing
When you reach the Ferris Lockstones,
don't touch the ground.
they often go up
Over it, the creature
a lot of them have amazing things. Some of them have mysterious quite a number of these. And on September 11th, so there's quite a variety.
This room
Circular saw blades shoot out across the bridge. Traps that really stash weird axes in certain directions. And there's a shortcut you get on the attacks and the hysterical back
we can trick him and then even over here or by making strikes causing his arms to because
it might be this one.
the warrior collapses
What it does is actually creates a wall right here, so that if you're part of the rat company, forces someone who's been summoned or all the way around, past all the way, and they can't just
once we step inside the hallway, we notice tragically astronomical and remember what is there are no doors.
Mentioning the rat company, we know there's one of few rats left in the game, and the PvP that goes on is really quite controversial. I don't know, maybe that's not the best word to use. A lot of players think that it's too cheesy to have a host just hanging out here, the game automatically forces them to find their world, brings them into your world, where you've prepared all these traps, chances are you've burnt up the saints, all the enemies to moving +7, they start all the way at the bottom, before and they have to burn through the whole you've got all the enemies on your side. This process looked at you'll take care of a few other names. This one's level up your round. So yeah, kind of a scummy place to go on PvP, but just like the last one, I have nothing against it. I think it's pretty cool. Kind of innovative. It's a new PvP and I actually spent quite a bit of time, like over a week, where I was just happy to have myself there for the Pharaohs and scared each other. So I feel good. I know the environment, the illusion fades away.
We can now just see this page
What I would do is
allowing us to progress.
just go through basically one sword against each there before the stakes.
It's difficult to conscious butchers via a headpiece in order to
what I would do is spawn right over here,
standing by
immediately have to
gives us the butcher's
run,
and this gives us the holiday and he gives us the states
the host might be or he might be standing elevated platform trying to get you, but you really need to get to here.
On the lower level,
and then once you're in here, you're in pretty good shape. The enemies can't really get to you, especially the guy.
Throughout the road corridors,
He's kind of a step pop down, play the ring around so you have a good position and just using a strategy like that is able to kill off lots of hosts, or if you find an opportunity, just make an absolute run and fall to upstairs. Outsmart the hosts that way. Gets you through this line to bounces
this room has the approaching the well coated feel pressure in our
so I mentioned a few things.
Why does this well?
We could fight the Royal Rat Authority, but I would suspect the chances are very low. It's really hard to kill those first 4 toxic rats. Everyone knows that's the hard part of the game. Killing those first 4, and then the rest of it is sort of but there's really no point. It says any option loss, and definitely a frustrating one to go away.
It doesn't describe
we'll skip that for now. Try and just
so that is behind us. Many of you might want to slow down and explain things, but here's the thing. Many things just cannot be explained and are intentionally written to vague. This is so easy as the reader can get busy theories of our own creative inspiration. What we can gather from the evidence is that the skeleton at the very start of the play throws a couple of axes as we pick up on that meaning view the entire third act has been very well explaining and discussing numerous priorities.
Yeah, they featured the original
actually those two is quite different.
They were trying to show legally, whilst it is early plot isn't been projectiles away
in areas so focusing on
crystal cathode.
It is also not connected to our first story. It is based on Vermis 2 is also stronger than the beginning of both world building and entry. There is a lot of there is also a simple-place narrative order like the first again, a lot of the things are explained as we go, or not explained at all. Or will only make sense with this analysis. As I said, the latter will be done inside the email itself. I explain as much as I can how the blocks will make my information.
Overall, if there's ever a real cult, royal army
such as the will be grabbed by the the seventh I guess the following. The Hanels of the bell very well. The mist is so if those glassy eyes that chase you wherever you go here we are introduced to the glass purgatory, a place divided between two worlds floating in limbo. From here, the hand to the souls who venture into the labyrinth halls. They exchange takes in the deep demon of the glass purgatory they got light inside each bodies and minds of each rest concentrates the glass shards scattered over the
I was somehow with this audience is no single concrete example. I read that there's actually a small chance there was one that social takes can spawn
shield upon his instructions to the square.
I do believe I have witnessed it once. I wasn't aware of it at the time. It was like my first time playing his computers and controls. I thought just like
The developers after this extremely vague description, we are told the start of a new field. Whilst Vermis 1 was based as alchemist, this world takes Vermis 2 focusing largely on civilization. Agorist is filled with the songs of trade and humanity. Rare are the sounds outside the city, as the areas beyond the desert rotting sides due to tectonic This city, on the contrary, life continues as usual. The living stay here above the sands beyond the rest of the The sheer vastness of desert keeps the city isolated to the zone. The foreigners are rare in comparison. Long ago, the desert was the harshest part of the world. No matter where one goes, they were sure to come across the vestiges of
We actually got down that well for the first try.
Many of them definitely guarded treasures. The relics of the scorched and survived to the they often place trailer loads of value. This is extremely dangerous as the final threats of the outweighs because of this, the two robbers that rode the wagons are, for the most part, individual so they do not fear curses nor the lessons of the undead. They risk their lives. Immersion refuses to buy the relics, often financially. The shocking is that it was offering to the dead so stable where it is stolen from its rightful place. This part, the man who is trying to sell the relic is known as a wasteful and he is the protagonist as to like the first book, the people who should read their characters. Because of this, I will now talk you through a third person as him. Like in Vermi, which was largely the first person who guides us through it. Ancient civilization venerated now largely latent sacrifices. Periodically, don't do shit to expose their carcasses to allow the dairy to delve into I don't think some of the sanctuaries that are held below the sands are home to the rival cults exert in rates of those really isn't like. Live in the desert, exists on the the sun shines on its dedicated to the dead. Each of these are dedicated to a certain divinity or astrology. As the book tells us, we cannot really clone this place. This occurs multiple stands for away from the solar projections in the path these are the sanctuary of silence, the dead sea that shines in the agriculture, the playground stage, the valley of the tower of decay, they are designed the maze of ashes in the sea of bones, and the hidden temple, the summits small. These solstices make them this is exactly what they come within the sands exist bones, more tails, and they are hollow, they are full of the bone hunters are heading to victim decapitation is common by followers of God. In most devout, having this fear of their own heads, the bone hunters tend to be solitary and enemy within range, feared by the traveller's immersion, persecuting enemies that heal about. They have a wide range of cultures, they sword and dagger as well as also some utility. A guy like Fetish is a small idol made of wood and wood. Exploration gear or their wearables. Containers attaches that allow them to easily explore ruined details weapons. They also have a crooked fang that once belonged to an emissary snake. However, its venom enhances its user's strength reflexes for a short period of time before rendering it unconscious. If you remember, the protagonist of Vermis 1 also experienced a while. Even though all bone hunters share it, the alive axe though always on the way to the preceding desires of their god. Some of them, there is a reason dualistic advantages that, after robbing their victims, sacrifice their bodies to iron, while others simply revel in massacres they can remain. Then there are those who simply collect bones or different sculptures. These pipes, which is just as a name for the bone hunters tend not to socialize so long, since some of them do not hesitate to kill whoever fills with parasites carefully on how they say. This didn't happen in Gailax's holy ground. The best way to describe the essence of Gailax's name still lies fear in men and devotion in him. He is an old god of death, dark within the tormenting tides, from birds to consume his joker, the vengeful spirit of lies was competence. Gailax was condemned by marvelous Eteri notions, those sealing both of their fates, their gaze diverged instantly the snake by waiters of time. Then these left, Marco was let in the spite, and suffering the same fate as Gailax. When Gailax was to come and see him, such was the sorrow of his people that one of his deities fashioned him his white head as a symbol of his eternal love. Her visage became that of her god from all eternity. The corpse of Gailax was praised that his will was heard louder. It is a huge. During these times, his wrath caused millions of heads to roll. Vengeance turned to pure rampant depravity. Even those that would Gailax winning for a time, there are still some around God, roaming the land in search of the signal, yet following the atmosphere here is oppressive and hot, causing it. Of course, the desert surrounding Agorist so people here don armors, helmets, and ornaments made from a strange mineral snails always called false. It was originally discovered and was now known as over time it has been used in weapon and dice range food preservation and refrigeration. It is unusual survival of white outside and they stop the mines as they are not active and she remains stands ready to set the height of the third wayfarer rests below their campfire. He finds it warm and soothing her. He tries to close his eyes, but his tormenting mind he does not remember his past life and has countless years of escape. He meanders from place to place, plundering two doors and the lights of those who dare permanency, offering them to Satan's I cannot recall when it all started, the moments so, his burden lessens when he gets out of surgeries. He never stops to talk, afraid of his he cannot stop a too long and walks off there. His faith in Gailax allows him to face enemies without fear. However, he cannot help but shiver whenever he thinks of the stalks of the They plague his nightmares, allowing him to catch brief glimpses of their faces. Sometimes they just look eerily familiar, advertised down our tears. Those unsettling and twisted visages hidden shadows terror. But he has no memory of seeing any inside of his dreams, meanings as his imagination only alive, turning them into what he fears the most, making them honestly surprised. His mind envisions shredding the flesh of his bones and ripping the senses of flesh. The next day, another day-long journey walking through the desert, and the wayfarers also visit a large stone structure, plush its burial ground. At its entrance lies a resting figure, shrouded around tattered clothes. As the wayfarers approaches, the man poses himself so large, but he can barely stand on his own two feet. The stranger says towards the wayfarer, unsuccessfully trying to hide his baton as his arm is petrified. He pulls out an eye-shaped trinket and shows it to the wayfarers. They will stop the hands by dropping the sea. If thou art to behead me, please avoid it. This relish opens the gate and to the shadow treasure, which is far beyond what they like to catch the hands. But I alone know the process gate. Thou can give I swear to share the wealth of the discover its sanctifications. The wayfarer gets later, receiving his half-paid inside the partially buried stone structure lies the sage-faced beast. In hiding, beast lies buried at the pudgeon's black bronze sword sticking down from the near the creature's guardian snakes. Draw a wayfarer towards the he immediately notices just how heavy it is. Next, he approaches the head of the beast, without hesitation, proceeds to rip out its eye. As well, the bronze sword of the sage-faced beast has been solidified. The blood of the beast has reacted to the bronze recast by the hand instantly, forming the stony scab around its height. After pulling on it for a while, this confidence saves part of the beast. the end of the blade has contained the going deeper into this very temple, vestiges, stone faces and walls follow the way back, no matter where he goes within. Warily handles the ice this makes his way forward, pondering the words of petrified trees, wondering if he spoke truth. Another law who dispelled the roots of after many hours roaming through the desolation the wayfarer says that the shortly was filled with paranoia and growing as he considers giving up his prosthetic body, afraid of the shadows to follow. This is however not a moment of an archway distinguishing his rest casualties. In fact, here we get more relating second
one of my characters.
That is the self from wayfarers the self-proclaimed
It was good to find
he is
yeah, I thought I mentioned
king says months later she orchestrated the murder of she led woods by the behemoth. So there she established her phase rested casting his first phase his body was attacked by regular the queen gave her to Norse a beautiful girl of artist locks and the innocent truly punished her she changed her second choice not just her second phase begins keeping her fed amid the horror of rape the body will stop the princess expressed genuine passion for physically awakening new feelings of kindness above the schools of return. Eventually the princess led a halo that ended her and the body was broken and powerful after the revolt the green king this Rofain as she was led by the princess to the Dionis. They swore that under their rule not a single drop of goblin blood would ever be spilled. So we actually have a little connection to what happens. The protagonist of the one encountered the dead body of this princess and agreed some ruins. They have a similar mate that killed them. However, the happenings regard a tale of revenge that resulted in to be stopped. But it seems that no matter what, the princess will die anyway. The wayfarer finds himself in a hill of memory. The mumbles turn into a weird melody that echoes in the hollows. Within this palace of rose is a large mirror that stands over the skeletons rest at the feet of the palace, and as the wayfarer observes the scene, the mumble abruptly stops. Startled, the wayfarer sheathes his sword before the mirror. He has seen things during the course of his travels, such a soulless reflection of his self. He had not seen his face so clearly. Quickly realizing the true nature of the guy who stands in his him, the wayfarer approaches the mirror, expecting close. The skeleton leaning against the pillar shared a certain even though their skin was away from the clothes on the road, they all retained it. They, in their software statements, giving their owners something he was comfortable. Alright, so it's really important that we fill this off for the first try. Really important as he vividly recalls all the times let's do this project. His ponder is that he notices something unusual. In the reflection, it stands a few steps behind the wayfarer turns to confirm that there is nothing there with the dark forest and pillars stretching as far as the eye can see. And yet, when he looks at the village once more, the gate is still there. Intrigued, he steps backwards slowly whilst he soon enough, he is being engulfed by the walls of that mysterious hall. From here, the wayfarer is transformed into the glass cloud. Deeper, the wayfarer sits with his eye in the reflections, not breaking visual contact with hence, however, before long, he turns his head to find only the emptiness of the hall, illuminated by the quivering light of the hall. The damp air glitters like diamond dust, creating glory that the world understands. He is no longer in the room of pillars. Turning again towards the mirror, he finds himself staring at the stone wall. The mirror is the hand to speak. The wayfarer reaches for the wall and nervously, making sure it is not too soon. If instead, while he does so, he notices displays a quite simple story never seen the will.
Okay, that's actually
using a piece of charcoal
really
just in case he needs to.
let's get rid of
after the wayfarer finishes the episode, we get a bit of exposition relating to this demonstration.
Alright, we've gotten rid of all the little spiders, the rest of the world.
He was venerated as a princess of nature, when he struck away his walking protected humans as they were opposite sides, and many titans found death by colossal sacrifice. For years, he slept atop mountains with deep valleys of beds. He have kin silverness. His blade still rests to this day on summits waiting for someone worthy to wield his great consciousness. The wayfarer then pushes forward until he arrives at Massachusetts. 5 paths converge and then gains fire in the sense I get root at that back to their faces, rests an eerie statue with a pillar of light, intimidated by the eldritch face. The wayfarer slowly searches his shoulders, head on his focus, leans to them, conspicuous. Light pours over his face, a contorted grin unveils before the wayfarer. A ghastly aura envelops the stone. Stopping to examine this statue, the wayfarer is fast realizes that his left eye greatens his own figure that those from the stranger inside. Actually, his right eye is far better. The wayfarer reaches down to his pocket and gets the relic used to hollow it out. If you officially the relics are sinking further, zero at that moment, the wayfarer's right eye is trembling, but panicking but can do nothing as his eye becomes loose and falls to the floor. First, he collapses, screaming quietly. After a while, the piercing pain resumes. It is then that the wayfarer notices he covers his left eye. He can see his eyes as stood sphinx. He sees himself with only his remaining eye. With the blood begins to tremble, he says he pats his father's plate, dust and slow debris rain down. I see it also stairs turn along the floor, attaching the lines. The moon stops. One of them reaches the feet of one of the veiling secondly described what was also the horror sits upon. That is because within the labyrinth the Red King's tormented outside behind accessible. Within Red's stay outplays with disease, learns the wife's escape. He abandoned his human parts adopting his new form which to reign over various existing of the past horror. Oh, these are nice all times which he learned in various forms. Thirdly, the flying effigies are called the Rasputin without permanence. They are strange creatures carefully set because they if the mirror shafts through these figures to test themselves on the resting voice to give chase to the person. There is a difference. Their shiny gem-like eyes are able to petrified like those who get to evade their gaze can still be paralyzed by their vengeance. Meaning, the game is a solid option to have to enter an area as high as within it, assuming what started as a time that any player has many sustained wisdom since he is always reasonable. One of James' figures, no matter where he is, lost in his delirium for his country's origins that he is equivalent to this. The living cage is error torture devices designed to be pushed but the sources of rusty iron machines covered with spikes they remain in a fishing tower. Then I would recommend the mouths of the living. His work is a advanced offering a views of areas, specifically intimidate those who oppose them. Some expressions were imagined as Saladors and Montero's replacement of stimulate farewell in Penumbra. These are more ambient, patiently wait for next. The closer one to them seems thicker than Metroidvanias. They are capable of facilitating the cry of shapes in order to so only the tales of the velvet drives magic fires and only a blessed blade using itself in the chamber of the silent blaze the Lord has evidenced a being that obtained as humanoid legs in its mind, essentially regulating and feeding. Within the chamber there are only ghosts. Nevertheless, the lords were games of settings, the conjoined which are made to theorize through many speculations. If form possesses the collective intellect of the body as a whole, it remains dormant in a great sense. But I will try to fill in gaps. Lastly, as mentioned, who was the which I just mentioned was created by the perfect one. Surprisingly, a warrior is a creature that surrounds itself with the part actually skilled, powerful warriors, being demi-part. The conjoined warrior is an opponent that God possesses unstoppable and devastating strength. It was trusted with the mission. This has meaning that anyone at the very start of the park is a monarch. Okay, going back to the Wayfarer, he sets foot in a strange place filled with tissues. Here, the cavernous walls draw undulate streams and frayed pieces. As he places his hand against one of the walls, he cold stones. His fingers tracing lines.
We are starting this episode in the same place we started any of our counterattacks from the surface.
He turns his head, examining the details of his held in the direction. He tries to find his gaze here now. I know isn't exactly feeling that the mirror is strength. Men just towards his hand antagonist as soon as his hand hits the glass. He serves as he realizes that the antagonist needs to the base of his massive antagonist, a dim light of unknown origin. This burden is his perception as it falls from the last episode and the existing promise as would have the number of pressing defeat. He does must have thought all glances as we know now he would say very dangerous his whole body being embodied rare however in a supercertain sunshine is majesty knew it outside his face approaching as it was Wayfarer entering the store it hasn't degraded over time. The last the Wayfarer struggles to grasp a few seconds should panic. He is quickly running out of there. He gurgles Skylar's name as Cloud Wayfarer escapes from will. She hangs also the water surface breaks. The Wayfarer casts slippers. He swims to the fountain head. Even if Wayfarer notices a monster officer died, he reaches for the sword such as a creature immediately noticed as it brings rather than being imagining Gervis of spoiling escape fingers in Skylar's vessel. Defeats the speed. Now that I've mentioned this, let's talk about setting a shiny some describe it as mega-shiny but I believe it's special. So, most items describe materials as the water lights the closest thing to Wayfarer notice sighting a monster took which on surprise. We know this Wayfarer realized it's just so purpose creation to take care of the sit well damaged. I would say it's the balance why it's a mistake Wayfarer should know about the subject to alleviate it's the sounds of the water no more explanations to this fixed by a string perhaps it's more than God a fell so in midst of quite a horrified around Wayfarer finds himself standing on the thought that there are machines the same one judged before hearing of humans left off these machines is something and the fact that it seems that it only shines he is stunned feeling the world against his workshop unless there are other he's close one fresh confidence is big his right eye is still missing he checks his right step hoping to see it read from the cusps in his hat actually now there's no to things that this person uses during his memories experiences before he one day it has a symbol the Wayfarer goes down to the corridors now the exchange is glances with the innumerable I would quite like to the Wayfarer sees cloth we know now sees things that make the ship's head but it's the same as there are pitches well if you're going to have anything on the shirt it's the full character so why is the hand it is quite an odd name but it's actually a they are it is quite big the hand so much that even the Wayfarer realizes essentially eventually the Wayfarer appears to be sheathing, and then when he returns, he carries on face-to-face with the shadow, emerging from the desert of the many mirrors, sword raised against him, to flush and strike. The Wayfarer experience has the overwhelming strength to read as well. The shadow formation is apparent. He thinks, tries to deflect the chainsaw, even though the shadows have always been. So we know that the word is, the Wayfarer forces Suzanne to keep looking, but there is more to it. Its eyes were question marks of hers filling with thoughts. Being radiant like every character is always open, and soon the Wayfarer like many things is gathering a lasting strength to the Wayfarer determines to hold her position. Silent story told broken only by a good way of attacking the floor his stone. And near the very end of the rest of the story, 2 pages then, the Wayfarer comes showing the name exhausted, facing one enemy to different except her. Also, the Wayfarer occasionally so casing figures that tormented them when Wheel was delirious. Wheel writes though, having executed them now, he has been able to dismiss the Wayfarer may lose the bones restrained. At the end of their long mirror-filled corridor, the Wayfarer sets foot as the circular chamber with a small finally escapes the second and that's a very moment she whistles and becomes unstable. He turns around. You may think to yourself this is a moral situation, but after made her best frustration with the Wayfarer circles isn't good, checking she out to walk through after a while, a small flash of light started. We know that it passes in front of the entrance to the inside. Inside, your classic is square, perhaps the mirror because they default back. Here you're going to want to play accidentally kicking some silly. Whether the examination sees it as a weird little whistle. After brushing the dust off the Wayfarer finds the inscription. It whistles do thy shadows. The ominous whistle is the ending of the following the Here begins a story related to with the first blow has mentioned the second one, the second one, one for the third is a whistle and darkness to the lost suggesting that the secret will be even roll freely. But such was the game that the whisper made in the field, very necessary, not to restoration. The days went by, but strange territory was abandoned. He had the feeling whether this is the real since the day he blew that whistle, he was waiting for terrible nightmares deprived him of his rest. During the storm, last night, peasant in the first place, something knocked on the door. The snake died down. It knocked again as the dog's bark. The second day's knock returned to his life. Who's there? After a long pause, meaning that allows this one profile was still injured, taking his history. The Wayfarer eventually finds a light orange he peeks through it and finds a stair they wanted somewhere ascending, fresh air cleansing the Wayfarer who is couldn't figure it out. This climb of the stairs is the breeze was strong fast, a light visible, blistering release shows it when he starts hearing the first being used finally reaching the top. The Wayfarer marvels more faster is not just absurd, the Wayfarer stands at the top about why it makes possible leaning at the edge, but they mention that they see trees extending beyond the horizon. This could relieve quickly turns back into distress. We know that the snakes are less vulnerable perhaps than anyone. Such greenery can only mean he is far from trapped against the Wayfarer road. This for the whole wall of silence, accompanied by the whistle of the wind. After a while, the restoration of the contours was tortured. Another thing to keep in mind is that the snake-tailed thorns in the area about to kill his life, and about the men's weight of his violent actions. After wondering for a while, he realizes there is no angel out there. There are no doors, windows out to itself. He is climbing some dialogue in the first lesson in this world. Metaphysics of the Wayfarer that aimlessly walks the stony prison. Only pretends that weeks in the Wayfarer finds the vessels by definition. He gazes at the starry sky and it they do not know he has no. They are but a media racket waits to wait for task. through the clashing waves and enemies. He stands up and thinks about source of thoughts, and then follows it 5 to the ending a little bit away to let him out. He goes inside, so remember the stairway to head, or climb coils down. That is actually very hastily descends the stairs. As well as sounds about to piece out of control, reaching the ceiling of the stair, aided by huge figures with 7 heads. That's an image, the light and the eyes skipping past the details of the size. The head, the large body of the creature had very good. Its cover, with the possibilities for the hand allows it to enter its pot beneath 2 knives. Around the bed, 7 rises, aiming the power of the support. Soon as appears the way man steps, she speaks with a soft yet essentially the well, if it does bring the part state of the name of the ending seems almost hopeless so perhaps some isn't actually what happens at all the remains of the state. The angel party collapses with sliding down the angel might not have the wayfarer draws near to the on a pretty fake goal is too heavy for you to protect or use, and the armor also no past the moment. Providing his body and also building a vessel. The wayfarer walks through the spires that now serve maybe a purpose to somehow extract reaching the energy it is ajar, slipping past the so dangerous to forest that is on the side. But it is less like foreign environment, the equivalent of the sound of the dry leaves and the apostate dignity how a wayfarer is some state as a within the forest almost ancient everyone except race research since the beginning of time how discernment seemed with the dive listening close enough the wayfarer is manhood we're going to try fullness of towers of just a bit of the sky makes it if the wayfarer somehow guarantees way inside the site towers say you will find many of this site alone there are 6 types to be precise they vary as it's taken by looking over the floating like this is that we believe this is the way to believe whose bodies have its power infiltrate the mind of this age that only exists thanks to Christ. This is the wayfarers through their lives instantly another horrifying devotee here as the lights anything they have completely abandoned their orbits, leaving behind assumed by its reflection. They emit a constant heightened whistle beginning inducing dizziness and nausea being the machinery that suggests God's infinite. Treading the forest, the wayfarer notices the force has gone down and saturated amber. The primordial that stopped the whole image of his eyes I wonder if we know how purity however has been dying he tries to do so. Being hurt, his body rejects the idea doesn't do so. He's very sure in doing so, of course, has to be able to reach him, given that he is so far away that it occurs that he has fire over there. Well, in thought, going back to the powerful place through the eyes and unlocking yes, that my life there we all shiver the shore and now my curiosity despite his role that is well as so many violent this journey has done enough to they say it is both humanity environment and ritual speech the wayfarer lives best finding a huge within they describe the stairs that descend into the vessels a pleasant aroma can be smelled now that you the wayfarer gives the down by the time the wayfarer reaches the bottom of the stairway he can clearly hear chants following the chanting the wayfarer reaches a large chamber icy type scrolls in dark beside their faces they all cease their song and it's the darkness behind them a large figure Cassiel sees a horrible message eyes gaze on the wayfarer or perhaps the tender cry and the hooded figures instantly charge these acolytes are each varied in their abilities Cassiel himself sees mental large smoke and daggers all attacks the shield we can guess that we learn a being that only humanity will indeed possess this is the first time like her is probably not but it seemingly is his extremely pathetic beast divinity hidden themselves one one of the ridges of Murmurs or words points rapture as an ending, all of a sudden an entire room to achieve this ending. Barrage on a whole stone and ground, denting it with a natural strength, being overwhelmed by the sexual struggles of vain to achieve some rapture, death, millenary teaching, means grasping at a hidden dagger that he has always had close to him. The Wayfarer messages, translating the broken gods, having instantly dissolves all dense clouds of dissipates one by one, the ascendants fall away. Individuals that take very likely that aware of people shift into the thieves and after the fray, only more humanity surrounded by the last of its after the last of itself was slain, the leaves crazy striking the Wayfarer the Wayfarer attempts to block by Christians to break as its own surprising majority it falls to the first state immobile. Its singular eye stares at the Wayfarer ending has 16 years the creature melts away immediately, leaving only bones. The Wayfarer then notices a strange brother, a collective group, getting closer to it. Again, initiates and considering how Cass comes from a large cabin. As for the Wayfarer appears that he is transformed from the outside, but perhaps the location in it he finds a sword as a safety against his rapture multi-band figures, dark hair, divinity that Hommel has deprecated was created by here we get a large amount of description. In the days of your voice, this implies metaphor. So I can tell you, I would my soul conceals somehow give way to by a powerful wizard who, as to what happened, transforms as years pass. I imagine that these years rested the hand down and blankly the ill-fated ones were destined to God's weapon, sport and it whispers of ecstasies, those final changes listening and delayed last simply drink dying from sheer terror. No one has ever dared jail this plus equipped with the pieces, whether this will have with the brothers and chest as hands no longer have passed back by a quickly capacity the angel sentence made to place. So the Wayfarer has his way through the church, accompanied by the church. I just can tell you that the whispers of the breeze, the Wayfarer thousands, the heads the suddenly noises loud talks it is found the Wayfarer is scared and tries to find the other arm is a place the ring is to stop the bond begins. As I said, I mentioned Wayfarer already on the glass, just like a game. You won't know their body usage soon enough. Water enters the chamber, the mirror shatters with the weight of the Wayfarer's fist. A clear separation then stops repeatedly. His homes like broken association, sitting in the corner of the room, cold confidence, whilst he checks under his arm to find that the pipe spelling spread over the bio of the hand shows a grim reminder of his size, blinding no reason which instead of way rather than he dreams about better in ending sound. The hand dedicated to be specific substance notes as the type of the in the distance, shadows observed. They all stand still. The Wayfarer turns away from the stops walking, pushing his way through the sandbag. He was face to face with his large shed stone skin. Typically, it is completely out of place. Its mouth, big in this case, the hand is open to state message. A pleasant the Wayfarer buries his head into small the stone, holding soft leaves to rest his face as his body sinks head first. The broadcast speaks before him, meaning that the world of God is not a menacing darkness, but a cozy. This causes him to awaken from his dream. The Wayfarer hears the sound of a bell of ascents. Surrounded by mist, he stands outside. The glass fragment scrunches his ribs. Within the glass purgatory is the impossible determined but the Wayfarer's spirit crashed along with his body now moves on its own. Will circular chamber was now for wayfarers transformation. We know corridors extend or ramifications across all things as he erratically ventures through the hallways. He uses accused us to see as to when ABC thinks about guiding us to shed some changes to carry flies in the blurb. The wayfarer traverses a long hallway that further shows long glass ovals extend down the wills. He feels something move once he's tossed. The unnecessary white agony stain has allowed him to travel silently. A dim light blinking in the clinic gem, while inspecting sparing wayfarer realizes that the same intensity changes clinically allows him to range from wayfarer towards the nexus around, trying to find the direction of drinks of shine right. Then, as this watches the hand gestures, a small radiant orb glows just a few steps away despite being full of a sudden shatters by materializing sinister hand and starts gesturing. And not just any turn-taking comprehensive words. The wayfarer steps the ambulance toward the light of the reaper. A shrill scream is heard as a tall skeleton breaks dark close. Be there to listen. Its bones turn to dust the moment the stone tiny softly wayfarer's descendants light dwindles and dissipates. Then wayfarer, sparkled by the sheer power of the amulet, decides to wear it on his neck. So that was what the remains of the skeleton exist. As they set up for its steps, a belief is that the foundation is whether plastic holding on to fast to the light is the wayfarer type of insect presented as the my mind. There was genuine interest for the wayfarer. I know that some intense character in research or science and entering the light, trying to read line or polished green tile. I also not wanting to make a reflection again with the wayfarer's tiny leaf that twitches. Its gaze lands on a grand stone arc that is defining the big says website just to show off the high activity. Inside is a chamber full of mirrors. If as reflected as the mirrors catch audience, the room is bathed in dim light. The dust floats mirrors visible in the air. An ominous figure slowly emerges from the floor, floating in the air, some apparition levitates like a shard of the mirror just tilts and turns into the focuses. It is very to at that moment every mirror turns to my favourite of the apparition is known as the mirror. The wayfarer draws his sword and stares into the hollow eyes, genuine determination learning in his own, even though there are games to shift the gaze towards him. Taking a step to close the mirror master, it just around the shop. As I said, some and with mirror piece, game takes in several directions. Following the shop, so it's my sword, making the wayfarer shoes his visitors, it goes to the side, shatters the several mirrors. The glass fragments too, it's very precise, no matter how hard trained they are. The chamber suddenly stops, staying the belly down, allowing the wayfarer to step back. The figure dissolves within a mirror as reappears after the more fresh shards stop spinning. Hurt and exhausted, the wayfarer raises himself only that anything is surprised. The room remains still. Instead, all of the unshattered mirrors turn to face it, casting their blinding light at the response exciting turns. The wayfarer finds himself completely surrounded by and trusting cats, seasons spinning. Their nearly started his legs without any muscles. He almost falls down. I don't know. He knows his fate to have praised. The wayfarer swings his sword towards the by definition try and stop their dance. He succeeds in stabbing one circle, shattering his canvas. The rest scatter as glass pieces fall to the floor. The wayfarer is surrounded by floating mirrors. One of them lies broken and crushed. With little strength left, the wayfarer runs toward his sword and and they, with the tiny almost to watch helps, the wayfarer hears a painful whisper behind it, create the wound. He notices and turns, eyes closed, gripping his sword because the inner swing is toward the faint sound of glasses shatters. The wayfarer heads to the eyes. Before him lies the future. Next to his severed hand, the mirror piece that holds it broken. The Wayfarer may take on one's imagination. The Wayfarer can know very satisfying. He finds himself in a chamber of dense air. There are brooms cover the floor. On the wall, there sit statues carrying small mirrors which guard the space, which are given out everlasting. Both good. The Wayfarer is telling the story of how which is best posed of a grand tunnel and spiral downwards to the lowest level of thanks to neglect. Whenever the invisible bell tolls, the walls of neglect is at their very end. Short rising that hill is from genuine division of those who are first to the walls. There are many powerful enemies lurking corners of his game. Such is the demented tones with who heads the legion with one of the takeaways control pages seeking to crush the intruder with their techniques. Another example of the living iron forged from the iron of hundreds of magical weapons. Today, AI may seem good, the misfantastic response directly to also lasting. It is a great warrior who seeks those who dare in art is based in order to give the spirits Bell and gargoyle we make them great specks they camouflage among the given when it's handles the power waiting for the best moment to express itself. If they cannot execute an ambush, they gather small groups so they may overwhelm their victims. Their bites their ears and application. The tormented one is a twisted, wild body which venerates for when it fills with war and shakes. It changes location again relevant because the game the Wayfarer pushes down crossing the haze of the footbridge and sideboard. She eventually cannot cross an opening without being so bright light emerges instantly. When he reaches the entrance, he is amazed to find a tiny but bathed and gentle light. Moving in the centre of the jungle, surrounded by moss, rests a small pond. The Wayfarer lives surrounded it. Tiny drops of just fall outside. Looks more and discovers the grotto bitter as far as it can range, disturbed by drizzle. He approaches the dance special. However, the Wayfarer notices liquidity towards it. It is opaque, not just he stares at his wavy reflection from a then takes a step back, sits next to it, standing over a cold statue of her facial muscles are eroding beyond recognition. Her eyes disappear. In that unusual corner, she gazes at the statue. The Wayfarer feels strangely fascinated. He makes himself comfortable on the soft motion. His fingers, after entering, he realizes it can move. Confused, he looks at his hand and is horrified to discover that the flesh is hardened his fingers and monstrous bones. He loses no time to take himself his He observes his reflection in the pool, contemplating the devastating consequences of punishment. Lastly, the amaranth markings have engulfing his face. His arm is now completely decrepit. He runs his fingers across the right side of his face, yet he feels nothing. The Wayfarer feels powerless against the curse, so he decides to lie down in the shadows and let the hours pass by. He eventually succumbs to the atmosphere of the room, manages the lighting too is well done. His preoccupations are washed away by the gentle rain from so his fears dissolve into fantastic figures. With his gaze lost in the soft ripples of the view, his eyelids grow heavy with illustrations through CRT monitors. You see this more in some pages than others. It works extremely well. Goes into stocks. You can make that honor this CRT effect. I also made this video in a 4:1 aspect ratio. The video too purposely degrade the quality of what they hear is you too much art again is simple to do. As I said before, Fastabu has created it isn't sci-fi and it's rather dark fantasy, and whilst it has been created writers take a description for it, that's where you get into some of the bits if you want to. Most of them don't different takes on these pieces of fiction. We know that many things I have said in this video may not apply to others' interpretations for how the world actually works. I would encourage you to check out all of the parts yourself because whilst I can't really show this because I dare you to see it yourself. Let's really go over the job itself. Before we wrap up, I just want to say that this video was sponsored. It's just a review or just an USA works. Really, very assertive. That's a easy message. So 26 messing. It has glossy paper, stitched binding. It's just a very to hold actually. Okay, that's everything. Again, the nature of purchase by the specific. Again, this video was also to attack. If you are interested, visit follow my Twitter, Discourse that's my that are also wasn't kissing this woman's ass. She was the oldest one who actually didn't get on her knees and kissed this prostitute's ass because she got dumped heresychurch.com.
Well, it sounds like when you say that she just got dumped at heresychurch.com, you believe that you don't believe that John Lewis has a state. You believe it's possible.
I do not make his claims to the salvation of what I would say is I would definitely not be attacking raiders like Trump who are pointing out that, hey, you Christians should not be running to embrace this. You Christians should not be running to say that, hey, this is necessarily even a good thing that she's doing the testimony roach. And look how saved this I was.
A tiny place of interesting piece of information is shown. All demons were God's ones. It is man who puts crowns on our heads. It is his axes over our necks. The wayfarer dreams about a familiar place, the sanctuary of the saint, just outside the chamber of ignorance. However, the surroundings are not exactly as he remembers them. The room is enveloped in gloom, a nauseating stench pervades the air, and the room is bloody. A noise comes from ahead, the distinctive sounds of flesh being torn, bones being broken. The wayfarer walks toward it. A headless man is piling up skulls, his head barely hanging on by a single strip of flesh. The creature raises his hand, pointing at the wayfarer. He feels a sudden coldness slice through his neck. His vision blurs for an instant, then tilts. Vertigo taking over as his head falls onto the floor. He awakens from his slumber, dizzy and agitated. The grotto is now dim with mist. Past the doorway ahead, darkness can only be seen. The light has died, and everything is shrouded in eerie silence. His footsteps from beyond the entrance, fast approaching. The wayfarer quickly stands and grips his sword, fixated on the knot. The footsteps stop abruptly. He stares into the pitch black night, terrified. Words from the cavernous voice fall like that, talking like it was never spoken before.
When you're talking about hypergamy, that would actually be in opposition to your point at point one. And then point two is that while they're all inside these red pill spaces, Alex T and
the words make his heart beat fast. Hero, a wayfarer's name was mentioned. It resonates in his head. Noon finds it so strange and familiar. So much time has gone by since he heard it, but might as well be in oblivion. But the moment he realizes who there belongs to, love squeezes and tears son, as Lexi vowed, and his hands stop Shay Jaden as the hours go by, the wayfarer remains quiet, his blade pointing to his heart, waiting for the voice to reveal, but 049. Derek, finally, after what seems like an eternity, hands outside the room of back to life. There is nothing Calypso. Warily, the wayfarer stands up. Raniero creeps on. He marches forward tirelessly, crossing a sea of fog, flashing his blade against the fierce smoke. Many other times before, yet he always gets back up. For the past must be walked. Among the ringing of the bells, the wayfarer walks, tightly gripping his sword. He never stops, even though he cannot see past his helmet thanks to the fog. He feels in his guts that he is getting close to something important. He hears the tolls of the bell grow louder. Vibrations ripple through his body with each of them. His once downhearted footsteps have now turned to a hopeful march. Having been witness to the ever-changing nature of the purgatory, he is now sure that, unlike before, he is about to reach a place of significance. The ringing of the bell stops and the thick fog slowly dissipates. The tunnel falls silent, barring the footsteps of the wayfarer. Suddenly, though, he bumps into something and almost loses his balance. After what felt like an eternity walking in the same direction, the wayfarer thinks that he has finally reached the end of the corridor. He reaches forward with his hand. Stone, no, a wall, maybe. He feels it, searching for an exit of sorts, hoping that by venturing deep into the dark purgatory is the way to escape it. Then the fog clears enough to reveal a further figure. A large statue holds a scepter in one hand and a looking glass in the other. Its face is horribly disfigured. Once the groom is completely gone, the wayfarer finds himself in an embellished circular chamber, surrounded by strange statues. Noticing an exit on the far side of the room, he rushes towards it. It leads to a dark mirror of sorts. The wayfarer knows not to look, and so averts his gaze from it. He has learned not to look at them for too long, for he is convinced that they reflect nothing but lies. They try to instill fear and confusion in those who set their eyes on them. Back in that tiny room, his hope shattered with the glass. He felt his freedom slipping away between his fingers and taken away from him. Yet despair turned into resolve. True escape was ordeal. He defied the fate set upon him by this accursed place. After looking for alternate exits and coming up with nothing, the wayfarer musters the courage to face the mirror. He realizes that the mirror does not reflect his surroundings at all. He simply sees himself standing alone in the darkness. He contemplates himself, ready to repeat whatever the situation is. Yet it seems that nothing else changes or comes to fruition. He sees only himself. The wayfarer touches the mirror. Against his fingers, the glass ripples. He slowly and willingly sinks inside it, a cold feeling overcoming him. The wayfarer realizes that he has crossed the gates to another world.
That's why, let me explain it. This is not what her was saying when she was online, when she was tweeting out. This is a very different thing, and this is where I think Pearl shoots herself in the foot a lot, because I don't know if she's engagement farming.
Amid an ever-present sea of fog, an imposing massive tower looms over everything. Its terrifying presence akin to that of a slumbering giant, whose awakening seems utterly inevitable. A cold dampness hangs at its feet, and an untraceable satyr dances screamingly, walking through misty dunes toward the stone before him. The wayfarer stumbles across a grim scene. The fog flows around dozens of small, stone-like decapitated bodies. Some of them dismembered, they look almost human. Realizing that he is not alone, the wayfarer glances around but sees nothing lurking in the fog. Avoiding the bodies, he leaves them behind with one disturbing thought. A shiver runs over him as he reaches the walls of the tower. Utter darkness awaits him beyond. Specks of fire from his torch floats down into the darkness, the ever-growing abyss growing underneath him. Every step could be his last as he ascends a square-shaped spiral staircase. The walls tremble around him, and stone debris falls from the stairs above as metallic waves echo in the distance. Then, the strident knell of the bell arrives, rumbling like thunder, with a piercing pain flows through the wayfarer's ears. He soon comes back to his senses when a strong gust of wind carrying debris hits him, making him lose his balance and snuffing out his torch. More wind bursts come one after another, but they soon stop with the last toll of the bell. The wayfarer luckily has the answer torch, and uses it to light his way. The bell rings here and there, its deafening sounds almost always accompanied by the fierce winds. The higher he ascends, the harder it becomes to fight against their strikes. Every time he hears the bell's prelude, he lies down and clutches onto the stairs with all his might. His ears ring and his legs keep giving out, yet nothing seems to break his will. Despite not seeing the end of the stairs, he ventures onward, as he always does. Approaching the zenith of the tower, the wayfarer notices that the bell is about to strike once again. The winds bring a familiar smell to the wayfarer, the smell of death. After the bell stops, a decapitated body falls from above, smashing against the steps in front of the wayfarer and making him jump. Moving closer, he realizes that the corpse seems to be imbued with darkness. Even with the staff casting its light on it, it remains dim. By the time the wayfarer reaches the top, the bell stops, but a strange noise replaces it, the sound of flesh tearing and bones cracking. Like the smell, this is familiar to him. With his heart beating faster and faster, he arrives at Belfry. The Wayfarer's heart skips when he sees a macabre scene right out of his nightmares. A creature with purple skin crouches on a pile of massacred bodies, clutching one of their heads in its bony hands. The corpse's wounds are brutal, as if they had fought the beast. The air is thick with the smell of blood. The Wayfarer's hand trembles ever so slightly as he reaches for his sword. As he approaches, the creature rises, revealing the extent of his injuries. Ripped muscle tissue and bones that poke out of his severed neck. Despite this, though, it stands. The Wayfarer is shocked to discover that the head that the creature holds is its own. His lifeless visage stares at him as the creature lifts it over his shoulders and places it on his neck. It stays in place for a few seconds before falling and rolling to the Wayfarer's feet. The Wayfarer moves his attention to the helmeted heads across the floor. Their unsettling features are familiar to him. They are the metallic faces that plagued his nightmares and infused fear in him. He is still stupefied at the eerie scene when the headless being turns toward him and picks up a long and rusty sword from the floor, no doubt belonging to one of his victims. The monster moves erratically, and his attacks are weak and predictable. When it raises its sword to strike, the Wayfarer takes the chance to stab its torso. It doesn't even flinch, even letting the sword sink deeper as it tries to grab the Wayfarer's head. Its leathery fingers lock around his throat, and the Wayfarer struggles trying to move away from the abomination. Even though it lacks the strength to strangle him, its touch disturbs him greatly. It soon gets a hold of the Wayfarer's head with both hands, twisting and pulling on it with all its might. The Wayfarer is sickened by the repulsive sight of the being. Its lumpy skin is covered with wounds. It does not bleed or seem to feel pain, yet its veins pulse as if it were alive. The Wayfarer lets go of his sword and pushes the monster to the floor. It lies inert. He moves to it and tries to finish it off, but it moves at the last second, causing one of its hands to be sliced off instead. After stepping back a safe distance, the Wayfarer stares at the pathetic wheel. The longer he observes it, the more he sees the crude reality.
More likely to get married. Because if you're saying,
yeah, but I don't want them to. I want them to get a sacramental marriage. Why would I try to move society towards degeneracy, to enabling degeneracy? Why would I do that? The truth is written on your heart. It is true that men and women are inclined to become married, but absent the sacrament, right? They're not living in a married lifestyle at all. They just have some bizarre state contract. It's totally meaningless. Why would I move heaven and earth and all of society to reform all of these laws on behalf of these men if they're not even going to go through with a sacrament, have an ecclesiastical authority which can govern their marriage? You're setting them up for failure. Absent that ground-based community, which you only get from the church, you can only get community building from the church. The reason most of these marriages actually fail, and Sexton, he's a divorce lawyer. He's very popular all over the internet. Great guy. We've gone rounds and rounds about this. But one of the big keys, and if you read his book, you'll find this out, absent the groundswell community, there's nothing which keeps these marriages together. There's no shame. There's nothing to appeal to. It's just you and her, and that's it. And all the degeneracy. Why would I move heaven and earth and try to do everything that I could to promote that? I don't want to promote that. I want to move these people out of marriage into sacramental marriage, so that hopefully, well, not even hopefully, they will, based on what you and I have already discussed, which is that the religious who are less likely to divorce, that's going to require sacramental marriage. That's the way forward, but that requires patriarchy. I'm not going to move laws around and advocate for laws around. So that second is engagement with degeneracy.
okay. And again, the similar marriage thing, I think you're right there. That's something that you kind of blew my mind. I don't have a problem with it. I think from the Daily Wire perspective, they view it as pragmatically easier to encourage people who are secular to get married, have children within that state wedlock, than it is to convert them.
Yeah, so you say aversion is more pragmatic because you can get rid of the that's why guys like me, the few of us which exist, can go out there and completely dismember both sides.
Agents of Greaseball, pearly rivers of mist flow throughout the sky. A dark will slowly vanishes in silence. The purple that haunts his butchered body dissipates into nothingness. He feels the beating of his heart. Relief, coldness, pain. His many wounds start bleeding. From his wrist flows a stream of red. The wayfarer falls to the floor. Kneeling in a puddle of blood, the wayfarer stares at the body he has left behind. Without a head, it is but armor. He looks down at the blood below him and his scarlet self. A sincere face stares back at him.
Stop interrupting and show some respect. She needs the J. She's good
A
faith.
single
You are
toll
not
is
even
heard.
right on this one.
An illusion shatters. A man awakens. He contemplates his reflection, withered before the mirror that started it all. Dizzy, he stares with both eyes at his starved visage. His lips are cracked, his eyes sunken, and his skin grayish and dry. He barely has the strength to lift his numb arms off the floor. They feel as if they were made of stone. Where before was the mark of a curse, now there is not even a vestige of its existence. His many mortal wounds are equally gone. He is seemingly pure. He bathes in the serenity of that remote place, feeling unburdened. The toll of the bell still resonates in his head. The man closes his eyes, sinking into his thoughts. There are no gods, no monsters, no shadows, no mirrors, only war.
I don't think this person has said that all of
Okay,
your fans
turning
are
off my narration voice a little bit. Let's get into the analysis.
Code, I would love to see
So
Andrew Wilson
Vermis
sit and
is
talk
a
to
lot.
Pastor Doug.
Ahead of the ways I personally
he's
depict
all
Vermis as a medium and a game, but there is also a lot of spitballing, especially when it comes to the lore and narrative of both books. Vermis 2, despite being a sort of sequel to the first book, is very different in presentation. Vermis 1 is presented as a guidebook for an open-world dark fantasy RPG. Meanwhile, the second book, whilst having connotations of a video game guide, is much more focused on a narrative. This narrative, as we know, is about a predefined character's journey. Vermis 1 had the main character be, well, created by a hypothetical player. Hence why I used we when I was talking about that book. Because we created the character, and, well, I was guiding through the book, so Vermis 2, though, does a lot more world building than Vermis 1, and I feel like, overall, it is superior to the first book in both art and as an experience, but it is mighty close between the two. Vermis 1 has a better atmosphere in my eyes, but both books are fantastic for what they were made for. From this observation alone, it should be obvious that I have a lot more to say about Vermis 2 than Vermis 1, both because of the narrative, but also because of the plethora of lore in Vermis 2. But let's take a step back and approach the books one at a time and talk about Vermis 1 first. Vermis 1 is presented as a somewhat open-world dark fantasy story, based in a world that has an area-to-area structure. Because of the way Vermis 2 is presented, I am going to confidently say that Vermis 1 is more open than the sequel, even if it is still kind of linear. This is because Vermis 2 doesn't really go out of its way to mention loot or alternate options such as Vermis 1. Anyway, Vermis 1 is sometimes described to be a Dark Souls 4. I think this mostly makes sense considering the character creation process, overall tone, and the purposely made story style. It is, in almost every sense, a younger paper brother of those games. But if you've been paying attention so far, you should know this, presumably you're also aware of the Dark Souls series. You know, one of the most celebrated game series of all time that helped birth an entire subgenre. Despite Dark Souls being in third person, though, I actually see Vermis 1 and 2 to work as a third and first person experience. Although I think the many inclusion of mirrors in the second book will work much better in first person. Another game that I want to mention is an indie game called Northern Journey. Northern Journey was created by Øystein Pedersen. I'm sorry if I butchered that. A Norwegian developer whose game is among the most atmospheric I've ever laid my hands on. The content of that game isn't as dark as Vermis, but the graphical style, sound design, music, pretty much everything beside the story and age rating is what I think Vermis would be like as a game. Vermis 1 is also largely based in the forest, as is Northern Journey. The tweeting of birds, the whistling of winds, and the crunchy footsteps alongside the serene music is what I expect Vermis 1 atmosphere to be like almost identically. Now that I've mentioned music, Vermis 1 and 2 will, in my eyes, heavily incorporate a genre called Dungeon Synth. It is a subgenre of a split from black metal that focuses on the heaven atmospheric interlude arcs of the albums that belong to that genre. This video is actually using music belonging to it. Again, links to the music I've used are in the description. The genre leaks atmosphere like no other, especially in a fantastical setting, both dark and high. Vermis is, of course, a dark fantasy setting, thanks to the larger wave of violence and ritual themes, such as sanity. High fantasy, for example, are settings such as The Lord of the Rings, Elric or Millennium, or Brandon Sanderson's main works. Vermis is a story of grand adventure, or as the title of this video states, venture. Venture and adventure, contrary to some people's belief, are different things. Venture is simply a dangerous undertaking, or just an adventure that is dangerous. Vermis 1 is based in the northern section of the world. The capital is in a state of constant war, and the world outside of it, whilst filled with serenity, is still very dangerous. It is filled with curses, dangerous creatures, and magic. Despite this, though, Vermis in general is a very human story. One of the first people we encounter in the first is Knight, well, he's so filled with sorrow that he lets the player hit him endlessly without fighting back. To me, this character also acts as a sort of test dummy for the player. Off the top of my head, the closest thing to this character is that one guy in Sekiro that lets the main character, Wolf, practice against him over and over, even if he dies, as he, well, cannot actually die. He will simply resurrect to allow the player to continuously practice combats. So, what is the story of the first book even about? Well, on my first read, I had a few ideas, but to say there is a defined, true narrative here just isn't true. It is written to be presumed, theorized, and talked about. You know, just like I am right now. As I said in my synopsis of the book, it seems the entire set of the first book, at first glance, were dreamed by the skeleton figure, who dreamed of what they would have been while staring into the well. We see this skeleton at the start of the book, and only return to them at the very end, sandwiching the entire book between the two appearances. To me, this is intentional. Each class is a potential life the skeleton could have lived. I don't believe the skeleton made up the world. I simply think that they were a denizen of the world of Vermis. Hence why Vermis 2 takes place in the same world, just southward of where the first book takes place. The central theme of both books is death and potential. We see constant mentions of regret and reminiscence, mostly in Vermis 2, and of course the world of Vermis is filled with death. I mean, hell, the most dedicated guy-like servants and the wandering angel class of Vermis 1 decapitate not just others, but even themselves for their divinity. Metal as hell, but also a statement as to how far the world has gone. Or this has just always been the state of the world. The world of Vermis 1 could be presumed to be in a state of turmoil, thanks to the war of capital, which is the one place with the most human activity seemingly in the entire land. I don't consider it to be a post-apocalypse. Like I said, this might just be how the world has always been. It's just a little worse because of the war. We know there is at least a base amount of cruelty of this world, because Vermis 2 isn't based in this land affected by a nearby war, and is still filled with zealots, curses, otherworldly eldritch threats and death. Vermis 1 doesn't have a defined narrative, as stated. That being, its story isn't a conventional one with a clear goal. Some compare Vermis to Dark Souls, as mentioned, but what it isn't like those games is in story. In Dark Souls, there is at least a clear goal of some sort, even if it is kind of vague. In Vermis, meanwhile, we don't know what our goal is at all. The book even acknowledges this when we venture into the Highlands by having us openly question what exactly our journey has been. This, though, is all intentional. I think Vermis as a book was written to promote a simple appreciation of atmosphere of dark fantasy, but also as a huge source of inspiration. The reason I don't really have much to say about Vermis 1 story is, well, because of the lack of it. As I mentioned, though, there are strong themes through the world building. There are countless theories one could come up with, and many are posted online as well as plenty of pieces of analysis. Vermis's world is incredibly lonely. The people we meet are either untrustworthy, under a spell of sorts, suicidal, or just straight up dying. The most trusting figure to me is the man in the hummingbird armor on the outskirts of the Silver Swamps, who, of course, gives us a means to push back against the curse in this swamp. Even then, though, his help didn't do much as we succumbed to the sleep either way. The man outside the ruin who seeks the box with the ring inside seems to be stable but injured, but it turns out he wished to set himself on fire. Well, to me, it seemed intentional. This enigmatic encounter is, in my eyes, the most defining example of what Vermis 1 is like. It is filled with a dangerous adventure, false hope, and eventually death. A more literal example of depressing themes is the first ever NPC we meet in Vermis, which, of course, is the knight who refuses to hit you back. His defeat is an emotional one, ignoring the gameplay mechanic to this that I've already mentioned. The idea of a man who will not defend himself no matter what pain he goes through is both insane and incredibly depressing. One of the final points here I want to make is about the slogan of the book, which flesh is your flesh? Quite an enigmatic question, but I believe it is as simply asking you as the player what sort of person you are. And the player is, of course, represented by the skeleton from the beginning and the end of the book. So, yeah, to me, Vermis 1's narrative, or lack thereof, is about identity. It is about someone, being the skeleton, who wishes for better times, or regrets the way they spent their life, and so fantasizes about what they could have been. Or it's just a dark fantasy setting with nothing else to it. Before we get into Vermis 2, I want to quickly talk about the movie called Aguirre, The Wrath of God. I promise this is relevant, just bear with me, because I watched this movie during the filming of this video, and it heavily reminded me of the story of Vermis 2, because as we know, Vermis 2 actually has a pretty concrete narrative, unlike the first one. Aguirre, The Wrath of God is a movie directed by Werner Herzog and features one of the most infamous actors of all time, Klaus Kinski. Their story and relationship on its own is insane, especially during this movie, but it's not what this video is about, so let's talk about the movie itself. It follows a group of Spanish conquistadors on an expedition to South America who seek El Dorado, a mythical city made up by the natives of the land. Soon they give up, but most of the group usurp, and from here the expedition is led by Aguirre. From here the group ventures mindlessly, and to cut things very short, insanity ensues, and so does fever and starvation, and every single member of the expedition dies, barring Aguirre himself, who dreams of an impossible conquest made by an empire founded by him. No matter what they did, they were doomed from the start when they wanted to find El Dorado, because it simply does not exist. The reason they usurped, after all, was because they believed it existed. I bring this movie up because the premise here, mixed with the serene atmosphere, heavily reminds me of Vermis 2 and 1, and my approach to the atmosphere is inspired by, well, old school RPGs and fantasy movies, but especially this movie. Vermis 2, at the end of the day, is a story of tragedy and about to search for something impossible, just like Aguirre. The Wayfarer is cursed, and even as Sword is a servant of an objectively evil God, he shows his warrior despair. He isn't without his humanity, despite the evil acts he must have done to gain his God's favor. No matter what, though, he was cursed. Seemingly no cure was in sight. He was seemingly trying to find something that doesn't exist at all. It also contains major themes of alternate selves, which may be obvious if you've been listening up until now. Throughout his journey, the Wayfarer encounters people who, at closer glance, reflect his own self through their personality, condition, or appearance. Of course, we have his reflections, but there is one such character at the very end of the book, which is pretty much stated to be the Wayfarer, the godless servant. After the Wayfarer is fighting the godless servant, we seemingly switch points of view to the godless servant himself, who actually was the Wayfarer. The godless servant, as the name implies, is no longer a servant of God. The Wayfarer describes himself as a servant of Gailac, and this pretty much means that the godless servant is the Wayfarer without an allegiance to Gailac. His missing head, too, is a reference to Gailac's followers, including the bone hunters whom the Wayfarer was a part of. This could mean many things, but one thing that also catches my eye is that the godless servant wants a new head. And perhaps a rejection of this divine act of decapitating himself, which we know is what the most dedicated Gailac servants do. That's my theory, though. I would say I might be overthinking, but I had a comment on the Godless video stating that his books are made to be thought about, and hell, even overthought about, which I agree with. The Wayfarer has always had doubt when it comes to his allegiance to Gailac. When he sees the green of the forest for the first time, he thinks about another life where he wasn't a servant of him at all. He isn't a completely lost soul to this objectively evil god. He is pretty self-aware and confused about his own nature, especially since he was facing certain death in the form of a curse. Perhaps he is afraid of not losing his life, but of what may come after. The afterlife of Vermis isn't really talked about. Hell, some of the gods are straight up pagan in nature. But if the Wayfarer was weighed morally, he is going into the deepest pits of hell. Another thing about him is his obvious guilt. He is haunted by the souls of people he has killed, which he refers to as shadows. By the end, he is confronted by the heads of those he killed as they surround the godless servant. Another interpretation is that the godless servant is the result of the Wayfarer at his worst. His faith in Gailac making him delve into zealotry to the point where he decapitates his own head. So there was something I purposely left out at the very end of Vermis 2. A character creation. A curious part of Vermis 2 is that whilst there is a defined character we see the story from, being the Wayfarer, at the very end of the book there is a character creation. I left it out because it does come out of my field and I would rather discuss it when it is relevant, which is now. In Vermis 2 there are a total of 8 classes, and they vary heavily. They also have the same 4 stats that the Vermis 1 classes have, being mind, will, faith and strength. Each class has their own role, just like the ones from Vermis 1, allowing writers or creators to create their own characters based on these classes. But what is the point of these classes in Vermis 2? So we see the story of the Wayfarer and not a created character. Well, it isn't known because we're meant to believe that ourselves. What we are told in the book itself is that the path has been walked, now walk theirs, referring to the classes. This most likely refers to the fact that the Wayfarer story is now finished, and referring to it again, and that story is something only we decide. I've heard theories that the character creation at the end of Vermis 2 is for the unreleased and, at the time of writing, unannounced Vermis 3. I don't think this is true. Firstly, this theory has no basis at all, which means that even as a theory, it doesn't have much to stand on. But also because throughout Vermis 2, we are told about locations the Wayfarer simply doesn't visit. Here is my interpretation. The events of Vermis 2 act as a sort of prologue or story, and the character creation is the first step into the open world, It is a long prologue, yes, but one nonetheless. If you think about Vermis 2 from the point of view of a linear game rather than a book, then it is quite short. This takes into account sidetracking and general exploration, so as the game is is based on. There is plenty of exploration in the book, of course, but there are also areas that are skimmed over, such as the solstices and the towers in the woods with the devotees inside of them. We are told about them, but nothing specific, allowing us to come up with these things ourselves. Unlike Godless, Vermis doesn't contain multiple endings. A solid way of approaching these sorts of books is to talk about the endings of them, since they typically are related to the most relevant lore. But because Vermis lacks this, the two books are much harder to talk about. Either way, I would love to hear your interpretation of these things in the comments. Theory making and spitballing are very fun and creative activities. Also, a lot of my audience tend to come up with great takes and theories on the games and topics I go over, so I look forward to all
I
these.
think that's a good notion. That's what I try to be. A consistent.
Alright, so I've said what I want to say about Vermis. With this video, I add my duology on Plastibu's two most noted ways, Godhusk and Vermis. Again, if you can support the releases, be sure to do so. Going back to my point in the beginning of the video, Vermis is a genuine work of art, genre that suffers from sameness, not just within its world building, but also in its artistry. I believe the technique Plastibu uses is called hatching, which gives texture to the art in his book. It almost looks like it's a parchment found in an old dungeon somewhere. I am also going to use this little bit at the end of the video to address some comments in the comments. Many people were saying things along the tone of, if make book, why not make game? I'm not sure if these people are being purposely obtuse or playing disingenuous, but making a book obviously costs less resources than the game. That, and I believe that these books for games that don't exist use their platform to their advantage. The vague storytelling and the extremely detailed art serves as a way to use these books for inspiration for other works. Plastibu, as we know by now, is a master of art, and so he simply uses what he's good at to create something bigger. A game that isn't a game because, well, he simply doesn't have the resources to do so. But instead of throwing a tantrum and blaming the industry, he knuckles down and does it with what he has. That is my interpretation of why these exist. It could simply be that he wanted to make something akin to the old adventure books that rarely exist anymore, but lean more heavily into the video game guide aesthetic. The end of this video also marks the end of these two shorter, to me 2 hours is short of my videos. I'm not saying this to put myself off as genuine video essays about Plastibu's works. The next video is going to be another monolithic one, meaning a video about a game that I've been wanting to cover for a very long time. In fact, it might be 2 games in one video, I don't know, we'll see. As usual, like and subscribe if you enjoy. Follow the Twitter and join the Discord too if you wish. Thanks for watching and stay safe.
You're un-American wanted otherwise. Why we have to be people in our great country. I don't think it's fair to say that America is great because of church and state being separated. And one of the struggles that I've had in the process about it is the fact that go back to the console. But the demographics of the country is so different where I do think that console is totally capable of bringing in the same results that we had back during the founding because we're no longer a Christian now.
States were always allowed to have church representation. There's no wall between the two at all. After the Constitution was ratified, they state churches. Why? Because the 10th Amendment says the rights of the federal government do not have the power to belong to the states respectively.
Thank you to the supporters in the shout-out.
This idea of the law
Times, Alex T, Carl Essinger, Hero, Vodes, Rescorilla, Simeon, Moon Goddesses, Fabba Fabba Fabba, Colin, Krieg 1212, Roystam, Vito Panieri, Operation Error, Laloa, Handsome Sun, Halusi, Courage, Jaden, Yellow Forest, Corrupto, End Lifer, Honest Heart, Whitemane, Ban, 049, Derek, C1, The Salesman, Envy of Light, Band of Infinity,
rights or
Calypso,
construction,
Spider,
they don't exist in objective
Ashley,
reality.
Vera,
Your rights are only as
Trinity,
good as the force that you
Charcoal
have to
Eater,
enforce those rights,
Jack,
and it's always
Reaper,
been the truth.
Cold
While
Snap,
we can
Random Name
recognize
Head,
that we have
Jordan,
what are called
and
rights,
Jason
like the Second
Bolton.
Amendment, for instance, which states a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, or we move over to the Third Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth
So the
Amendment,
game has a
whichever one you
little
want to
bit
pick.
of a build-up.
These are all just
where,
basically enforced
you
with
go
barrel
through this first section.
You don't actually have
pulling out
intrinsic
a
rights. It's
sword
completely made up. It's always been
stone.
completely made up.
And
That's it. What you're left with is force. And what's going on right now is that your Second Amendment shall not be infringed. Oh yeah, your First Amendment, freedom of speech, is infringed. Everything across the board for your rights is infringed because they have the monopoly of force, and that's that.
All right, we're actually playing
Well, I mean, when it comes to, like, let's say a Christian government, the reason why I bring up freedom of speech is because we've just seen with the anti-Semitism bill, many dispensationalist Christians, I don't know what your view on Israel or anything like that.
Not really energy meter, but
Christians are the Israel. We are the new Israel. We've always been the new Israel. Dispensationalism is false doctrine. It's always been false doctrine. The Orthodox Church heavily rejects dispensationalism. And by the way, Catholicism even rejects dispensationalism.
Hey, Dave,
This is a purely Protestant, foreign government brought to you ideology.
Yeah, it is a great game. It's
right,
fantastic.
and I do want to add that I'm very critical of most sects of Protestantism because of what Methodists are doing. It's ridiculous. But I will add there that it's also uniquely American. Protestants from around the world are not drumming or banging the drums in the same way for Israel, specifically still referring to them as God's chosen Jews, as Protestants other places in the world. So
now, I should, like I said, it's a bit of
point that out. This is a
last
branch of, especially evangelicalism, that I was not
I'm gonna be
familiar
rusty
with before I
at a
moved
lot of points in the
specifically
game.
to America. But when you look at something like
Dispensationalism exists in Canada.
I have played
It's
this
as much
game a
part
lot.
of Protestant doctrine there as it is inside the United States, and it's moved into South American nations as well as Western European
I mean,
nations.
many, like in Korean churches,
but I
it's
did
not
have a friend that let me
part of the
borrow
doctrine.
this
They're not.
stuff.
It's not the same.
South Korean churches, dispensationalism also exists, absolutely.
But if you were to
Alright, so we're going to
pull
attack. You have to
absolutely
wait
in the
for
American
your,
South specifically, not just America in
charge.
general. This is
Charge
something
back
that
up. So every time
it's
it hits 100%,
exploded
you hear that
in
little
southern
click.
states.
That's
That's
when I
because
can attack
foreign
again.
lobbyists have
Now, you
paid
can technically
these
attack
huge mega
fast,
churches and these reverends to preach the
you'll
doctrine
do
of
very,
dispensationalism,
very little
and
damage.
and everything else in order to do it.
What do you mean?
It's all foreign lobbyists.
See if I just start whacking like this, I'll do 1 or 2 hit points of damage.
It is inherent.
So what you can do is you have to let it charge up all the way and then attack
church
again.
tradition.
A lot of enemies in this game actually sort of stack attacks, so even though they're on the ground, just hit them again.
My own personal Jesus. So if that's the case,
the damage
it's
will
just
actually
your own personal Jesus, then you can come up with whatever dogma you want. It is an inherent flaw of Protestantism itself. Many of them even recognize that that's true.
It all depends on the
Well,
enemies. Some
sola
enemies,
like I think the idea behind many Protestants is that this like scripture can have ultimate authority, and I think when we look at a lot of why Protestants
later on, you're going to be able to
support
charge up your weapons as
I'm
well.
not going to go into
and
Greek Orthodox because that's not something that I'm familiar with, and you know, it
completely forgot what they are, but you can basically give these items to a
right, but I'm not
blacksmith.
going to refer to Catholicism specifically. There are things that the Catholic Church does. Greek Orthodox, I'm sure you would agree as well, that are, I mean, I think not scripturally supported. So that I think is when we're looking at, okay, well, you can do whatever, it's just whatever you want. It should be what is based on the Bible.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you're filled with the Holy Spirit, and you're in church and another person is filled with the Holy Spirit, and you have a different interpretation of the text, how do I
now we can actually charge to our first level, and by charging you do a lot more damage.
Beyond what is that one single scripture, trying to make the argument which one supports the preponderance
in a lot of normal
things that are in the
circumstances,
Bible.
I might just
if it's
attack
sola
normally
scriptura, then
like
we're
this.
both
I don't waste my
exegeting
time
text
charging up.
based on us being filled with the Holy Spirit. Is the Holy Spirit lying to both of us, or is it possible both wrong? How do I, the observer, make the determination as to who is correct without appealing to authority? Can you explain that to me?
Well, I will not say that
there's
Holy Spirit is whatever
it's a later game in the series. So there is a direct sequel to this, and
Well, then how do you actually make the text without the Holy Spirit get it correct? That never came
So
out.
I think this it needs to be an intellectual discussion.
Okay, you're having an
Legend of Mana,
intellectual discussion.
I think it's the
Sectors
next
can have an
one.
intellectual discussion
And again, that
on
was
this
on
too.
PlayStation.
How do
That
I,
had
as
a
the
quite
observer,
a different setup.
determine who's correct if both of you are
world
exegeting
layout
the text,
was
you're both
very
pious?
different.
How do I make a determination as to who's right as the observer? And know that I'm not following false doctrine.
Whichever party is more in line with Scripture.
So then, would this be an argument ad populum? Just because the majority believe that it's true? That still doesn't answer how I would know which one. How do I know which interpretation is true, absent appealing to myself as the authority?
Grab those.
I think you need to appeal to the Bible as the authority, whichever
Yeah, but you're the observer. You're the observer, so you're appealing to the Bible and exegeting the text. You are the person at that point who is telling people what Scripture says. The observer himself, who is
That's right.
observing
Look at
this
all the
argument.
pastels.
How do they make
It
the
is actually
determination
a
what's
very
true?
bright
The
game.
answer is, well, you should go to the Bible as well.
quite
Doesn't
nice
this
in that
make
regard.
each
Very
individual the ultimate authority on what the Bible says?
The Bible is not your authority on what the Bible says, and beyond that, we do our best to prove what the Bible says.
So how do we make the determination who's right? You say the Bible is the authority. That's great. For all of the back Bible, we all have a different concept of what these different scriptures mean. And we have a different idea of what these scriptures mean. How do we determine what's true?
I mean, within classes, there is still, like, there are still seminaries where people go to study the Bible. I mean, if it's the, I guess, it's this or, you know, this interpretation or this interpretation, you would have to, you don't know yourself, and it's totally ambiguous hypothetically as to what the scripture could mean. Then yeah, you would have to, I guess, like, I don't disagree with the fact that there are pastors who know more about the Bible than I do.
So you're going to appeal to authority. So then, how do you know that they're giving you the right answer as well? And we can extrapolate this as far back as you'd like. But this is a huge problem. This is why you have so many different propositions. Because they all exegete the text how they see fit, and then if they have an argument or a disagreement, they do the exact same thing that you do. And they just say, nope, that's what the Bible says, so therefore I'm following it based on their own personal interpretation. That's why you end up with so many different branches, and why you end up with someone saying, no, actually, no, actually, women should be pastors. No, actually, what should happen is X. They all have their own different exegesis.
Yeah, you're not a silent protagonist in this game.
Then why are they doing it?
Because they're not leaning on scripture. Because scripture is very clear. Like,
See what I mean? This is the problem. You're saying my interpretation is clear, their interpretation is not. They say my interpretation is clear, and like yours is not. That's why it's important to have a pre-actual authority and an unbroken tradition through the line.
It's not a genre I play very heavily now.
That's why it's so important. A tradition, if it changes at all, then it's a false doctrine. It has to be.
For action RPGs,
so Catholic Church, they have this, this structure, your scope, and everything like that. You say if it changes at all, it's a problem.
Yeah, they're schismatic. The Eastern Orthodox recognize that they have a church that makes schismatic. In fact, the Catholic Church will allow us to go in and take their sacraments, but they're not allowed to come to our churches and take our sacraments because they are schismatic, because they have a broken tradition, when they yielded to papal authority, which is exactly what happened during the schism. So no, I would tend to agree with you that Catholics are schismatic, and all of you are schismatic as far as we're concerned. But hang on, but absent getting into the theological debate, back to the discussion at hand, when we're discussing the we're discussing feminism, I still have not actually
a lot of times what I do is start the game, I try to level up a little bit.
have a problem with.
So when I get here, I
mean,
annihilate
if
them right
you're
away.
saying that the idea that, you know, Protestant on behalf of men is in your definition not intrinsic to the red pill.
That's not a red pill doctrine.
So running around and things like that
I don't
doesn't
have a
really make a
problem with
difference.
that,
There we go. I'm good.
I mean,
So
and that's
glad I had that
there are
candy
a lot
because
of
I definitely
I've
would
said
have
from the
died.
beginning there are a lot of problems that the red pill points out that I do think no problem.
No, this is being played on an analog screen.
That's what they get actual red pill. And then when we bring up the stuff, then when we bring up the stuff about, hang on, let me finish. I'll just let you finish. So then, when we move on, there's actually certain red pill, or what I consider red pill creators I have an issue with.
No, I'm glad I got up on my first try. Normally I grind out
you literally straw man the shit out of before I take the tweets out of context, for any clarification, you don't show that. I have not actually seen you be good faith in any of these criticisms towards
I did, well, yeah, so Dasan, I traded one of my gaming items to Tony in the chat.
My reason is on
Basically said that.
that's right? Is he like the problem is that he does seem to accept that
Yeah, I'm not defending Myron gains and his
You do have them,
but
actually.
you're
You have
specific
the
person.
online. It's
You're
not
not
something
pointing
you buy
out
in a store.
what is a red pill.
More of a niche product.
You're pointing out somebody
fairly
that has
expensive.
a problem with their degeneracy. Great, but it seems like you have less of a problem with degeneracy and destiny.
It's very good for
Myron
playing.
gains. You seem to be leaner towards Myron gains than you are towards destiny. Myron gains, fuck his shit.
Like you
But
get.
I'm not. But I think there's a problem with the progressive movement as well.
I don't know if that
And
actually.
I think one of the reasons why it's a problem is because I mean you have people like Destiny who are promoting this lifestyle of polyamory, and I've made videos about that. Like I don't excuse one or think that one is okay, and you say so you don't have a criticism of the red pill. What my criticism would be, regardless of whether they view it as foundational in their belief system or not, it is a creator sphere that does that participates.
There is no vast agreement amongst what you would consider the red pill community because you conflate it with pickup artists. The red pill is simply a data packet on your phone. It's nothing more than that. It's just a data packet with descriptive data. And then what you do with it is up to you. Has nothing to do at all with an individual creator. It never has, but even then the criticism towards Myron Gaines' degeneracy, right, which is a fair criticism, I've made it myself, has nothing to do with the fact that he's at least attempting to offer up non-contradictory solutions to younger men, and I have heard you offer up endless stuff.
But then you can say I haven't offered up any when I am on record. I've done independent of this conversation a video saying that one of the problems that I see with the modern church is the fact that women are leading change, that young men especially are being marginalized by the church. It's a problem that's affecting politics, and it's a problem that is affecting church life. That is something that I believe, that is something that I talk about. And I just want to say, when it comes to the red pill, you seem very, very adamant that this is specifically what red pill philosophy is about, and it's a conflation to try to obfuscate, oh, but now we're talking about creators.
Yeah,
you seem to do the
The
opposite thing when it comes to
Probably I have been clear from the very second we started the conversation. These are descriptors inside of a data packet.
I'm jealous of
you
followers being able to run RPGs back in the day.
that they are the representation of what the red pill is. That's the question on your part. I've been
I'm not done. So that's your position on red pill, but when it comes to, I guess, like
that's pretty much it. So I'll go through a couple things here.
Christianity, you're then very quick to say this is what Ben Shapiro
what this does is you eventually get a second and then a third character
and this is what Matt Walsh is doing, because I don't think any of those men have a viewpoint that's counter to yours when it comes to the need for Christian patriarchal marriage. And I think if you were to ask them at the core of their worldview, they'd say yes, this is what it should be about. You have a problem with the fact that they're talking as individuals too much about secularism, yada yada yada. Well, is that foundational to what it means to be a trad man, or is it just
Yes, much of this is foundational, which stems from their misunderstanding of Catholic doctrine, which is a natural law argument, which is saying that with the second marriage inside of modernity, of course they can't get red pill on their side. Why the red pill followers say, well, wait, why would you advocate for non-sacramental marriage, which is literally making sure that men are facing down the barrel of the divorce gun. Why would every time you kill an enemy, it'll add a number to the said that they're 99 to actually defend the war against the very people they criticize. So yes, I will criticize other creators, that's for sure, but I'll at least take them on. I'll take the criticisms right to them.
Yeah, and you're allowed to do that. That's not what I was trying to get at. What I was trying to get at is the distinction between, I guess, like their Christian worldview, which is, I would say, their underpinning, versus they as creators, what they're advocating for in the community that they foster. Like that's a distinction you seem more willing to see on behalf of the
That's
red
actually a
pill
straw
than-
man. So the distinction is I am correct about the founding foundation of their Catholic belief. You are incorrect about the foundation of what is a red pill belief. The red pill is not made and has never had anything to do with specific creators who might use the data, the descriptive truths that advocates on their own behalf. That's the distinction. I'm correct about the grounding on both ends. You're incorrect about the grounding of the red pill, what it even is, at least from my point of view. And the kind of contradictions that you find yourself in because of lack of understanding of it is, from my opinion, counterintuitive to what it is that we're trying to accomplish.
All right, so now it's grind time.
Well, I don't think, but that's. I don't think that's either or. I can have criticisms of the red pill, of red pill creators like Myron and Pearl, and I've tried to when I'm referring to like people be specific, so I'm not painting everyone in the community with the same brush. Just like you are to be able to criticize people specifically, like Michael Moore or Matt Walsh, with understanding that I think ultimately Catholicism is the underpinning for both Mike Knowles and Matt Walsh.
Right, so I'm correct about the grounding while I'm going after the creator. You're incorrect about the grounding while you go after the creator. There's the distinction. You don't actually understand what it is they're advocating. Always not advocating for degeneracy or for men to change.
So sometimes creators that I'm
yeah, but you straw man the shit out of them. Pearl Davis does not advocate that men cheat. She does not advocate for promiscuity of men. In fact, if you can go to your videos, you said that she was hypocritical.
On record saying that for men a handshake or sex is like a handshake. It means nothing.
Yeah, so again, drawing a parallel with descriptive claim, not giving an ought claim. She didn't say men ought to treat sex this way. She didn't say that men ought to be promiscuous. She didn't say that men ought to do these things. She said that for men, sex is far less of a big deal generally than it is for women. Do you even dispute that that's true?
It's not like a handshake. That is absolutely
That's not my question. Do you even dispute that it's not true that for men, sex is generally less of a big deal than it is for women? Do you dispute that? Answer my question. Answer my question.
I will answer your question. No, I don't think that's inaccurate. And I'll also simultaneously say that is not what she said. Pearl is wrong in what she said.
What did she say?
She said that for men, sex is like a handshake.
Yeah,
that is
and
not
okay, but what she's saying, this is a big problem, right? It's the most bad faith interpretation you can possibly give to it. She's being tongue-in-cheek. What she's stating is that for men, far less likely to have sex than it is for women generally.
If time and time again she is
Yes.
pointing out
Usually charge up
or
on it
minimalizing male infidelity.
She's not minimizing, she's giving a descriptor for what is true in the world. What is true in the world is already covered. It is true. We'll get to the game. That's one. And second, you have already agreed that for men it's far less of a big deal than it is for women. That's really what she's tweeting out there. There's no doubt that's what she means, but you're taking a bad faith interpretation of it. You want to attack me.
No, but saying that you do milk before your cereal. I woke up one day and I used to be a huge fan of Pearl's. I mean, I still
really
Pearl. I think she's funny. I think she does a lot of good stuff. You know, I defend her.
Now, it might not look as good on the stream right now because I am running a little late.
Unfairly marginalized. You know, I think a lot of people who attack her do so in bad faith. But my problem with Pearl is that she says that she doesn't talk about. She doesn't talk about what she thinks. She talks about what is.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
No, that's not a problem. But like simultaneously, she'll I guess minimize like, oh, it is not a problem that men cheat. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, overall, unless you're talking about the 0.1% of men who have those crimes the other way, it actually is a problem for women when they cheat and saying to your audience, not made
That's
up
actually good
predominantly of
because
these like high value men who have like sugar babies or whatever. It's not a problem problem if they
That is not her. Again, this is a straw man.
You won't cover as
position.
much
She doesn't
distance.
say that there's no movement in what her exact position, even in your video where you criticize her, where you took it out of context, her exact position was this. If you
guys swipe like this,
under a lot of these quote-unquote called a high-value man, your expectation that that man will cheat is significantly exponentially goes up, and that you should not be a fool and should have the reasonable expectation that that is a truism of the world, meaning that if you marry kind of your average Joe, your chances that he's going to be monogamous with you are much higher than if you marry a superstar athlete millionaire who's touring the world. Don't you agree that that's true?
Okay, so
I think, again, I said this in my video of the reinforcement of the idea that money equals high value. Talk like that's simply not true.
Now you're talking past the point. While I agree with you,
very Walmart higher virtue vibe.
the descriptor is still true. Women will sleep with men who have a lot of money for free. They do it for free. So really, they must be high value there. And when you look at hypergamy, those are the types of men that most of these women are going for. I see it time and time again, hundreds of them who explain, oh, yeah, I'm airplanes with this guy, oh, it was great, we had sex all the time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, they're going after those types of men. If you're in a position where you're married to a rock star, you're literally, that's what is considered a high-value man. Your expectation as a woman that this guy might step out on you in marriage exponentially go up. That is descriptively true.
As long as you let one of the people say something back when Mario Kart, we all lose. Until daytime, man.
I know chat, like everyone's saying that you should talk to Pearl. I'm going to, so I don't want to get too bogged down
Anson,
on
I see the gameplay. My brother has
directly, which is, you know, obviously the course of action here is specific creative. You are making arguments that Pearl wants to make, but that she in effect does not.
Well, you might not like the delivery system because most women tend to be told to space. But the delivery system itself, what she is saying, for the most part, is descriptively true. Does Pearl Davis say stupid shit sometimes? She's like my dumbass little sister, where I'm like, hey, dumbass, stop saying that kind of shit. Sure, it happens from time to time. But for the most part, but your criticism here was incorrect. Your criticism here, she's right about that. She's saying to you that
actually,
if
you might be right, Tony.
marries a rock star or a high-value actor, the chances that he's going to cheat on you become exponentially higher. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, but that's not what. There's a difference, I think, between what you think she is saying versus what she actually said.
Well, prove it by showing me what she actually says in context. Because I can guarantee you that when we put it in context, what I'm saying is true, and what you're saying is patently false because you want to attack her. Because you guys always want to attack these people and strawman the shit out of their positions.
She puts out tweets saying that evil comes from women, men are good people. Like, these are things that she says.
There is a higher status of virtue for men in society than there is for women. How can you dispute that?
What we should probably do is
that is what is being said. You just don't like how it's being said.
Well, no, I fully reject. Oh, well, this is actually what she means. Like, no, evil comes from women. Men are good. That is not accurate. That is not accurate from a Christian standpoint.
Yeah, but this is simply pedantry. You're being pedantic about the way in which a thing is being said.
I'm sorry, Andrew, but after all of these 2 hours, I will not let you.
What's his name, Andy? Is making every
I've not been pedantic, I've been hyper-specific. Pedantic is focusing on Pearl often is hyper-specific, and often what I would say is the thread that you're talking about is she probably did clarify it, and you probably just don't show that she clarified it.
I don't think she did. Like, she
You don't think, or do you know?
comes from women. Men are good people.
Men are good people, and there's a lot of evil that does come from women. And inside of society, there's a higher virtue standard for men than there are for women. You may not like that, but I think you agree that it's true.
Yeah, but this is not what Pearl is saying.
It is what Pearl is saying.
That's not what Pearl is saying. But again, okay, I don't want to get too bogged down on Pearl. We have a lot of super chats to get caught up with. Again, I will be speaking with Pearl and Isabella and Rachel May 17th on Culture War. Jacob Mayberry, what are y'all's problems with Mormons? That's a very long video. I'm sorry, Jacob. I don't think we have those. Free Gender, New City reveals most customers on OnlyFans are married men, which shows what a good job wives do ostracizing their husbands emotionally. So I think two things can be true. through it once.
Yeah,
Women
I'm
should
fine.
not ostracize their husbands.
All right.
Women
You
should
should
not
come
use sex
rest
as
at
a
my
weapon
place.
against
Yo,
their
trash,
husbands, but
fine.
simultaneously that men
I
also
have
have
a bed at
agency and
my
action
house.
when it comes to sexual
Sorry for
morality
dragging you.
in marriage.
Fine, thank you. It's fine. What did you want to ask?
Do you disagree with that?
Thank you.
Maybe
some other time.
Can you pull up the super chat again?
Oh, sorry, I just unstarted. Basically, most OnlyFans subscribers are married men. Therefore, it goes to show the lengths that wives ostracize their husbands during marriage.
And it looks like there's a little bit of blood in the floor, maybe, or am I tripping? Hello?
I would say that, again, if you're engaging in secular marriage, and most people are, then that would probably lead to this type of behavior to begin with. There's no sacrament to hold you to account. Very simple. There's no ecclesiastical structure to hold you to account. There's no community to hold you to account. Why wouldn't men stray? And why wouldn't women stray? You're basically promoting degeneracy at every level by promoting secular marriage. It's a really bad idea. And red pillars understand that it's a really bad idea.
So
Well, this is an issue that is not only common among secularists. I'm sure that there are professing Christian couples.
You already said self-ID doesn't make you a Christian. And the more pious a Christian is, the far less likely they are to engage in this type of degenerate behavior. You agree that that's true, right?
I agree that that's true, and I want to, from you, ascertain though, like, do you agree that both men and women within the confines of their marriage are capable of sinning against each other, and should, I guess, be encouraged to follow the biblical standards of sexual morality within the marriage?
Yeah, but that's what I just said. Lady, what I just said back to you. Yes, this sacramental marriage, which has some type of authority, which can be appealed to inside of a fraternity hierarchy in a community. That's what shame is. That's how you keep marriages together. That's why you saw such a lesser divorce rate in the early 1900s. That's exactly why that occurs. And so what's happening now, right, when you look at this, is that, yes, that secular marriage leads to all sorts of relationships, or polyamory. It leads to all of this kind of thing.
No one was coming. I think the same. It's a little messy.
Well,
she told me.
I'm sorry. I don't want to bring up Pearl too much, but one of the things that I've frustrated is that in her
believe it or not,
if a man cheats, it is no woman's fault. And I don't want to minimize the fact that a lot of women do use sex as a weapon, of withholding sex as a cudgel against their husband, which is not right. But at the same time, that removes responsibility from the actions of the husband there. That's another problem
That's just
that I
a
have.
basic what about the Mendo argument. So what's going on here, and I've pointed this out to you many times, this is your basic, it is.
What about the men would be, if we're talking about infidelity, and I say,
Just like, why don't men take their share of the responsibility? It's a what about the Mendo argument.
Saying men don't have responsibility.
And so you're saying that they do, right? You're saying that they do?
Yes, I'm
so
saying
then that's a what about the Mendo argument. So the thing is like back to the question, can you actually contend with the fact that what she's saying is basically true, that women, because they have such a low virtue standard, are mostly responsible for the destructions of these marriages, because they are.
No way.
No, I don't agree with what Pearl said. Again, like you're going to rephrase what she said into something different, and I'm
not going to allow you to straw man the position because it's on Twitter and there's only a few characters.
If I'm talking about what she specifically wrote out.
No, listen, I know Pearl Davis personally very well. Okay, I've spent time with her IRL. I know her positions inside and out. I know all of her positions. I know exactly what it is that she's advocating for or not advocating for. Just because you have a tweet which is limited to 100 characters and she's trying to convey this larger message, I can just put it where it wants and not allow you to straw man. She is correct that there's a basic what about the Mendo argument.
You're actually referring to what she specifically said. It's a straw man if I'm misrepresenting her.
That is what you're doing. You're misrepresenting the intent of the yes, you are.
Okay, so you would need to have a personal friendship with Pearl.
No, but you should at least get clarification on these things before you go into insane attack mode. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, I mean, again, this is something that I would love to discuss with Pearl one-on-one, because even when people push back online, it seems like more often than not, she doubles down and will spend more time on Pearl. Let's keep going with the chats.
Oh yeah, I mean, the biggest key is FPGA system.
Marriage and married a woman, so
exactly.
We're not
asking about my family,
like
around my place, you're missing another 5 kids.
Well, no, you should bring up the previous super chat It sounds like you're saying I was far too altruistic as a Christian. It sounds like you're saying that I'm too altruistic as a Christian, and that I don't care about a woman's past, that it's not a big deal. It sounds like you're saying that I'm too good of a Christian.
That woman showed up, the other
That's a very nice conclusion.
But anyway, now from what I understand, someone on my Discord said that M2 is doing the software for that.
Make no mistake about it. And could have on our side. Please listen to him. This is a necessary push. Accept it. They've taken our society together. We should push back.
Hang on, it's not just
a lot of parts, water consoles,
all of you over here fighting with the message against this type of degeneracy. It's not a matter of want. We need that. We need that from all of us because there's overwhelming opposition to these truisms. And it's become fashionable to attack these people without really even understanding what it is that they're saying and not even ever contending with it.
So I will say that again, happy to be proven wrong where I see that there's a shortcoming in my own argument, and I think
What do you want me
over
to
the
say?
years, my
It's
position
hey guys, what's going on? I'm Hunter S.
Why? Variety.
Welcome back.
Thriving
We
game.
just need to
Dream
do
so obscure.
very
Should
good
they
things
guarantee
on the pyramid
never
before
push
we
Let's get started.
make our way to
These
some other
catacombs
big
are described to be a labyrinth made of
So those of best
OS
back here.
is like secondary